Get something you can use to start getting these Pokemon for next turn. The good news is that to turn off items, Ted would have to get Rare Candy, Gardevoir to get the routes out the active and then get Frillish in. That is not that likely, so hopefully Ethan can start getting rolling next turn. Hopefully for him, not for Ted.
Yeah, we're looking at the energy attachment here onto the Applin, and it's a 3-1 split of the Applin. If Ethan decides to attack with that tumbling attack, it says 10 plus, if hits, 20 more damage. So it's going to be a flip a coin attack if so, and that's not super great. You don't want to be putting damage in play for Munkidori, but attaching to energy, so cards like Iono cannot be disrupting.
Absolutely. Oh, what have we got? Is that the secret box we've got?
No, that's the Ultra Ball for Gardevoir.
It's Ultra
There's
Ball for
Arcane in the hand and
Gardevoir.
a research as well.
And that means that he is going to be in a much better position here. Ted is playing with urgency. He feels like he's got a chance in this game now. Ultra Ball for Gardevoir. Perfect hand, literally. Rare Candy into Gardevoir. Professor's research for a brand new hand of 7 cards. Traditionally, you would high-five your opponent at this stage. But, of course, we're in the final of a special championships. Maybe they've got other things on their mind. This is exactly what Ted needed. We evolved the active routes into a Curlier, and now we can start getting rolling with this Gardevoir deck doing Gardevoir things. But remember, in game 1 where Ted got rolling, Ethan didn't. If Ethan gets rolling next turn, we're still in a different game to where we were in game 1.
And speaking of weird attackers here, Ross, we could potentially see Psyshot plus Adrenabrain taking a knockout here on the Applin. We're going to put 20 onto the Applin with that Adrenabrain and Psyshot for the knockout.
I mean, that's the thing about Munkidori. We've seen it with Frillish back in game 1. You can take these tiny little attacks, and when you combine Munkidori and then Applin's terribly low HP, that actually gives you legitimate, viable attacking options where you wouldn't normally have them. Now, here it looks like we're thinking of putting Goldeen in the active. Seeking would be... Oh, and Seeking's actually in hand. So you just need an energy. Festival Grounds is in play. There is an energy already. So Ethan will be able to get a KO here while drawing 4 cards, which it looks like he needs. I do not like... Oh, no, I like his hand a lot more. He's got a Lily. That's
like
quite good.
Like a 4, like 8, a lot more than 4. That's double.
I like this. I like drawing a new hand of 8 more than doing nothing. This is better.
Way better, and yeah, we just have to wait to see what Lily will be grabbing for Ethan. And with the Seeking being able to attack twice with the rapid attack, you know, getting 4 extra cards, that's going to be good. Rapid drawing into those, nice. Needs to see some Fwackies on that field.
Yeah, Fwacky is the name of the game right now. You got 8 cards. How many Fwacky can we find? There is 1 in hand. Is there any? Oh, there's a Diplin. There is a Fwacky. There are any out to Fwacky? Well. So yeah, Pokepad will be able to get 1. Bug catching set might be able to get 1 as well. Let's see what we can pull from here. 7 cards, 2 in any combination of Grass Pokemon and Grass Energy. There's an Energy and there's a Rillaboom and a Diplin. Okay. Not perfect, but you've still got Pokepad to get the second Fwacky anyway.
Yeah, no issue with that.
Oh, there's 2? No, there isn't. That's a Vitality Band. I'm seeing things. But still, you can use Boom Boom Groove and then get a second Fwacky.
You're indeed seeing things, Ross, here. But yeah, the Boom Boom Groove, getting any card that Ethan wishes for. A second Groovy, and we're going to go for that Boom Boom Groove once more. Just looking at the options that Ethan wants to present. Ted, unfortunately, not getting a second piece of Munkidori plus Darkness Energy. Would have been really nice to get this set up further, but looking at cards like Picnic Basket, can have some intricacies in this matchup in terms of the damage in play, or Shaman that can be blocking that Screamtail. Picking the Picnic Basket, since that can remove some of the damage in play, both on Ethan's side as well as Ted's, removing some of the ability to use Adrenabrain.
Absolutely, very well put. The good news is for Ethan, his board is looking like his board wants to look. And there's a card we haven't really shouted out yet, at least I don't think we have. Stop me if I'm wrong here. Shaman. It prevents non-rule box Pokemon being hit by damage on the bench. Basically, Shaman is Ethan's way of saying, I am not falling for Screamtail again. No Screamtail for you.
No Screamtail for Ted, unless it wants to be hitting that active
position. It can still hit the active, that's true.
Which is not exactly what you want to be doing with that Screamtail. So the Munkidoris have to put in some work against Shaman. And that's why picking Picnic Basket, such an intelligent play from Ethan. Looking at, you can basically deny a whole Adrenaline Brain by just playing Picnic Basket. Although, that's going to go to naught because of the Iono being played on Ted's side.
If only Ethan had another way to find it, but how will he possibly do that? Thwacky.
Yeah, indeed. So, not that bad.
But it does mean that Boom Boom Groove has to be to re-get that rather than get something else. Still a lot of benefit there from Ted. So, Ted's got his Gardevoir, which is nice. He's got a way to KO that active Seeking, which is lovely. Problem is, it is in the realm of possibility for Ethan to one-hit KO a Gardevoir. It's a pain, but essentially the way to do it is you need either a Brave Bangle or a Max Belt, and then you need Kieran. You need to add 60. This is, of course, assuming a full bench. Max Belt and Kieran means you don't actually need a full bench. You can do it with a bench of 4. It gets a little bit awkward.
And Math Professor Gilbert right here with all the math needed for the Dipling KOs. And yes, more energy on Gardevoir. And when you're looking at Ted's position, with that Shaman being down, Screamtail being forced to attack, and yes, cannot hit the bench because of that Shaman.
And if you try and attack the bench, the attack just fails and nothing gets done. Let's hope Ted remembers that there is a Shaman. Shockingly, Ted remembers there's a Shaman. Attacks into the active. Yeah, it's quite annoying sometimes. We've all done it when we go to attack an invalid target and your opponent goes, that was your attack, and I'm afraid it did nothing.
What is really good about the board position here for Ted? Down to 4 prices, even still being at 5. Now, this Screamtail is going to get knocked out by a Dipplin if it attacks into it, undoubtedly, right? But can promote that Gardevoir, and we were talking about damage soaking a bit. Double Monkey Dory being in play, being able to soak some damage, put that over to Ethan's board. And this is where Picnic Basket can get that much more important. If Ted can build some double knockouts, there's still only 2 Diplets in play currently. So if Ted can take out both at once over a couple turns of Adrenaline Braining, that would mean everything to him. Taking out all the offense from Ethan's side, and if there's no offense on Ethan's side, Ted gets to run away with us.
And I think Ethan is thinking very much along the same lines as you, with only having 2 Applin in play. He's double Boom Boom Grooving. He's grabbing an Applin and a Boss's Orders so that he can go ahead and get a 3rd Apple ready to go. Now, importantly here, doesn't have the ability to KO a Gardevoir on the bench. You have to use Kieran to KO a fresh Gardevoir. And you have to use Boss's Orders Dragon from the bench. You can't do that. Might be going after a Monkey Dory here. Does he have access to Vitality Band?
Doesn't seem like it with the double Boom Boom Groove being used. Going to pull up that Monkey Dory. Double Dipplin, recognizing how important Monkey Dories are in this matchup. And it's so great for me, and I can't stress this enough. Taking out this Monkey Dory means that that Applin on the bench is going to be safe from potential double Adrenaline Brain, since Ted does not run any Energy Switch in the deck.
That is right, but I can't help but think not having that Vitality Band really, really sad for Ethan. Would have got a free hit on something else if he did. It's not in the prizes, but with only 2 Boom Boom Grooves, searching any 2 cards every turn is wonderful. There is still a limit. You can't just get everything you want all the time, although it does sometimes feel like it. Ted using Lily's Determination here. He's going to get a new hand of 6 cards. What's he looking for?
Looking for anything to bolster up additional Monkey Doors for the upcoming turns. As said, we're building a scenario again. Unless Ethan decides to go Boss's Orders Monkey Dory, which is not a terrible play saying that. But we can still hit the play where Screamtail gets knocked out in the active, Ted pulls up Gardevoir, and takes the hit.
It is worth noting, we're open deck list here. Ted knows that Ethan only plays 2 Boss's Orders. Ted knows that one of them has been played. So if Ethan does use Boss's Orders, Ted knows for a fact that for the remainder of this pivotal game 3, there will be no gusting from Ethan, and you play differently when you know your opponent does not have access to any gusting. Something to look out for if it does get played. Now, we do see damage move to the bench Applin. The active Dipling gets KO'd by Screamtail. Has to attack the active because of the whole Shaman malarkey. And now we're back over to Ethan.
And again, forcing Ethan's hand a little bit. With these 20 damage on the Applin, needs to either A, evolve into Dipplin, but even if it's evolved into Dipplin, a second Monkey Dory can just flush 60 damage over to a Dipplin. So essentially you would need both Picnic Basket and you would need Dipplin to make sure that that Applin would stay safe, which is crucial towards Ethan's price-getting ability here, since you need more attackers than just a singular dribbling you have in the active.
Well, as right now we're going for a buddy puff, and there's not much left in the deck in terms of Pokemon. There is a Grookey in there, which would be a target. I'm not seeing any Applin. There is a Goldeen that could be grabbed. And to be fair, Goldeen here would KO the Screamtail and then get a second hit on something else. So that would be relevant.
Yeah, but Gold, like the Sea King, although it's a 2-turn investment you need to be putting. And we have to remember here, every single time a Dipplin gets knocked out, you have to put down a new line of this stage 2. It's only a 4-free line that is in Ethan's deck. So every knockout gets that much more difficult. And then you're looking at what's the recovery options here. We got Night Searcher. Okay, every deck plays that. But Lana's Aid. Wait, Rots. Lana's prized.
Yeah, Lana's in the prizes. There's only one. It's not a card you can really afford to play more than one of because it's so situational, and it's very much a late game card. Doesn't do much in the early game, and we've seen how important the early game setup is, so you can only play one, and it's hiding in the prizes. The good news is Ethan does have that double boom groove. He's got a decent hand of cards. This is not his hand, incidentally. This is his deck. He is looking at that picnic basket, and he's certainly eyeing that one up as an option.
If we grab the picnic basket, if even grabs the picnic basket, has the Dipplin in hand, then we have that Applin/Dipplin being safe. Needs an energy to attack this turn. So it means the first attack, yes, takes out Screamtail. But there may be a situation here where Ethan actually decides to pass instead to not put too much damage into play on Ted's board. Especially if we can't get that extra bench Pokemon into play, that would be really important.
I'm just double checking the wording of Dipplin there, and it does say if Festival Grounds is in play, this Pokemon may use an attack it has twice. It does not force you to double attack, so it is absolutely possible. It's not a pass per se. It is an attack without choosing to use a Festival Lead ability, but I think pass is probably more naturally understood. But
yeah,
technically, it's a single attack without using the ability that you could use, but you choose not to.
You're exactly right about that, Ross. Going for another Lily's Determination here on Ethan's side. Again, I'm struggling a bit to look at the options. Didn't find a picnic basket, decided to go for Lily instead. If the picnic basket is not hit here, Double Monkey Dory can take the knockout on that bench Applin, and then the active, I mean, that's easy to knock out. You can recover Screamtail and do that again, or you can find almost any other attacker in Ted's deck.
Let's have a look. Oh, we got it! Last card. Card number 6, drawn off the Lily's Determination, was that picnic basket, which will heal and guarantee that Applin, Dipplin, that's what it is, on the bench, will still be there coming back into Ethan's turn. Picnic basket gets played essentially as an old school potion. Healing 20. But right now, phenomenal usage.
Yeah, old school potion on Ethan's side, new school potion on Ted's side, and taking the knockout here with the first do the wave. And now the question is, Promoting Monkey or Gardevoir? Promoting Monkey, there's no Vitality ban. Even can't play any more cards this turn because he's in the attack phase. So even if there was a Vitality ban in hand, could not have been using that. Just going to do the 100 to that Monkey Dory.
Does choose to attack twice. That does give some damage on the Monkey Dory. But to be fair, when you're playing against Gardevoir, if they want damage, they're going to get it from Psychic Embrace. So I'm not worried about putting damage on the board for my opponent. If they want it, they're going to have it.
And with the point we said about the Applin being safe on the bench, and the Dipplin being safe on the bench with the 20 on it thereafter, this Goldeen has 50 HP. So if we see another combination of Monkey Dory Darkness, Ted can have a 2-prize turn. And then with even being left of free prizes, any big attacker from Ted's side can be winning this game. So if you have a setup board with double Monkey Dory, potentially benching something like the Mecha Diancie this turn, I wouldn't say Mecha Diancie, but more so Lily's Clefairy even, we could be seeing such a swing in a turn, and we could potentially see a checkmate situation happening from Ted. I know it's a bit far-fetched, but it is possible.
Well, we've got a second Monkey Dory down off of an Arven. Arven for Nespal, Nespal for Monkey Dory. Bravery Charm has been searched out as a tool of choice from that Arven. That is going to go down on the Monkey Dory. Oh, well, maybe not. We see a Darkness Energy anyway. We bend it a little bit, but it's fine. Damage goes on to Goldeen. Twice does get the KO. Now we need something to attack into the active. We're not there yet. It's not going to take too much, but we're not there yet.
There's a Lily's Clefairy in the hand of Ted here. Can be an attacker we can get to use to close out this game, though. Bravery Charm going on a Monkey Dory. fantastic play here from Ted, recognizing if the first Monkey Dory gets knocked out, that's okay, because the second one will not be knocked out, regardless of Vitality Band or not, because of that Bravery Charm.
Now he's working on a 2-prize turn next turn. 2 prizes remaining for Ted, but he's already set up that Diplin to be KO'd by a Monkey Dory, and then we can just KO with Gardevoir. So we're in a decent position here for Ted. There is still a chance for Ethan, though.
And we have to remember, even with the Mind Bend being used, the Diplin is not confused due to the effect of the Festival Ground. We haven't at all mentioned what Festival Ground even does.
But basically it turns off special conditions. You cannot be affected by special conditions, and you recover from special conditions. And that is any Pokemon on the board, yours or your opponent's, with any type of energy attached. It's not really been relevant on any stream game so far, but you're right now, absolutely relevant. Now, Ted here has put himself in an excellent position. Next turn, he wants to Monkey Dory to Diplin and attack for the victory.
Exactly there, Ross. And how can Ethan stop this? With 3 prizes left, it actually looks like Ted has almost set himself into a checkmate. And if someone with Festival Lead has to be able to find a way out, it has to be Ethan. But I'm struggling to see this, Ross, really. If you're taking a knockout on the one monkey there, the second monkey will still be there. It is not going to get knocked out because of the Bravery Charm. The Bravery Charm is exactly what's going to turn the tide here. And not many options from Ethan. Yes, there's still Boom Boom Groove to get your stuff out. But with that picnic basket being already used, yeah, there's not many options.
There are not many options. Even if you didn't have the Bravery Charm, Ted could just put the Gardevoir active to soak a hit. All you need to do, and it's really easy for Ted next turn, you just use 1 Adrenabrain to KO the Diplin. Gardevoir's 190 will KO literally anything, and Psychic Embrace will get all the energy it needs. So Ted has pretty easily got game on board next turn as it stands at the moment. Ethan's got 2 options. You take 3 prizes this turn, or you KO both Monkey Dory. That's really the only way. But the problem is, you look at Ethan's deck, I'm not seeing how it happens. Is there any... No, you can't even stall with Boss's orders, because Psychic Embrace is just going to give you all the energy you need to retreat.
Without Monkey Doors in play, there could have been a way we can stall that Gardevoir in the active. Max belt, full bench, and with the max belt dealing 150 times 2, 300, Psychic Embrace cannot KO Gardevoir. That's not going to be the case for this time, though, since there is double Monkey Dory in play at that.
And that is the fist bump. Ted Tobin is going to be your Seville Special Championship winner, winning a regional level event for the very first time, taking another direct invite to the World Championships to a UK player. Congratulations to Ted Tobin.
A direct invite and a one last Gardevoir victory here on the European circuit before rotation. Ted Tobin, such a long weekend. The only player being able to defeat Ethan Wild, does it in phase 2, does it again here in the finals, and this is your Sevilla special champion.
And wonderful, wonderful games played all through the weekend. And how fitting is it that after everything we've seen since Scarlet and Violet base release,
and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
you got.
Looking at his final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, you're Pokémon World Champion.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on making me roll. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on making me roll.
He goes on the high speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on making me roll. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on making me roll. Put your hands up.
Wonderful views here over the city of Prague, here in Czechia, a city with an awful lot of history, a city with a clock which has been sitting there in continuous use for over 600 years, where a lot of things are the same as they have been for a very long time. Today, we bring the Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championship to the city, but things are not as they've been for a long time. The rotation is here. The new expansion, Perfect Order, is legal for tournament play, and we have a couple of thousand TCG players trying to figure out exactly what is good and exactly how they can take advantage of all of these changes. We have 2 days of action coming, and joining myself, Ross Gilbert, we have the lovely Freya, we have Shay, we have Joe. How are we all doing today?
I find I'm very excited. I've been to like a lot of the world, but this is the first time for me. Never been to Prague before, and it's such a nice city. It's so green, isn't it? Like, you just walk around and there's so many lovely parks everywhere. It's such a nice city.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, it's historic, and there may be a handful of heads in the room who have been to Prague before as Pokemon players. 15 years ago, the Prague Cup. That was won by a little someone known as Stefan Ivanov. That's incredible to think about, that 15 years ago, Stefan was winning in this city, and we're back again playing Pokemon. It's amazing to be back.
Yeah, when we saw that Prague was going to get a regional this year, I was super excited. So I'm very happy to be here. But to be honest, I just can't wait to get some Pokemon action started soon.
It's going to be beautiful. I remember the Prague Cup. It was a while ago. It's wonderful to be here this weekend, but this is not the only city left to visit for Pokemon TCG action this season. We've got a whole bunch of places still to come.
Yes, we do. So we are here in Prague now, but we are in the home stretch of our competitive season. We have Utrecht coming up in the Netherlands, Turin, beautiful Turin in Italy, underrated city in Italy, I think, and then going on to, of course, the North American International Championships in New Orleans, and of course the build-up to, for the first time ever, this double-header event, Pokemon XP and the Pokemon World Championships in San Francisco.
We don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but it is incredibly exciting. I'm going to make sure I find my way over there because, oh my word, I'm excited. And maybe go check out the website, maybe see me looking casual. Who knows? Now, if you want to come and join us at one of these events in the near future, we've made it nice and easy for you. Go to rk9.gg/event/Pokemon, and you can find out everything you need to either compete at an event, or if you're not feeling up for competing, maybe you come along, maybe you spectate, maybe you watch. Joe, give them a reason to come to an event.
Well, we've just been doing some super odd fishing. That's been an exhilarating experience for us to be involved in that. But there's so much going on out in the hall. There's side events. There's just like-minded people and players. So if you're just getting your toes into the Pokemon community, this is a great place to come. And there's cities all across Europe and everywhere else as well. So you're going to have no difficulty finding somewhere near you, a convenient spot, and get really dived into the competitive scene.
Very well put. I knew I could trust you to sell it, Joe. Thank you very much. Now, if you do come along and you compete, then there are points that are available, these championship points that you can use. Well, what can we use them for, Shay?
Well, championship points are very, very important, because if you do want to get yourself as a competitor to the Pokemon World Championships and you live in Europe, you have to place at the end of the season in the top 135 Masters. So, in championship points, as you can see there, you got on the left, if you win the event, you get 350, second place gets 225, and it cascades all the way down. However, though, if you do win the event, you actually get an auto invitation, so you can put your feet up for the rest of the season because you know you're getting to Worlds.
And to give some context to that 350 championship points right now, around the 135 mark, that's around 550 championship points for our players in Europe right now. So immediately getting these high placements pole vault you up those rankings.
Absolutely, it does. Now, it's not just about championship points. We have some cash prizes on offer if you do particularly well at the event, up to $10,000 for winning the whole thing.
Yeah, $10,000 is not a bad bit of pocket money for a weekend's work, right? And that money cascades down as well. Even if you, quote unquote, only finish second, $7,000 is not a bad paycheck for the weekend. $5,000 if you get top 4 as well. And not only the cash that cascades down, but of course you get some wonderful booster packs to open as well, don't you, Ross?
I've said it many, many times. There is very little better than finishing an event, going back to the hotel and cracking open a bunch of booster boxes. But it's not actually just about the cash prizes and the championship points for the invitation to World. It's also about travel awards to help you go along to these bigger events throughout the season.
Yeah, so this is really interesting because if you place in certain points of the season in the top 1 through 4, you actually get money to help you get to the next IC. As you can see there, $3,500 is the maximum. So it's really good because if you snowball for, let's say you get the LAIC stipend, you get to LAIC, do well, you then get the stipend for EUIC, and it just sort of snowballs the rest of the season, takes the pressure off, get into these events, and just makes it a little bit easier. But worth noting, all the way down there for top 32, you actually get priority registration, which is nothing to sniff at.
That's quite nice. Registration goes up and you just kind of like, oh wait, I already registered in my priority slot earlier. There is absolutely no stress. Now this weekend we're chilling in Prague, but a few weeks ago we were in Seville. Freya, how was Seville?
Oh, Seville was an absolutely wonderful event. I mean, it was also one of the last events, especially in Europe, in our pre-rotation format. So it's kind of very interesting to see.
I'm afraid we don't actually have time to hear you talk about Seville. Instead, let's hear Freya talk about Seville.
Hey there, champions in the making. Freya Pierce here, bringing you a little refresher of the previous stop on our 2026 season European competitive circuit, Seville. As the last major in Europe before rotation, there was a lot of intrigue surrounding the metagame development in Seville. Ascended Heroes brought new developments to the previously established Big Four of metadecks. Charizard EX fell off slightly as Marnie's Grimmsnarl and Zoroark, bolstered by the new Zekrom, made their way into the top of the metagame breakdown. But could there be more surprises down the line? The answer was a resounding yes. A new build of Goldengo emerged, featuring Legacy Energy for prize denial over previously debated A-Spec Choice's Prime Catcher and Secret Box. This would be the only build of Goldengo to make its way to top 8, piloted by first-time Top Cup finisher Daniel Veres, as well as previous regional champion Christian Fontenot. One look at the rest of the top 8 and it became evident this wasn't the only surprise in store. Terrabox, Crustle, and yes, Festival Lead of all decks all made their way into the top 8. Oh, and who was piloting Festival Lead? None other than Ethan Wild, our most recent European regional champion in Birmingham just a few months ago. He wasn't the only repeat feature either. Ted Tobin, a new rising star fresh off his own top 8 finish at Birmingham, managed to make top 8 again in Seville. Hungry for his first win, he took down Caleb Barber's Terrabox and Daniel Veres' Legacy Energy take on Goldengo, only to be met with the most fearsome and perhaps unexpected of final bosses, Ethan Wild with Festival Lead. In Game 1, Ethan set up a wide board, but a heads-up knockout by Ted on a Goldeen whilst establishing item lock with Frilish's Oceanic Gloom, followed by a knockout on Diplin, left Ethan with no Pokemon with Festival Lead, prompting a quick concession into Game 2. In Game 2, the festival truly kicked off, with Ethan never missing a beat, or rather, a boom boom groove, picking apart Ted's board before finishing things off with an unexpected beat from Thwacky to knock out a Screamtail. So it all came down to Game 3, and it was truly down to the wire. Curlier took a KO on an Applin with Psyshock and help from Monkey Dory. Picnic Basket healed Ted's cleverly placed Adrenabrain damage on Ethan's side of the field. But with a Mind Bend setting up the perfect amount of damage to win next turn, Ethan saw the writing on the wall, conceded, and Ted Tobin took home the crown, giving Gardevoir EX one last victory before leaving the standard format. And with that, we say goodbye to G-Block. With a fresh new post-rotation format, there's never been a better time to get into the Pokemon trading card game, so make sure to go to pokemon.com/compete to discover all the different ways you can get involved with competitive play.
A wonderful event there, finishing off with 2 regional champions facing off, at least by the end of it. They were 2 regional champions. Let's remind ourselves who we've got then on our Hall of Champions here in the European region this season. Who has got their way onto that list of regional champions?
Well, we can see a decent chunk there, a number of tournaments already gone by, but still a few more to crown. And what's so interesting about all these players is that they may be looking at new strategies coming into this weekend with the rotation. So players like Ted getting the victory with Gardevoir, that's no longer a viable option coming into this tournament. So you also look at players like Daniel Magda, Nikolai Stiborg. These are players who cherry-picked one archetype, ran with it for a number of months, and will have to pivot in the future. So they've been really eating well in the previous rotation, and now have to come with a new strategy to accumulate some more championship points. But of course, they already have their World's Invitation in the bag.
They absolutely do. And interesting to know, unlike the last few years, we've currently, up till now, every European major has been won by a European player. Not been the case for a couple of years. Let's see how that runs out. But here we've got the top 16 players in Europe. So any names jump out to you there, Shay?
Multiple, to be honest with you.
All of them?
Yeah, pretty much every single one of them. You know, Drew Stevenson had a fantastic season. Hermione also. Emma Hagen had a blistering start to the season. Hasn't really left that sort of top 5 area. Daniel Magna, we talked about. Julius Reinfeld. You know, Ted Tobin, obviously, getting his regional victory. Quite honestly, every name up there is a star-studded player who we featured on stream many times. And any one of these, I wouldn't be surprised to see take Prague Regional home as well.
I think you're absolutely right. Those 16 names there, absolutely phenomenal players. Now, we're in Prague this weekend, but you know the deal. There's quite a few Pokemon broadcasts from here and from North America as well. So make sure you're checking out Pokemon.com/broadcast, that website that my computer tells me I visit often, where you can find all the information about all the broadcasts from both Europe and North America. And the reason I visit it often is because I don't want to be silly and miss a broadcast. That would be, frankly, well, I think unacceptable. But I also want you to be following along with us on all of our various channels here. We got X, we've got YouTube, we've got Facebook, we've got Instagram. Make sure you are visiting all of those particular channels. Make sure you're using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, because if you send us a really interesting message this weekend, we might just end up using it on stream. And do make sure you are following our channels on YouTube and on Twitch. I don't care where you watch the stream. You watch it wherever you feel most comfortable. Just make sure you're following at least one of those two, so that you can make sure you never miss a moment of the action. But, well, we told you what you need to know now. Round 1 is coming up very, very shortly indeed. So just before we get to round 1, let's remind you guys about the format in which we're going to be playing.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
All right then, Pokemon fans, we are perfectly placed here in Prague, and we're ready for our first post-rotation regional. And quite honestly, Freya, I cannot wait to get this started. How are we feeling this morning?
I'm feeling excited for rotation, of course. This, like we were just talking about, this is the first major we're having after rotation with Perfect Order Legal, so there's going to be a lot of surprises in store for both us and the folks at home.
Yeah, and that's the one thing to keep an eye on. Like, not only is this the post-rotation where we've lost, you know, everything from Scarlet and Violet all the way up to to, what was it, Paradox Rift, have all left the format. But we also have Perfect Order entering the format. You know, it hasn't got, let's say, the highest amount of super competitive cards yet. We'll not see how the format pans out. But there are some super impactful cards that I think we are going to see a lot of on this stream.
Yeah, well, one of it especially being Meowth X, of course, kind of the return of the play supporter searching vet that we've seen so much of. But I don't think we have much time to yap, because our players are ready to go on the feature match table here in Prague on our round 4 Swiss.
And yeah, we have an awesome matchup here for our first ever post-rotation feature match. Ryuki Okada, past EUIC champion and Dortmund regional champion on the left versus Raz on the right. I believe multiple world's top cut player.
Yeah, so Ryuki Okada, a player that needs little to no introduction. I mean, for me, one of the best players in Japan currently. You're EUIC champion, Dortmund regional champion, Brisbane regional champion, and then you're just for good measure recently a top 4 at Las Vegas.
Yeah. Man just comes over to TPCI regions and I'll say I'll have a bit of that. But across the table from it, as I said, is Raz, world's top 4, LAIC top 8, OCIC top 8, Harrogate regional finalist back in 2019. So he's been doing it well and been doing it for a long time.
Harrogate Regionals, I think that was the last event I had a cash finish at, actually. I got top 32 at that Regionals.
Come
with
on.
a Lost March.
Lost March. Well, I can tell you, Raz was playing Persephone back then.
Yes.
I remember that in the final. But here we go. Let's consult these prize cards over for Ryuki. We see a Dracula. We see a... Oh! The unfair stamp is go both unfair stamp in the prizes. Now let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. They are at the bottom. Traditionally, players do take their prizes bottom to top, but that is something to keep an eye on. But we do have our fist bump here. Our Swiss round 4 feature match here at the Prague Regional Championships is kicking us off, Freya. Raz is going first.
Raz going first, flipping over that Torchic. So to me, this telegraphs we are going to be seeing this, of course, new variant of Dragapult that does have that Blaziken line. Now, Dragapult is the one major top deck from pre-rotation that survived into post-rotation. The Dragapult EX is still around. It lost some bits and pieces, but generally speaking, it's still applying the same strategy. Now, the reason why it's incorporating this Blaziken EX is, of course, that powerful Phantom Dive attack needs a Psychic and a Fire energy to work. So there's synergy there because you can use the Blaziken EX's ability to accelerate energy to the Dragapult so you can use Phantom Dive in one turn. But of course, the Blaziken EX also gives you Fire-type weakness hitting coverage against all of these Grass-type Pokemon that are also very prevalent in post-rotation.
Yeah, they really are. And the Blaziken is really interesting because, you know, one of the main things that Dragapult, as you do rightly say, Dragapult has managed to survive the rotation quite well. It did lose Luminous Energy. That was a fantastic card for Dragapult, letting you satisfy, you know, Dark, Fire, and Psychic, letting you attach to Monkey Dory. Oh, as we do see, sorry, interrupt. Ooh. We do see that Meowth coming down immediately to grab that Lily's Determination. So, yeah, so now that Dragapult has lost Luminous Energy, Blaziken being able to sort of get any extra energy into play via its ability is rather strong, as we do see the bench of the Meowth, a GP bench, and a Dark attachment for the turn, Freya. Now it is over to Ryuki.
Yeah, that last-ditch catch coming in and searching the Lily's Determination, of course. We wanted to search it in case there's any kind of ability disruption going on with that Team Rocket's Watchtower. Just banked that in the hand for later. But meanwhile, Ryuki's going to have, looks like a pretty okay start here. Has an Ultra Ball ready to go. Going to take a look through the deck. Get that unfortunate news that the unfair stamp is prized. Of course, none of the A-specs were rotated out in our most recent rotation.
Yes.
But with the rotation of Iono, which is, of course, a hugely impactful card for hand disruption, a lot of decks are trending towards Unfair Stamp as their A-spec of choice because of the fact that it is one of the few hand disruption options available. And Ryuki, with that Ultra Ball, is going to answer with a Meowth of his own. Last-ditch catch grabs that Lily's Determination. And, oh, here we see another important colorless ability draw engine from Ryuki's side. We see a Dunsparce get bench.
Yeah, no, this is interesting. It's not something we traditionally see paired with Dragapult EX. It has that runaway draw ability, letting you shuffle itself back into the deck and you get to draw 3 cards. A really interesting draw engine. We have seen it paired with other attackers, not so much Dragapult. So that's something to keep an eye on here. One thing we actually haven't touched upon is the main attacker for both of our players, that Dragapult EX, a big, bulky, scary dragon Pokemon. No weakness. With that Phantom Dive attack for 1 fire, 1 psychic energy, you deal 200 damage, and then you get to do a little bit of sprinkling of damage counters onto the bench. So Dragapult just likes to dissect your opponent's board. Is over to Razdo, who's going to immediately slam down that Lily's Determination, letting you shuffle your hand back into the deck. However, if you have 6 prize cards remaining, which of course he does, you get to draw 8, a ridiculously strong draw card.
Yeah, and this is why it's so important that the Meowth EX is both a thing and that decks are playing it, because what we've been seeing, especially from some of like the early results in Japan, which of course has already been playing in this format for a while, being able to find your Lily's Determination early is crucial to be able to do an early setup and really set up a strong board. So having extra ways to find that Lily's Determination, like with the Meowth EX essentially turns any Ultra Ball into a Lily's Determination, or whatever supporter is best appropriate for the moment.
Yeah, we've seen this sort of Meowth-esque ability many a times. Jirachi EX won the 2015 World Championships. We've seen it on Luminion, as we are going to see a poker pad for the Dracloak there. Worth noting, Dracloak is very impactful in the Dragapult deck. Stage 1 Pokemon with the Recon Directive ability, letting you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put 1 in your hand, 1 onto the bottom. So yeah, we have seen the Meowth ability in many iterations of the Pokemon TCG, and almost every single time it has been rather strong. So because at any point in the game, you know, it can find you boss's orders at the end, it can find you Lily's Determination, all of that stuff. Now, I did see a Team Rocket's Watchtower in the hand there for Raz. Would you hold on to that? Would you use it now? Obviously, it shuts down a lot of colorless abilities, that one. Well, it shuts them all off, I should say.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one, because you might want to save it for the right time to make sure it really hurts Ryuki, but definitely it's an advantage that Raz has, given that, you know, you have this the Dunsparce engine that you know Ryuki plays. So you're going to have a really, really disruptive option against Ryuki, because he's a lot more reliant on colorless Pokemon abilities than Raz is. Raz is just running with that Meowth.
So we are going to see a pay retreat into the Badoo. Are we going to see a Team Rocket's Watchtower? This would be rather impactful. Oh no, we're going to see Ultra Balled away, I should say. So I wonder what we're Ultra Balling here for. What could this be? It's going to be the Combuskin.
Yep. Yeah, it's good. So it's definitely a slower route that Raz is taking here, recognizing that not being able to find rare candy or anything like that is going to just set up his stage 1s into his stage 2s, but this is going to be really, really solid for him. Now, Dragapult lists, they haven't really tended to play much, if any, rare candy in the past. We did see 1 in Raz's prize cards earlier.
Yes.
How many are in the list overall?
3 in total, so 2 available, but just unfortunately didn't see them. So we are going to see a Rescue Stretcher, Night Stretcher, I should say, for the Dark Energy. That's going to come back. That's going to get attached to the Monkey Dory. But here we are, going to see Itchy Pollen again. No item cards for Ryuki. Now, Team Rocket's Watchtower was not put in place, so Ryuki has got access to all his colorless Pokemon abilities, if we can get into it, the Dunsparce, of course. Bear in mind, Monkey Dory with that Dark Energy does have that Adrena Brain ability, letting you move 3 damage, well, up to 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon back over. So if Ryuki does decide to, he can just maneuver that 10 straight back. We are going to see a Lilies, though, for Ryuki. That's what you want when you item lock, just raw amount of cards. We're going to see 8. What do we see? No energy yet for Ryuki. I don't think there's any energy in that hand either, Freya.
That's brutal. And was there even an out to a... Well, there's a Dunsparce in the hand.
There is a Dunsparce in the hand.
So
is there a Dunsparce that you'd love to try and reload a basic as well?
You would, but at this point, you have to remember, because Ryuki is under item lock, he really just wants to find physical Pokemon. A Dragapult will be nice. No. Was that a Petron or something? Was that Pheasantipity?
I think I saw a Petron, a Pheasantipity, and a third trading card. Didn't get to catch that one. Dragapult EX is what it was.
Okay. So this Petron EX is a very interesting inclusion in Ryuki's list. He is playing a small, essentially, retreat lock prevention package whilst enabling retreat lock himself with that Yveltal of Mega Evolution. Oh, hold on a second.
Because we saw the Risky Ruins bench, going to get 2 damage counters into play. We're going to see the Adrena Brain move it over to the Badoo, putting it with 10 damage left, and then the Itchy Pollen will be a KO. Ryuki takes our first prize cards here at the Prague Regional Championships. Badoo was not long for this world. It is over to Raz now. How can he respond?
Yeah, this Risky Ruins has been pretty much a stadium card of choice in most Dragapult lists nowadays, because it is a way to proactively get that damage onto yourself to move over with Monkey Dory. We've seen so many lists incorporating this Risky Ruins now, and a little bit of the Tord flavor, of course. Tord did popularize this stadium in the Mega Absol box for some time, but now a Dragapult making use of it too.
Wow, Explorer's Guidance. Now, we don't see that one every day. The Ancient Support, I let you look at the top 6 cards of your deck and put 2 of them in your hand and discard the rest.
So this Explorer's Guidance is a really interesting one, because essentially what it lets you do is dig without getting rid of your current hand. So say if you have one piece of the Rare Candy Stage 2 combo, Explorer's Guidance lets you find the rest, whilst maybe even setting up your discard pile of energies discarded so you can accelerate them with the Blaziken EX.
Yes, exactly that. So let's see what do. I didn't get to actually consult and see what he grabbed. I think a psychic, oh no, a psychic energy did hit the discard there. Remember that blazing spirit from Blaziken can accelerate any energy, doesn't have to be fire.
Yep.
So what do we think Raz is going to try and piece together this turn, Freya? What is the ultimate turn here for Raz?
So you have a Dracloak and you have a Combuskin in play. I think you would really like to get a Blaziken down and a Dragapult, especially now that you've committed to filling up the bench, so there's no going to be any more option for another Budu to try and buy more time with Itchy Pollen. I think Raz recognizing that with the Risky Ruins in play, and in an item-locking war like that, Raz is always going to lose, so trying to sort of account for that and just go maybe a little bit more aggressive if you can. But of course, he's item-locking himself, so he just has to pass.
Yep, okay, is over to Ryuki. Has got a few hurdles to jump over himself this turn. No energy attached onto a Dragapult line. We are going to see... Oh, a Crispin. Okay, speaking of energy, search your deck for 2 different kinds of basic energy. Attach one to any one of your Pokemon, put the other one in your hand. That could be good. Iron up a Psychic and a Fire. Obviously makes a ton of sense. No dark energy attached to the Monkey Door anymore, though. Anymore.
Yeah, and it's important to remember that, unlike Raz, Ryuki is not playing any kind of Blaziken line in his list, so he is really just relying on Crispin for energy acceleration if he wants to get an attacker going in one turn. The Fire goes onto the Dracloak, and the Psychic goes into the hand. Does Ryuki have the time to try and do like a slower setup here? You really want to find the Dragapult. Now, unlike Raz and Alastair, Ryuki is not currently under item lock, so straight in with that Buddy Poffin, gonna fetch some more Pokemon out of the deck, and yeah, it does now set up that extra Dunsparce so that he can do another runaway draw later.
Yeah, I think if you are Ryuki, seeing your opponent get rid of a Team Rocket's Watchtower, traditionally people don't play as many. So you see one go, you probably think I should be safe. We are going to see the Night Stretcher to develop the Adrenabrain. Obviously 2 damage counters on both of those Pokemon, so they were benched under Risky Ruins. But then with the Adrenabrain, you can start maneuvering that damage. 20 damage from the Dracloak over to Raz's GP, and then an Itchy Pollen.
It is a little bit tricky though, right? Because you know that Raz already has access to a Monkey Dory with a Dark Energy on it, so good that you're spreading out the damage a little bit, but you know that that damage can be flung back very easily at you. So although Ryuki is still able to slow down Raz with this item lock, Raz's board setup is looking a lot stronger right now, and as long as this league can find a Blaziken and a Dragapult EX, I think we could start to see Raz really clamp down his draws on this game.
Well, that is the dilemma. When you are under item lock, you have to draw into the physical copies of the card you want. You cannot be ultra balling for those. So let's have a look. Okay, Pokemon. Oh dear.
Oh, there's a Blaziken.
Is there a Blaziken?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right there in the middle. I think between the Peasantipity and the Buddy Puffin.
We can always attack with that. It does 2 for 200, not too bad. Does have Recon Directive available as well, 1 and 2.
So a couple of energies.
2 copies of energy.
So probably going to go for the Psychic there because there's a Dark in play already. Or actually gonna instead value the Dark, maybe valuing an extra Adrenabrain or Monkey Dory, thinking if I can win the Monkey Dory war, that could put me in good stead.
Thing is, if you was to develop attaching energy, as we are going to see another evolution into Dracula and another Recon Directive. If you was to attach that Dark, that means you won't be using a Blaziken attack this turn. So you would be conceding, say, I'm not going to attack, I'm just going to be using Adrenabrain ×2.
Oh, wait, but hold on a second. If there is a Psychic Energy already in the discard pile, then Blaziken could accelerate that.
Do a Mind Bend?
Yeah,
okay, yeah, this is true.
I mean, a Mind Bend on the Budu wouldn't necessarily do much other than net you a prize card. Because a Pokemon can't be confused if it's KO'd. But there's a lot of different lines Raz can take here. I think just the big thing that he is missing is that Dragapult EX. He really wanted to find it off of those Recon Directives and did not do so.
So Blaziken has hit the board. We are going to see Adrenabrain used ×2. Oh, that's going to be a mid-turn KO on the Budu. Now Raz is on the board, still has Seething Spirit available to attach energy if he desires. But now Ryuki does have to promote a Pokemon. Will be in the far along. It is going to be the only copy of Dunsparce. Now, will Raz attach an energy via Seething Spirit to do a Mind Bend for the KO? Looks like he's debating it. Here we go. Seething Spirit, letting you attach any basic energy from your discard pile to any one of your Pokemon. Can be the active as well.
I mean, this is very heads up from Raz, recognizing that, sure, if I can't take a KO with Dragapult, then I can at least still take 2 KOs this turn.
Yeah.
Whilst at the same time clearing my board of damage to make sure that any shenanigans from Monkey Dory and Phantom Dive are way less than it might be otherwise.
Ooh,
but, oh, hold on.
No, hold on. Dragon Headbutt. No, surely. Oh, it is going to be a Dragon Headbutt. 2 for 70. That is enough for the KO. I love this. Raz said, I value these Monkey Dory. Well, to be fair, when you have double Monkey Dory with Thief and Spirit, you can sort of get them back into play really quickly, get Adrenaline Bait. Maybe he values that more in this matchup. But a 2 prize card turn there for Raz, and that's the old-fashioned way. And it is over to Ryuki now, starting to turn off with a Pokepads.
Yeah, so Pokepad, a beautiful full-art Pokepad, of course, from Perfect Order. Is really, it's a search card that has completely changed the landscape of how setup works. Just being able to search for any non-rule box Pokemon that can turn into a Badu, a Monkey Dory, can turn into a Dreepy, or even this Dracloak that Ryuki has just fetched. And now there's going to be 2 accesses to Recon directed this turn, and a Pheasant Dipsy for good measure, but just going to be playing another Pokepad first. Really wants to thin out the deck and maximize his chances of seeing a Dragapult EX.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, thinning is winning. Take out the cards you don't want to see early. So when you start drawing cards, you see the cards you do want to see. Ryuki can see a minimum of 4 right now via those Recon Directive, and it can only take 2, of course, but we'll see 4. Let's see what they are.
Yeah, so Recon Directive number 1.
Okay.
I think it's just doing explanation of to the judge of like how he's doing his shuffle, just to make sure that's all clear.
So we do have table judges there. Fantastic job via them. Everyone, thank your judges. Without them, we wouldn't have any events. Yeah. We are going to see Recon Directive number 2. There's the Dragapult. Do we have an energy? We do. This could be the first Phantom Dive here of Swiss Round 4 at Prague Regionals. Ultra Ball being eyed up.
Yeah. So, the Ultra Ball's already in hand, so actually you didn't even need to see the Dragapult off of that, but now that means that Ultra Ball could grab something else.
Yeah, I think... Let's have a look. Ultra Ball. Let's see. What else could we be looking for here, Freya? Another Monkey Dory, perhaps? Pheasant Dipsy. Oh, that's in hand as well, actually. Going to get rid of Petron. Probably not going to need that in this matchup, that's for sure.
So doing a debate, yeah. There's a lot of in his hand that he would rather keep. Oh, is he going to be discarding a Dragapult EX? He's got one in hand.
He has got another one.
Okay.
He has got another one. That would be all going to be eyeing up another Meow for some absolute shenanigans here. That last-ditch catchability. Going to get 2 damage into play, of course, via the Risky Ruins. And we are going to... What support are we fighting here? Crispin. Oh, wow. Energy is flying here, there, and everywhere, Freya. Oh, my goodness. I'm feeling a little bit discombobulated right now of all this energy. What are we eyeing up here?
I think we're just eyeing up going as wide as possible and inoculating our board against any kind of disruption. So, and yes, with this means you can get down this Monkey Dory, and you are once again ahead in that Monkey Dory war. We have seen this be so vital across so many different matchups, just to be able to clear off your own residual bench damage, whilst also getting more aggressive. And now,
a double Dracloak KO in combination with the Adrenabrain. Uh-oh. Ryuki Okada. What a turn. Is over to Raz now. No Dragapult threat here, there, or anywhere. Now, Raz did take the unfair stamp from the prizes. I can use that to limit Ryuki's hand size down to 2. But Freya, when you're playing a Dragapult deck and you haven't got a Dreepy or a Dracloak down, it can get a little bit tough. Blaziken might have to do some heavy lifting here, or we could even start seeing some mind-bend confusion shenanigans.
I mean, it's doubly tough because not only are you left with no ways to attack with a Phantom Dive, but at the same time, whenever you put down another Dreepy, with the Risky Ruins in play, it takes another 2 damage, and it's so easy to pick off with more residual damage from either Phantom Dive or Adrenabrain.
Or Adrenabrain, exactly that. Now, Raz does play a Lily's Clefairy EX. With Seething Spirit, you can get that powered up in a turn. Lily's Clefairy X has that Fairy Zone ability that turns Dragapult, well, it turns all Dragon types weak to, as we do see it get benched as well. Could this be a turn for the Lily's Clefairy Full Moon Rondo Big Swing KO?
I think it is.
Viewers, in case you don't know, Lily's Clefairy EX has the ability Fairy Zone. All Dragon type weakness becomes Psychic ×2. So Dragapult normally has no weakness, happy days. However, with Lily's Clefairy, it is very vulnerable to that Full Moon Rondo. 20+20 for each Pokemon in play. However, when you hit him for weakness, 40+40.
Yeah, so really, this game is going to come down to this. Unfair stamp, and Raz needs to hope that Ryuki is not able to set up another Phantom Dive, because if he can, all you have to do is KO that Lily's Clefairy and KO that Dreepy, and we are moving on to game 2.
We are moving on to game 2. So I think we've seen Ryuki play 2 Crispin, so it does have 1 left. But this is the turn here, folks. This is the swing turn. This could be the turn that decides who will win this game. Will this unfair stamp plus Full Moon combination be enough to catapult Raz into the lead, or will Ryuki be able to draw out of it? Worth noting, 2 Meowth are in play for Ryuki. Only plays 2. There will be no lastest catch out of this.
And actually, how many Crispin is Ryuki playing in the list?
Three. I think we've seen two.
Yeah, we definitely.
Yeah,
that's
so,
why I was asking. So that means there's only one left for him to find.
Only has one left to find.
I don't fancy his odds, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, Boss and Buddy Pop. We want to see a staging replacement as well. Into the Jamming Tower. No tool cards for what it's worth. But, oh, here we go. Ooh, got the Adrenabrain to use. Still got to use that first before you retreat, obviously, because you need that dark energy. So we are going to see essentially lost zoning this damage by putting it onto the active. Pay retreat. Seething Spirit, an extra energy attachment from can get that dark energy right back onto another Monkey Dory.
Which means another
can use the Adrenabrain again. Oh, opted not to. Oh, he's deciding. He got a lot of energy in discard pile. I see no harm. We are going to get into the Blaziken. Don't mind it.
I think he's just thinking here, KO this Dragapult and then KO Meowth. That's the game. So
there we go. There's the big full moon rondo. Is this going to be the turn that Raz needs to get himself back in this game?
He top decked the Pheasantipity EX.
He's top decked Pheasantipity EX. Ryuki is going to go for Recon Directive first. Pheasantipity, basic Pokemon, flip the script. If one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your last turn, you can draw 3 cards. Those 3 cards, Freya, were not what he wants to see. I think it's going to have to be a pass over. I don't know if there's even anything worth playing. It is going to be the pass over to Raz. Needs to take 2 more prizes. Boss's orders onto Pheasantipity or Meowth. And Raz will take game 1 here at the Prague Regional Championships.
I'm going to say now, this is not the first time that you've seen Unfair Stamp win a game.
Yep.
And I can also tell you, I'm not exactly a psychic, but I can tell you now, it won't be the last, not even in other tournaments, on this very stream.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. Let's consult this replay and see how this panned out. Obviously, both players did prize their Unfair Stamp, actually. But Raz was the first player to get off that itchy pollen. And a lot of the times, if you can disrupt your opponent the most, you can win. This was the beautiful double Adrenabrain into the double KO there from the Dragon Headbutt of all things. Yes. And that's just some heads-up play from Raz.
It is, although it left him a little bit vulnerable, right? Because it meant that it enabled Ryuki to do this insane double knockout play, carrying both to the Cloak, but then it really came down to this turn. Unfair Stamp, Lydic Clefairy, KO the Dragapult, and it's just basically passing over to Ryuki and asking, do you have the answer? And he did find the Pheasantipity EX, but he didn't find a way to close out the game.
Yep, and that is what that Unfair Stamp is there to do. It basically says, hang on, he basically said to your opponent, if you get a little bit too far ahead for my liking, have a bit of that and slow them down, and you get straight back in the race. And the Lydic Clefairy of all things, Full Moon Rondo, plus that ability Fairy Zone, tough to deal with.
Yeah, and it's just an instant one-shot on a Dragapult EX, right? As long as there's enough bench Pokemon on both sides, giving that Dragapult EX the psychic weakness.
Yep.
Full Moon Rondo is a pretty devastating force. It is pretty much a one-card answer to Dragapult.
It really is.
We've seen it before in Gardevoir, but now we see other decks splash it. Even Dragapult itself splashing it just to answer the mirror match.
Yeah, but when you have that Blaziken, I can just fling that extra energy into play. It just makes it so easy. What we have to do is just bench it, attach, Seething Spirit, the colorless, and away you go. Dragapult gets sent to the discard pile. But we are getting into game 2. Let's consult these prizes. Meowth at the prizes there for Ryuki, Risky Ruins, and then for Raz, we do have the Explorer's Guidance, Blaziken, Dreepy, 2 Dreepy for Raz. But it is over to Ryuki, who has started Budu in the active and a Buddy popping. But Raz has led that Meowth in the active. That's not what you want.
This is the one drawback of playing cards like this Meowth EX, of course. You have to, it is a basic Pokemon, so if you start with it as your only option, you have to put it in the active, and that means you don't get its last-ditch catch ability.
Worth noting, that's his only copy of Meowth as well. Now, there is a way you could try and remove it in play via its Tuck Tail attack, but that's free energy. Oh, no. This is a very important Lily's Determination here, and Freya, because we just saw the turn attach. We need some playables. I mean, chances are when you see a card, you are going to see some playables, but, you know, right now, Raz, it's we're playing the odds here.
I'm not going to count my playables before they're drawn, Shay, because I have had some pretty horrendous draws from Elizabeth to 8, and I know many of the folks watching at home and the people on the stream have as well, so... Yeah, these do need to be a very, very good, or at least even just in like an okay 8 cards.
We just need some basic Pokemon. We need some Pokepads. We need some Buddy Puff.
I see one basic and an Ultra Ball and a basic. I see one Dreepy. Oh no, it's a Cloak. Goodness gracious me.
That is quite literally the bare minimum Raz needs to continue this game. It's the most costly version, because you have to get rid of resources from your hand. Now, you can get energy in the discard pile, of course, for Seething Spirit, but you would much rather a Buddy Puffin or a Pokepad here. And the thing is, do you know what the scary thing about this as well, Freya? You know you're staring down an itchy pollen next turn.
Yeah, so you have to, I mean, maybe it doesn't even matter that much given how many little items are in the hand. I mean,
Yeah, but if you play like another supporter, then you draw into your items. You're thinking, great, can't use them now. But it is just going to be Ultra Ball for Explorer's Guidance and a Pheasantipity. Worth noting, Raz plays only 2 copies of Explorer's Guidance. So one's in the discard pile, one's in the prizes. There will be no more exploration this game.
Well, I mean, of course, thinking about it as well, the odds were already going to be stacked against him, given that 2 of his Ryuki are already in the prize cards.
Yeah,
so
good point.
Really not great going. Now, there is going to be no Crispin this term, so there's going to be no option to accelerate multiple energy, but I do believe Ryuki's playing at least, what, 1 copy of Rare Candy? Maybe 2? Because
I don't see any.
You don't see any? Okay.
No.
So
I mean, that would be devastating.
I was gonna say,
if you pulled that turn off.
Because if there was Rare Candy in Ryuki's list, this game could end this turn with Risky Ruins and like a combination of Monkey Dory and stuff. But, but no, with the Crispin, it's not possible. That's why you need Crispin for the energy. So it didn't quite matter. But even with this, I mean, the board setup is so strong from Ryuki. I mean, you're staring down a Meowth and a Dreepy compared to your Budu, Dunsparce, and now double Dracloak.
Yeah, this is strong. When your opponents sort of slow out the gates, all you have to do is just build an impenetrable board and basically say, when you do get your spluttering set up, I'm just going to blow through it. And that's exactly what he's doing. Double Dracloak has energy. I think he can still attach energy this turn as well. We haven't seen a turn attachment yet, I believe. So, yeah, there we go. Double Psychic. And this is not what you want to see if you're Raz.
No.
Here's the Itchy Pollen. Yep, if we want to see the Itchy Pollen, 10 damage. Oh, we decided. Yeah, there we go. There's Itchy Pollen, 10 damage, no items for Raz. What can we do?
Well, I mean, there's a Dracloak and a Psychic Energy and a Lilies.
Well, how determined is this Lily then? Because the last one, not going to lie, wasn't that determined. Here's Raz's second Lily determination. Going to give him the goods. Now, bear in mind, we are under Itchy Pollen now, so no items. So we need to see... Well, what are we looking for? Just basic Pokemon still at this point, Freya? Yeah, we just need to fill the board up.
And again, it bears repeating, 2 Dreepy in the prize cards.
Yes, good point.
There's only 1 left in the deck.
Only 1 left.
That Raz could draw, which is absolutely horrendous. Maybe some Monkey Dory or some Torchic could be great.
Oh no, it's a Lily's Clefairy.
I mean, that is a good card.
I mean, it's not
now. Yeah,
it does keep Ryuki a little bit honest, and you know, if you get too ahead of yourself, I can Full Moon Wonder you. But the problem is that though, you have to fill your own bench still for Clefairy.
Yeah, so you need more basics anyway.
You still need more basics. So it's not like the get out of jail free card we need right now. But we do see the Recon Directive being used, but this is dire straits. It's just going to be the pass. It's over to Ryuki now. Past EUIC champion. Start to turn off with a Recon Directive.
And okay, it bears repeating here. There is a universe where there could be game this turn.
This is much more on the cards this turn. Yeah,
it's a big combo to pull off. You need Risky Ruins. You need, I think, Crispin and Monkey Dory shenanigans, but it is not impossible.
It's not impossible. I think we did see a Crispin get sent to the bottom, though, so I don't think maybe Ryuki is thinking, I don't need to swing for the fences here. My opponent isn't really doing a lot. So we are just going to see Ultra Ball. We could even just use the Jet Headbutt for 70. You know, that's decent.
Or, you know,
we could just KO. Yeah, we had the Fire Engine in hand, of course.
Yeah, you want to go
Boss's orders.
That's it.
That's the game. Goodness gracious me. Game 2 gets wrapped up quicker than you like, and we're on to game 3. Plenty of time for a game 3. Ryuki Okada with that champion difference.
You don't need to clear the whole board to win when just KOing the Dracloak is basically as good as winning anyway.
Yeah, we're going to do tell me next turn. No, you're not. Let's go on to a game 3. There's going to be a replay here. I think it's going to be a fairly quick one because there wasn't really a lot. Raz obviously opened the game with that Meowth turn attachment, and Ryuki said, that's not good. How about no items for your next turn? And then we had the Lily's Determination from Raz. Didn't really see him a lot, just saw him a lot of supporters. And yeah, this was the first Lily, I think.
No, that was the second one.
Oh, that was the second one, sorry. And then this was the turn, the boss's orders plus Phantom Dive combination, basically saying you have nothing to combat me next turn, so let's go to the next game.
Yeah, and very heads up, early concession from Raz. He could have played that out 1 extra turn, but let's face it, that game was going nowhere fast. So now, 23 minutes on the clock, plenty of time for a game 3. Let's hope maybe it's a little bit more of a back and forth than that game 2.
Yeah, let's hope so. I mean, if you're a Raz, you've played like, maybe 4 or 5 cards in total. Oh, dear. That's a mulligan from Raz. Okay. In the Pokemon TCG, if your opening hand of 7 does not have a basic Pokemon, you reveal it to your opponent, and then your opponent gets to start the game with 1 extra card per mulligan. So if you mulligan twice, you get an extra 2. And it looks like Ryuki did have a basic, so he will start the game with one more card. And that's what you don't want in a game 3, right? It's giving your opponent extra resources. It's not fun.
I will say, though, there's an important thing that we've got to talk about in the context of rotation, which we haven't yet.
Okay.
Have you noticed how when each player loses in the next game, they're deciding to go first instead of second?
That is a great point. Yeah.
This is something, so for the folks at home, in the post-rotation format, this is something that has changed a lot compared to pre-rotation, where generally speaking, going second was seen as strongest, because the items that we have set up now are so much better that actually you just favor the bottom up first.
Crispin a prize! That is all 3 copies of Crispin for Ryuki.
What?
What is the opposite of crispy? Because that is what Ryuki's deck is right now.
He ain't cooking.
He ain't cooking. He's left his pots and pans at home. All the way back in Japan. Goodness gracious. It is over to Raz. Going to kick us off, as you rightfully said, choosing to go first. Didn't even get to consult Raz's prizes. We do have the 1 copy of Meowth, funnily enough, a Badoo, a Combuskin, and the Blaziken. So not, I mean, the Meowth, not ideal, but it is at the bottom. Again, traditionally players take their prizes bottom to top. Does play multiple copies of Blaziken. Only 1 copy of Combuskin, though.
Okay, so
we'll have to utilize rare candies to get it into play.
And that could be a problem if he gets item locked, actually.
Exactly that.
So something to bear in mind for sure. Now, this Ultra Ball, Raz going to be looking through and, yeah, discovering, yep, Meowth is prized again. That Combuskin could be very important to make note of. It means that, say, Blaziken might have to come out a lot later if Ryuki does go for early item lock, which, let's face it, is Dragon Ball, so that probably is going to happen.
Yep. I mean, it has led the Yveltal free retreat cost, the easiest Pokemon to maneuver into your Badoo.
Yep.
That Yveltal, that clutch of devastating Pokemon to deal with, retreat locking your opponent's active, which is much more terrifying in this post-rotation format because there is no Pesachoro or Penny.
And here's an interesting choice from Raz, actually opted to grab the Dracloak off of the Ultra Ball.
Very interesting.
Is there a Buddy Puffin in hand to grab 2 more? No, actually, just prioritizing.
Okay. Didn't get an energy attachment either, by the way.
Oof.
Here comes the Pokepad. Now, let's keep an eye on Ryuki. Let's see if he is going to consult for the Crispin. And if he is, he's going to work it out. Be like, okay, these turn attachments are very, very important because he isn't playing any energy acceleration. No Neo Upper, no Blaziken himself. Yet there are those Crispins all on that right-hand side.
I think very heads up, though, from Ryuki, recognizing that, again, my opponent did not set up that much on the board. Badoo is absolutely going to be the way to go. Actually prioritizing that over a Dreepy. And honestly, in this instance, I like that a lot.
Could that be why you think Raz went for the Dracloak? Basically, my hand, I haven't got a hand refresher. Let me at least end next turn with a Dracloak in play, perhaps.
Yeah, I guess, and also thinking that with less Dreepy prize, it's less likely that I won't draw them off of the Lilies.
Yes,
so,
good point.
yeah, does make a lot of sense from that angle. Now, in the meantime, Ryuki Lilies is very determined. Finds a Buddy Puffin, 2 Dreepy hit the bench. Oh, another one for good measure.
Goodness gracious me, Ryuki Okada. This is not what you want to see if you're Raz in a game 3. I didn't have 1 bench Pokemon. My opponent has 5, has a turn attachment, has the retreat, has the itchy pollen. I hope Raz has been taking his antihistamines because there's some itchy pollen knocking about. Let's see what Raz has. Turn attach. Dracloak, I should say. Lily Determination. Okay.
This needs to be a lot better at Lilies than we've seen from Raz in game 2.
Yes. This needs to be the Lily from Sun and Moon that was ready to take on those Ultra. This needs to be a determined Lily right now. We need to see, what are we still looking for? Basic Pokemon at this point, I think? Yeah,
just basic Pokemon. And again, important to remember, there are a lot more basics that Raz can draw in this instance, given that he hasn't prized anywhere near as many.
Yes. We still have the Recon Directive to use on the tail end of Lily's Determination as well. But remember, he is item locked. No Buddy Puffin, no Pokepad.
10 cards. Oh, I see a Dreepy already.
I see 2 Dreepy.
Ooh.
And a rare candy.
That's a bit more like it, isn't it?
There we go. Okay, I think I see 2 Dreepy. Recon Directive. I thought it was past.
Just for good measure. Oh, another Dracloak.
Another Dracloak. We'll take that.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, there's 2.
Yeah, 2 Dreepy. Welcome to the board. Come on down, everybody.
But then is it just going to be a pass afterwards? I don't see much else Raz can play.
It's going to be a pass. Now, the good thing is, without rare candy, there is going to be no Phantom Dive shenanigans. So your Dracloak should be safe. I guess, no, Dragon Headbutt doesn't actually get you there either on the KO. So your Dracloak should be safe if you're Raz. But I see another Lilies, though. It's just the Lily off right now. Lily's here, there, and everywhere in this Prague Regional Championships around 4. If you are joining us, this is our first ever event in the post-rotation format of Perfect Order Legal as well. This is Swiss round 4, game 3. Ryuki Okada on the left, a past EUIC champion. Raz on the right, a past world's top 4 competitor, has just played Lily's Determination, drew into a Draclo, and is using Recon Directive.
Yeah, and finds off that Recon Directive, finds a Pokepad, which is going to go straight away into another Dracloak with Recon Directive.
This is the snowball. When you're drawing cards, you draw into more cards. I can draw you more cards and draw more cards. That's a very nice place to be. If you're playing a Pokemon trading card game, drawing cards is very nice.
Drawing cards does win games and finds an energy as well. Yeah, not going to bother with that buddy Puffin.
Okay, I think that's fine. You only use 1 copy of Recon Directive. Just consulting the table there.
Yeah. So I wonder if it might be something to do with. So Ryuki did get a warning actually earlier in the game. You know when he was talking with the judge, that was a warning for insufficient randomization.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if that might be coming up again.
Okay. Well, we will when we get confirmation on that, we will let you know. For now, have a little bit of a break here in our Swiss Round 4 feature match here. Game 3, Prague Regional Championship. A little something going on at the table. This is interesting. Dragapult now. There's like 3 main ways to play it, right? What's your favorite out of the 3?
I'm a Blaziken believer, personally.
Okay,
I've actually tried all 3 variants, and I really like the fact that Blaziken can replace Neo Upper Energy whilst giving you an alternative attacker that hits some of the best decks in the format for weakness, whilst also enabling you to play Unfair Stamp.
Yeah, as well as being a 320 hit point 2-price Pokemon. That's nothing to sniff at right there. You can't just, dink a Blaziken out the way. You have to really invest into it. But I think we actually going to have a little consult of our Prague Phase 1 metagame here.
Okay.
Remember, this is our first event in the Post Rotation Forum, so I'm very excited to see how these decks and the metagames have panned out. We know Dragapult is one of the most popular decks, but let's see what is chasing it. And we do have, in combination, Dragapult EX plus the Dragapult Blaziken, a stunning 25% of this room, Freya. Now, we knew Dragapult was going to be good. Did you expect it to be that dominant?
Honestly, low-key, yes, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
This really lines up with what we've seen in early results in Japan, funnily enough. It really does seem like Dragapult is kind of head and shoulders above everything else, and there's a bunch of other good decks which are just really trying to punch at the Dragapult ceiling, as it were. So, yeah, this doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, so we've got Cynthia's Garchomp Nova at 6, Mega Lucario at 6, Alakazam at 6. You add them all up and you'd still be underneath the total Dragapult sort of archetype. However, what I do want to draw a little bit of attention to, though, Freya, unclassified at 7.
Yeah, I mean, and we have had a little bit of a chance to look at some of those, and it's a kind of it is what you'd expect. It's like kind of a mixture of like different, like basic attacking archetypes, some kind of some kooky off-meta stuff that seems a really good fun. So yeah, completely expected, I guess, given that it's our first post-rotation tournament. There's a lot of fun stuff in that unclassified. Yeah,
when we get into new formats, unclassified do tend to be rather high. Here is the best of the, and worth noting, funnily enough, on the tail end of our first graph, 6% was what we was looking at. So technically, Team Rocket's Mewtwo, their Spit Ops, and the Teal Mask, Ogerpon, Meganium, and to be fair, Dragapult, Dusknoir. But to be fair, all of this were just off. So I wouldn't even consider this best of the rest. It's all just a sort of an amalgamation of the metagame. Let's have a little look here. Dragapult, Dusknoir, so you can actually add that in.
Yeah.
And then 30%. That means almost 1 in 3. One deck I do want to draw attention to, though, that Team Rocket's Mewtwo, I think is more of a spit-ups deck, more so. Why do you think that's been getting a little bit more popular in this format?
Well, there's been a lot of really good draw cards and engine cards in general, which are kind of not really present in the same way. And so the fact that you have the Team Rocket's Transceiver that can cherry-pick the perfect supporter for any given turn, and the fact that you have not just Unfair Stamp, but access to Hand Disruption with the Team Rocket's Archer, and then you have the Ariana for draw, and then you have basically the closest thing to Guzma in the current format with Team Rocket's Giovanni, because you switch yours and your opponent's. I think it's just an acknowledgement of the fact that so many other good engine cards have rotated, and so the Team Rocket's engine suddenly becomes very, very strong.
Yeah, I remember when Destined Rivals first came out, I was convinced looking at that deck that it would be good at some point. But let's have a look at some of the more impactful Pokemon that have left our format. And quite honestly, I think we've been playing for a while. This has to be one of the most heavy-handed rotations we've ever seen. I mean, at the top, let's start at the top. Gardevoir EX. I mean, that card, as soon as it came out, was just taking names, taking events, and taking money here, there, and everywhere. Charizard EX, Golden Go. You know, what other cards stand out to you here, Fred?
Well, I mean, Miraidon has seen like success in smatterings here and there. Pidgeot EX is a huge one for me. Like the fact that enabled not only archetypes here like Charizard, but also Pidgeot Control, just to be able to search for any card in the deck. I remember we were talking backstage earlier with all four of us, and the engine Pokemon especially, I think, are ones that came up a lot for us. On a personal note, Mew EX is a card I'm going to miss a lot. I really love Mew EX. The fact that it is a free retreat pivot, it can copy attacks, and it's like a backup draw option. I think Mew is going to be a big one for me for sure.
Yeah, but let's not forget the trainers. I think the most impactful engine, we talk about engines rotating, Arvin plus, you know, any technical machine, right? Arvin for Turbo Air Judge we saw towards the end of the format. TM Evolution we saw at all points in the metagame, and then even Devolution saw some play. Arvin was such a ridiculously high play staple, and I think it's one of the biggest losses, I think, in this format.
Yeah, it really is. It really forces everyone to think differently about how they build their decks, and we were just talking about how maybe going first now is stronger. The rotation of Arvin is a big part of that, because that turn one Arvin going second was one of the things that made going second so appealing. In fact, you can get that down first, especially with the TM Evolution.
Yeah, but then I think for most players, the biggest loss of the format was the comeback cards. We have their Iono and then Counter Catcher, two cards that you would opt to use in a sort of coming back, you know, reduce your opponent's hand size. You get to play bosses always with Counter Catcher, they're gone. And I think that also means players having to adjust. We're seeing Judge getting played now, and a lot of decks and players are trying to get more aggressive. You know, if I get into the lead, you can't really come back, and that's why on Fair Stamp it's seeing so much play.
Yeah, I will like to mention one last thing as well. I don't know what the opposite of like a shout out would be, but I want to give one of those to Mesagosa. Like one card, I have flipped tails and given my opponent heads on that card too many times. It's made for some great fun stream moments, but for me personally, I will not be missing Mesagosa.
The reverse shout out. Yeah, Mesagosa, an interesting one. It's one of those where you think if your deck ever had consistency issues, you could always won the gambit with a Mesagosa, but there's nothing worse than Mesagosa. It was a stadium card, in case you don't know. You flip a coin and you use it. If heads, you can get any Pokemon you like from your deck. Fantastically looked at. If tails, your stadium has done nothing for the turn, and there was nothing worse than you put down your Mesagosa. You have a very clear Pokemon you want, and then you flip that coin, and it comes down tails. You think, okay, that's not very good. And then going into your opponent's turn, they think, I'll tell you what, I could use that Mesagosa actually, and then they use it, and then they... And his head. They pick up their deck and you're thinking, great, my stage has been rather good for you, huh?
It's not great to play a card that says give my opponent an advantage, but that's in the past, and we're now in the future. And like we've already talked about, there's a new set that's out in this format, not just with the rotation, but we have a smaller set with some still pretty impactful cards.
We really do. We've seen Meowth already. Cat's out the bag there with that last-ditch catch ability, letting you grab a supporter card when you bench it. Love that. But let's go from the left to the right. Mega Starmie EX, a jetting blow attack for 1 water energy. 120 damage into the active, and then 50 to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. I like these sort of low maintenance decks, right? Where you don't need a lot of energy, you don't need to evolve a lot. You're just gonna get tricky. We've seen Mega Starmie playing stuff like Freezing Shroud, Frostlass to get extra damage into play. It's just a very low to the ground card that I wouldn't be surprised to take a reline at some point.
For me, going further along as well, I want to give a big genuine shout out to Telepathic Psychic Energy. Insanely powerful card. Just being able to get your energy attachment plus setting up your extra basics in one fell swoop. Super, super powerful. And it's basically the reason why Alakazam is now as valuable as it is.
Yeah, Alakazam was towards the end of the last format was doing rather well, and it's got a massive buff. From that Telepathic Energy and from Iono leaving the format as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alakazam was a big beneficiary from that rotation. Now, there's one card I want to draw attention to there that was on there that might not be super playable yet, but I'm convinced it's going to be good at some point, and that's that Barbaracle, letting you attach energy, fighting energy, not only to the bench, which you've seen before from your hand, but to the active. That really changes things. It's very rare we get that. Blaziken can do it on the discard pile, funnily enough, and then Barbaracle can do it as well. So if there's ever a fighting type attacker, it's a little bit hefty on the attack cost. Not looking at you, Zycar. We're not flipping that many coins. Anything else, then Barbaracle can come swinging in there. We see a little bit of play of Okie Dokie now, and that's fine. But keep an eye on that one.
I mean, it's not just with the fact that you don't see it as much from the hand, but also specifically fighting has not had many energy acceleration options in general. If you really think about it, fighting's always been about these low maintenance. Maybe there's cards that make you do more damage or like protect you from things like the Rocky energy that we also see in the set. It's kind of basically like a missed energy that also provides a fighting, protecting you from the effects of attacks. But yeah, Barbarical providing acceleration for fighting types. It makes these sometimes insanely high attack cost but powerful fighting type attacks maybe actually viable.
Yeah, and that's not something we see every day. For you deck builders at home, here's a little thing I've been tinkering with, right? A little one prize fighting deck. So a little bit of okie dokie maybe, but I'm thinking we want a very thick Hariyama line.
Ooh,
and you start to attack with that. 210 damage is not bad. And you can always, when you evolve into it, bring up what you like. I think we could be onto something there. A little league challenge deck at the very least.
Well, I mean, we had Iron Hands, thank you very much, right? Maybe now it's Heave Ho Catcher.
Heave Ho Catcher, come on. I love that ability. You evolve into Heave Ho Catcher, come over here, my son. And then you hit it with that wild attack. I think the attack is 210 damage. We love that. I'll tell you what, Freya.
Yeah?
If you was playing here at this Prague Regional Championship, let's pretend you wasn't here casting with me this weekend, I'd be very sad. What would you be playing and why?
Well, your timing is impeccable because we do actually have some caster predictions to show everyone at home.
That was purely incidental, by the way. We're going in, Fred. Talk to us about your predictions.
Yeah, so, like, both the answer to your questions and my predictions are here. I would be torn between one of these two. So, Teal Mask Ogerpon in general, I think is just one of the strongest cards in a vacuum in the current format. The fact that it's got good typing, accelerates energy, and draws you cards whilst hitting hard itself. It's basically got everything you want on a Pokemon card. So, something with that, I think would be a great choice. And my other personal prediction and personal consideration if I were playing this weekend, and Zoroark. It was good in the Ascended Heroes format. It's barely lost anything going into this format, and it is one of the best decks at drawing cards with a built-in engine because you just use trade, you discard the cards you don't need, draw cards, filter through your deck, and then you just hit stuff hard either with by copying the Darmanitan's bench sniping attack or that Zekrom's rather Rampaging Thunder. So yeah, right, there's my answer.
Yeah, Zoroark's another interesting one. Gaining that Zekrom from Ascended Heroes was just what the deck needed, because sometimes, it's why Zoroark was a really weird one. If there's any deck in format you could afford to dead draw against, it was Zoroark, because it could only, hit you for 170 at those points in time, right? If you wasn't playing the Darmanitan. However, now you can be like 250, have a bit of that, and you still have the Enzresh around for that, what is it? Something Rage, the attack?
Is it Powerful Rage?
Powerful Rage to do more
20
damage
for
back.
each damage counter on you,
Exactly, so that Zoroark's rather versatile, and I love to see it.
So then what about you?
Yeah, so you can see in my picks, I played a game in a one-fashioned way. I like to take big, fast one-shots, and I feel like in a new format, post-rotation format, I find that decks that have already been solved, low to the ground sort of attacking styles is what I see does well. So, talk about Lucario, first of all. Mega Brave, 270 damage, stage 1 Pokemon for 2 energy. Rather strong, and you got Premium Power Pro to get that damage up there. And we have Hariyama to start doing the Heave-O Catcher, as we say. We love that. We see that was actually on our metagame graphic earlier, so that's one of them. And then Raging Bolt again is rather similar. If you want to be even lower to the ground, because now we're playing only basic Pokemon, we have some Teal Mask Ogerpon, as you rightfully said as well, to accelerate energy, alternate attacker, take big one-shots, taking them fast, taking them very consistently, and putting your opponent on the clock. Both decks, I feel, really benefit from having lack of combat options in the format as well. Don't have to worry about Iono, don't have to worry about counter catcher. I'm just going to take KOs very fast and put you on the clock.
You're in very good company, Shay, because do you know who else was talking a lot this weekend about thinking Raging Bolt might be a really great pick for this weekend?
Who's that?
Ian Robb.
Very,
very accomplished player.
There we go. Yeah, multiple regional champion. I tell you what, anytime me and Ian Robb are on the same wavelength, you know what I mean? Who am I to tell Ian Robb that he's wrong? Not me, I can tell you that for free. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that for sure.
I mean, not only that, of course, but he made a bit of a controversial, I guess, claim you could say that Raging Bolt actively beats Dragapult constantly, which a lot of people disagree with on
social media.
But he is very clear, like, you know what? Especially if you build the list right, this matchup feels very, very favorable. So yeah, he is backing this big time.
I find it interesting. Raging Bolt's one of those decks that in this format isn't as a traditional Raging Bolt deck as we've seen in the past, where you play like 3 Raging Bolt, a baby Raging Bolt. Now they're sort of hybriding up, where you have, a Wellspring Ogerpon in the mix, Noctowers in there to help you keep. So it's not as much just bellowing thunder every turn. You got a little bit of a little bit of mix in there as well.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it in the World Finals in the Junior Division. Worst comes to worst, burst roar, discard your hand, draw 6 cards just to bail
yeah.
yourself out. Like the fact that you actually have like an attack bailout option can also be very nice, especially in a situation where decks can't recover as well from hand disruption, and just because there's less of it.
Yep.
So some way to kind of last ditch insulate yourself from Unfair Stamp as well.
And it does gain Meowth, as everything else does.
Yes.
But again, that's one of those decks where if you do get hit by an Unfair Stamp, being able to just slap down Meowth, grab your, Sada or whatever you like, just to get back in the mix is what the deck really needs. So Freya, talk to us a little bit. You've been playing at the tippy tops of the mix. I know you've been in the world's top in the mix a few times. When you approach these events where it's a new format, how does that change your approach versus a developed format?
So you have to make use of whatever information that is currently available, right? So in a new format, there isn't as much to go off of. And admittedly, my success at Worlds, for example, was very much in more Souls formats. It's been, I guess maybe 2017 Worlds, not as much because they had the Gardevoir GX coming in. That was like a new set, but it wasn't necessarily immediately before. Or generally speaking, it's not as much of a shakeup as we see here. So, but if I am in a tournament like this, my approach is to take as much data as I can. So in this instance, it would be seeing what's doing well in Japan, and then not necessarily taking that verbatim, but thinking, okay, what ideas here make sense, and what different considerations do I need to make, considering how obviously there's different trends and preferences for players over here, but also factoring in the fact that tournaments here are best of 3 instead of best of 1, because that's going to be factoring into your mindset as well.
Yeah, so I want to sort of develop on that point a little bit. Oh, it looks like we are getting back into our game 3 here. Ultra Ball is going to conclude for a Dragapult EX. When we have confirmation of exactly what went down, we will feed it back to you. But for now, we are getting back into the mix, and Ryuki is going off to the races. We're going to see a turn attachment to the Dracloak and an Itchy Pollen.
She's just slowing down Raz again. It is still a bit of an awkward position because Raz does have that Dracloak ready to go, so it's not going to be a million miles away from attacking here. But it's going to start things off with a Recon Directive. I see a lot of Pokepad in hand. They're not going to be able to play those.
And we do have confirmation. There was a penalty for insufficient randomization, so there was an escalation, and that's why we had our little break here, but we are getting back into the mix. Is over to, I'm going to use Recon Directive ×2. And there's that Explorer's Guidance, is it? Yeah, Explorer's Guidance. Look at top 6. Oh, there's a rare candy. Oh, that's the only rare candy. Can't use it now.
Oh, no.
It needs that rare candy to get Blaziken in the mix, but has been hit with Itchy Pollen.
And that's exactly the problem, right? We talked about it earlier. That Combuskin is in the prize card, so Rare Candy is the only way to get into Blaziken, but you're under Itchy Pollen, so you can't play it.
Yeah, so it looks like the 2 we are going to take from those top 6. Well, we don't have to show them, actually. You can just show what hits the discard pile, I guess. It looks like, what was that? Boss's Orders, Rare Candy. Well, I didn't get to cat. Was that a support? I didn't get to see.
It was a Buddy Poffin and Lilies, I believe. So yeah,
Lilies, yeah.
Not exactly anything that he wants to play right now. I think definitely pick the right 2 cards for the situation. One of them was a Dark Energy, I believe. So we saw how important making sure that you get as many Adrenabrain online as possible is. So prioritizing that makes a lot of sense. And with, is there no Psychic Energy found? Oh, yeah.
Do you still evolve, though? I think, yeah, you can still go for the Jet Headbutt, 70 damage. A little bit better than the Dragon Headbutt. Well, I mean, same damage, but more efficient for 1 less energy.
Also on a beefier Pokemon, too.
Yeah.
We don't want to end up in another situation where we get double knocked out, even though Raz did win that game.
So we are going to see the Adrenabrain into the active Dragon Headbutt code, basically saying you can't just bounce this damage back. So Raz is on the board. First prize card taken is over to Ryuki now. What can he do? Going to start the turn off there with the Recon Directive.
Yeah, it does find a Meowth and a Lily's Determination, but of course, no reason to bench the Meowth when you could just get the card you want from it from the Recon Directive anyway. And then Recon Directive number 2 is coming in, finds that Petron EX and a Dark Energy. If there's a Monkey Dory in the hand, that could be really, really great. And hold on a second.
Yeah.
So we just have some news here. Actually, with that escalation that Ryuki got, there has been a double prize penalty given. So that means that Raz needs to take 2 less prizes to win this game. And I mean, with that in mind, you got to imagine Raz is going to be walking away with this one fairly easily.
Oh, well,
no, not necessarily, but yeah.
Still has to take 3 prize cards the old-fashioned way. So the double prize penalty, how that works is the prizes still stay prize. You don't take them or anything, but you don't have to take them to finish the game. So Raz has taken 1 prize card already, doesn't have to take 2, so only needs 3 more to win. which could be why he actually ended up going for that jet ahead. But actually, basically, all I need to do is just take prizes at this point. I don't need to execute my strategy perfectly. Is over to Ryuki. Going to do a buddy pop in. They're going to grab a Dunsparce, the basic. We're going to see a turn attachment here. Are we going to see... We're going to have to start seeing some Phantom Dives for Ryuki to get back in this game, though. Boss's orders, Monkey Dory, Phantom Dive. Ryuki's going to say, okay, I still want to win this game free. Got a KO the active and has 6 damage counters to play with. It looks like 6 on... This is interesting. Going to be on the Dreepy. That has 10 hit points left.
Yes, I think Ryuki very wisely recognizing that the way to come back in this game is to deny Raz as many cheeky prizes as possible.
I agree.
And Adrenabrain is a very easy way to get cheeky prizes, so just deny that while you can. But of course, now with Ryuki attacking with Phantom Dive rather than Itchy Pollen, all those items that Raz was accumulating in his hand are now back online.
And yeah, this is interesting now for Ryuki. As you say, all you want to do is take prizes in as cheeky ways as possible. We don't really want to have to be taking hard prize cards, so we're going to be making it as hard for us as possible. Raz just needs to take them. So we're going to see double Pokepad here. 1 was for a Monkey Dory, 1 is for a Torchic, I believe. Oh, it's going to be for a Dreepy.
Just trying to set up the board as wide as possible. I mean, a Dracloak could have maybe been nice, but actually thinking about it...
I think he has a Dracloak in hand.
Yeah. Okay.
I think he has one in hand, yeah.
If, but also, it might be that Raz would rather rare candy that Dreepy into a Dragapult to prevent it from being KO'd easily by residual damage as well.
That is a great point.
Let's see what he goes for, because there's definitely arguments either way. You also might want to save that rare candy to finally get into that Blaziken, of course.
For sure. When you only have to take 3 more prize cards, all you want to do is, I think, just announce and attack every single turn.
Yeah.
So having a Blaziken will help with that.
Also, yes, you are right. There was a Dracloak ready to go in the hand, so that makes sense. That's why he didn't go for it. Here's Recon Director number 1. Finds, is that Fire Energy and another Buddy Poffin, it looks like?
Oh, we need a Psychic Energy.
Yeah, no, Fire is not going to cut the mustard in this instance.
Is there one in the discard pile for that Night Stretcher? Another Recon Directive, though. We could find it. 1 and 2.
Hey, Psychic Energy. There we go.
We needed that one. We needed that one to start announcing Phantom Dive.
But I think Raz would have really liked to find a Blaziken that turn. That's the one thing he's really missing with it, and did not find it.
Yeah,
so
you'd love that. Does it not have an Ultra Ball then? No.
Nope. And definitely, there's a Night Stretcher in hand, but I don't believe there's been a Blaziken discarded yet. So instead, it's going to be another Buddy Poffin just to try and thin more cards out of the hand and deck.
Well, I think he only plays 2 Blaziken and 1's prize, so they definitely won't be in the discard pile, I don't think. Yeah. Oh, that would have been, what a turn that would have been there. If you got the rare candy Blaziken off as well. Yeah, I think I just saw it.
Yeah, just saw it through the deck there.
So we're doing a Buddy Poffin here. Bear in mind, like I said, it's going to be a failed search here. You don't want to leave easy prize cards down the board, as you rightfully said. Now, is he going to bench that Torchic then? Because you'd love to still try and, what you don't want to have happen is your only Torchic go down, then you run a Blaziken for the rest of the game. But if you do put it down, it's an easy prize card.
I think the main thing that Raz is thinking here is that he has the boss's orders in his hand, right? So I think that's going to be his main focus here, just to, try and spread the damage in such a way where he can just take 3 prizes over 2 turns.
Yeah. And Phantom Dive is probably the best attacking format for doing that.
Yeah, it really is.
It really is.
He's going to put that Dreepy down, and then last bench spot is going to be for that Monkey Dory. I think he wants to give himself as much access to more Recon Directives as possible as well, just so he can draw as many... He knows if he draws enough cards, he will be able to take 3 prizes in 2 turns quite readily. So now he's considering what the best way to do this is. He could even just attack the active if he wanted to, but I do think Boss's Orders might be the better way to go. If nothing else, you can just take out this Dracloak, and then take a prize card that way. But no, actually is just going to opt for hitting the active. Oh, no, he's having an eye about it. He's really not sure.
Yeah, you can see it 2 ways, right?
Yeah.
Boss's Orders. This does open you up to an unfair stat, which could be why he's trying to get as many Recon Directives as possible. But that is going to be 200 damage into the active KO. 6 to spread on the bench. 1 Dreepy, 1 Dunsparce, 1 other Dunsparce, 2 on the Yveltal, and 1. Basically saying, all of those basics, if they don't evolve, I can pick them off next turn.
Yeah, and he only needs to pick off 2 of them to win this game and therefore take this match. So it is a very, very big turn for Ryuki here. How does he answer this fearsome Phantom Dive staring him down? Unfair Snap would be a great way to start.
It would be.
But he needs to find it first.
Well, here's the interesting thing as well. I've got to keep an eye on is Clefairy is also an out here if the Dragapult stays in the active. Do Crispin, Fairy Zone, only got 2 prize cards here to take. We are going to see Buddy Poffin, Monkey Dory. You're going to hit the field, a bench, Dark Energy to that, and a Lily's Determination. That is going to be for 6 now, though.
Yeah. We saw Raz take down game 1 by using unfair stamp and just running away with it after that unfair stamp.
Yeah.
Ryuki is going to be looking to do the exact same thing in reverse in this game to make a comeback in this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough, though. Yeah, it's going to be for 6 here, Ryuki.
Yep.
It's going to be, you have to get a prize card.
Let's see, does he find that unfair stamp? No. And his bench is full, so he can't even bench that Pheasant Dipsy, but maybe
And
this
use a
Recon
Recon
Directive.
Directive. We're going to see that ace spec. 1, 2.
No, he misses it. Oh, and you can see the frustration. He knows how vital it was to find it that turn, but unfortunately for him, it's a miss.
It really is. Just debating which card to take here. I think it was Petulant and a Risky Ruins.
Yeah. And I think the other unfortunate thing is I don't think he even found any outside of the Dunsparce to draw more that way either.
I don't think so. That means those Dunsparce are going to stay at 60 hit points. Wow. So I think as it stands, right, Raz can just announce Phantom Dive again, and that's game, right? Just KO Yveltal, KO bench Dunsparce.
Well, I mean, Ryuki now has to, bring up the Jackpot and attack, right? But one boss's orders is all it's going to take to finish things off. So
let's have a look. Boss's orders. Oh, go put damage on first. Yeah, that's the order of operations.
Yep. Oh,
can't use Meowth. Bench is full.
Meowth won't be the answer, but there are a lot of Recon Directives to get through to find his way.
Okay. 2 prize cards remaining for Raz. Boss's orders means you can KO 2 1 prize Pokemon. Recon Directive number 1. Boss's orders. There it is! Boss's orders off the Recon Directive, and Raz will win our Swiss round 4 feature match here at the Prague Regional Championships with the Boss's orders to close the game out.
4 prizes was all he needed, and that will set him up very nicely at a 4-0 record here at the Prague Regional Championships. And what a great way to start your first post-rotation tournament.
Really is. You take that, 3 match points, you take them. Let's consult this replay and how it all panned out. This was game 1, where we did see this beautiful double Monkey Dory play, and then the Dragon Headbutt. And this was really interesting because this was not the most straightforward of Dragapult matchups. We saw everything going on. We saw the Full Moon Rondo plus the unfair stamp turn, and that was the turn right there that Ryuki was trying to pull off in game 3, but wasn't able to, and that Full Moon Rondo was all she wrote for game 1.
Like Clefairy, absolutely devastating in just as a general counter, but strong even when you have no Dragapult or no Dragapult line on board, still able to set it up to take the win in that game. Super impressive just how strong it is.
And then this was game 2 where Raz didn't really do a lot. Led the Meowth, turn attached, got hit by the Itchy Pollen. This Lily, not the greatest of lilies. As you can see, we're going straight back over to Ryuki. No playables. And then Ryuki was able to close the game out with a Phantom Dive. And Raz says, even though technically this is not game over, it actually is game over.
It's basically game over in everything but name. And yeah, then going into game 3, this game could have been very, very interesting. But then, of course, just, an escalation of the randomization, insufficient randomization penalty just made things so much easier for Raz. Boss's orders just to KO the Dracloak, just to deny more outs to finding more cards. It was actually super heads up from Raz because it meant that it was less chances to find the unfair stamp.
Yep, nope, exactly that. And Raz basically knew how to navigate out of this. Still had to capitalize in this game 3. Wasn't an auto win by any means, but Boss's orders did show up via that Recon Directive, which means Raz is advancing to that perfect, was it 4-0 record?
4-0 record, yeah.
4-0 record.
So, if there was ever an appropriate intro to our new format, Dragapult Mirror, where unfair stamp is the clutch card, I think it's a pretty accurate introduction, all things considered.
Yeah, I think it really is. Looking at our, phase 1 metagame there, I think if you were to ask players to describe the post-rotation format, Dragapult is going to be one of the first things they say. And then unfair stamp's going to be one of the second thing or third thing they say as well. So I think, considering that was our very first feature match here in our post-rotation format, that was a very good encapsulation, I feel.
I couldn't agree more. Now, for everyone at home, if you're tuning in for the first time, there might be a lot of terms that we're talking about that maybe you're unfamiliar with. So, for all the folks in that position, we have a little bit of a jargon buster for you.
In the Pokemon TCG, there are some terms that you might hear that might not be so obvious what they mean at face value. So today, let's take a quick crash course on some of them. Toolbox. What is a toolbox deck? A toolbox deck is where you aim to build a deck that has a wide range of attackers. So you always have one attacker to use against every other deck in format. This, in theory, should help make your matchups more positive in your favour. Terrestrial Box is a very good example of this right now, since you play Lily's Clefairy EX for Dragon types, Tilmask Ogerpon EX for Dark types, and Wellspring Ogerpon for Fire types. And for basic attacking decks, you can sometimes use Terrapagos EX's Crown Opal attack to completely become immune against them. And for everything else, Topaz Bolt from Pikachu EX normally cleans them up. Now, while these kind of decks sound unbeatable on paper, they often lack consistency, since they have to play a lot of different energy cards and a lot of different Pokemon as well. But they normally are very fun to watch. Gust. The term Gust goes all the way back to base set, and has been very important to the game ever since. Gust relates to cards that swap your opponent's active Pokemon. Gust of Wind was the first one of these, all the way back in base set. But since we have had cards like Boss's Orders, Lysandre, Prime Catcher, Guzma, and Lycanroc GX, all of these are known as Gusting cards. As you can imagine, these cards are normally very powerful and are seen in almost every deck in format right now, making them a true cornerstone of every format they are available in. Safeguard. The term Safeguard refers to Pokemon that have abilities or attacks that make them immune to other Pokemon. For example, Crystal's ability makes it immune to damage from EX Pokemon, and Cornerstone Ogerpon's ability makes it immune to damage from Pokemon that has an ability. So these could be referred to as Safeguard Pokemon, even though their abilities aren't specifically called Safeguard, like Mimikyu for example. So now that we're all clued up to some Pokemon jargon, let's see if any of these terms will make it onto the show this weekend. So let's get back to the action.
Let's get back to the action indeed, Shay. I'm Ross, I'm here with Joe. And that last game, that went a little bit long, but that's good news, Joe, because there's a new game coming up right now.
Yeah, it's amazing to be here as well in Prague in the post-rotation metagame. We've got an early taste. Dragapult's going to be around. We know that for certain. So we know there's going to be plenty of Phantom Diving still going on in the metagame. That seems to be one of the sort of least affected archetypes in the room. But there's so much out there, so much new diversity in the metagame, it feels like.
There's so many things I want to see this weekend. I want to see some Starmie. I want to see some Okidogi. We got two different rocket decks, one built around Honchkrow and Porygon, one built around Spidops and Mewtwo. I want to see some of them coming around. These aren't necessarily new decks, Starmie is, the others aren't, but these are decks which, because of Perfect Order and because of rotation, are now viable in a way that they weren't before, but everyone's got to get over that final boss of Dragapult.
And I think Starmie is one of the ones you specifically have your eye on, as we've made our cast predictions for this Perfect Order metagame. And I'll start with the obvious pick from me, the Meowth EX. This card fundamentally changes the way the Pokemon trading card game is played, and it's going to be a card that slots into all sorts of archetypes simply because it bolsters your counts to initially play the game. It means now that whenever you have an Ultra Ball in your opening hand going second, you can Last Ditch Catch, transfer that into a Meowth and then become a Lily's Determination or any other early game setup card. But also it's going to help you bounce back from unfair stamps. You only get 2 cards from an unfair stamp, then you draw for the turn. So now it means that Ultra Ball is a live target for you to rebound back and have a way into drawing into the game. And it's extra outs to Boss's Orders, one of the critical ways to catch out your opponent with vulnerable Pokemon on the bench as well. So the Meowth is going to be fundamental to how the Pokemon trading card game is now played.
What about Arboliva then, Joe? Tell us about your Arboliva.
Yeah, this one's a bit more outside the box. I think really this is sort of linking in with Freya's choice that Tealmask Ogerpon EX is just such a ridiculous card that we have in the metagame now because it's draw power. It's energy acceleration either for itself to be a great type weakness attacker, or so that you can use energy switches, maybe even End's Plan to yoink those energies off for other attackers as well. So I think Tealmask Ogerpon at the core War is one of the most broken cards, and that's what leads me into the Arbeliever EX, because that had a really good result in the Fukuoka Champions League. It got a second place finish. The first tournament that they had out there, the large major in Japan, where it was perfect order equivalent legal, and the Arbeliever was influential at targeting down lower hit point Pokemon. And I think what's so crucial is it punishes Budu really specifically as well, because Budu only has that 30 hit points. It means that you can do a couple of oil salvos to knock that out, whilst also then knocking out a Dreepy or a Torchic or a Zorua. Anything that's using Budu, which is such a fundamental card in the game, gets really heavily punished if you can still build an Arbeliever. And it's actually quite easy to do that, because you can grab your Forest and a Dawn. Those are two non-item ways that you can get an Arbeliever sprung up all in one turn. So I think it's a really strong card this weekend.
I agree entirely. I think you hit the nail on the head. I also think Teal Mask Ogreform, when all is said and done, might end up becoming one of the best cards in the Scarlet and Violet era. Maybe the best. Here's a quick reminder about Budu then. 0 energy, 10 damage, but it stops your opponent playing item cards from their hand next turn. And in theory, it gives you time to set up. It slows down your opponent. It can completely shut down some decks. Grab a stage 2 deck that's too reliant on rare candy, and they can just never evolve their stage 2.
Yeah, I was just boasting about Meowth, but if your Ultra Ball's locked out via Budu, that's not going to help you out either. Pokepad's such a vital item card in the TCG to get into your basic Pokemon, but also those stage 1 Pokemon critically as well. Basically, all of our item cards right now, they're mostly Pokemon Search. Like, there'll be the odd Night Stretcher here or there, but it's basically all your Pokemon Search. So Budu shutting down evolutions critically is going to really slow down the board state, and also divvy up that one prize so that people can fall into an unfair stamp situation as well.
Agreed. I don't know if we got quick time to have a look at my predictions. I've not told you about my predictions yet. Firstly, I've gone for Mega Starmie. I love Mega Starmie. How much do I love Mega Starmie? I read an article on Pokemon.com last week about Mega Starmie. That's how much I love Mega Starmie.
As well. Some great puns in there.
Right, I went for it, frankly. Very proud of it. Go check it out. I think that's got a lot of potential. 120 to the active, 50 to the bench, single energy stage 1. It is fast, it is aggressive. That's how I like to play the game. Unfair Stamp. Essentially, this has become, I think, hands down the best ace spec in the game right now. And the reason is rotation took away our best hand disruption cards. Things like INO went away, so this becomes the de facto hand disruption. It's an ace spec. It's only one card in your deck. It locks you out of any other ace spec, but unfortunately, it's what you need for the hand disruption. It's got an easy pick this weekend, I think, but I feel pretty good about it. So that's our predictions. Let's take a quick look at the standings and how players are doing this weekend so far.
Yeah, we're getting through that phase 1 of competition quite nicely there. A handful of great 4-0 players. Some great names to pick out already from this pile. Seeing Piper Lapine there at 6. In that 6th position, which is fantastic to see. Seeing Julius Brumfeld, a player who've seen many times over in the European region, also on that 4-0 record and playing an archetype I wouldn't have expected, Ross.
No, it's not a one we see very often, but they're actually coming along with that Festival League.
I know.
Which, of course, is what Ethan Wild used to take 2nd place in Seville last time we were here for a European major. So, you know, everyone kind of expected Festival League to get a lot better post-rotation, and Julius is apparently trying to prove that's the case.
Yeah, and some names that I'm possibly less familiar with as well might be an indication about our early format as well. It feels like in the early stages of a meta, it really rewards those players who have put so much time into just, you know, scrapping everything they once knew about the game and seeing it with a fresh pair of eyes. I think so often you'll see players who have stuck with one archetype for so long, they became absolute experts, playing thousands of games with one deck. Everyone starts at 0 again this weekend. Everyone starts with that 1 month, that small window of opportunity to make your deck as strong as possible. You can really profit this weekend. So seeing so many different names means they've got a really good testing process for this weekend.
Absolutely. There are new decks from Perfect Order like Starmie. There are old decks that have suddenly got better, like those Rocket decks or Okidogi. There's Dragapult, which is your old favorite. And then, of course, you know, we've seen people like Drew Stevenson, who has been a very, you know, standard I will play Gold and Go. Henry Chow, who has been on Gardevoir for months and months. You're taking away their toys now and forcing players to adapt. And I think you made the point in the intro when we were talking about the European champions of the season so far. It is going to be a big question as to who is a really excellent player of that deck they used to like, and who is an excellent Pokemon TCG player? That's going to be fun finding out.
Yeah, those players who are able to adapt. I think there's already some names that like jump straight out of the page. Someone like a Tord Reklev, obviously
Yes.
one of the best players of all time, but always an innovative deck builder. Won't just be sort of given a deck put into his hands. He's going to be one ironing these lists out and making them so powerful from the get-go. And it just is a testament to how many games he gets to play of the TCG to get to a point where he seems to be ahead of the pack, even though they have the same 1 month window to be that solid. But those players who have become experts, you know, it's a skill in its own right, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
You get that compounding work rate over just one archetype so that you have so much knowledge, such in-depth knowledge that puts you so far ahead of the field. Now, just with that small amount of time, firstly, you have to grind more games than other people, and it's easier than ever to grind a lot of games in Pokemon these days with PTG Live, but it also means you need to have really good intuition and also have some experience of previous formats and call back to sort of the history of the game as to what was powerful in those metagames and try and really piece together the similarities from previous games.
No, I think you put that really well there, Joe. Certainly having knowledge of previous formats and, you know, having that history behind you can certainly help. Well, you mentioned Julius Brunfeld a minute ago as a player we are keeping our eye on this weekend. Why don't we, you know, go and say hello to them?
Nice one.
I met people in Finland who is very important to me, and they play Pokemon, and they told me to join us to play Pokemon. I was, okay, I can try out, and I got excited to play again and again, and here we are. My favorite Pokemon competitive deck probably is Ho-Oh-Kiawe and Green Blacephalons, because I love fire decks. They are so aggressive, they are so strong, they one-hit KO everything. They can just win mostly of decks in the formats. I really wish that one day I can be a Pokemon TCG champion. Any kind of regional, international or world championship champion title will be very cool to get it. I'm looking Brent Tonison because I really like to see he's traveling the whole world to play regional championships, and I really wish I can do same one day.
And we are going to be featuring Julius here as we go through. Look at some of those achievements. Seattle Regional Top 4, Stockholm Regional Top 4, LAIC Top 16, and just for good measure, a second LAIC Top 16, a player who's yet to get that big finish, but they are getting quite close here. And going to be playing that Festival lead. Joe, is Festival lead legit?
Well, I mean, it's getting some decent results. It's had that second place finish, which has already sort of blown my expectations out the water. And there are some players out there thinking that in the new format, there are so few strong engine Pokemon that Thwackey is just a step above the rest. So
yeah,
grass type coverage is really strong in the metagame. There's Zoroark, there's Cynthia's Garchomp, there's Absol, there's Grimmsnarl. There's a lot of reasons to like having grass type coverage in your deck. And Thwackey with the Boom Boom Groove, you know, getting in the mix, you can get all sorts of card advantage from that ability that basically no other archetype can do right now. It really sets it apart in this meta.
I think you're right. Surge is any card you like as long as you've got a Festival lead Pokemon in the active. Now, grass type coverage is not going to do you very good in this matchup because over on the other side with Yong-Yao-Hu, we've got another pile of grass Pokemon. Your boy Arbaleaver,
yes.
Meganium, Teomas, Gogapon. It is that grass deck. We've seen it do very well in Japan. Fukuoka Champions League runner-up. Let's see if it can be doing the same thing here in Prague. Anything jump out from the prizes?
Nothing too awkward, to be honest with you. I think both players will take these with high counts of course, that festival grounds. That's not going to be too much of an issue for Julius. So let's get into this round number 5.
Show me a fist bump. Let's get this game rolling. There's no fist bump, Joe. Where's my fist bump? I'd settle for a handshake, frankly. Swift high five. That would do it as well. There's the fist bump. We are rolling here in round 5 of the Prague Regional Championships. Yong-Yao going first with Teomas Gogapon in the active and a Smoliv, not just on your lapel, Joe, but now on the bench.
The hand wasn't great, though. Going to be passing action straight over to Julius. And I believe already has top decked a Relor. That's a real thing to keep an eye on. That Julius is playing both Relor and Shaman in the deck for protection against Arbaleaver, which is going to be so important here because he has such vulnerable low hit point Pokemon, the Goldines, the Applins. These are Pokemon that can be easily targeted down quite quickly by the Oil Salvo attack from the Arbaleaver EX. So Julius with a great start already here the bug catching set, looking at the top 7 cards, finding these 2 Grookey immediately onto a flyer, because there's also a Buddy Poff in here to boot.
This is going to be wonderful. Now, quick reminder about the deck. Essentially, you've got cards like Diplin that can attack twice as long as you've got Festival Grounds, that stadium card in play. You've then got your Thwackey with that Boom Boom Groove ability that, as long as you've got that Festival lead Pokemon in the active, will let you search for any card in your deck. And unlike Pidgeot and Quick Search, if you've got multiple, you can go ahead and use that multiple times. So you've got a couple of different Thwackey, you can go and Boom Boom Groove a couple of times, search out anything, and then attack twice with Diplin. Oh, and also, if you KO with the first attack from Diplin, your opponent has to give you a new Pokemon to hit.
And that's not ideal. Let's see the top deck for Yong Yao. Oh, this is a really terrible hand. The window of opportunity for Arbaleaf EX is so short here, especially because there's a Relor coming down from Julius. If Yong Yao cannot capitalize on Arbaleaf right now, things can start to cascade out of your favor with vulnerable 2 prize EX Pokemon in the active position, but I don't see anything useful right now.
There's not even a grass energy to use Teal Dance on the Teal Mask Ogerpon. There's no supporter. We've got a Knocked Owl in hand, but no
stadiums. Yeah, this is a combination deck. You know, you're playing multiple stage 2 lines. You need that Forest of Vitality. It's going to be, just a concession. They're going to start again, I believe. Here.
I mean, he's showing his situation. We might, and that is already the end of game 1. Julius takes game 1, and Yong Yao goes, there's nothing I can do. Look how bad this hand is. And I think we're already heading off to game 2 here, Joe.
And I actually think it's pretty wise. Julius is surprised by the situation, especially because wasn't able to access that Shaman on turn 1. Could have been very concerned about the possibilities. You know, both Applin could have gone down on that turn if everything had gone to plan for Yong Yao. But instead, Julius is sort of shrugging, going, oh, I got away with the one. I got a free victory in a matchup that can be quite volatile on both sides. So a real sense of relief for Julius here. And it's got to be really happy that it just had a strong turn 1, and that put Yong Yao under enough pressure to say, I need to give myself time for games 2 and 3.
And I think that is what we're going for. Here is the replay of game 1, such as it was. You see Julius there, getting all of those bench Pokemon, 2 Grookey, 2 Applin, and the Rabsca. Just literally the perfect bench. We got a Goldeen in the active, and Yong Yao goes, yeah, you know what? I don't think this is going my way. Let's head over to game 2. While we're waiting, Joe, can you give us a quick rundown of this Arbaleaf deck?
So fundamentally, it takes advantage of that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX better than basically any other archetype, because you have the Meganium that can turn your grass energy into 2 grass energy via the Wild Growth ability, which is phenomenal. And then there's also the Arbaleaf EX, which is typically for these single prize based matchups with that Oil Salvo attack that does 20 damage 6 times in different directions. So you can really pressure your opponent in multiple different ways. You can, even if you're taking just one prize, you can set up damage on other Pokemon as well. In this instance, you really have to cash in on the lower hit point evolving Pokemon from Julius, because otherwise you just have a bunch of 2 prize easy to knock out EX Pokemon. The only other thing you have to keep in mind is that you also have the Briar supporter card that you can take advantage of with Teal Mask. That's actually going to be in the prize cards here as we're getting into game number 2. A lot of searching cards for Julius as well. A decent chunk of the grass energy, but Yong Yao does play a really healthy count, so that's not going to be too big of an issue. Yong Yao has at the very least got to go first here, is going to establish 1 Teal Mask Ogerpon, then find another, and now is sat on a fairly interesting hand. This time is holding on to a Lily for next turn and a Stadium card. The Stadium is normally the most difficult piece to find because you have no active search for this card. So being able to hold on to a Lily and a Forest of Vitality, a pretty decent opener this time around, thankfully.
Not too shabby. It's already better than it was back in game 1. We now see the bug catching set coming down from Julius. Let's look at the top 7, find energy and Pokemon as long as they're grass. We got an Applin and a Grookey. So, well, we're there for the minute.
Ooh,
we're going to be playing a Dawn, it looks like. Is that Dawn? Yeah. We're going to be playing Dawn. They get to basic, stage 1, and a stage 2 if you like. You do have to be careful, though, because an Arbaleaf could still come down next turn. Forest of Vitality lets you evolve everything. And Julius is being careful. That's why he's searching out Shaman, because you said back in game 1, this is crucial because it stops Oil Salvo hitting the bench.
And the Dawn will just also grab 1 Diplin here. There's actually no stage 2 Pokemon at all within Julius's deck, so just saying that Dawn is better than something like a Brock, which would be the other option. So a couple copies of that Dawn in the deck. Pretty interesting supplementary supporter card. We see it in a number of course, stage 2 archetypes, but even for just a stage 1 deck, saying that 2 Pokemon early on is good. And establishing that Shaman to protect your non-rule box Pokemon with that Flower Curtain is going to be essential here for really slowing down Yongyao, who may still go for the early Arboliva here simply because it has a huge array of hit points that's going to be difficult to overcome, even with some damage modification and multiple attacks with Do the Wave. So I'd still like to see Yongyao work towards this stage too.
Yeah, it's beefy. It's going to be hard to KO. It'll still be taking a prize a turn, but obviously dropping 80 damage, but in multiples of 20. Were it not for the Shaman, you could get both the Applin here and be in a phenomenal position. But for Julius, you won game one kind of by default. Here in game two, you've got the Shaman. We do see the Bayleaf coming down for Yongyao here, one evolution away. But remember, as soon as this stadium hits the board, whoa, the wrong order, but I'm going to allow it. Forest of Vitality does allow you to evolve up immediately. Technically should have come down before the Meganium, but essentially, as long as it's not your first turn, you can just freely evolve grass Pokemon whenever you like, and so can your opponent.
And that's actually going to be really interesting in this matchup in particular, because you can go straight up into additional Thwacky. So even though there's only one Grookey down on this board right now, Julius could take advantage of his opponent's stadium card, get lots of Thwacky going, and from there turn into his festival grounds. So that's another thing to follow here. Let's see, well, a couple of big bug catching sets, but first we have a Teal Dance coming in, and thanks to the Wild Growth from Meganium, this Ogerpon can launch an attack this turn. And we do see a Pokepad coming down initially here from Yongyao. Sometimes the sequencing can be a little bit interesting. Sometimes with the 7 cards you see from the bug catching sets, you'd like to see those outcomes before using a Pokepad to sort of fill your gaps. But in this instance, he's going to be thinning the little thin, colorless package of Pokemon he has within his deck. As we are using those Teal Mask Ogerpon, we can take advantage of a thin Noctowl package to cherry-pick some key combos.
That's what I was assuming. When the Pokepad came down, I was like, he must be going for the Noctowl. And this is actually really nice, because now there's one less card in deck, so you're more likely to hit what you want from the bug-catching set. And that Noctowl, you evolve it up with a Terra Pokemon in play. You can go and grab any 2 trainers. Why were you in, Joe?
Well, I'm liking to see the Smoliv coming in here, getting that into the equation as quickly as possible. Even if you're only knocking out this Applin, you'd much rather do it with an Arboliva than with an Ogerpon, because it's just so vulnerable. It can be knocked out pretty sharpish.
No, absolutely. 210. Doesn't take much to get over that with 2 Diplin attacks. They naturally do 100 each, so any damage modification, you will be jumping over and getting the KO, taking that 2 prizes. We have another bug-catching set, another 7 cards looked at, searching out grass Pokemon and basic grass energy.
Do we have any Olive, which is solid.
Okay.
So another Teal Mask Ogerpon. So we can evolve up into the Arboliva EX.
Nice.
Not sure if there's the additional grass energy required in hand to actually attack with it. It's still something I would definitely consider. The A-Spec Yongyao is going for is the Unfair Stamp, however. So he may think about sacrificing this early Teal Mask Ogerpon to then pounce with an Unfair Stamp at some point.
Yeah, it's an absolutely fair point. You can put your opponent down to a 2-card hand while you get 5. Really try and slow them down. We do have the Arboliva. It has evolved up, but it does look like, no energy for the time being. Wait, do we even have enough energy on the active?
We do with Wild Growth.
Okay, Wild Growth doubles it up, so we got 4 on there, which is going to do 150. It's enough to KO an Applin.
Yep, it's just about what you have to do here. You're still taking out a key threat, and the only good news right now is that Julius is limited to 1 Grookey, unless he can start taking advantage of the Forest of Vitality here. Let's see what's available for Julius. Already 1 Thwacky in the hand.
And then could use that to potentially search out something to get a Grookey, and then immediately evolve that into another Thwacky to use another Boom Boom Groove.
Yeah, because there's also the, there you go, evolving straight into the Diplin. That is a Pokemon with the Festival Lead ability, of course. So now the Boom Boom Groove is available.
Now we can search out whatever we like from here.
Yeah, we have the Brave Bangle. I like that coming on pretty early, and then even using the Air Balloon. No, we're going to hold the Air Balloon for now and just see a fresh 8 cards before using any Boom Boom Grooves that can sort of fill the gaps of what we've missed from this next 8 cards.
Yeah, I love this. You go and get yourself 8 cards, and then you're like, oh, there's this 1 card I didn't get. Oh, wait, I got Thwacky. Thwacky's got my back. And remember, the evolution of all these grass Pokemon is live because of your opponent's Forest of Vitality, and that Brave Bangle, very important because you weren't quite KOing with a full bench. Now, I think we still do need a little bit of bench Pokemon.
I see the Buddy Buddy Poffin, I see Grookey. Things could get pretty silly here, Ross.
Yeah, they could.
We could start chaining our Boom Boom Grooves.
I see
get 1 Thwacky that gets another Thwacky that gets another Thwacky. We could end up with a ridiculous board here.
And then for next turn, all those Boom Boom Grooves will be live. There's another Grookey in hand. I mean, there might be 2 Grookey in hand at this point, but we can Buddy Buddy Poffin for anything anything else. And this is that beautiful situation where, yes, you've got to use the bench space to Shaman. That's sad. Other than that, Julius can basically pick his perfect board at this stage with the cards he's got in hand.
Yeah, I mean, we can see Julius now just having a quick deck check. There is one of those Applin in the prize cards. It's not going to be too difficult for him to figure out here. But the hand is really good. Already has a Stadium in hand as well, so won't have to commit the Boom Boom Groove to the Stadium card. So he can just develop this board even more fleshed out here. This is going to be an excellent opener. You get the backup Goldeen as well as your backup Applin. You can manually bench this Grookey. You'll Boom Boom for another Thwacky here, I have to imagine.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, because, I mean, you can either Boom Boom Groove for something you want, or Boom Boom Groove for a Thwacky, and then Boom Boom Groove for that same thing that you want. There's no reason not to do it. And then next turn, you got the 2 Boom Boom Grooves ready to go. Julius just double-checking, like, I can use his Forest of Vitality. Yes, Julius, yes, you can. Stadiums work for both players equally, except for those weird old double-sided ones. But they're not in the format right now. They have everyone the same.
That means he gets the free second search now from this Thwacky. Already sat on a decent supporter for next turn, already has energy for next turn, already has Stadium for next turn, so why don't just evolve up into another Diplin here and say that you've already got a 2-prize knockout, because we can bounce this Stadium cards and attack twice with the Do the Wave attack, which does 20 for each of your benched Pokemon. That's only 100 damage, but you get to do it twice. And with the Brave Bangle, we're going to be getting a knockout on this vulnerable EX Pokemon.
My favorite thing here is...
Oh no, he just mistimed the Stadium. He grabbed the Diplin and didn't evolve. But either way, that gets a sit in hand.
It can evolve it next time.
Grounds.
Yeah, unfortunately, I know Yong Yao did it the wrong way around earlier, but he just had the Stadium. Yeah, it's a silly thing to do. But I still kind of love what you've done here. You've still used your opponent's Stadium to evolve a couple of times, and then replaced it so they can't use it next turn. But yeah, there was one other evolution. Could have come down, but it had to come down while the Stadium was there. Shaman's protecting your bench. He's got your back. Don't even worry about it.
Exactly. You can see why he's laughing it off, because it ultimately doesn't matter. His hand is so strong.
If you didn't have Shaman...
Yes. That would be a little bit more awkward. Let's see action pass back over to Yong Yao, though, who does pick up a Stadium card. Not so much relevant for finding stage 2s at this stage, but always wanting to bounce those Festival Grounds will be really important for him. Let's first see a Teal Dance here, able to attach an energy on top of your turn attachments whilst also drawing a card.
And we benched a Pheasant Dipity there, that lovely special illustration rare from Ascended Heroes. That's going to draw 3 extra cards, because you did have a Pokemon KO'd last turn, so there's a bit of extra consistency coming in.
We're debating the Judge here, I think, from Yong Yao. I would definitely like to see the replacement Stadium here at the very least. If you do it alongside a Judge, you can take a knockout, and then Julius would be forced to promote the Goldeen, and that would effectively force a Boom Boom Groove just to find an Air Balloon, just to move it out of the active position. But no Stadium bump, but will be the Judge here to at least throw Julius down to that lower hand size, knowing that he stashed a card on the previous turn.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the Judge is coming down. Both players shuffle the hand into their decks. They're going to draw a new hand of 4 cards. But obviously, Yong Yao has still got that Pheasant Dipty there. So he's going to draw 4, do what he wants to do. But then there's extra free from Flip the Script will still be active. And with a Hoot Hoot on the bench and a Teal Mask Ogre Bomb, if he hits a Knockdown, he can search out 2 trainer cards as well. Feels like Yong Yao's going to get what he needs here.
Yeah, he doesn't need too much else. Like, even just this Grass Energy pickup, that's already really decent, so you can attack with that Arbaliva, have that higher threshold of hit points, as we are going to see energy committed to it immediately here. And then comes the Flip the Script for 3 additional cards.
Rescue Stretcher. Okay, the Pokepad will go and get the Knockdown, so that's going to go and get a couple of trainer cards. And yeah, at this point, Yong Yao is just cherry picking what he likes. It's not quite the same as Thwacky, but that unfair stamp is going to help, Joe.
Well, it's a big decision because there's only 1 copy of Judge and 1 copy of Unfair Stamp in the deck. So you're putting all your eggs into one basket right now. And you've already hand disrupted once. Do you really want to play the Unfair Stamp again when there's already 2 Thwacky in play? I feel like this is a stronger play from me, in my opinion. Yong Yao's spotting it, that holding Unfair Stamp and Boss's Orders on the next turn means that possibly you can trap a Thwacky and do some shenanigans around that. So I like this pickup instead from Yong Yao. Hold that Unfair Stamp for a little bit longer. Of course, Shaman stops a bit of those shenanigans from Oil Salvo, but that's something you can try and work on a future turn.
Indeed it is, and this is also just showing us the format. You would never do this with INO in the format. Go and get 2 perfect cards for next term.
It's A-Spec time.
It is A-Spec time. So Unfair Stamp is coming down. All the eggs are going into that 1 basket. And Julius is going down to a 2-card hand, but with 2 Thwacky.
Yeah, and the Goldeen in play.
Yeah.
I mean, Julius kicking himself that he didn't evolve into that additional Diplin, but either way, he should be fairly well safeguarded. Even if he has to go for something like an air balloon plus a Lily's Determination, something like that, that could be a decent 2-card pickup from your Boom Boom Groove.
Absolutely,
it's going to be 5 fresh cards for Yong Yao, but he's basically made his last stand very early on in this game. He's spent his Judge, he's spent his Unfair Stamp. The only other sort of shenanigans he can have at this stage is the Briar play.
Yes.
So keep in mind that he can take an additional prize later on in the game, but he's really made the statement, this, I believe, has to go quite far now.
Well, he has also said, look, you didn't evolve up your Applin into Diplin, so I know you've not got your optimal setup. Maybe this is going to be the right turn. We've got 3 cards in hand, Grass Energy, Dawn, and Lana. Well, Dawn is going to go and get the Diplin and a basic if you want, but obviously we've got Boom Boom Groove twice here, searching out the perfect 2 cards. You've already got an energy, and it looks like actually might instead be going for the Seeking play here, draw some cards.
It's a great option because if you're not taking this clean knockout, why not use Seeking to set up an EX Pokemon whilst drawing additional cards? So I really like the option here from Julius. Does have access to a second Boom Boom Groove. Honestly, I like the option of Dawn and Lana's Aid already in the hand, but Julius is going to go for the Secret Box choice here. As his A-Spec inclusion, sometimes you see the maximum belt as a choice for additional damage, but in this case, Julius is going for the Secret Box approach, and he will be playing the Dawn for the turn, so it's just holding on to an A-Spec for future turns. Having seen your opponent already use their Stamp and already use a Judge, I think this is a really confident play from Julius.
And I really love this. It's just taking advantage of what you've seen from your opponent. I know you can't A-Spec me again. They're 1 per deck. I don't expect you to be playing too many Judges in a deck where it's very combo heavy and you need to draw a bunch of cards. So I can probably deduce you're not playing that many Judge. You played a Judge, you played your A-Spec. Let's go for this now. Then your Seeking is going to hit 120 in total while you draw 4 cards. And then you're going to be really well set up for next turn, bearing in mind you still have 2 Thwacky.
And there is the second rapid draw coming in from Julius then, so gets to sit on Secret Box and a whole heap of cards now, whilst maintaining that engine. Really smart call out from Julius to say that he can win this game in 2 turns with 4 attacks, if that makes sense. If he finishes off this Arboliva, then finds a way of knocking out one of these vulnerable basic EX Pokemon. So no need to rush things, no need to go hunting Black Belt or any more Brave Bangle, anything like that for a really creative knockout into this high hit point EX Pokemon, because there'll be easier turns for you later down the line.
And Yong Yao is basically taking 1 prize per turn. Were it not for Shaman, then maybe you could use your Oil Salvo with Arboliva, take multiple KOs and set up for big... That's not happening here. Shaman is preventing all of that. So while Yong Yao's just taking 1 prize per turn, Julius is setting up, like you say, to in the next 2 turns KO the Arboliva, KO one of those. It could be a Pheasant Dipty, it could be a Teal Mass, nobody really cares. Either way, that's going to be your 4 prizes. We draw with Tiamat's Gogapon, but it's just Alana's Aid, and we're going to be using Boss here?
It's awkward because I really want to manually attach to a Meganium this turn. Having to keep forcing your own 2 prize Pokemon into the active position is awkward. Meganium being able to attack for effectively 2 attachments would have been huge, but no energy in the hand for Yong Yao to make that play happen. So instead it's just going to bring up a Thwacky, take away one of Julius's options to Boom Boom, and now give him a question. Yong Yao must be pretty afraid, though, because there's already that Secret Box stashed in hand. You know that Julius is going to have a solid turn here.
Oh, absolutely. We've got 1 Thwacky, we've got Secret Box. You saw your opponent draw 4 cards off the Seeking, so you know they've got a pretty stacked hand. There goes a Grookey. No Stadium means it can't evolve quite yet, but here comes Thwacky for hopefully that 1 missing piece. You will not be able to take the KO with Seeking here, though, so let's set up a Diplin attack, shall we? And one thing we need... I'm pretty sure we're going to need... No. Wait a second. I've done some maths. What we got left? 190?
Yeah, there's
we're
190
good.
remaining.
Yeah, we're good.
So, yeah, exactly. You don't need any tool modifier right now.
Nope.
So using that Lana's Aid that's in the hand could be pretty reasonable this turn. I think just stashing even more support cards into the hand at this stage. Oh, look at this.
It is playing Black Bout here. Oh, I kind of like this. So we don't need any damage modification to KO with Diplin, but now we're going to be working on doing it with Seeking because damage modification works on both the attacks, and that means 2 times 100 will get the KO, but while drawing an extra 4 cards. I like that play.
Absolutely insane. Effectively going +6 because you also get these 2 prize cards taken as well.
Yeah, you do.
Julius is sat on a monster hand size. Yong Yao has spent both of his hand disruptors. And, I mean, it's time for Briar, but you still have 3 prize cards remaining. Briar won't win you the game right now. Attacking with a Terrestrial EX Pokemon is so vulnerable based on the board and the hand that Ulyss has built. What can Yongyao do here? Can he rebuild an Arboliva EX this turn and at least force some combination out of Ulyss? Because failing that, Ulyss is just winning on board.
It's not going to take much. You'll need any damage modification to KO that Teal Mask Ogerpon. And that is generally not going to be that difficult. Here comes the Forest of Vitality. That's one piece you need. Do we have Smoliv? Do we have Doliv? Do we have Arboliva? We at least have Smoliv. So we got the first one.
Yeah, it's going to be the Lana's Aid supporter here.
Yes.
This can't grab Rulebox Pokemon, unfortunately. So you can't grab the Arboliva, but I believe there's also a Night Stretcher in the hand. But it can grab any combination of non-Rulebox Pokemon in addition to basic energy cards.
And they go
So
straight
grab
to
a couple
hand.
Grass Energy and that Doliv.
So now we got Smoliv, Doliv, Grass Energy, and there is the Rescue Stretcher. So Arboliva is coming back out now. You can go Smoliv, Doliv, Arboliva, Attach Energy, retreat your Teal Mask Ogerpon, and that is going to do the job. And at least you're making it difficult for Ulyss here. But I hate to say it, Joe. I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to have to say it. This would be a great turn for hand disruption.
It would be. I mean, we deliberated it. We debated it ourselves that you really put all your eggs in one basket by using both, and then Ulyss bounced back by drawing 12 cards from his attack. So,
I think that helps.
yeah, that does help. Here comes the Arboliva EX then. It can finish off the Seeking, taking Yongyao down to just 2 prize cards remaining. So if Ulyss can't take a knockout this turn, Yongyao can win with Briar. But that's a big if, Ross, because there's already one Boom Boom Groove available. The hand is already looking pretty close, especially with the secret box. Ulyss just has to piece this one together. He should have the resources required to take this final 2 prize knockout.
Absolutely. If you get the KO here, even if you can't take a 2 prize knockout, it is worth taking out the Meganium just to turn off Briar, but that is way down the line. For now, we get secret box coming down. Ulyss is working on this. And yeah, we're just searching out a bunch of stuff. You need the Stadium, you've got the Stadium. You need the Brave Bangle, you got the Brave Bangle.
Yeah, that pushes you up to 260 damage as long as we can get an additional bench Pokemon into play.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, we're working through the actions here, showing that you have access to an additional bench Pokemon.
There is the handshake, and Ulyss will take this 2 games to 0. Game 1 might have been quick. Game 2, we had to work for it, Joe, but work for it he did.
Wow, what a great display of the power of this archetype. It really does feel, especially with that 2nd place finish recently in Seville, that this archetype is proving itself to be one of the strongest engines that we have in the game. and essentially, it's only foiled by Dragapult. When you face up against basically every other archetype in the field, it's going to be plain sailing for you, provided you can get enough basic Pokemon into play. And some really great call-outs there from Ulyss. Taking advantage of his opponent's Stadium card was so cool as well.
I love how the second you said engine, Ulyss showed us the Thwacky. Now, this was back in Game 1, not much of a game. Ulyss set up. Yongyao had a completely unplayable hand. One of those things that unfortunately does happen sometimes. So Yongyao goes, I'm just going to prove how unplayable my hand is. Look how terrible this is. And then we can Ulyss, look at the reaction there, beautiful. But yeah, and Yongyao's like, let's just not bother, let's go to Game 2. But Game 2 is a real game, Joe.
Yeah, this one got a lot closer because the Arboliva EX did come into the equation. Ulyss there laughing off the fact that he wasn't able to evolve into his Dippin, sparing a bit of blushes because at least his board was still so powerful. And he did still cash in on enough of his opponent's Stadium card to still have this excellent turn, begin the prize race early on the Teal Mask Ogerpon. And Arboliva is so easily neutralized by the Shaman. It's a big debate coming into this weekend. Is Shaman going to make it into enough decks to make the Arboliva less effective or not?
Absolutely, and you're right. We saw the power of it here, and then with Shaman protecting the bench, Ulyss really going nicely. That turn we used the Black Belt's training to get the KO with Seeking. You could have just got it with Dipplin, but instead you played a supporter. You get the KO with Seeking, and it's a KO with 4 extra cards being drawn from your deck, setting you up for the following turn. And at that point, Ulyss is just like, look, mate, I've got literally everything. And Yongyao goes, cool, congratulations on your 2-0 win. 5-0. With Festival lead. It's a deck a lot of people loved when it came out. We all tried it. It didn't work. It's time, isn't it, Joe?
It might be time, honestly. I feel like now that Gardevoir sort of made way, that was one of its more awkward matchups.
Yes.
Because how easily it could also represent a single prize board position, took advantage of Monkey Dory, which punished those low hit point Pokemon. That's the only real downside of the Festival lead archetype. You have so many vulnerable Pokemon. Applin only has 40 hit points. It's so easy to punish these decks. So that when you only face the Dragapults, that's admittedly a really poor matchup. I mean, Julius, he's playing the Rabsca. He's trying his best to not be completely foiled by this archetype. But against everything else, it has the best engine in the game and is a single prize archetype with great type coverage. There's like a lot of ticks all along those boxes that other decks really severely lack. You know, basically nothing was lost in rotation for Festival Lead. It played like sometimes one Iono, that was it.
Yeah.
Like otherwise it's the same list, whereas everything else got a lot weaker.
I do have to pick up one point you said there. I think it's quite an important point. As long as you don't play Dragapult, it's 25% of the metagame this weekend, Joe. That seems like a fairly big however.
Yeah, I mean, Ethan did it.
Ethan did when the whole tournament didn't play a single Dragapult.
It was hilarious. He on some socials, he did a long ream of data as to like how lucky he got each round to dodge. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be playing Festival Leave because I was expecting so much Dragapult for this weekend, but when you start getting on these ridiculous records and so many people have the expectation to beat Dragapult, some people are playing archetypes simply to beat that deck, that they may not be on those flawless X and O records. You might be facing more counter-style strategies or other decks that are doing well, and that's really where this deck thrives.
And look, I've been playing this game for a long time. I know you have as well, Joe. Just for anyone out there that's wondering, no one has ever won a tournament without a healthy dose of luck. You have to get lucky a little bit in your matchups. Now, that's not to say it's all luck. It's not. There is skill in deck building. There is skill in playing. There's an awful lot of skill, but you still need a little bit of luck. If you face your worst matchup every round, you are not going to win no matter how good your deck is. If your deck doesn't cooperate in terms of draws, you are not going to win. What you do is you make your deck and you play as well as you can. You put yourself in a position to take advantage of the breaks that come to you. And yeah, Ethan may have gotten lucky a bunch in Seville. He also had a ridiculous deck that was tested within an inch of his life and played it superbly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of giving that caveat just for the expectation setting, but take nothing away from the individual players, of course. And Julius, hey, he was in the groove, and he's on. Thank you. He's on stage right now, so let's hear from him.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, I'm here with probably the man with the biggest smile in all of the Pokemon trading card game. It's our future match winner, Julius. How are you feeling, Julius?
I'm really excited today, and today was really fun. I meet many amazing people today in my rounds, and really fun time. And also a fun to talk about the lot of different things, and then like how came here, and also mostly of us probably are here in Prague for the first time. I also wasn't here in before, and I'm really excited to visit in this country now, and I really enjoy in this spa.
It's a really cool city, a really cool place, absolutely. Now, it's really interesting, of course, because this is our first tournament with the new format, of course, and the new rotation. You've chosen to play Festival League this weekend. What made you decide to play Festival League for this tournament?
Feels really wild to say this, but like when I calculate my playtesting, I have playtested now 270 hours, so I playtest a lot. So why I play Festival? It's like I playtest most of the decks what we have in the format, and I start to think about that this game feels not honestly very boring, and I try to looking for something that is really fun and have a chance to win the tournament also. And I pick up the Festival Leads also because there is a lot of my friends play the same 60, so it will be really fun to play with them. Like always, I really enjoy to play same 60 with Finnish people because I'm not good decklist building, but many others my friends are, so I always following them. And today I follow Festival Leads even. And I actually decided Festival Leads last night actually, because I played as a lot of Dragapult and Raging Ball things and tried to updating and improve the leads things. Because I believe that Dragon type decks are really good right now, but like last night I was like, I want to party tomorrow, you know? So here we are now party, and I'm really enjoying this spa.
Well, we noticed that, of course, in that matchup, you were up against the Arboliva Teal Mask Ogerpon deck, and we noticed that you had both Shaman and the Rabsca in your deck list. Did you put this in because you were worried about Arboliva?
Yeah, and really, I actually realized in the game that I forgot to playtest that matchup at all with the Festival Leads. I mean, like, I completely forgot. And then I was like, when I see that Crash Stadium, what let you to evolve, I evolved right away my Ryuki for Twoki. And then I was like, now I wanna play Festival Leads. Festival Leads just in case, because most of the times in my playtest went like I forgot to play the stadiums. Most of the times I lost the games in playtest because I always forgot to put the stadium. Now I was okay. Now I wanna put stadium just in case. One sure. Then I was I forgot to evolve my deeply. I was so.
It does make a lot of sense. Now, in the question before, you were saying about how a lot of the Finnish guys have brought this deck to this tournament. And you were talking about how you were testing with your friends. So, is there a local league that you go to a lot where you do most of your play testing?
I don't visit I mean like I go say hi in League Cups and Challenge because I don't play Challenge Cups much at all. I mean like last 2 months I played like 4 weeks played Challenge Cups for fun, but like I don't play normal Challenge Cups or playing the locals, but I sometimes judging actually, and then talking about the things with the players who play in the Challenger Cups when I judge them. But like I visit sometimes League, but I don't that much play in when I visit the League.
I mean, you're still involved, like you said, with judging, right? So you're still very much a part of the community, and I bet they're really grateful to have as experienced a judge as you. Now, one last thing before we go, you're here on stream. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to or to say thank you?
I wanna shout out Jimmy Faya. It's a black training the card. I don't know how to explain the story, but the black training, what I play now, we have the one Finnish player, his dad is Taekwondo national champion and working also, so that the art what I used, looks similar to that, and then we call Jimmy Faya all the time when we played, so shout out to Jimmy Faya, and then I wanna shout out all my UG chat members, team members, I mean, and then Busted Europe players, and then Mom, of course, always, and then my sponsors, Swaggy Carp, Dragon Shield, TCR Gaming, the America ones. There is like 1,000 of the people what I like to shout out, but it takes like a couple hours, so we have to go next rounds. But shout out everyone who is part of my family.
That's awesome. It's always such a pleasure to have you here in the lounge. Thank you so much, Julius. Now, for all of you at home, Julius was talking a little bit how he's involved with his local league, sometimes helping with judging. If you want to get involved with your local league, we have a little thing showing you how you can do that.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Play that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Rocks up to League, wins with Blastoise, leaves again victorious. What a story. And it can be your story as well. There is a lovely QR code on the screen. Scan that, and it will tell you everything you need to know. Find an event, rock along. It's a bit nervous sometimes attending locals for the first time, but I can promise you one of the best decisions I ever made in my entire life was rocking up to my first locals many years ago. Although you, Joe, I think you found a new local this week.
I know, I can't believe it. I'm so blessed to have a league now 10 minutes away from me. Oh, it's a dream come true. My Wednesday nights are sorted. This is where I'm going to go to bring my worst ideas. Get them out of the way. Just make sure that I'm playing some janky nonsense just to get that itch scratched so that I don't have to play it at the majors. But that's absolutely the case, Ross. There are more and more of these popping up all the time. Even if you have a couple decent options around you. Like I had a catchment area that was maybe 5 or 6 different options that were like an hour away. I still looked on this app, still found that there was one closer, and now I have something 10 minutes away. It's an absolute dream come true. And these tournaments are popping up all the time.
I wish there was a locals 10 minutes away from me. I live in the middle of nowhere, and it is not the easiest. But I get down when I can. I've played so many locals. There was a point in my life where I could casually walk to locals, and it was an absolute dream come true. Also, if you see Joe at locals, know that he's playing his worst deck. So, make sure you beat him.
Well, to be fair, I did play Dragapult in the last one. But I played a Terrastal version with Noctowl and Wellspring Mask Ogapon. I was trying to just play the most broken cards in one deck. It was a lot of fun. I was playing the Crystal, I was trying to have the spread pressure, and then I also had Dragapult that could place those damage counters if there's ever any shaming popping up. I thought it was a cool combination.
Okay, I'll buy it. How long till you take Starmie to locals?
I've got to pull some Starmie. I think I only have one, so I've got to get a couple more, and then I'll give that a go for sure.
You need some more Starmie in your life. What we need in our life is more Pokemon action. There's going to be some more coming at you very, very shortly. But don't go anywhere, because if you keep watching, in a little bit, you're going to see something very cool.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
We're wandering around the hall here in Prague. I've got all my casting buddies, and we're fishing for content because we found actual super rod fishing. Shay, how are we going to do this?
Well, we have two lovely contestants here. We have Joe, we have Freya, and they're going to be fishing for Magikarp and Shoulder. At the end, points will be totaled up, and we will decide the Prague Regional Champion of Super Rod Fishing.
This is not one of those everyone has a go. This is a competition, and I expect you to take this as seriously as it demands. Let's get fishing!
Let's get fishing. Oh, Joe immediately with the shot. Oh, going for a 2-for-1.
Oh, he's
Nice to get
getting
out the way.
cheeky. Now, is there a point difference between the Shelder and the Magikarp?
I think there is. Shelders are worth more.
Shelder's worth
Shelders
2
are worth
points.
2 points. Magikarp worth 1. Joe, do you have any strategy going into this?
Well, Shelders mathematically are better, so worth my time to do Shelders.
Freya, let's have some fighting words for Joe.
You may have won a regionals more recently than me, but I am taking you down here.
I don't know, Joe is going for it. He has got this
Have you got any
fishing
fighting
down.
words for Freya, Joe?
I'm too focused. I'm locked in on the fish right now. Oh, I've missed.
Do we have a time limit? Should we count them down? Should we give the 5 seconds? 4, 3, 2, 1. Get them fishing rods down, Joe. No, don't get me one more Magikarp. We don't need one more Magikarp. Shay, I'm going to ask you to have a look in Joe's bucket there. Tell me what we've got.
Okay, so let's have a look. We got a lot of Shelders here, Ross. Joe's strategy was the Shelder. So we got some Magikarp as well. Right, let's get them all out and then we count them up. So, total points for Joe. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Shelders. That's 10 points on the Shelder. And 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 points in total over here, Ross.
Well, over here we have 6 1-point Magikarp. We have 2 2-point Shelders. That is unfortunately only 10 points. So your champion of Super Odd Fishing is Joe Bernard.
All right then, Joe, give us some, what are your thoughts right now being the first Super Rod Fishing champion?
Well, all the time I put in, it's paid off. It's really all worked out for me here. The technique was grab the Shelders. I feel like that's definitely the meta if you're coming over here to do the Super Rod Fishing. They're not that much more difficult to get than the Magikarp, so really happy with my process, my gameplay throughout the challenge. I kept my nerves at bay and just let the practice do the talking.
Got one more question for you. At the start, you tried to reel 2 Shelder in at the same time. What made you give up on that strategy?
Well, I thought it was going to be a great way to essentially make the most and have less lag time to grab a lot, but because of the positioning of them, it doesn't quite work out. So I had to abandon my initial strategy, but I adapted on the fly.
Adapted on the fly with an absolutely stellar performance. 15 points versus 10. What an inaugural Super Rod Fishing, Ross.
I mean, only Joe Bernard could use the word metagame when referring to a Super Rod Fishing competition. But the competition here in Prague is heating up with all of our lovely TCG players. So don't go anywhere, because we have a lot more wonderful action coming right at you.
All right then, we are back. We are brilliant. And we are feeling better than ever here at Prague Regional Championships, our first event in our post-rotation format. Freya, talk to me first though. Super Rod Fishing, not the best to show. I saw your head was in your hands. What's your thoughts watching that back?
I mean, this is a lesson for the folks at home. Trash talking your opponent will get you nowhere. Practice absolutely will. Knowing your metagame will. It's really a microcosm of Pokemon TCG in general. Joe very much deserved to win that, and yeah, I'm not a sore loser by any means. Joe fully deserved that win.
He did really well. He said, I want to get the Shelder. They were worth 2. And I was ticking them out, and I thought, that's quite a lot of Shelder. And I looked over at your side, I only saw 2. I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah. I knew I was done for. There was no chance.
No chance. Let's get back now to our Prague Regional Championship, though. Perfect Order is now legal. We have seen Meowth quite a few times. In our post-rotation format, so we've lost cards like Gardevoir, we've lost cards like Maraudon, we've lost cards like Iron Hands. Would you say, are you more excited for these events versus the Soul format? Which ones do you prefer, Freya?
As in Soul format, yeah. This one in particular is a bit different because the rotation is just so impactful, you know what I mean? Compared to some of the previous ones that we've had. It's such a mystery in terms of how different it's going to be to what we've already seen in Japan, and just how many of the big decks are gone, that I think I would normally say a Souls format can surprise you more, but in this instance, yeah, I don't know. This is one of the most interesting tournaments that I have been able to be a broadcaster for format-wise in a very long time.
Yeah, I know we've been playing for a while, and we see rotation every year, but it does feel like this one is, rather very impactful, as it were. Now, speaking of impactful, though, coming in from our Mega Evolution block, we got ourselves our hands on some Mega Evolution Pokemon, which we haven't had for a long time. So we're going to do a little favorite deck to play this format debate bracket. So how this is going to work, we're going to start from the top on the left. As you can see, we've got Mega Lucario versus Mega Starmie, Mega Frostlass versus Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan versus Mega Lopunny, Mega Dancy versus Mega Venusaur. Both of us will get, well, an amount of time, 30 or 60 seconds, to pitch to you, the viewers at home, about which Mega Pokemon is better. And then the power will be in your hands on Twitch. If you watch on YouTube, this is your time now to quickly get yourself on Twitch on your phone or something like this, and you'll be able to vote on which one you prefer or who you think put the best pitch forward for your favorite Mega. And then throughout the weekend, we will conclude this bracket and crown the best Mega Pokemon in our format.
It's favorite deck to play, but really focusing on the Megas in this instance. Like you were saying,
Yes.
Mega Evolution block, we have a bunch of new Megas and a bunch of new viable decks, of course, after rotation.
Yep.
A lot more of the Megas are more viable than they used to be, of course.
They really are. You know, in a pre-rotation format, we had some Megas, but not, you know, as prevalent. But now I think they are really starting to take, you know, a stranglehold on the metagame. So I believe our first one was Mega Starmie versus
Yes.
Mega Lucario. I'm going to ask very nicely to our production staff if I could please have Mega Lucario, because I've literally played it since since it came out. It's never left my deck box and sleeves, so hopefully I get that one. Have you played much Mega Starmie?
I actually have like a little bit, especially played against it on the ladder, and I've been told I am in fact getting Mega Starmie, so that does mean you will be getting the Mega Lucario, but
Okay.
I believe Mega Lucario was first going, so I'm going to cue you in, Chafe, to defend Mega Lucario. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, no, 30 seconds.
Okay, go, right. Mega Brave! Mega Brave! 270 damage. That's a ridiculous amount of damage. Meowth, KO'd. Serendipity, KO'd. Premium Power Pro. You play 3 of them. It doesn't matter what's in your opponent's active. It's getting sent to the discard pile. And you know what's even better? For 1 energy, you can accelerate energy from your discard pile. And that's before we even get onto the ridiculous amount of fighting support. Fighting Gong, Hariyama, Lunatone, Soul Rock. All of this means Mega Lucario is one of the scariest decks to play against. Once it starts taking prizes,
And cease.
you can't stop it. Bit naughty there for me.
no,
A little bit
yeah,
naughty.
yes, it
but- You played much Mega Lucario, Freya?
Yes, like one of the things I've been doing in this post-rotation environment is trying out as many different things as I can, because I want to get the breadth of knowledge to kind of really understand where this format might be going. So I've played a little bit of everything, to be honest.
Fair enough. That's probably the correct way to go. So yeah, up next going to be a bit of Mega Starmie,
Yeah, it
a
is.
new edition from Perfect Order.
Absolutely, it is. I'm ready to go whenever the queue is ready. So
All right,
if you can bring me in.
I'll give you a little countdown then, Freya. Mega Starmie in 3, 2, and 1. Floor is yours.
Some of the best attackers ever in the Pokemon trading card game have been attackers that hit the active and then hit the bench. Mega Starmie fits that in beautifully. 1 water energy, 120 damage to the active, and 50 to a bench Pokemon. It's like Night Spear, it's like Phantom Dive, which is maybe one of the best attacks ever printed on a Pokemon card. And the fact that you have so much other support, because you can also play stuff like Mega Frostlass as a backup attacker. You can play the regular Frostlass, which ticks damage onto a Pokemon with abilities, so that, you know, you build up that damage more and more, and you can take multiple KOs at once. And the fact that you can even evolve it up on turn 1.
Stop.
Ooh. It's been a while since I've been stopped like that.
Yeah.
Not my fast talking is.
Yeah, you've got a bit of an inherent advantage.
Yeah,
here.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Oof.
Right, so
Sorry,
we've done our pitches now. So remember, if you want to vote on your favorite Mega Pokemon or your favorite deck to play, you got to get yourself onto Twitch. If you watch it on YouTube, new tab, get your phone out. I'll let you off this time. Get on Twitch, where there will be a poll. You'll be able to vote, and while the voting's open, you, the viewers at home, will decide what your favorite Mega Pokemon deck is. We don't get to choose.
Nope. It's all
if you
in
vote
your
for
hands.
Mega Starmie, though, I'm going to say you objectively made the wrong choice.
I'm going to be a little bit more magnanimous. I'm going to say I could see either one winning this, you know.
Yeah.
Like, it's, I mean, Mega Lucario is like the obvious choice because it's the one that everyone knows. But I have seen a lot of Mega Starmie on the ladder, so I think, on PTG Live. So I think there's a lot of Mega Starmie believers out there.
Yeah, there probably is. You know, it's a shiny new toy. It's very, very efficient. That's one thing I like, low energy attack Pokemon.
Also,
both of ours are.
Also, legs for days on the Mega Starmie, right? Like,
going through the hallway, you know, does have the mean potential on its side.
Absolutely
to be fair, but Lucario is one of a lot of people's favorite Pokemon as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think like there's a lot of fans on both sides. That's what I'm saying. I could really see this one going either way.
This is, well, the power's in your hands, guys. So if you are watching YouTube, get yourself on Twitch. Get ready for that Twitch poll. Once it's opened, you will be able to vote. Mega Lucario or Mega Starmie, both of which, let's be fair here, very playable, right?
Yes.
Like, there were some Megas on there. We'll get to those maybe a little bit later. We're not going to see them go very far in an event, but these two, like, let's say, if I was to tap you on the shoulder and say, tomorrow, Freya, we will be casting a Mega Lucario versus Mega Starmie in top 8, I don't think we'd be massively surprised.
No, not at all. Like, those are definitely, they're two decks that are good enough to go far in a tournament. Now, which one is more likely to win a given tournament? Again, if you look at the results so far, you might want to give it to Lucario, but Mega Starmie has seen a lot of success in Japan as well, especially early on. And I think just being able to put on so much pressure so quickly, because it really is just, you know, one energy attachment and you're banging going. And to be fair, that's kind of similar to what the strength Mega Lucario has. It's just like one does bench damage and one can accelerate energy with the Aura Jab.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel as if Mega Lucario is a bit more, I say one-dimensional. It's very strong at that one dimension, but Mega Starmie is very tricky. You know, you could play cards like Salvatore, for example. You don't see it too often, but you could for that turn 1 Starmie attack, Evolve, Rolling, Freezing Shrouds. Yeah, they're both very good. This is probably the strongest matchup, I feel, in our round 1.
Hold on a second.
Our results are in.
Yes, I just sorry to interrupt you there. I do believe we just had our results in. So let's see who won the battle between Mega Lucario and Mega Starmie.
Oh, that's a close one. Wow.
I was bang on the money as how close it was going to be.
Wow. I do take these very seriously, Freya. I will be honest, but I tell you what, that was a stellar performance from yourself there. That was...
Like, I can't really be too upset about a 52-48, at least not in this instance.
No, I agree, and I can't really stick my chest out too much because that was well played.
Yeah, well played.
That was a good one.
Yes.
That was a good one. That was a good one. So yeah, Mega Lucario will be advancing, and I think the next one, what was it? Mega Absol versus Mega Frostlass will be the next one. Probably a little bit more one-dimensional, I think, that one.
No, again, I don't know. I mean, Mega Frostlass, we saw Dio do well at some of the Ascended Heroes format, and then also, I mean, Mega Absol obviously did just get the big win at EUIC, but I don't know, you know, I think some of these might be a bit closer than you think.
Okay, well, if you want to see how if you want to see how that bracket pans out, well, all you got to do is sit here and watch the rest of this stream. What a good job for you guys at home. But we are back here at the Prague Regional Championships. What are we going into, round 6 now?
Yeah, it is.
Round 6. So, talk to me here now, Freya. Let's say you're at round 6 in a regional. Let's say you're on a 5-1 record, or maybe a 4-2. So you're doing, you know, rather well. What's going through your head in these rounds as you try and, you know, think about next rounds and beyond?
So there's a couple of things going through my head, and that is don't bottle it and don't get arrogant, basically. So you've had all these wins in the bag, and that is great. You want to make sure that you capitalize on that advantage that you have and make sure you keep that confidence going. But say if you do, you know, because you've taken one loss as well, so it's a bit of a cliche advice, but it's something that I always, you know, impart onto myself, and it's what I say in general. Just focus on the game in front of you. You've won 5, you've lost 1, but, you know, if you just win the game in front of you, however many, you know, next times in a row, you're going to win the tournament, right? So that's just the important thing to focus on.
Yeah, that is... Yeah, it's interesting just to take every sort of round as it comes. But then, how about, is there, like, a massive difference then if you're on the perfect, the 6-0?
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think so, to be honest, because again, the more wins you get, the more likely you are to get to that point where, say, later in day 2, you've won so much, you can just, you know, intentionally draw your way into top cut as well. Although, having said that, there is a bit of a rule change around that going into this tournament, isn't there?
Yeah, there is actually. I didn't consider that. Yeah, that's coming to play really quick, hasn't it, actually, that one?
So to clarify what we're talking about here, so now, depending on your seeding position in the top cut of a tournament, if you're in a higher seed position than the person you're playing against, you get to choose if you go first or second going into the match. So essentially you have a higher seed advantage in top cut. So that might discourage people from doing the intentional draws, and it would be even more reason just focus on the game in front of you and win as many games as you can to get that top cut advantage.
Yep, try and get those 3 match points whatever means necessary. Now, we've mentioned this a few times, Prague Regional Championship. This is our first event in our new format, post-rotation. However, in our old format, there is a titan of the game who has come overseas to compete here in Prague, who is very well known for playing Gardevoir EX. Henry Chow, however, cannot play that anymore. So I believe our fellow caster Joe Bernard managed to catch up with him a little bit earlier. Let's see what Henry has to say.
2, 1. How's it going, trainers? I've found myself a great player out on the floor because I want to dive into the rotation format. Of course, Prague is the first tournament in the post-rotation metagame. We've lost many really impactful cards and archetypes. And a player who I know can't be too pleased about the rotation is Henry Chow, a player who is pretty much known for dominating with Gardevoir EX over the last couple of seasons, really. This one included with over 1,700 championship points already earned with Gardevoir. First of all, I just want your thoughts as to why you piloted that one deck for so long to such great success?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've told this story before, but it's like I started playing literally my first tournament playing again. I played as a child, but I came back and it was Scarlet Violet pre-release, and Gardevoir came out then. It just seemed like a really cool deck. I played a Gardevoir deck back in 2010, way back in the day, so maybe I had some kind of bias for Gardevoir itself, but the deck ended up being amazing. I was ready to put it down if it ever became bad, but it just was so good throughout the lifetime. I mean, the deck was so versatile, so many different strategies, so yeah, just stuck with it, and yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, and I think the versatility of Gardevoir, especially with how you created new builds over and over again, was one of its key strengths. Is there anything in this new post-rotation format that has any sort of similarities to that deck?
Yeah, I mean, I'm playing Dragapult today, and just to be fully clear, the deck doesn't have as much creativity in the build. I mean, I will say you got the Blaziken, the Dusknoir, you definitely have some options. In terms of the gameplay, I'd say it's quite similar to Gardevoir, where, if you get a good start, you can really be in control of the prize trade, and if you have a slow start, you still have so many ways to gust your opponent, disrupt your opponent, and find different ways to come back into the game. So, in that sense, you have the whole damage counter spreading. I've got 2 Monkey Dories in my deck, so, that aspects of Gardevoir have been preserved. Of course, it's never going to be the exact same, but I would say it's close enough that, I really enjoy Dragapult.
And I think you've already pinpointed comeback mechanics as like a big reason why you enjoyed Gardevoir. It's a reason why you're pivoting to Dragapult now. But how does it feel in the post-rotation metagame, losing the Countercatcher, losing Ino? Does it come into your deck building at all to change anyway?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you definitely want to get those Boss Swords counts up without the Countercatcher. But Countercatcher was, one of my favorite cards in the format, of course. It allowed so many different comeback mechanisms. You would kind of have to stay in the item lock for a really long time because Countercatcher was so scary. I mean, Countercatcher Iono, it's really hard to prepare for something like that. Now we have Boss Stamp. The problem is finding the unfair stamp. It's kind of the lottery, right? So it's not quite as good. So yeah, I've adapted my deck, as I think pretty much everyone has, to play more Monkey Dory to win the Badoo War, to play more Boss's Orders, just everything you can to not walk into the unfair stamp.
I think that's a really good point. And just having more solid starts now provides so many more victories than having smart tech inclusions and whatnot, because you just need to be consistent in this modern age. Are there any top archetypes? Obviously, Dragapult is the one that most people put on a pedestal, but in terms of other archetypes you're looking out for this weekend, what are some of the sort of top 5 maybe decks?
Yeah, I mean, my personal opinion and what I told most of my friends is that I think Festival Lead is really, really good. I'm expecting Festival Lead to do very well this weekend. My guess is there'll be at least 2 in top cut, because it pretty much beats everything except Dragapult, and the Dragapult matchup is actually not that bad if you have the Rabsco, which I think some people have already picked up today. Beyond that, I really like this Jellicent Dusknoir Psychic Box deck. I was going to say, yeah. I've been practicing a lot. I didn't think it was quite polished enough to bring here, and I stuck with the Dragapult, but I'm definitely going to be trying that deck more and possibly bring in the future. Thought Garchomp is good as well. It's a 5th deck I can pick. Not Grimmsnarl, we'll go with... I'll go with Blaziken Dragapult, I guess. Yeah, the Blaziken I think is also okay, but I do like straight Dragapult a little bit more.
Well, thanks so much for chatting to me. Give us one more takeaway from post-rotation. If someone hasn't been or has only played the previous format, this is their first rotation, what are some key takeaways to know in this deck building and everything else about this new meta?
Ooh, that's a really tough question. I mean, I definitely got to say you want to play a lot of Boss's Orders in your deck. I think no matter what deck you're playing, you want to maybe put one more boss than you might be expecting. I was going to come into the day with 4. I did end up going down to 3, but I think that may have been a mistake. I maybe want more Boss's Orders, so play Boss's Orders.
A fundamental card of the Pokémon TCG as ever. Well, Henry, thanks so much. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. We're going to be following your progress, and thanks so much for having a conversation about the rotation format. The world's smallest violin is playing for you with Gardevoir, but I'm sure you're going to be okay. Casters, back to you.
Yeah, I'm sure viewers at home, a lot of people have got that world's smallest violin. Like, oh no, Gardevoir EX is gone. I'm sure a lot of people are very happy to see that go. And I'm very intrigued to see, how players like Henry Trial, who is literally probably in competition with the best Gardevoir player of all time, see how they pivot and move on. Isn't it interesting though? When you talk to these brilliant minds of the game, Henry was saying, I think Festival Lead is going to do really well. Now, during the interview, me and Freya were scrolling along on RK9, seeing what's doing well, what's floating to the top. I did see a few Festival Lead, Freya. What do you think about Festival Lead as sort of, what makes it stronger in this post-rotation format?
I think it's less that Festival Lead itself is stronger and more the fact that Boom Boom Groove is one of the best engines that we have in the game currently. Just being able to cherry pick not just one, maybe even 2 or 3 exact cards you need every single turn, and then combine that with a strong single prize attacker, like a single prize deck that can consistently get going because it can search the things it needs. It doesn't have to rely on 2 prizes to do so. I think that's basically what it is. And Henry Chow put it beautifully there when he said that basically it has a pretty good time into everything except Dragapult, and even Dragapult is not unlosable, especially if you play Rabska, which we saw Julius included in his list.
Exactly that. I do find decks super interesting. As you say, being able to cherry pick whatever cards you like from your deck with Boom Boom Groove. I love the seeking inclusion as well. Let you draw cards if your opponent throws up a low hit point Pokemon, or low-ish. You can just sort of, you know, KO that, draw 4 cards as well. If the deck, once it gets flowing, it is poetry in motion, really. And I've seen there's a few doing rather well, so we'll keep an eye on that. So Freya, as we've been looking through, anything else jump out at you?
I mean, I say when we were looking through, I think both our eyebrows raised. I think I saw Archaludon EX?
Yeah, the tower. The big tower. Yeah, well, it's a card that I thought would see a lot of play actually, but hasn't really come out too much. But there's wondering why. Well, we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah. I think Archaludon's more of a bridge actually. In Japanese, it's called Bridgias.
How would you bridge?
Yeah.
Dear. So anything else jumping at you so far, Frey, in our first ever post rotation for? I was going through your head right now.
It was really interesting hearing Henry talk in that interview, especially because this kind of going back a little bit to the previous conversation we just had, but something else I think that makes Festival really good, and something that can lend itself well to a deck in this format in general is like invulnerability to Unfair Stamp. Because Unfair Stamp is an incredibly powerful card, and we saw in the feature match just now that one of the reasons why Julius felt so confident is because he basically shrugged off an Unfair Stamp as if it was nothing.
Yeah, we saw it in our feature match where the Unfair Stamp was able to leapfrog Raz back into the game. But if you can just be like, oh, 2-card hand, I'll just grab, I need this, I need this, I need this, and we're back in the game. And it's interesting because we've lost cards like Iono and Countercatcher, the percentage of Unfair Stamp in the format now is so much higher just because players need to try and have that, you know, that hand disruption that we just no longer have outside of an Unfair Stamp. So that basically means if you are Unfair Stamp proof, and, you know, let's say half the field is playing Unfair Stamp, might be a little bit high, that's such an advantage.
And the kind of the skill reward in terms of how Unfair Stamp is used is that we kind of talk a lot about how you need to time it at the right point. And in that last match, you saw it was used like a little bit early and it was kind of shrugged off as it was nothing. But in that first feature match that we casted where it was a Dragapult Mirror, it was played at the perfect time to make that comeback where otherwise would have been impossible. And the aspect discussion in general is interesting because yes, Unfair Stamp is probably the go-to right now given that we don't have many hand disruption options available. But there are still so many phenomenal aspects on this board.
Yeah, you know, there really is. You know, back in the day, it used to be Prime Catcher or nothing, but now, you know, you wouldn't be too surprised to see any of these being played. You know, Precious Trolley for the all-basic Mega Absol deck, we've seen a lot of that back in the day. Neo Upper Energy, that is something that Dragapult could very easily play, has played in the past. But, you know, Secret Bots we got to see in the last round. Another big beneficiary to this new format is now the cards like Penny and Prestatura have gone. We're even starting to see Scoop Up Cyclone for all things.
I have heard murmurs about Scoop Up Cyclone big time, and I think it goes back exactly to that. The fact that our 2 best pickup options in Penny and Prestatura scenario are now both gone. So in the same way that Unfair Stamp becomes the only way to disrupt the hand, Scoop Up Cyclone becomes the only way to pick something up. So maybe depending on what kind you're playing and how you're thinking about the way the game state progresses, maybe that's a go-to A-spec. I've seen a lot of people making that argument.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen some legacy energy popping up every now and then. And obviously, if you are playing Alakazam, you will be playing that enriching energy. So you can, you know, draw 4 cards, you know, then you do runaway draw, get it back, use it again next turn, 7 cards. Ridiculous. Hero's Cape, though. You don't see that one too often.
No, this is one that's seen some experimentation in Enzorok of all things, because like you have so much draw power already, you're not too worried about other things. So the idea being you whack that Hero's Cape on, 380 HP is a lot harder to deal with, and it kind of fixes some of the problems that Enzorok might otherwise have.
Interesting. Keep an eye on that. Enzorok, not a deck we've managed to get on feature here so far this weekend, but again, a deck I wouldn't be surprised to see make top 8.
I wouldn't be surprised either. I mean, Enzoroark, it was on my caster prediction, so I definitely wouldn't be surprised to see it in top 8. So I stake my claim on it.
Would you be playing the Dark Manatine if you were playing it?
I think so, yeah. It is generally a tough one because it it takes up more space in your deck.
Yep.
But if you're playing against something that doesn't have bench protection, it's too powerful. So it's whether you play it or not is a judgment call on is there enough bench protection not being played to make it worth it or not. Because if it's not, or say if they even just prize it, you can just blow out games instantly.
Yeah, that flame body cannon, we start announcing that turn after turn. Oh boy,
yeah.
That can get out of hand. Let's have a look at our standings going into our next round and see, you know, how this tournament is shaping up. Speaking of Enzoroark, Piper Lapine, a very big proponent of that archetype. Unsure if she's playing it here this weekend. We will get confirmation of that. Currently at our 2nd seed. So these are all 5-0s. Ethan Wild coming off the Birmingham Regional Championship and the Seville finalist, also at the 5-0. Any names standing out to you there, Fred?
There's a couple that stand out to me for sure. I mean, Julius, of course, we just featured on stream. Ethan Wild already also still doing well on the Festival lead, but I do want to give a slight bias but personal shout out to Niklas Rossu. Okay. So he has been a player from kind of closest to me. So he's from Malmo, so just over the Öresund from Copenhagen, and he has been on Marnie's Grimstar for so long. And he has really put in the work with that deck, and he is having a phenomenal run right now. He's already had a few like day 2s and good finishes at regionals, and if he continues on this trend, I think he could be in for a very good run.
Okay, so shout out to them. We'll keep an eye out for them there. Yon, number 6. I think he won a little regional championship, I'd like to say off the top of my head. Coming in with that 5, and I think he went with Gardevoir as well. So he'll be another player that's having to pivot in and around this format. But 16 5-0s. And it's interesting, as you do say, even if you are sitting at this 5-0 record, you can't really take your foot off the gas because, as you do say, there are many more rewards for, you know, getting into that top cut with a higher seeding as possible. But I think if you are any one of these players here, you must be thinking to yourself, this could be my weekend.
Yeah, I absolutely could. And what better way to do it than in a new format, right, where if you feel like more prepared than anyone else, in an environment where a lot of people maybe are coming in a little bit unsure about what they want to do and how they're going to approach things, that could put you in really good contention to have a big result.
Yeah, that would be like, yeah, as you say, imagine starting a format, getting a top cut and beyond, and thinking, we've only just started this format, and clearly I'm head and shoulders above the rest. So that would put you in very good stead, as we do have Utrecht and Turin still to go here in Europe. Let's keep an eye out for that. Now, before the event, we did pick some players to watch. Let's have a little look through them and give us a shout. We did get Ryuki Okada on stream earlier, coming all the way from Japan. It's an interesting one because the way the card releases fall, Freya, he's actually had experience of this format already. How do you think that changes how he approaches these events?
Well, I mean, it's got to help him, right? Because he's thinking to himself, I've played in this format before. I probably have more experience, actual like competition experience in this format than most people in this room. So it's got to be a big confidence boost. And I think for the other players coming over from Japan, they're feeling similar. Of course, we also have Daniel Magda, of course, local hero, has done phenomenally well this season. Must be very nice for him to have regionals where he doesn't have to go as far to be able to play in it. And Rune Hedemann's also, of course, a former regional champion this season, all the way back at the start of the season. And on a phenomenal run himself.
Yeah, you know, recently aging up, I think within 2 seasons ago, I'd like to say, and then immediately got his ticket to the World Championships by winning Dortmund, I believe it was, or
beating Tord in the finals.
Beating Tord in the finals as well. So we'll keep an eye out on those players and see how their event pans out, but they were our players to watch.
So, going into round 6 now soon, of course.
Yeah.
Plenty more Swiss action to come here. I know our caster predictions are one thing, but based on what you've seen so far, because we've been looking for the results, what are you thinking? Are you sticking with your predictions, or do you think it's something else might make it to the top? Oh, hold on, I see something drawing your attention.
Yeah, I think we might have our stream match pick. We'll get confirmation on that. So what was your question, sorry? The way it pans out?
Are you sticking with your predictions, or like, are you changing your direction based on what you've seen so far?
No, I think I'm going to stick with them for now. Okay. I still think Mega Lucario, I've been seeing a few of them filter towards the top, which is what I like. I'm a bit surprised that the Raging Bolt hasn't really panned out as well as I thought it would. I thought that would have been a card. Excuse the okie dokie there. I did actually change it last minute to Raging Bolt, so ignore that. It was a Raging Bolt, yeah. But I thought, you know, coming into a new format, I think people just want to play something that's low to the ground, you know, can get ahead early with no Iono. Cards like Meowth really help you out against the bailout on Fair Stamp. It hasn't really panned out. Well, we're still early days. It could be a couple Raging Bolt players announcing Bellowing Thunder and rising through. Same question to you, though, Freya. Are you still confident with your picks?
I I mean, given how well Piper's doing, yeah, absolutely. You know, you're doing well with Zoroark, and with Teal Mask Ogerpon, I almost feel like I couldn't have gone wrong with that one because it is such a good card, as I mentioned before, in a vacuum, and it's the backbone of so many different archetypes, including Raging Ball, which is one of your predictions.
Yeah.
That I feel like it's hard to really feel like I went wrong with that one in any way.
Yeah, I feel as if Raging Bolt does well, then your caster pick does well as well.
Exactly.
So we both kind of want Raging Bolt to do well here. So I believe we do have players getting set up here going into this is all our round 6.
Round 6, yeah.
Round 6. Oh, man, 6-0. That would have you ever gone 6-0 in an event?
I'm trying to think now. I think it's been a while, but I went 5-0. I was either 5-0 or 6-0 at Birmingham, and then lost on stream as a player against. Yeah, I was playing Terrapagos up against the Michael Cornwall playing Dragapult, and I got thoroughly bodied. So, so yes, but it's I think more recently I've had a couple of okay results, day 2s that played in regionals I played earlier this season as well. So it's you definitely, like we were talking about before, you want to not let it get to your head and just focus on the game in front of you still, and to not get too far into the future, because when you do that, that's when you're not focusing on what's in front of you, and that's when you can make a silly mistake and lose.
You don't want to go out on mistakes. Tell you what, that's the hardest way to learn right there. You either go out, you know, with your head held high and things like this. Post-rotation format, perfect order is legal. And I feel we might be seeing some perfect order cards in this next match. Coming up here, it'll be our Swiss round 6 feature match here at the Prague Regional Championships. I'm Shay Burton, joined by Freya Pierce. Our players will be battling to jostle for a place in phase 2 and beyond.
I mean, one win here will basically get you there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So with 5 wins already, you only need 16 match points to advance into phase 2. So, I mean, these players could tie if they wanted to, but obviously they're not going to do that. Like we talked about, you want to get as many wins as possible. You want to lock yourself into that top cut and that higher place seeding so that you can go ahead and win the whole gosh darn thing.
There we go. We've got 2 players who want to win the whole gosh darn thing. So how about we get down to the table and see our next feature match play out? And trust me, this is going to be a fun one. On the left, we have Adam Lasko versus, on the right, Salvatore Camolo. Hopefully I got that right. If not, I apologize.
Camiolo.
Camiolo, you got the little bit of flair. I love it. Come on then, Freya. So here's Adam on the left. Stuttgart Regional Top 64, Gdansk Regional Top 128, Lille Regional Top 128, and Bologna Top 128 as well. So I'm sure Adam would love to try and get a better one on there, and he's going to try and do it this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of day 2s wanting to make it even better than that. On the other hand, we have Salvatore in a bit of a similar position, actually. So top 128 at EUIC in 2025, and a top 64 at Bochum, a top 256 at the Stuttgart Regional 26, and 343rd specifically at Lille. So I think both these players are in this position where they've made a few day 2s, but they want that little bit more.
Yeah, shout out to the 343rd. Love the specificity on that there. So, viewers, we alluded to this earlier. Adam is playing. We are going to see it. It is the Arc Aladon for Adam. And then on the right, Salvatore is playing the Alakazam. 2 Abra's prize, though.
That is nasty pricing.
That's far from ideal. But here we go. Our Swiss round 6 feature match here, Prague Regional Championships. Adam is kicking us off with that Arc Aladon EX deck. Has led the Relicanth in the active, benched a Duraludon, and I think that might be the turn complete. We're going to see an air balloon attachment, I should say. Are we going to see the free retreat on that Relicanth as well now? Looks like we're debating. Sure. Do we have any other playables in hand? I can't quite tell. Let me see.
There was another air balloon. He's debating whether to attach it to the Duraludon, which I said to another Carmine.
Interesting.
Hello.
Support a card that you can play on your first turn. Discard your hand and draw 5.
So yeah, normally you can't play a supporter on your first turn if you're going first, but Carmine is an exception to that. So we'll allow him to get a few more cards in, does find a Metal Energy for the Duraludon, and then pass it over to Salvatore.
Okay, so it is over to Salvatore's going to start a turn off there with that Fan Call, letting you search your deck for any 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 hit points or less and pop them in your hand. So, Alakazam, that is what Salvatore is playing here. It's a rather fun deck, and it gained a massive boost in perfect order. Alakazam, stage 2 Pokemon, 140 hit points with the ability Psychic Draw. When you evolve into it, you can draw 3 cards. That sounds good. It's even better when you consider its attack powerful hand places 2 damage counters on your opponent's active for each card in your hand. So you can see where we're going with this. However, much like Dracloak in the Dragapult deck, Kadabra can join in the fun. With its ability Psychic Draw, when you evolve into it, you can draw 2 cards. So as you can already see with those Dunsparce that Salvatore is playing, his deck is built to do one thing and one thing only: draw cards and then attack afterwards for massive damage. That's exactly what he's going to try and do here.
Yeah, the runaway draw and the psychic draws come in to build up a humongous hand, and this is the key card right here, the telepathic psychic energy that is being searched off of this Hilda. This is really the card that lets this deck do what it wants to do. When you attach it to a psychic Pokemon, you get to put 2 basic Pokemon from the deck onto your bench, so that can get yourself go to Abras, and then with the evolution Pokemon search from the Hilda, you can get Kadabra, you can get Alakazam, you can get the Dunsparce, whatever you need. So combine the Fan Rotom, able to search out the Dunsparces with the Dunsparce search and all that, you are drawing about 1 bajillion cards per turn, and therefore doing 1 bajillion damage with Alakazam's powerful hand.
There we go, 1 bajillion damage. Now, it is worth noting that because Salvatore did prize 2 Abra, won't be able to use this energy for full effect here. This telepathic energy will only be able to search out 1 Abra from the deck. That's not bad. I mean, considering you got 2 Abras prized, but this is going to be knowledge now for Adam. I'm thinking, oh, hold on a second. You only got you got 1 Abra of a possible 2. Your prize cards might not be terribly great, but that telepathic energy, as you do rightfully say, Freya, the massive addition for this Alakazam deck.
Powering up the attack cost of powerful hand and getting extra basics out. But yeah, flooding the field with the Dunsparce. Now, maybe Adam might think this was then an intentional move because he just wanted to leave space for the Dunsparce.
True.
But at the same time, you've got to wonder a little bit because you really want to get the Abras out. Either way, Adam knows that his focus on this just has to be start taking KOs as fast as possible, because you know that if the Alakazam player can really get the advantage in the prize trade and start taking big one-hit knockouts on 2 prize Pokemon, that's when you start to fall behind.
You are exactly correct. And looking at Adam's list, he does have some defenses against this Alakazam deck. But let's have a quick explanation of the Archaladon EX deck, in case you don't know what it does. It's a big stage 1 Pokemon, 300 hit points with the Assemble Alloy ability. When you evolve into it, you can attach 2 metal energy from your discard pile to your metal Pokemon in any way you like. And its attack does 220 damage and removes its weakness. Not super relevant. However, what Adam has, his Alakazam deck, is rather strong. The first thing I want to draw attention to is the Genesect with the Ace Nullifier ability. When you attach your tools to it, your opponent can't play any Ace specs. He also plays a Zerosic Machinations, which forces your opponent to discard until they have 3 cards in their hand. But he is just going to turn attach and pass it back over to Salvatore, who's going to immediately start doing some Psychic draws.
Yeah, Psychic Draw drawing 2 cards there after evolving into the Kadabra. This list does play, or the deck in general rather, does also play Rare Candy, so you can skip straight from the Abra into the Alakazam and then draw 3 cards straight away whilst getting an attack in. So that's something that Salvatore is going to be considering, as there are, I mean, there's a lot of options to draw cards here.
Cards we're drawing this time. We have Runaway Draw. We have the Enriching Energy, which is what that Genesect is going to try and prevent, but it hasn't come down. That Enriching Energy, when you attach it for the turn, you can draw 4 cards. And this is where it gets silly, Freya, because imagine you do an Enriching Energy to your Dunsparce. You draw 4, happy days. You then do Runaway Draw with the Dunsparce. That's an extra 3. You shuffle the Enriching again. You draw into it next turn. You do it again. That's where the game can get out of hand, with that Psychic hand just doing a ridiculous amount of damage. We are going to see a Dawn here. Going to grab Alakazam, his own Genesect, and then a Kadabra as well.
Yeah, so it's really very smart sequencing here from Salvatore, recognizing I want to thin out these Pokemon now because I really want to hit that Rare Candy. So if I thin out these Pokemon before I go for my draws with all of my cards, I am the most likely to be able to hit this Rare Candy and get an attack going straight away.
I mean, you'd love to do Bosch's Order as well. That is the one downside to Alakazam, that it can only attack. That's a downside. Oh, that's the other Alakazam, actually, that he looks like he's just grabbed there. What does that one do? I can't quite remember. Strange Hacking. Your opponent's active is now confused. You may move a number of damage counters from your opponent's Pokemon into the other Pokemon, okay? And then Psychic but one energy does 10 plus 50 if each energy attached to your opponent's active. Interesting.
Yeah, this is an alternative Alakazam that some decks play as an answer to things that block effective attacks. Because the Alakazam, because Powerful Hand places damage counters instead of doing damage, that's an effective attack that can actually be prevented. So this is a way to kind of get around that by still being able to do some damage on something. But very interestingly from Salvatore, taking a slower approach, actually not going to bother going in aggressively with the Alakazam, and even opts to hold the enriching energy in the hand and just pass the turnover.
Interesting. I don't mind it. You know, your opponent's playing a 2-prize Pokemon that attacks. Wait a minute. What are we doing here?
I think it's just a boss's
orders.
orders
It does do 80 damage. Yeah, it does. Oh, it is. Is it 2 metal and 1 colorless? Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, okay, well, that's what I was checking. But yep, so we are just going to see the Raging Hammer for 80 damage to KO the Kadabra. Wow, not the most explosive starts from Adam, but I guess he doesn't really want to evolve into 2 prizes potentially.
I mean, he doesn't, but also he doesn't have much of a choice. Adam's hand is completely dead. That was all he could do. He's just taking a prize to just try and find something.
I mean, it's not a bad one to take. We are going to evolve into Alakazam, though. Draw 3. Freya, look at that hand.
That is massive. And that's a very important find. The Night Stretcher.
Massive find.
With the other 2 Abra being prized, you want to make sure you have a way to attack with Alakazam next turn, because there is every chance that if you attack with Alakazam now, it could get KO'd and then you'd have no way to respond. So very important find there from Salvatore. 3 more cards drawn from this runaway draw. Finds a Boss's Orders. And looks like, was that the enriching? No, the enriching engine was already in hand.
Already in hand.
So
we'll
found something else there.
Now, yeah, after the runaway draw. This is a really good thing about runaway draw. You can do it from the active, and you draw your cards before shuffling, so you can make decisions of what you draw as well. A ridiculously strong engine. He's going to attach the enriching now. Oh, I guess you need to turn attach a sidekick.
Because very smartly, Adam went for the Boss's Orders onto the Kadabra with an energy on it. So actually, it's really Psychic Energy he's taking for, and there finds the telepathic Psychic Energy.
Does find the telepathic. Here is Alakazam in the active. Powerful Hand is live. Don't really need to count how many cards are in that hand. There's more than enough to KO that 130 hit point Doral. I can tell you that for free. We're not quite at bazillion damage yet, like Freya said, but we're getting there.
The Buddy Puffin comes in nicely as well to set up those Dunsparce back on the bench so they can get ready to do evolve into the Dunsparce and do runaway draw again next turn. And it's going to be really great if Salvatore can find a Dunsparce this turn. I'd really love to see him evolve this Dunsparce and then just leave it there as ready to draw next turn. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, because it gives you that free retreat pivot as well. You're drawing cards. You got everything you like. We're counting up the cards there.
I think it's enough, isn't it, Shay?
More than enough. Battle Cage, not going to be super relevant in it. Oh, no, to be fair, he does play Monkey Dory, actually, does Adam. So Battle Cage will come up. But there's the big, powerful hand for the KO. Salvatore's on the board. Now, we know Adam does have Ultra Ball in hand. So he can go and grab a Dark Aladon, assemble Alloy, and start attacking. We need a turn attachment, actually. Does have a Team Rocket's Watchtower in hand, though. That can turn off the Dunsparce.
That is true.
If there isn't a staging placement. There is Arc Aladon. Assemble Alloy. Still need 1 more to attack, though, Freya.
I think the bigger problem here is the fact that, the Ultra Ball's in the hand, and he needs to play this to grab Meowth to draw more cards. That's the issue. So actually, he can't afford to put down the Team Rocket's Watchtower.
Oh, I think he only plays that out of 1 count as well, I believe. Let me double check that.
Yeah, it's only 1.
Only a 1 count. The next thing we're looking for here then is his A-Spec of Heroes Cape. That would be quite nice to attach, but we are going to see the Meowth come down. And because he did take a sneaky prize with that Raging Hammer, we are only going to grab 6. Remember, Meowth, when you put it in the bench from your hand, you can grab any supporter card you like. So he is going to choose the Lead Determination, but that will only be for 6 cards because he has taken a prize.
Yeah, it's a really, really rough start from Adam
here. Did get the energy, though. That was the bare minimum.
And then, 2 more drawn there. So, finds the energy to attack with him. We'll be able to take down this Alakazam. But putting the Meowth down doesn't feel great. There's another Ultra Ball, and there's a Pokepad, at least, I guess, so that you can start to get a backup attacker rolling. But I think the main thing I'm scared of, if I'm Adam here, is knowing how many options for draw there are next turn, and knowing that there's no hand disruption. All it takes is a rare candy, Alakazam, energy, and a bunch of draw. And even with a Hero's Cape, that Arcalodon could still go down.
Yep. Yeah. You are right. You are right. You kind of have to at least chase the energy, though, I feel. You have to, don't let that enriching come into play. That's the only saving grace. If you can't get ahead of your energy attachments in Alakazam, you can't make use of enriching. So it looks like we are going to see the retreat thanks to the air balloon. We are going to see the Metal Defender, 220 damage. Arcalon now has no weakness for what it's worth. Adam takes his second prize card, is over to Salvador, does have to answer some questions. I believe has 2 copies of Rare Candy in hand already.
And also, very importantly, did find one of those prized Abras off the KO. So, I mean, that is absolutely vital. As long as there's one more Abra in play, yeah, there's the Rare Candy already ready to go in hand. There's the Alakazam.
Does he have the good ones? Oh, he does! Uh-oh. Powerful hand. Gets to draw 3. Still hasn't used the Runaway Draw. Might not even need to. Look at that hand.
And the Hilda's in hand as well, so that guarantees the energy attachment.
Hilda does a fantastic card for this deck. Then you grab an Evolution Pokemon and an energy.
Yo, Shay, I'm not going to lie. Looking at just the amount of cards in hand already, I think he might already be there. Just
so we
use
need,
the Hilda.
We need 15, right? Because our Caledon has 300 hit points. You do 20 for each card. We need 15. And I think you're right. We'll try and get a count up. Who we doing? Yeah, we got one more runaway draws. Tell you what, these runaway draws and Salto could be running away with this game. And then you can do it from the active for the free retreat. Honestly, like I said, once this deck gets rolling, Freya, honestly, if you don't find your outs, you don't find your Zerosic, you don't find your Team Rocket's Watchdog, at least put it in play. Yeah, that's definitely 15 cards, surely.
There is no way that is not 15 cards. And yeah,
you wouldn't promote the Alakazam if it wasn't, would you?
And that's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I made that. Could be wrong, but it's definitely over 15.
Yeah. But I mean, that's even better because now what you can do is you have like the kind of wiggle room to play some cards and kind of insulate yourself a little bit whilst powering up the attack and still doing enough damage to take the KO on this Arcalodon.
Wow. This is a one prize Pokemon, folk, that will be swinging for 300 hit points.
At the very least.
At the very least. We still have runaway draws if we like. Wow.
But again, I think you want to, knowing that you have enough for the KO, and he's counting it exactly just to make sure that he gets this right.
You don't want to make a mistake now.
No, just attach the energy, not even going to bother attaching or not even going to bother searching the deck, kind of telegraphing, yeah, I have no more Psychic Pokemon basics in my deck, but there it is, 15 cards. That is going to be, oh, actually, no, 16.
No, it was 16, yeah.
So 16. You can play one more.
You're going to make sure you get that right, though.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to play the last card down to 14, but yeah.
Very heads up there, yeah. Just getting the Abra down. Just give yourself, because it's not just the fact that it attacks right. Just Kadabra evolving and getting the Psychic Draw for 2 is also really strong.
But yeah, there is the big, powerful hand for the KO Alakazam, escorting the Arcalodon to the discard pile. Adam has been faltering a little bit in this game. Can he issue a response? At the bare minimum, we need an Arcalodon and a turn attachment so we can attack. Oh, wait a minute. Was that Zerosic in hand? Was that Zerosic in hand?
Oh, I think it is, you know. Oh, is it? No, it's a
Genesect and a Petrol.
That's not quite going to do it.
But we can attack, though. But then it probably just does it again. He just does the powerful hand again.
It's just it's a trade that you never win, right? And this is what we were talking about right at the start of the game, that sure, you can take a one-hit knockout on the Alakazam, but as long as there's another Alakazam ready to go to knock you out right back, you're never winning that race.
I guess all you can do is make your opponent... it's going to go for the Pheasantipity instead. Okay. Now, this is interesting, because you could have had, at the bare minimum, an attack with Arcalodon, right? Assemble Alloy. However, Adam's saying, I probably lose this race. As we say, I need a little bit more. If I can try and get my KO with a Zerosic, now we're talking. Can he flip the script here? Draw 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out next turn. That was a no. It's all the boss's orders.
It's 1 out of 2. It's Arcalodon, but it's no Zerosic. So he's basically just back in the same position where he started, but now with Pheasantipity on the bench.
I mean, did get a bot? No, you're not going to boss anything, are you? Let's be honest. Yeah, I mean, we can still evolve, assemble Alloy, we can attack. You would have loved to have found your Zerosic there, though. Zerosic forcing your opponent to discard so they have 3 cards in their hand.
Yeah, missing that was absolutely huge here. It was really what he needed. That and the Arcalodon. He took the gamble with the Pheasantipity and was able to find the attacker, but just not the hand disruption that he so desperately needed.
We could Petrol for Hero's Cape.
Yeah,
is that what we're doing here?
I mean, that might be the next best option, but surely it isn't that much harder from Salvatore to go from 15 cards to 20, and yeah, it's just going to be poker pad.
Yeah, it's only an extra 5, right? I mean, it does have double runaway draw developed, so that wouldn't even get you there. No, it's a great point, actually. So I guess Pokepad for Dorado, I'm basically saying, right, next turn will be the Zerosic turn, but for now, all I can do is assemble Alloy, Metal Defender, take my 3rd prize card, and throw it over to Salvatore, who is on awkward pricing here with 3 prize cards left, so can't win in, well, I guess can win in 2 attacks. We'll have to use boss's orders, but okay, it's over to Salvatore now.
So we know there's another rare candy already in the hand, so that won't be an issue. Yeah, evolve up one of those Abra into Gardevoir just to draw 2 cards, and then go ahead and rare candy the other one so you can get the attack going. Buddy Popping for good measure as well, just to fin out deck a little bit more. There is only 1 Psychic Energy left in the deck, actually. This is something that we didn't draw attention to earlier.
How many Night Stretcher has he used as well? I've seen at least 1.
There's 2 in the deck, and he's used both.
He's used, okay.
And also, but this is kind of goes on to like the really important point here. The 1 basic Psychic Energy that he plays is prized. That's the only basic Psychic in the deck, so Night Stretcher wouldn't be relevant anyway. There is only 1 telepathic Psychic Energy left to work with.
So that means he needs to take that Psychic from the prizes realistically.
Yeah, which granted, unless he decides to take from the top and just to mix things up, chances are he will take it, but this is still very important that he does.
Really is. It's interesting to keep an eye on the energy count. These decks tend not to play too many. Looks like how's running into the Hilda to pluck that last telepathic energy from the deck. Stunning card in that reverse holo as well. I'm a reverse holo enjoyer, Freya, I will be honest.
I actually like them more now that they don't have the patterns. I think the mirror foil,
the flat holo.
I think it's got. I think it kind of stands out a little bit more somehow. I know plenty will disagree, but I actually really like those.
No, I agree. I was a flat holo enjoyer. We didn't get them all the way back to base black and white.
No, exactly.
And now we get them back. Love that. So Ace Nullifier. No, that would be interesting. Just to stop any potential heroes.
Heads up.
Oh, what a play there. There is the telepathic energy getting attached as well. That Genesect basically means if it has a tool card attached, Adam cannot use any ace specs. So the time for that has been and gone. Using the air balloon to he has a 3 retreat cost, doesn't he?
Yeah, it does. So actually going to have to do the runaway draw, which I think he didn't want to do that. I think he wanted to preserve it instead. But now that air balloon is going to have to go back into the deck, which, I mean, it's not the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world. You get it back, don't you, at some point?
But we'll have to...
We have enough now. We've got to make... I mean, we drew a lot, but... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14... Oh, yeah. I was getting to like 18, 19 at that point.
I think I'll defer back to my previous 1 bajillion cards in the hand.
We're at the 1 bajillion now. I think it's safe to say. Yeah.
But that is so heads up from Salvatore because, both these players are actually playing that Ace Nullifier Genesect, and Salvatore hasn't seen what Ace Spec Adam has yet, so it could be that I think Salvatore's thinking, no matter what Ace Spec it is, I don't want anything to do with it. No unfair stamp, no Hero's Cape, no nothing. Let's just cement this game.
So it is going to be the powerful hand for the big KO. 1 prize card left for Salvatore. It has got enough there. Have me worried for a second. It's over to Adam. 3 prize cards there. This is the turn. We need to see disruption. There is Mega Morwa. I mean, I guess that's got the highest hit points you can do. It hasn't actually. It's got 270. Oh, maybe it's got any way to draw cards. It's going to be a flip the script, Freya.
Flip the script for 06 Machinations is pretty much the only way here. And even then, like, because Salvatore only has 1 prize left, you can just, like, take a one prize knockout on something weak. Even, like, this Relicanth, right? Only you need 5 cards in hand to KO over boss's orders.
Yep.
So it's a very tough position no matter which way you look at it. And even more so because we did see Salvatore did take that Psychic Energy off of the prizes, so we'll be able to do 1 more powerful hand.
Big flip the script. Night Stretcher. Black Belt's training. Ultra Ball.
No, that's not going to do it.
Oh, Black Belt's trade. I mean, we can attack, I think. Oh, wait, can we? Yeah, we can attack. But, I mean, we can do Metal Defender. You have boss's orders, I guess. You could even attack with Mega Morwa if you really wanted to. Just for the style points.
For style points, but there's no actual meaningful attack. And Adam recognizes it, picks it up his cards, and concedes the game. Salvatore takes a very convincing game 1.
Yeah, that was a fantastic game 1 from Salvatore. Cool, calm, and collected. Did prize 2 copies of Abra and not only copy of Basic Psychic, but said, you know what, it's fine. I've got a big Alakazam with a big powerful hand hitting for a bazillion damage, and we're going to go to a game 2.
So a calm mind for an Alakazam there. Okay, absolutely. But it just really was such a strong setup. Fan Rotom is actually not something that we see in all lists for this deck, but we saw the power of it as it just got down so many Dunsparce early on.
That's the key, right? If all you want to do is just be announcing Psychic draw, Runaway draw, and you know what helps with that? The Fan Rotom, as we are going to consult our replay here. Salvatore, I think, was always in the driver's seat. Worth noting, Adam didn't really get off to the hottest of starts, did he? He was very slow out the gates, had to attack with Duraludon of all things. But then when the Archaladon did come down, Salvatore was immediately able to just escort them to the discard pile every turn. And Adam was able to reload it, sure. But, you know, it's just, the problem is when you're reloading a 2-prize attacker to 1-shot a 1-prize attacker, which then 1-shots you back, it's not very good. Let's consult these prize cards. Heroes Kate, both copies of Genesect also in the prize cards for both players.
Is that both players have both Genesect and Ace-Specs prize?
Yeah, energy as well, sorry. Yeah, so that's quite funny. Both Ace-Specs are prized, so Genesect thinks I'm not needed here, so they're both prized as well.
It's coming in pairs.
Yeah, they're coming in pairs. Adam is cooking us off here. 3 copies of Duraludon down, I should say, with a Pokepad. We'd love to see a turn attachment here. Let's see. Does have a turn attachment, has an Ultra Ball, has the Meowth as well. Meowth can fetch that Zerosic when he needs it.
Absolutely. I mean, last time he wasn't really able to use it so to that effect because he had to use it just to bail himself out. But in this instance, recognizing, you know what? I don't need to put this Meowth down now. I have my turn attachment. I'm just going to pass it over to Salvatore.
Who has led that fan Rotom again. That's good, that.
Yeah, that's pretty strong going.
Is that a one of us, Check?
I do believe so.
It is a one-off. Wow.
No complaints there. I mean, it's in with the fan Rotom as well. It's actually a heads-up inclusion, not just for the fact that it can, of course, search out your Dunsparce, but also the fact that it's an attacker that can hit some of the stuff that Alakazam otherwise can't. So it's a bit of like a soft counter to some of these like blocking archetypes or like stuff like Team Rocket's Articuno.
It really is. It is a fantastic little attacker. 1 energy, 70 damage if you have a Stadium in play. We are going to see Dawn, which is one of the decks that can probably make the most use of Dawn, letting you grab a basic, a stage 1, and a stage 2. So then you grab, you know, at the bare minimum, an Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam. We can also grab any, you know, the Dunsparce lines or Dunsparce as well. Any combination as well, might I say. So a fantastic card for this archetype.
Yeah, it really gets out all the pieces that you need. And with the Kadabra already in hand, very smartly opts for the Dunsparce as the stage 1 option, and then an Abra for the basic, and an Alakazam for the stage 2. Now, pretty much the only other thing he could maybe ask for, if there's a telepathic Psyche Energy in the hand, he could get his setup going really, really strong, although I don't believe I saw one.
Yeah,
no,
that would be the only thing missing to make this a perfect setup. Can't really complain too much.
It's a regular basic Psychic Energy.
Could we go Arcaladon? Oh no, we get energy in the discard. But I think, can we line up an Arcaladon boss play here? Get rid of that Abra really quick.
I think you absolutely could if you had just one more energy. He is 1 energy short doing it, which is very, very rough because that would have been absolutely perfect. That's the kind of tempo you need to buy yourself to win when you are a stage 2, a 2-prize deck going up against a 1-prize deck.
But yeah, I don't think we can get there. Could you? No. No, you can't use Mega Morwas. That's 80 times, not 80 plus. Yeah, no, I don't think we're quite there, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I think Adam recognizing that just is going to go for that Arcaladon. Going to go ahead and use the Assemble Alloy, attach that 1 basic Metal Energy that was just discarded onto there, and then just going to go for that Elite Determination straight away.
Yeah, so we haven't turn attached, right? That energy attachment off. So we can still draw into an energy and doing a metal defender this turn. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think at this point, Adam's played almost more cards than he played in the last game, to be honest with you.
Already, yeah. They've come in that long, but...
sorry to cut you off. You'd love to see Team Rocket's Watchtower this turn.
That could be very, very strong.
That would slow down the setup massively. It's only a one-off, though. Team Rocket's Watchtower. Oh, was that it?
I think that might be the second card.
Yeah,
hello, hold on a second. If that
this one?
It's a Jamming Tower.
Oh, it's a Jamming Tower.
Wait, no, he doesn't play Jamming Tower. It must be the Watchtower then. If that's the case, that would be a phenomenal turn 2.
That would stop Salvatore from sort of getting the massive advantage in card.
Oh no, it's in the deck.
Oh, it's in the deck. What is that one card then?
Well, it must be something else.
We'll see it at some point. It's hard when the players are flicking through their hand really fast. What is it? I'm so confused. It's not a Night Stretcher. Is it 2 copies of Night Stretcher? You just see the Relicanth there. Air Balloon.
It doesn't matter. It's not Team Rocket's Watchtower, and that's like the main thing that we thought could make things really, really strong.
It's a Gets This Boss's order.
That's
what it is. It's a Gets This Boss's order. There is the Metal Defender, though. Adam takes his first prize card here in our Swiss Round 6 Game 2 feature match. Technically, this is a winning in for both our players here. They'd love to get themselves into Phase 2, guaranteed. So they should get there, whoever the winner is of this. So it is over to Salvatore now. Promoted a Dunsparce, has a Dunsparce in hand. We're going to start the turn off with a Hilda.
About as strong a start as you could ask for. Yes, straight away that telepathic Psyche Energy. Again, dual utility, not only setting up more Abra onto the bench for you to be able to evolve and draw more and attack more, but it's 2 cards out of the deck. That means that maybe if you find yourself that rare candy, you could go for an attack as early as this turn.
Now, that Freya would just be rude. If you was to KO my EX Pokemon 300 hit points turn 2 with your stage 2-1 prizer. I just be thinking, if I'm Adam, I'm just shaking Salvador's hand thinking, clearly this was meant to be your round, my friend. Good luck in the rest of the event. But you're going to see the telepathic energy getting attached. We are going to grab 2 basic psychic. What an incredible energy that is. Was it throwback? Was it cool energy back in the day, or
which one? The
cool energy.
Cool energy,
yeah, similar vibes.
Yeah, cool energy was a weird one because you essentially announced the effect of cool energy and then your turn ended.
Yeah.
So it was kind of like an attack, but not an attack.
Yeah, and you had to attach your active as well. So this is infinitely better. By the way, if you're playing a psychic energy, it just reminds me of that. Here is going to be the runaway draw. Honestly, this is poetry in motion when this deck gets rolling. 2 copies of Battle Cage. Maybe we're going to promote Dunsparce as well. Shuffle up that deck. Wow. That Battle Cage, I believe it's a 4 of in his Alakazam decks. What's that trying to battle, Freya?
So it's actually a 3 of in this list, but this is basically the one answer that Alakazam tries to muster to Dragapult. Obviously, Dragapult can still like counter it, but the fact that it prevents Phantom Dive damage on the bench means that you have a bit of a shot against Dragapult at least, and other stuff that might want to put damage on the bench, like Monkey Dory and the like. Battle Cage prevents that too on the bench.
We are going to see the second runaway draw. Wait. Yeah, all these did get benched last turn, so we could see a third. Is he going for the rare candy player? I feel as if the way he's playing, he might be going for it, you know?
Well, I mean, if you do it, it feels like you're so far ahead. Like, why wouldn't you, right? Yeah, there's third to Dunsparce. Why not? Why not?
Wow, Salvatore! You cheeky, I love it. Here, runaway draw. Oh, there's a rare candy!
That's it!
Has he got Alakazam? Probably has got Alakazam in hand, right?
He fetched it with the Dawn, didn't he?
Of course. Oh, no. Is there enough cards in the hand, then? We need 17, because you need a rare candy. Oh, no, but you draw after the Alakazam.
Yes.
You get to draw an extra 3.
So the rare candy Alakazam is 2 cards. So essentially, it's like it's a +1, right? If you rare candy into Alakazam, you get 1 more card in the hand overall.
So we need 14 right now.
I don't think he's a million miles away, you know. Oh, but maybe not quite enough.
I don't think he's there.
Well, let's see. So, yeah, rare candy into Alakazam. Yeah, he's doing the maths in his head. Is that actually enough?
So draw 3. That doesn't look like 15 yet. 1.
Oh, well, hold on. A Pheasantipity X, though.
It's Pheasantipity live. Of course it would be. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'll make that 12. 1, 2, 3.
Well, is he just that little bit short, even with the Pheasantipity?
I think the flip might get there, though. We could draw something here that would get us more cards, right?
Yeah, well,
Kadabra helps. That's an extra 2. I think we're there.
Well, no, those two.
They came down this turn.
Yes.
You are correct. You are correct.
No, I think he's going to be just short because if there's 12 in hand, Fez comes down and then that's draw 3, that's 14. So I think Salvatore is recognizing this and is actually opting to just set up the board and to kind of inoculate himself for a better setup, I think.
Yeah, I think we were dangerously
which is very sensible.
Close. Yeah. The fact that is even possible is wild to me. There's a buddy path. I'm going to grab 2 Dunsparce from the deck. Tell you what, I want to try and consult that hand. Because when I counted it before that buddy path, and I was very fast, don't hold me to it. I thought I counted 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Wait.
I think I make that 15 again.
Wait, so we undercount. So not only does he have the KO here, but he's managed to set up his board as well as getting the. What on earth is going
on?
He's
done it! That's the turn 2! Oh, Salvatore! Someone check the fire alarms in here, because Salvatore's drawing that heat. Oh my goodness, folks. This is the post-rotation format. This is the Prague Regional Championships. Powerful hand for 300 damage. Turn 2. Adam, how can you respond?
I'm not sure how he can. I mean, you just had your. Well, what were you say right at the beginning of that turn? If my 300 HP, stage 1 EX Pokemon gets knocked out by a stage 2 single prizer, I mean, like, how do you even respond to that?
How do you respond to that? Is Zerosic going to rear his head this game? We need him. Oh, no, I don't see it. I see a Carmine. Do we even have a reload here? We must do. Turn attachment Ultra Ball gets us the...
Or Night Stretcher, I mean...
Or not, yeah. Okay, great point. So we can at least respond, but this is the scary thing about Alakazam. They just do it again. They just do it again. You can't stop it. Here's Night Stretcher. Get back our Caladon. He hasn't played support. He does have a Lilies. So you could maybe Lilies to try and grab your Watchtower, perhaps?
Ah, but this is so rough, though, because, yeah, you can go ahead and take the KO on the Alakazam, but if you haven't got any hand disruption, you're just going to go ahead. I mean, maybe the answer is to just go ahead and, at least for the prize race, use Boss's Orders and just take out this Serendipity EX, at least.
Maybe.
Because it denies an extra 3 cards drawn, and it's 2 prizes, so it kind of works out more favorably that way.
That might be. I think that's what he's deciding here, Lilies or Boss. I think it's exactly the decision Adam's making.
I think
he's going to go for the Lilies, though. I mean, if this finds Watch... I think they play 3 Battle Cage, though.
Yeah.
Like, at a minimum, sometimes it's 4...
Well, not only is it 3 Battle Cage, or you maybe even 4 that the list plays, but Salvatore already has 15, now 17 cards in hand with the 2 prize cards. What are the odds that he doesn't have it?
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. Did take extra cards as prizes. Okay, we need to see that Watchtower here for Adam. No. Boss, Air Balloon, Night Stretcher, Energy, Carmine Energy. That... I don't think you could draw 6 worse cards there. Night Stretcher, actually. Not too bad, I guess.
I do think that is what in the industry we call a nothing burger.
Nothing burger. Oh, dear. But Adam does still take the KO. Onus back onto Salvatore here. Does have the enriching engine. I can't use it, of course, though. Hasn't been able to get ahead on the Psychic Energy attachments. But here we go. Salvatore off to the races again. Psychic draw. Draw 2.
It finds a telepathic Psychic Energy already, so...
Oh no, we're at +5 already, Freya.
Yeah, and another one, just in case, script played there. There's a Dawn.
Alakazam if you haven't got it in hand already.
Like, Salvatore can basically do whatever he gosh darn wants this turn. There is nothing that he doesn't have access to. Multiple Dunsparce ready to go, so can go ahead and draw more cards that way as well, and maybe even do the thing where... I mean, and the main thing he needs to find is rare candy here. That's the one thing he's really missing.
I think he's found a rare candy already.
Wait, has he?
I think so. He plays those full art ones, right? I think we've seen that. I saw a Night Stretcher.
Well, he's played 1 already, and there's 1 in the prize card, so he only has 1 more left to work with, because I do believe he only plays 3.
Does play 3. Let's see. Is it in the... Oh, it's in the deck. Bottom card next to the Air Balloon. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, he definitely hasn't, because if he had found the rare candy already, he would not have put this Dunsparce active, Yeah,
that's why Freya's there to look after me. Yeah, so you're right. Has to find the 1 rare candy here, actually. You are correct. It was at the bottom of the deck. Your deck is getting shuffled here. This will be the last use of 1-away draw. Tell you what, if he finds the rare candy of this, you could just tell this is meant to be his round, right? Oh, could be developing generous. I don't mind this, actually, because this could be a turn where the game gets out of hand for Salvatore. So he says, you know what, the bare minimum, you ain't getting your race back off. I can tell you that.
But I mean, let's be real. Even if he misses here, Salvatore can really protect himself very well by doing this. There is the runaway draw.
No.
Oh, doesn't find it. Okay.
No rare candy. This is probably the... Oh, and then promotes the Genesect as well. I love that. But yeah, I think this is the first turn where Salvatore, since he started Attack of Alakazam, hasn't been able to get an attack off. Adam can breathe a sigh of relief here. This is what he needed. Adam needed a turn. But that gives up the chance of an attack here.
Yeah. But I mean, maybe that's just okay. I mean,
it's not bad, is it? You know... It's not the end of the world.
Okay, let's imagine even a worst-case scenario. Even if Adam finds a Boss's Orders and KOs a Serendipity EX.
Yeah.
As long as Salvatore doesn't need to bench on a 2-prizer, you can still KO 2 prizes in a row to win before Adam can KO a 2-prizer and 2 1-prizers.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, you know, we're acting as if this is the end of the world for Salvatore. It's really not. No. Like, he's still definitely in the driver's seat. Is gonna retreat. Did he not retreat? Runaway draw. Runaway draw into
so it's 2 things. It's runaway draw, and I think he actually values having the protection against the A-Spec more than anything, because we've still not seen what A-Spec... Like, if you're Salvatore, you've not seen what A-Spec Adam plays yet. You don't know whether it's a Hero's Cape or something like an Unfair Stamp, and you do not want to lose to an Unfair Stamp here.
No. Now... Oh, I was going to say could put the Hero's Cape down, but you can't, obviously. Now... could this be a turn? I believe Ultra Ball is in hand. No, it's not. I was going to say this could be Meowth's Erosic turn, but I don't think Meowth's in that hand or Ultra Ball.
I mean, it would be... This would be the way.
This is the turn to get back in the game for sure, right?
If you can Zero-Stick this hand, especially given how thin Adam's or Salvatore's deck is, there'll be very little to do to recover from that. So if he could find it this turn, that would be devastating. I don't think that's an option, though, unfortunately.
I don't see anything apart from that Carmine. Or Boss. I guess you can chase the energy to stop any potential enriching shenanigans.
Yes,
or you could go after Fez.
Oh, it's actually, obviously for the Genesect. Okay, so valuing that Hero's Cape and like saying, maybe he's thinking, okay, so this is the game plan for Adam.
Okay.
If I can whack a Hero's Cape onto this Archaludon and then combine that with a Genesect EX, or rather with the Ace Nullifier, and just kind of put in the Hero's Cape to deny that. Oh, but it doesn't even matter because it's been reestablished. Because Xerosic combined with all that would have been enough, right? That could have maybe prevented Salvatore from being able to find enough cards to take the KO, but that's all been undone immediately by Salvatore as he just reestablishes that Genesect straight away.
That's so rude, isn't it? So do you want to go for my Genesect? Straight back.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Alakazam hits the active runaway. The Dunsparce have been evolved into. Adam had his turn, wasn't able to disrupt as much as needed. Can now start getting ahead on those energy attachments. That means enriching energy will be live now. He can afford to attach it because he's got his Psych Energy in play. Are we at 15? That looks like a 15 card hand. We still has one Rage War if it isn't, let's be honest.
Yeah, but it's got to be a little bit careful. I guess Salvatore's playing to insulate his hand as much as possible, but he doesn't know about Xerosic's machinations yet. That could come back to bite him a little bit.
True.
Let's see.
There is the big, powerful hand for the KO, though, for Adam. Oh, poker pat, Adam. I guess you still have flip the script now, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, big turn here for Adam. As you do say, Salvatore does not know about the Xerosic, and even with the amount, that deck looks very small, so you might not be able to reload and get a big, powerful hand off. Pokepad for the Monkey Door, I imagine that is just a bit of a thinning, because you really want to try and hit something, go over there, flip the script. You'd love to hit Meowth. Well, you'd love to hit Xerosic on its own. But you need to reload your attacker here as well. Here we go. Ultra Ball's in hand, actually.
Oh, hold on a second. Okay. This could be really devastating because...
There's Meowth.
There we are. Okay.
Okay, this could be the turn, Freya. Folks at home. Here comes Meowth. Last ditch catch. There it is.
Yes.
Xerosic Machinations, and he's playing it. This forces your opponent to discard till they have 3 cards left in hand. Now, viewers, Salvatore's deck is not that big. Maybe this is why he chased the Genesect. Because imagine if you could stick the Hero's Cape now.
That's what I was, trying to elaborate on earlier, but then we got interrupted by Salvatore completely undoing it. So with that, Salvatore's being very clever here. He's preserving the exact amount of cards that he would need in order to come back here. And it's going to be Sacred Ash. That's very important to reload the deck. And then I think it's going to be Boss's Orders and then one other card. And everything else has to go. That is brutal, though.
Yeah, that Sacred Ash letting you shuffle in up to 5 Pokemon from your discard pile back into your deck.
Yeah. Oh, I think that is beautifully done, actually.
That is the well-timed Xerosic Machinations right there.
Yeah. Not only that, but yeah, so this is going to make things very, very hard for Salvatore, but I think he's preserved the perfect free card to still be able to do this. It's Sacred Ash, Enriching Energy, Boss's Orders to take down this Meowth to win the game. Because he was only going to need 9 cards to do that, and I think that's still possible.
Yes, oh, yeah, very much so. But Adam's playing to his out. He's forcing Salvatore into an awkward corner here.
Yeah.
Hasn't got as much wiggle room as you'd like. God, you would love to put down the Hero's Cape and your own Genesect here if you were Adam, wouldn't you? But unfortunately, that's not going to be possible.
Yeah, Genesect still prized for Adam, and this is exactly why Salvatore was prioritizing that Genesect, just not knowing, no matter what A-spec it is, it would be one of the only ways for Adam to come back. So Salvatore recognizing that, prioritized reestablishing that, and it is paying off for him here, as even after that absolutely devastating Xerosic's Machinations, Salvatore still very much has a chance to take this match.
Oh, very much so. Yeah, I mean... Salvatore's definitely in the driver's seat, but hasn't got much wiggle room now.
No.
Adam will be knocking on the door. We have got the new Archaludon going. Metal Defender, 220 damage is over to Salvatore now. 2 prize cards left to take. If he can KO this Archaludon, he will win this game.
Yeah, I actually think if he does Sacred Ash, I think he actually has it here. So Sacred Ash is going to get 5 Pokemon back to the deck. That's going to refill the deck nicely. There's a few cards in hand already, and don't forget, there can be a combination of Runaway Draw plus Enriching Energy to basically draw the entire deck, and I think that will be enough with Boss's Orders to KO the Meowth and win.
I think so as well. I do think so. That has flipped the script, obviously.
He's counting.
Yeah. I think he should be safe to draw his whole deck here. Flip the script will draw 3. Obviously, you don't play any of these Pokemon. Keep them in your hand. If we can get there, of course.
But he does need to be clever about sequencing this. You want to make sure... I actually would have maybe liked seeing that Festivity at the end, just to draw the last few cards. I actually wonder if... him doing it this way round, he might have scuppered his chances a little bit here.
It's hard to know exactly how many cards are left in that deck, though.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Can't tell. 1, 2. It's hard to tell.
There's about like 5 or 6 maybe a 6 or 7. But
so enriching will draw 4. First time we see in that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Remember, we need 15.
No, we don't. We need boss's orders on Meowth. We need 9.
Oh, I'm being silly. Of course we do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, wait.
So that's going to draw the rest of the deck.
Yeah, we should be fine then, right? Boss's orders in hand.
How many is that in hand now? So 1, 2. So we need 10 in hand plus boss's orders. So yeah, that's going to be it. Boss's orders, and then that's going to be enough with the 9 in hand. So that's going to get the KO onto the Meowth. Salvatore plays his way massively through that devastating 0-6 machination to take game 2 and take our round 6 of Swiss.
Yeah, absolute masterclass in the Alakazam archetype there. Even with the well-timed, devastating 0-6, Salvatore navigated the way out of that perfectly. Boss's orders in combination with that Meowth. And Salvatore advances to that perfect 6-0 record.
And one card that absolutely saved the day, Sacred Ash. That was the difference maker in making it so that there were enough cards just in the deck in total to be able to accumulate enough in hand to win.
Yep, Sacred Ash, a fantastic card. Let's consult this replay here. This was game 1, where Salvatore again was in the driver's seat, capitalizing on Adam's slower start and was able to just keep announcing powerful hand after powerful hand after powerful hand. And Adam really couldn't do much about it. You know, was attacking with Duraludon of all things, I should say. And Salvatore was doing everything he wanted. You know, he was even able to develop Genesect. In game 2, this is one of the most disgusting turns I've ever seen while casting, was able to turn 2 300 damage with a 1-prize stage 2 Pokemon. And if you're Adam, you're thinking, wow, all I can do here is just try and announce Metal Defender turn after turn to keep myself in the game, and Salvatore's just having none of it.
KO very, very easily there. And yeah, this was the chance here. The 0-6 machinations really could have put Salvatore in a spot of bother, as we saw there. But the fact that it had to be fetched from the Meowth, that was what undid Adam there, because the 0-6 sure is going to discard a bunch of cards, but the Sacred Ash plus the draw that Salvatore established to insulate himself was just enough to get over the line.
Yep. You know, that Meowth, that's the thing. It's a very strong ability. We've seen it before. Luminion, Jirachi EX, Lapras EX. You really want to turn back the hands of time.
I think Lapras wasn't even an EX. It was a single prize.
Oh, single. I tell a lie. But the problem is they hang around the board and they can come back to bite you. You know, had he drawn into that 0-6 on his own, would have only left the board with a, you know, 1-prize Pokemon, I think, and the Pheasantipity, a lot more hit points, Pheasantipity versus the Meowth.
You would have needed 2 more cards.
Would have needed 2 more cards, would have been able, well, we imagine, to get away with it. But there, you know, we did see Salvatore, that Alakazam deck, a deck that's sort of picked up a lot of steam towards the end of last format, and has gotten better, as we do say, thanks to the new energy. And it's a deck that I think is no longer that sort of, you know, meme deck where I lost to Alakazam. It's a bona fide legit deck now.
It really, really is. And with the telepathic energy, especially like we keep talking about, that has been the big consistency crutch that's been missing. The deck was already pretty decent beforehand, but that's really what's pushed it over the edge and made it a stronger contender as it is now.
Yeah, but I do want to say shout outs to Adam there with that Arc Aladon deck. That's a card that, you know, while it's strong on paper, it's a card that I think people would be surprised to see do well. And he did obviously have his answers with the 0-6 and the Team Rocket's Watchtower. Do you think there's any room in the format for an Arcaladon deck?
Well, I mean, I think the example's right there, given that it's currently 5-0, right? It's a little bit hard to argue with that. It is a very kind of self-reliant attacker that can power itself up when it evolves. I mean, Charizard was very, very good at doing that as well, and that was a really strong archetype for a while. So, you know, attackers that both attack and power themselves up in one go tend to have a lot going for them. So I think that's probably why we're seeing this kind of surprise success with it in Adam's hands this weekend.
Yeah, I imagine Adam probably isn't too used to evolving into Arcaladon, having it immediately get KO'd. He evolves into another one, gets it immediately, gets KO'd. So we'll see how the rest of his event pans out. But now we can kick it down to an interview because Salvatore is ready. So let's hear from our round 6 feature match winner.
Thanks so much, Shay. Yeah, here we are with Salvatore, 6-0 record with Alakazam de Dunsparce. Now, it's an archetype that you have played before. Was that always going to be the deck you were going to bring to this tournament?
I played it in Stuttgart. I made 256 because I lost the last one. But no, I was really not so sure about the deck because I played the Mega Box before the rotation. And now there is so many decks to play, and it's difficult because everyone has one loss from another one, so it's difficult. And yesterday evening, I was not decided about the deck. I thought about Slowking and Alakazam.
Okay, interesting. Well, there's one common theme between those two decks: the telepathic psychic energy.
It's
a great
too strong.
new card. Yeah,
it's
tell us
strong.
about that.
Because with one Puffin and one telepathic, you set up all your entire board. It's really powerful. In fact, in game 2, I had no telepathic. One candy was prized, so it was complicated to stay behind the Archaludon.
Yeah, and Archaludon, not necessarily something you test against the most. It's not that common to come up against. What were you sort of thinking as you were going through that matchup? Were there any tech cards you were worried about? I know you were very diligent with
No,
Genesect.
I was not. I was not worried. I don't know if he played the Stamp. The Stamp is really a bad card. So I prefer to put, in any case, Genesect. And I expected the Dexante. So I was prepared with the Sacred Ash, the boss for the Meow, and I was really I had no problem about that. So
yeah, and I think that was very evident. The first thing you kept, Sacred Ash. I need that to have enough cards to finish the game.
It's the first one.
Yeah, excellent choice there. So I was going to mention that Alakazam can feel quite volatile. Those tech inclusions like Xerosic. Is that something that you've overcome a number of times this tournament?
No, it's the first time of the Xerosics. And yesterday evening I changed completely the list because before I played the Lily Clefairy. I played the Lana's Aid, but I thought about the matchup with Rocket that is terrible. So I tried something to try to play against the Rocket, and I used the other Alakazam, and I preferred the 2-stretcher on Lana's because the 2-stretcher is immediated.
Yeah. I think that's one of the most intricate parts about your list and some great choices. Like you said, the Psychic Alakazam. I think you beat a Team Rockets deck today as well.
I beat one Team Rockets.
And that's something you wouldn't expect without the tech inclusion. You've also faced some Dragapults, some Grimmsnarls. That's been a really tough day.
Yeah, it was a pretty tough day. Yeah.
But tell us how those matchups have gone. Obviously,
Rocket, I was lucky because he started without he didn't find the double energy. So I was able to push with the Rotom 70, 70, 70. And I thought with the 3 hammers, I can try to disrupt his energy and try to attack and take the prize. The first time I take the first 2 prize with Rockets with Rotom. After that, I used the other Alakazam in 2 times, but with the Night Stretcher, it was good because Night Stretcher, I take the Alakazam, and I never evolved the Kadabra. It was a complete board of Kadabra and Dudunsparce.
Yeah, that's a really good strategy there. Alakazam, is it something that now obviously you're on such a great run? Do you feel like it's one of the best decks in the game, especially with your techs?
Everyone, in fact, is attached about with Alakazam. I want to think about Garchomp with the energy, Dexante, the Stamp, because if we thought about that in Jap, they are playing Stamp also for Alakazam because it's a strong deck at the moment.
That sort of brings me on to the Genesect point. A really great addition to your list. Has that been very valuable for you?
I thought about Genesect if I want to play it or not, but I know that maybe with some decks I'm able to keep out about the Stamp, but I want to be sure to play safely with the deck, and Genesect is it's a great value for the Alakazam deck, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, Salvatore, you played expertly on that stream match, now on a 6-0 record. Thanks so much for having a chat with me in that deep dive into Alakazam. I think the casters are also going to go into a deep dive, so let's head over there.
Yeah, we're going to be having an absolute masterclass here in Alakazam. Thank you so much, Salvatore, for your time. It's really good to hear his intricacies in the matchups, why he's played certain things. Even managed to navigate around some Dragapult and Grimmsnarl, so shout out to him. But yeah, I believe, Frey, you wanted to take us through some turns there in that last best of 3.
Not just some turns, the turn, Shay.
Turn,
So
okay.
the turn right here, where we're thinking, okay, hold on a second. How on earth is Salvatore going to deal with this big, Archaludon EX? And it all starts here, right? It starts with his Pheasantipity, and then he just builds up the board from there. So with the Fuchsia cards drawn, he's then now working out, okay, what can I still play to make sure that, I take this big KO, sure, because at this point he has enough cards in hand, but he's not just thinking about that. He's thinking to himself, I need to play this Buddy Poppin to make sure that on the next turn I have more draw to find the other outs that I need. And this is really one of the key points of playing the Alakazam deck, is finding the right balance between, getting to the draw that I need and not playing too many cards that I can't take the KO, but how do I make sure that I draw enough and also set myself up for the next turn? And that's what Salvatore did so beautifully in that moment. It's not just the fact that, he had this insane knockout where he was able to take the big one-shot on the Archaludon. He did it while still being able to set up these 2 other Dunsparce on the bench.
Yeah, it's really interesting because you can sort of get, you can start seeing red, right? I think, I just keep doing damage, keep taking cares. But you do have to make sure that, after the next turn, you are playing a 1-5 deck. You are likely going to get KO'd. You will need to try and get that hand size back to where it needed to be, which is 15 was a magic number in this matchup. So some super heads-up play there from Salvatore, being able to constantly manage the resource battle. Because, swinging for that 300 damage turn after turn after turn is not the easiest thing in the world to do, but he made it look easy.
He made it look really easy, and doing that whilst being sure that he could swing for 300 damage the next turn. He very rightly said, Unfair Stamp is the main card I'm afraid of, and you want to make sure that in the event that you do get hit by an Unfair Stamp, you can recover from it. One way to do that is, of course, you could just get the Genesect down with the 8th Nullifier, and then Bob's your uncle, but you could also insulate yourself by making sure you have more options to draw. So say, ideally you get your Dunsparce down and you just leave it there, but if you can't do that, maybe you get some Abras down, so you find a Kadabra, you can draw 2 that way, and that is how Salvatore, that is basically why he's 6-0 right now.
Yeah, that is why he's 6-0, and that's why I wouldn't be surprised to see him catapult himself into a deep phase 2 run and beyond, doing it there with that Alakazam. Would you be surprised to see Alakazam make it in day top 8 and beyond here?
It literally won the most recent major in Japan. It won Champions League Osaka, so no, not at all.
Right then, so as we get ready for our next Swiss round feature match, let's take a little bit of a trip down memory lane about the last time we had Mega Evolution Pokemon in our format, and it did rather well.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary EX was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary EX, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaymin EX, a 2-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary EX also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja. as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordinary X, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Ordino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Ordino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Ordino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second-place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordino EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of Basic Energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: Basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of Basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: Basic Energy and Special Energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each Basic Energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these two steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Well, you've had a look at the haul, and hopefully you were paying attention and you know how to play the Pokemon trading card game now, which means we can get into round 7 action here in Prague and see who is going to get themselves one step closer to day 2 and top 8. And taking you through the action is going to be myself, Ross, and the lovely Joe Bernard. Joe, where's your hype level at right now?
I can't go high enough. It is all the way up here. Hopefully you can see that. Oh my goodness, I'm enjoying this post-rotation metagame. It feels so fresh, so different to anything we've seen before in the Pokemon trading card game. Massive gaps in the format, then allows us to pounce into a brand new metagame. There's 3 of our top 5 archetypes for a long time over the past couple of seasons. They're gone. They're eradicated. No more Gardevoir, no more Charizard, no more Golden Go. They all had a stranglehold in their own different ways, and now it feels like there's a real space open for more diversity in the format just generally, but also Dragapult still going to be sort of the deck to beat right now. I feel like most people expect that. But at the same time, there's just so much more unsolved about the meta.
And we do see that with Unclassified taking up 7% of the metagame. And yeah, 25% is Dragapult, 15% with the Badoo, 10% with Blaziken. But, you know, we've got Cynthia's Garchomp, we've got Mega Lucario, we've got Alakazam. You know, 2 of those decks were nowhere to be seen pre-rotation. And even Lucario was not making that many waves. But the Unclassified, and that is, you know, we saw our Chaladon on the previous round jumping in there. There's a wide variety of decks. I saw Ethan's Typhlosion at 2-0 earlier. There's a bunch of stuff in there, but that just backs up what you said. There's a lot of stuff going on here that we're just not prepped for yet.
Yeah, and there's even more different archetypes still around that, sort of flirting around that 5 to 4% range, because people haven't yet figured it out. You can see the Team Rocket's archetype, the sort of engine that gets untouched by rotation. This archetype was quite volatile, quite difficult to perform well in a format where there was 3 or 4 copies of Iono going around. Now it feels like the Rocket engine, when it only has to contend with Judge and sometimes one unfair stamp during the game, it's so much more reliable than it was in the past. And also it hits for 2 crucial weaknesses in the format, that Psychic type coverage and that Grass type coverage. The Spidops is not just a great engine Pokemon, but a great attacker as well. Something I definitely have my eye on.
I think you're absolutely right with that one. We've got your Teomas Gogapon Meganium, which, you know, we've seen on stream earlier today, and Zoroark was really repping pre-rotation and is now back post-rotation, doing very, very well. We have another variant of Dragapult, because apparently we didn't have enough beforehand. So it's actually at least 30% Dragapult in some regard. It is the deck to beat, but that's kind of nice sometimes when you're playing a non-Dragapult deck, coming into the format being like, I expect 2 or 3 of my Swiss rounds to be against Dragapult, so let's tech against Dragapult. That can kind of be nice.
Yep, and there have been some players who are boldly going with Festival League regardless, and either hitting them once or twice and saying that that can be their only losses of the tournament. And so far, there are a number of top players piloting that and having a great run with it. But also what I think is so interesting is that more Megas are becoming a part of this discussion. Mega Lucario now one of the top picks for our players, and Megas are finally going to make more of a stance, I think, in this new metagame.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Megas are kind of here. We've seen a bunch be teched in, and oh yeah, we also have our bracket now. An absolutely shocking result there. How I know I like Lucario. It's my second favorite Mega. You know what my favorite Mega is, Joe?
Probably Starmie then.
It's definitely Starmie. We went through this. I like it so much. I wrote an article for Pokemon.com, which you should all go and check out, you know, next time you got a minute. But that was, you know, I still think Mega Starmie should have taken that one, but that's why we leave it up to you guys. Maybe I'm wrong about this. We still have 3 other pairs we need to get through before we get to the second round. And do you know what we're arguing? Which one are we arguing, Joe?
Well, I would have to imagine it's Absol and Frostlass will be next up for us to argue through.
Oh, give me Frostlass, man.
You want Frostlass?
Oh,
all right,
give me Frostlass.
I'll step aside for Frostlass. That's absolutely fine by me.
Oh, I love me a good bit of Frostlass. It's still a stage 1 single energy water Mega. It's not Starmie.
It's your spiritual successor.
Yeah, like if Starmie's not there, it's the closest we've got. And it's another and I know I might be the only person in the entire community obsessing about this. It's another good Salvatore target, Joe.
Ooh, and there aren't many of those, to be fair. So any chance you can get for an early Salvatore KO, that's pretty cheeky.
You're looking for stage 1, no ability, single energy attack, which is actually worth having. And I'm just saying, Frostlass fits in there pretty gosh darn nicely indeed. Have we got confirmation that that's what we're arguing?
Yeah, that's definitely what we're arguing. And you have Frostlass because you've basically already started anyway. So before you do any more, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to talk all about this Mega Frostlass. So here we go. And you're off.
Hey, you know what really sucks in the Pokemon trading card game? When you can't do what you want to do. Oh, I would like to keep cards on my hand. Fantastic. I'll do 50 damage for a single energy for every card in your hand. Now you have to deliberately play worse just so that I don't punish you for your mistake. And if you don't play worse, I'm going to use regular Frostlass on the same evolution line and hurt all of your abilities. But now you can't play like you want. You can't keep cards in hand. You have to play suboptimally for the entire game just so I don't punish you for a single energy on a stage 1. Ha!
He's timed it perfectly. To perfection there, Ross.
You did count me down. I cheated a little bit.
I did give you a bit of help there. It's all amicable here. We want to hear the best arguments possible on both sides of the table. And you gave a good grip there of why Frostlass can be so devastating, in that if you want to do what you want to do on the future turns, you're going to have to pay for it in a big knockout.
Yeah, absolutely you are. I do. I'm a big fan of Frostlass. But we need to count you in for Absol. So I'm assuming somebody over there is keeping a clock of some description. So Joe, 3, 2, 1, go!
Well, it's already winning everything. It won the EUIC, it won the Champions League in Fukuoka, which is already in this format. So even if you thought it was just all about the technical machine turbo energized and you needed monkey dory shenanigans, no, you don't. You could be swiping cards out of your opponent's hand and leave them with absolutely nothing. The strongest combination in the game right now is Unfair Stamp plus Claw Darkness. Your opponent is left with literally no options. Even their top decks of Ultra Balls now don't help them get Meowth. So just already the best disruption that we have available to us. Dark type coverage still very relevant in the format right now. And Terminal Period, it can knock out anything, by the way, as well.
Okay, also very well timed. I do feel that there was a little bit of exaggeration on your part there,
Exaggeration?
Joe. But
it's already won ICs, it's already won Champions League, multi-thousand player tournaments. That's just facts.
What won in Seville?
Well, Seville was a special championship. So it was Gardevoir, so it wasn't...
When you say it's winning everywhere, that's the exaggeration. But you can be voting on Twitch. And look, I like YouTube, Joe likes YouTube, we all like YouTube. You have to step away from YouTube just for 1 minute, not for long, I promise. Go over to Twitch, which you should have on your phone at this point, let's face it. Get your vote in, and then go back and watch on YouTube, that's fine. But voting is open. Go and get your vote in for either Frostlass or Absol over there, over on Twitch. And then you can go back to YouTube if you like, or stay on Twitch. We don't care where you watch it, as long as you're tuning in.
And multiple tabs exist. The technology has been created that you can have YouTube and Twitch going on at the same time. Just have that extra tab, get your little comment in, make sure you're voting for Absol, which is the only canonically correct one in terms of the accomplishments of the card and how strong it is. So
tabs on your telly?
Not on the telly, no, but when I'm on my PC, I'm going to be gaming at the same time. I've got live on one screen, I've got my 2 tabs on the other.
Oh, see, I'm more of a kind of like, I'm a telly for the stream, iPad for live,
works.
and then phone is where I can kind of go and vote on Twitch and stuff like that.
Wow.
Or, you know, check what's coming up.
The amount of wires coming into you, it's like just a Megatron there. It's incredible.
I mean, you've got to have your optimal Pokemon setup. What am I going to do? Not watch the stream, not play
That's
live,
ridiculous.
Not have another screen ready for checking stuff and voting on Twitter. No, that's just absurd.
Just more to be said about these megas as well. I feel like Frostlass, the fact that it's part of another great evolution line, which is another big reason why it's so powerful. Now that we have a 70 hit point Snorunt, that's a great deal. And of course, Frostlass is showing up in all sorts of archetypes just to tick down that damage. So just having the one-of mega in a certain build just to punish opponents is also really cool. That's one of my favorite ways to play the Frostlass.
I'm a big fan. When I can play a one-off mega that isn't a basic, I really, really love it. Because I don't like starting with a basic mega if I don't want to use it, because I've got that free prize liability. And when we hit the rotation, we lost Penny, we lost Professor Scenario. Getting it off the board is a much more difficult than it used to be. It's why I think Mega Moral is much worse tech than it used to be, because that's quite low HP for a free prize mega. It's hard to get off. Something like Frostlass, you're playing Frostlass anyway, might as well put one mega in. It's one of your 60 cards in your deck. You can't start with it, but your opponent always knows. They're like, I can't do that, I'm going to get punished.
Yeah, it does actually change the entire dynamic of the game, which is really cool. And I feel like you could say the same thing for Absol. I feel like it's still having this sort of change of identity of where it goes now that it's lost that technical machine Arven package that was so powerful in the previous meta. Now you have to rely on Crispin and Energy Switch. You're a bit more of a type coverage toolbox where there's going to be Clefairy, there's going to be Ogerpon, but Absol still comes in and can allow you to have that hand disruption, something we're really desperately lacking in this format.
Yeah, and the fact that that's another deck in which Ogerpon just thrives is absolutely wild. The amount, you know, we've gone from like Drago through 27 different archetypes, and now it's still all absolutely everywhere. And I do think it's going to be one of those cards that we look back on in like 10 years time and go, that card was, that was just too good. One of the best cards, you know, like when you're talking about anniversaries and stuff like that, you're going to go Twilight Masquerade. Oh, that was the Ogerpon set.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun, man.
Well, it looks like the community have had their say. Whose argument was better? Which mega is going to take the win here? It's going to be the Mega
Frostlass! Yeah, baby! That was an upset and bigger margin than we saw in the first one. Okay, so my stage one single energy water mega, we're still rolling.
You'll take the win, you'll take the win. That's fair enough. I feel like if you're going for like stocks and shares, Absol's stocks were way higher and are sort of going down, whereas Frostlass is on the up at the moment.
I would agree with that, and I don't know, it's just my kind of card. Like, that's why I would be honest with you, I did not think I was going to win that.
Nor did I, but I didn't put enough oomph into it, I guess.
But this is my kind of card. I did play around briefly, and it's clearly a terrible idea. But just going really aggressive mono Frostlass, just building around that card entirely. But it's just too easy for your opponent to lower their hand side and play around it. It needs something else there with it. But with your regular Frostlass, your Monkey Dory, and you know any other tricks you want.
Starmie, one of your favorites. They're a good combination together.
They are a very nice combination together.
I like it with Lopunny as well. Hero's Cape on a Frostlass and Lopunny, just in case they're trying to get tricky with you. I think there's actually some players playing it out there. It's in that unclassified category, so I've seen some of the lists. And Frostlass, like you say, it can just be devastating for decks. They don't want to lower their own hand size. They're limited on the amount of Judge, and even Lily. If they use a Lily, then take a 3-prize knockout on a Frostlass, suddenly they're back up to a huge amount of cards again. So it's a strange situation where two-shotting the Frostlass feels terrible, but also then one-shotting it can mean that you can chain knockouts with your Mega.
Absolutely. I've been a long proponent. One of the things I've been saying for many, many years is if my opponent is having to play in a way they don't want to try and hurt me, that's already a win. If my opponent's trying to lower their hand size when they don't want to just to avoid Mega Frostlass, then I'm already winning that game. Speaking of winning, let's go and have a look at the updated standings, see who is winning here in Prague so far this weekend.
Well, interesting to see Ulyss Brunfeld still on those winning ways. We got to check in on him on the stream, playing that Festival League archetype. Also, Ethan Wild on 6-0 record with Festival Lead still as well, which is incredible. Tord Reklev yet to take a loss in the tournament, 5-0-1. We haven't yet revealed what he's playing, but a really interesting build. Jack Moore coming from across the seas as well on a great record, 5-0-1. Kim Pobega, no stranger to our stream either, having a great run also.
Now, if my maths holds here, we definitely got 9 6-0s. That's confirmed. I'm pretty sure 3 of those 9 are on Festival Lead.
Wow.
That is quite unexpected. Like you say, there's a lot of Dragapult out there, has to be dodged, not the best matchup, but...
I've just seen it on table 3 as a Festival Lead mirror. They have to face each other. So one of them's probably walking away without a victory this time around, but yeah. And then the other Festival Lead is finally facing a Dragapult Dusknoir. That's Ethan finally hitting his first Dragapult, I think, for 2 tournament runs, which is absurd.
He is in round 7 of his second tournament, and he finally has to go against a Dragapult. Well, at least we'll have one at 7-0 as we go further on. So those 6-0s, you know, they're already, of course, locked in for day 2. But at this stage, when you get to 6-0, day 2 is no longer the goal. That is when you're thinking about asymmetrical top cut, top 8, and then further. It is about just banking points at this stage. Your record carries over from phase 1 to phase 2. So the more wins you can get in phase 1, the fewer wins you have to get in phase 2 to get yourself into that asymmetrical top cut. And of course, we've got that new rule now whereby the top seeded player in top cut will get their choice of first or second, which gives even more incentive for banking as many points as possible.
And just to give that better picture of what else is on those higher records, lots of Dragapult in that equation. Obviously, different ways in which we're seeing Dragapult right now, but also lots of the Teal Mask Ogerpon. These are going to be all basic sort of toolboxy builds, but also that Meganium combination as well. So that's sort of the picture out there. Lots of Festival Lead currently on top, then lots of Dragapult and Teal Mask builds as well.
No, absolutely. I think you've nailed it there. They are the 3 big decks at the moment. A Festival Lead, that Grass Ogerpon kind of box, and your Dragapult. There is, of course, the Alakazam at 6-0 that we just saw on stream.
Salvatore,
in the previous round. I think they're the only decks that are currently undefeated, those 4, but... well, there's plenty of decks at 5-1, plenty of good players. Taking 1 loss isn't going to put you out of top 8 at this stage. And there are some interesting things. There's a Greninja.
Yeah, Greninja
5-1.
Yeah, really interesting. That fighting type coverage is so strong at the moment. I feel like that's definitely one of the keys to the format. That's why we're seeing Garchomp. That's why we're seeing Lucario seeing so much play. Greninja EX does still have that awkward psychic weakness, which even though Gardevoir's gone, there's still Clefairy all over the place, being thrown into decks even as a one-off copy. So that's something to contend with, but it can pressure the bench really effectively and has that great fighting type coverage. Yes, it lost Pidgeot and a few other big pieces, but it still can make something work with Dusknoir.
I'm starting to think that Greninja EX, the regular EX and Twilight Masquerade, I'm starting to think that might be a little bit of a hidden gem in the format, because now the Champions League and Osaka in Japan, they're actually in the future. They're in what we're going to be calling Chaos Rising, where they have Mega Greninja.
Yes.
But there was a regular Greninja EX in top 8 of that event, not Blender Mega, just regular Greninja. Now we're seeing it at 5-1 here. I'm thinking there might be something there with Greninja. I think it might be under-tested by a lot of players.
I have to agree. And actually, there's been a couple times where it's just fallen out of our asymmetrical cut as well, even earlier on in the season. So even the fact that it's lost some pieces and is still performing at this high level in both these tournaments here and over in Japan, you have to say there's something to it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still grabbing cards out your deck to stash for a future turn.
Oh, yeah.
That's an amazing effect of an attack that not many things get to take advantage of. So you get to stash things, especially in a format with less hand disruption. That's a great effect.
No, I absolutely agree. And the fact that you can either take KOs while stashing cards for the future, and it is searching any card when you do so, or you can, you know, like you say, you can pressure the bench really effectively with that card. So it is, I'm not saying it's the best deck in the format, but I'm saying look out for it. I think it is quite a bit better than people are giving it credit for.
Especially when one of the things I really like about it is it's one of the better punishers of Meowth and Pheasantipity, because you can bring that into the active position, double your damage and deal 240 whilst also doing 120 to a benched Pokemon. So you can set up certain EXs to get like 4 prize turns, and that's still one of the big elements of this format. Playing around Unfair Stamp, that's one of the reasons why Dragapult's so good. It uses Unfair Stamp brilliantly, but it can also play around it so effectively, and Greninja has that same element to it.
No, I agree entirely. It's a really fun deck in that regard. And like you say, that fighting type, you're hitting the bench, a lot of things you can do. Well, we are getting ready for our next round. We're not going to be far away. We're here heading into round 7 of Prague, the first regional championship that you're going to be seeing on stream in this post-rotation format. But the players are ready, so let's head down to the table and see what delights we've got for us this round. And it is going to be Dennis Kinsler and Jonathan Lermpies. I apologize apologize for any mispronunciations. I'm going to do my best. Jonathan and Dennis, I can probably do, though.
We can work with that. There we go. And it's going to be that clash of the two sort of Titan decks that we've said at the top of the metagame. Teal Mask Ogerpon EX coming up against Dragapult. Starting off then with Dennis's accomplishments, the Stuttgart Regional top 128, as well as a Frankfurt Regional top 256. So no stranger to making it into phase 2 of our competitions, and it's just looking to take that one step further this weekend.
And that is what kind of starts it for a lot of people. You start making a couple of phase 2s, you start getting comfortable making phase 2, and then all of a sudden, you start playing that little bit better. You got those confidence. You're not making those misplays in phase 2 because you're a little bit nervous. And then all of a sudden, you start flirting with your asymmetrical top cut. We've seen this time and again over the years. Here come the prize cards. What are we looking at? Well, there we got some grass on the left. Dragapult on the right. This last prize card for Dennis could be very good.
We don't fair stamp for Jonathan. Not ideal at all.
It's at least quite low in the prizes.
It is. It definitely is. Here we are.
There's your fist bump. We are rolling here in round 7, and it looks like Jonathan is going to be starting off, and Dennis has a Meowth. Joe, tell everyone why starting Meowth is bad.
Well, it's a really vulnerable 2-prize EX Pokemon, but also it means you don't have access to it in the deck either. Now, Dennis is playing 2 copies of the card within his list, so we'll still have a way to use that ability, but you really don't want to flood your board with such vulnerable EXs. Looking at Jonathan's start, already has 1 Teal Mask Ogerpon, has 1 Teal Dance to draw, benches another EX, and passes action back over to Dennis without any use of item cards, Ross. And that is a telltale sign that your hand isn't great, and it also dictates for Dennis, it's time to get my Itchy Pollen out as quickly as possible, because ideally Dennis wants to deny the access to those easy stage 2 evolution lines. If an Arbeliever EX comes onto the board, it can be so devastating. So Dennis wants to shut that down as quickly as possible.
I think that's very well put. Of course, with the use of Forest of Vitality, Jonathan can start playing all of his stage 2s next turn, even without the basics bench now. But of course, with Badoo locking, that's going to be more difficult. So Dennis is playing this Dragapult deck. Nice and simple. You get Dragapult, you get 200 to the active, you drop 6 damage counters, and you build up for multiple KOs at the same time. This particular build is built with Dusknoir, which can KO itself to put extra damage on the board and just really take advantage of I am taking multiple knockouts at once. The presumptive best deck in the format.
And Dusknoir is out of vogue. That's the least popular of the 3 builds of Dragapult right now. So to see Dennis on this really strong record early on in phase 1 of the tournament is amazing to see. The early crisping coming out for Dennis will allow him to retreat out of this Meowth, whilst also stashing an energy onto this Dreepy. The hand didn't look too strong, but was at least holding on to some Dracloak for future turns. So provided the Itchy Pollen can be disruptive, this could still get him into the game, but if Jonathan can piece together a Dawn plus a Stadium, that could be an early Arbeliever, and that could be hugely concerning.
I mean, Dennis has done some good stuff here, right? He's got the energy attachment, that's what you need. He's got the Badoo with Itchy Pollen, that's what you need. If Jonathan gets the Arbeliever, I agree. Things could go downhill very, very quickly. Double knockout on the Badoo and on the Dreepy. But if he misses it, Dennis is going to be in a good position. Here comes our Forest of Vitality. Step 1 is there. Then we go and bench a Regigigas.
Yeah, so I've actually got to have a correction because this isn't quite the build I was expecting. This is going to be a more heavily Noctowl-focused build that just relies on Meganium. So there is no access to Arbeliever
there is
in
no
this
Arbeliever.
deck. It's just going to be the Ogerpons coming into the equation and, surprisingly, Regigigas. This can be a means of knocking out a Dragapult EX for just a single prize Pokemon. It has that hefty 4 energy attack cost, but of course Meganium with the wild growth, that would only be 2 attachments on Regigigas. So Jonathan with a really interesting single prize tech Pokemon. There's energy switch within the list as well, Ross. So we can burst this Gigas into play quite quickly. The judge from Jonathan, quite disruptive on his own side. No other actions for the turn. An action back over to Dennis.
But I don't like Dennis's hand at all. It's just filled with Pokemon that you can't... Okay, this Recon Directive is... Oh, there was a Lily's hiding there. It's a lot better. Now he gets a new hand of 8 with Recon Directive on the board. Apologies, didn't see the Lily. Great hand. Big fan.
Itchy Pollen has done its thing as well. Jonathan is just gripping onto some item cards, which is not ideal. And this gives Dennis the opportunity to work towards that Dragapult line. Definitely from these 8 cards from the Lily, you're looking to find those additional Buddy Poffin to get some more Dreepy into play. You've already established that Duskull, which is a great deal for him. but you really want to find some more of these basics. And there is a Buddy Buddy Poffin instantly coming into the hand, and additional Drakloak for future turns. So this is an excellent turn for Dennis, who has bought himself that little bit of wiggle room with the Budu, and is going to end up on a very, very strong board position.
We're going to get a second Duskull coming down here in addition to the Dreepy. That's going to open up. Now, there's only actually one Dust Noir in the list, but you can cheat it a little bit with Rescue Stretcher, or you can just use Dusclops if you like to deal 50 damage, 5 damage counters. And yeah, this setup is looking quite nice. It's a little bit slow, but you got Budu. Budu went in a hurry, Joe.
Yeah, you don't mind if it's slow, if it's only a Budu getting knocked out, even in the worst case scenario here, with Jonathan sat on a low hand size from his own judge here. There's even a recon directive to go before we use the Itchy Pollen. So let's see a couple additional cards. That's access to Dragapult on the next turn.
And Crispin was the other card.
Crispin, the other card, also intriguing, and that's going to be kept.
Ooh, okay.
That gives you access to weave in more attackers to have that chain of Dragapult. Now that most builds are moving towards Unfair Stamp rather than Neo Up Energy, the need for Crispin has become that much more in Dragapult builds.
He's actually got Rare Candy Dragapult in hand, ready to go. It was nothing. He literally drew past, and now we're over to Dennis, who can get a Drakloak going, and then can get double Recon Directive, then evolve up into Dragapult, start attacking, which will, because of the damage from Budu, that will actually KO the Teal Mask Ogapon, and drop 6 damage counters on the bench, and Jonathan still has a terrible hand.
This could get even more awkward for Jonathan if we can even start getting some of these ghosts and ghouls into the equation. With 2 Duskull on the board, we could get really creative here, taking out multiple, potentially even multiple EX Pokemon could go down this turn. Failing that, taking out the Chikorita could also be huge. Dennis, before even using these Recon Directive, is going to Crispin out a couple of these energy, so has now 1 Drakloak ready to go, but can also stash energy to the bench. So we'll feel pretty content just starting to launch the pressure as we see some additional cards.
Lily and a Rescue Stretcher there. Going to be choosing to take the Rescue Stretcher, Lily Stash for future. Second Recon Directive is another Lily and a Psychic Energy. You don't really need either of those, but takes the Lily for the time being.
Is there no access to Dragapult here? No, it's a bit of
Dragapult in
it's
hand.
at the end of the hand. There you go.
He's had it there the whole time, so he can just evolve up immediately into Dragapult. Like I said, the attack is guaranteed, but like you say, there is the Rare Candy in hand. If you could get towards a Dusclops and a Dust Noir,
oh boy,
you could get a double Teal Mask Ogapon KO here.
My goodness. There's the Pokepad. Going to grab a non-rule box Pokemon and immediately to the hand. Rare Candy, like you said, Ross, already available. I believe that's the only searching option in the hand, though, so we can't double Cursed Blast.
No, I don't see a way to get towards Dusclops, I'm afraid. I mean, this is still pretty good.
I mean, you could cleanly take out the Regigigas if you want to. The fact that you went for the Dust Noir means you're not going to target the Chikorita. Otherwise, you would just grab a Dusclops here.
Agreed.
You could still bundle into the benched Teal Mask Ogapon. That would force you to have a Boss's Orders on a future turn, but that could still allow you to mop it up later.
Absolutely. Well, there goes the Rare Candy into Dust Noir. I mean, what you could do, I mean, there is a chance you could drop 3 on the Regigigas, 1 on the Chikorita, 1 on the Teal Mask Ogapon, and then you could KO the... Yeah, then you KO the Regigigas and the Teal Mask with the active, but instead I'm trying to lay out all these free turn. No, it's just gonna Budu.
Well, that can put you to 160 next turn with a Curse Blast into the active, and then if you can Boss's Orders and take something else out in the same turn, are we really just trying to set up even more from Dennis here? We're going to bounce the stadium with a Jamming Tower coming down. I'm surprised to see Dennis not sort of go into the aggressive mode here.
He could have KO'd the Regigigas and the Teal Mask while leaving the Chikorita and Teal Mask to be KO'd the following turn. So he could have put on a 2-turn clock there.
Or is Dennis just thinking now to work towards another Rare Candy, a Night Stretcher from this 8-card Lily, still having yet to take a prize? We'll still get the full benefit of 8 cards here. And if we can get double blasts, it could really get devastating.
Even a Dusclops here would potentially give you a 4-prize turn, so that could be fun. And we do see a Rare Candy, and we do see a Dusclops as well.
A lot of options here for Dennis then, who's really benefited from this Itchy Pollen established early on in the game.
Some Monkey Dory he's eyeing up. Can't bench it EX. He's got a full bench.
Yeah.
Give an option for the future.
Yeah, Curse Blast will open up those spaces as well, and it's going to be another Duskull. It's a very thick line from Dennis.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, a lot of the time you see thinner lines of the Dust Noir, especially in this day and age. Normally you see 2, 1, 1 lines even. But now we're going really heavily into the Curse Blast package. The reason why many players have moved away from this is that lack of disruption in terms of supporter cards really means that you have to be so cautious about when and where you use your Curse Blast. But here we go. Dennis finally going to go in. 130 damage coming down to the benched Teal Mask Ogerpon. 1 prize card submitted.
And then presumably we're going to go Dusclops into the same Teal Mask Ogerpon. That's going to make it so it can be KO'd by the residual damage from a Phantom Dive here. So we're still working on a 4-prize turn.
Jonathan now going up 2 prize cards, but that's only going to be for a little while as Dennis wants to re-establish another Duskull, and we'll finally go in with the Dragapult here.
Here comes that aggressive line you wanted, Joe. We're going to take a 4-prize KO and put himself in, well, in very good position to win next turn. There goes a KO on the Teal Mask Ogerpon on the bench. Well, we will get there in a second. There we go. That's the KO confirmed on the bench. And then presumably 1 on the Chikorita, so it can be KO'd by Phantom Dive residual damage. No free going down there.
Yeah, maybe just not valuing any damage on the Regigigas makes some sense there. Yeah. So you may as well just swing it on to the Chikorita. Save yourself, especially when you have your own Monkey Dory in the equation. That can end up working nicely for you. Also thinking about Dusclops on the next turn. Maybe even Dust Noir could then finish off that Meganium next turn if it evolves all the way up. You could still Curse Blast and finish that off cleanly. Dennis immediately going down to 2 prize cards, though. A couple turns of Itchy Pollen, and now look where it's got him.
I mean, he bought time beautifully, and then when he needed to go for it, he absolutely went for it. And now, you know, Jonathan here is searching out a Teal Mask Ogerpon using that Terra Orb. Of course, if that gets KO'd, that will be the end of the game. Dennis will win by taking his 5th and 6th prizes, but Jonathan needs to get rolling here. And now the good news is, did you see what one of those prizes he got from Dust Noir was?
No, go on.
It was his, the Unfair Stamp.
Okay, there you go. You got your A-Spec. That's pretty handy.
So that's going to help a little bit for a comeback.
Yep, you're going to need that more than likely. I don't really see an easy way to deal with this Dragapult all in a turn, though. You would need Energy Switch Shenanigans and Meganium to get a knockout with your Jewel Breaker attack from Regigigas. The fact that this 1 tech card is in the list, it's probably the only way you could reach the Dragapult from this board position, though. Normally, you rely so much on having multiple Teal Mask Ogerpon out that all sort of feed into each other and grow out of control. In this instance, you actually can still find a knockout with just a total of 2 Grass Energy by doubling them up with Wild Growth. So the fact that this tech inclusion is here is the only reason why Jonathan's still in this game.
So what you're looking for is Meganium, Forest of Vitality, 2 Grass Energy, Energy Switch. That's a combo you need. It's quite a lot to ask, but if you hit all of those cards, you will get the KO on Dragapult. That doesn't help.
No, the knockdown not helpful, but already the Energy Switch, you can see exactly what's on Jonathan's mind. With access to a supporter and the 5 additional cards from Unfair Stamp. This is not out of the woods just yet.
Unfortunately, okay, Pheasant Dipsy's going to get 3 extra cards. With the Stadium down, that could have got you a Meganium, but that's a moot point. You didn't have the Stadium down. So now you can go Unfair Stamp, hopefully draw a supporter. You flip the script for 3 extra cards. So you're not out of it yet, like you say.
Yeah, I really like using the Unfair Stamp right now. It means you get to see 8 cards before even using a supporter. Or if you are fortunate enough to see a supporter from the 5, you could use that, then use or flip the script as well. So Jonathan giving himself a really good chance here of actually getting this knockout. Already a couple of those key pieces, Ross. Got the Dancing, got the Energy Switch. We need to find that Stadium card. We need to find 1 additional energy. It's not too much to ask for from this position, even without Jewel Seeker.
3 cards, Meganium, Stadium, Energy. We've got Energy. Now we
have a bug catching set as well. That could give us access to more Teal Mask Ogerpon for more draw.
Or potentially, if this gets Meganium, do you then flip the script, hoping to hit the Stadium, maybe? Well, you hit the Stadium from that, unfortunately.
Not what you're looking to see, but does have the manual attachment. We also, well, there was one in the hand already. Yeah, but now it's looking like flip the script or bust.
I'm not seeing a viable supporter in hand there. We've got a Boss's Orders, I think Alana's Aid. I don't think there's a Meganium in the discard pile.
No, not ideal. So we need a big 3 cards here from Flip the Script. Stadium has to come out. Supporter as well would be handy, if not the Meganium.
Energy. Meowth.
Well, there's always a chance with Meowth.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well. It's not, you've got a low HP Pokemon on the bench. You might as well.
There is the Dawn, but I think the Stadium is still missing. Yeah, that's the piece that's missing right now. The Jamming Tower from Dennis has been huge. The manual attachment is committed. Jonathan really says that if he passes here, he loses the game almost every time. So he has to try and make this play work. And it's time for a last-ditch catch to make it happen.
So you find a supporter, play the supporter you are looking for, a Meganium and a Stadium. You hit those two, then the energy on Regigigas doubles up, and you are golden. You need to have the Stadium because you're not allowed to evolve Pokemon on the turn you evolve them unless you've got that Stadium in play. Now, annoyingly, did have Meganium in hand, but no Stadium, so you need that Forest of Vitality.
And that's the tough part. We have many more outs to find the Meganium here off this 6 cards from Lily's Determination. But there's only, I believe, 2 Forest of Vitality left in the deck to find here. So let's see, can it come together for Jonathan?
You've got 6 cards. There's an Ultra Ball. Do we see the Forest of Vitality? I don't know if I do.
We don't even have the board space now to have multiple Teal Dance and multiple Energy Switch to get for the usual way. Now that you can't use Wild Growth. And Jonathan now has to really think, is there ever a way back into this game if you're not launching a useful attack? Well, we are going to continue with the Hoot coming down, but passing into the active position feels like a very losing position to me.
I mean, a Dusclops or a Rescue Stretcher means you can KO the Bailey for the Regigigas in one go, and that would be it. Or Boss's orders to KO the Meowth. So a Boss or a Dusclops would be game here quite easily. What have we got in hand?
It's going to be the concession there. Yeah, absolutely. Jonathan picking up the card saying they are way too far behind, giving Dennis 2 more attempts at using Phantom Dive alone. Even if he couldn't close the game out there, it was going to be inevitable. So a very disciplined choice there from Jonathan and a great display from Dennis. Very patient approach, then immediately turn the game on its head.
Absolutely, the concession there from Jonathan. Dennis takes game 1, and it really was just a case of Dennis had that Dragapult, and you've described Phantom Dive in the past, Joe, as the best attack in the game. Did seem to be the case here. Let's go back and have a reminder of how that game went then. And early doors, it was just Badoo. Itchy Pollen deals some damage. Itchy Pollen deals some damage, but really, it was all about the item lock.
Yeah, pretty devastating for Jonathan to just get into a weak hand from their own judge, but that's all it took. A couple of Curse Blast and 1 Phantom Dive completely changed the complexion of this board state, and that was just 1 attack announced. Other than Itchy Pollen, just 1 attack required for Phantom Dive to get into the equation, but also checkmate the board, because even if Jonathan had pieced together that combo we were mentioning, Ross, Jonathan would still just go down to 2 prize cards remaining, and Dennis would still have the opportunity to make another Phantom Dive come together. So even if Jonathan had found that big combination, I think Dennis would have still found a way to win.
Absolutely. He would not have needed much to keep Phantom Diving, and like we said, a Dusclops, and you get the double KO, a Boss, and you get a KO on the Meowth. There really were a lot of outs to victory there. So Dennis, well, I mean, he's playing Dragapult. Dragapult is supposed to be the big bad wolf of the format, supposed to be the best deck. That's what we've seen so far. Let's see some prizes come down.
Yeah, this can be instrumental. Oh, there's the Regigigas, one of the key tech cards for this matchup.
And the only Meowth.
And the only Meowth for Jonathan, exactly, Ross. So that's a couple awkward prize cards,
There's
no doubt.
the fist bump. Game 2 is rolling here. Jonathan choosing to go first, trying to get the explosive start he could not get back in game 1. Well, there's a Teal Dance, and then there's a Teal Dance. Any more Teal Dances?
Is there any access to Hoot Toot? One of the things that was so elusive in that game number 1.
Yes.
Finally, there is a Hoot Toot. So we should have access to Jewel Seeker on turn number 2. So that should open up Jonathan to have a much more prosperous opener to this game 2.
He never really got going very well in game 1. Like you say, we never saw a knockdown, we never saw a Hoot. Regigigas couldn't be attacking. And if you can be going a bit aggro with Teomas Gogapon, and then, oh, there's a Dragapult, guess I can one-hit it with my single prize Regigigas, that's how you can start turning this game around, and things look a lot different. Over to Dennis here, and we start with an Ultra Ball, and we're going to search our deck.
Yeah, and if ever you need an advert for Meowth, it's going to be right now. There's a completely dead hand. It would be a Panic Ultra Ball for just like a second Droopy or something, but now you get to go grab your Meowth EX, and suddenly you have access to the Lily's Determination. Dennis, very happy to have 2 copies within the deck list. Meowth is really going to change the face of the Pokemon trading card game. There's no 2 ways about it. And it's just a feels-good card, in my opinion, Ross, because there's a genuine downside to the card.
Yes.
Because it's such a vulnerable EX Pokemon that you sort of have to use in these spots, but it at least means that you get to play the game. And there's nothing worse than just being sat there with 7 dud cards and just having to pass the action over. Simply because this card now exists, we can be much more consistent at getting into games of Pokemon, and that's what everyone wants to see.
And having Lily's determination, getting that shuffle draw for 8 early in the game, it just makes Meowth so much better. We know we're going to see Meowth for Boss's orders to win 57,000 games on stream before it rotates. But Meowth for Lily's determination, so good in the early game. Because like you say, you've gone from, oh, my hand's unplayable to, yay, new hand of 8 cards.
And that gives us so much potential here to have a much better turn. Dennis will once again try and weave in that Itchy Pollen. Not just the item lock, which is insane, but also the 10 damage prod. So useful early on here. And Dennis opted to attach the Fire Energy turn 1, so won't have the option to use the Petty Grudge that can sometimes set up these 210 hit point Pokemon. So that makes it even more important to try and find this early Budew. No Poffin just yet, but there is Pokepad. Oh, a couple copies of Pokepad might fix this quite nicely. It depends how much you need to hold on to. With 1 Dracloak in the hand only and no draw support, do you still go for backup Dreepy in addition to the Budew here? I think you kind of have to.
I mean, it's really awkward because the problem is, you know what your opponent's deck is at this point. Mask Ogapon can very easily KO a Dreepy next turn. And if you've only got 1 and it gets KO'd, things go very, very badly, very, very quickly. We've gone for a Budew to start off with here, but here is a second Pokepad. That's for the Dreepy. If you're playing a Dragapult deck and you run out of Dreepy, that's how things can go very bad, very quick.
And Dennis is also holding on to the Ace Spec as well, the unfair stamp for next turn. So sending up the Sacrificial Budew, initiating this lock, making the Jewel Seeker from Noctowl potentially far less effective, and then only submitting this 1 prize could be absolutely massive for Dennis on the next turn. So another really good turn, all thanks to that Meowth.
That Meowth is going to be one of the most impactful cards moving forward for a long time. You're saying no, Joe. What are you saying?
It's not another pass, surely.
I think it is another pass. I see an energy switch. I see a bunch of cards that are not doing any good in the hand. Jonathan's at 6-0. He must have been running pretty hot up to now, but we're sitting here in round 7, and it is not going like he wants yet. There's confirmation. Dennis draws for turn, and Jonathan's had a draw pass. It ain't looking great.
That's devastating for Jonathan. 2 times in a row now, just being stuck in the mud by Itchy Pollen. Does play a good host of supporter cards with the Dawn in there, the Judge, the high counter of Lily as well, and obviously the natural Noctowl outs themselves would help out here, but even with a more simplified build of Meganium Ogapon without the Arbaleaver, still having a tough time here.
And here's the problem. Now your opponent's got 2 Duskull down on the bench, and this is what we saw happen back in game 1. You start going Dusclops and Dusknoir and taking out multiple KOs at the same time, going and get multiple prizes. So we've got the, well, almost perfect board. You'd rather not have the Meow, but he did a good shift. You'll allow him to hang out for a minute. But now is things going to start snowballing from where we saw last time, because this is looking very similar to game 1. There's an energy onto Dracloak, but there's just no stressing at this point. Just use Budew for a minute.
Intriguing, it's the use of the Night Stretcher for Dusclops proactively here. But just going to still hold on to things. Just the 1 Dracloak. So Dennis's hand is still reliant on that unfair stamp. So we might even be debating, is it worth using a boss's orders to poke 10 on something else here? Yeah, going to poke 10 on the Hoot Hoot. Be even more awkward, even less likely to be knocked out next turn, give you more time to use more Recon Directive. But at the same time, that 10 damage can also really help in your favor with your Phantom Dive as well. So a nice use of boss's orders there in a pinch.
I really like that, because I mean 260, those are the key numbers. And now you've got a Teal Mask with 200 left and a Hoot with 60 left. It was another draw pass from Jonathan. Yeah. Now we see another Dracloak from Dennis. One of those a lot more fun than the other. And it's Crispin or Dreepy.
I like Crispin. You've only got 1 energy on the board. Yeah, this is going to be the Crispin kept, so now you can get even more energy established to have a backup, just in case there's any shenanigans afoot with a Jewel Seeker off the top from Jonathan. This makes you a lot more safeguarded. It's going to be a second Fire Energy to the other Dracloak. But Dennis is so happy to sit back and use this Itchy Pollen once again, because they're sat onto Pheasantipity and Unfair Stamp. So just building this board and building your Curse Blast in such a safe position is so powerful for him.
And then, well, yeah, worst case scenario, your opponent knocks out Budew, you go and draw 3. Well, you basically put your opponent down to a 2-card hand. You end up with an 8-card hand, and oh yeah, you're then throwing Phantom Dives in your opponent's face. That is not going too bad at all. Slight worry if your opponent does just go absolutely, you know, off the rails next turn and start getting Meganium and Regigigas and all of those counter cards, but well, we know the 1 Regigigas is prized, and also the 1 Meowth is prized.
Yeah.
So even when Itchy Pollen stops, you still don't have the same Alps you would before. There's only one Meowth in the deck.
There's the little prod of Itchy Pollen one more time. It's a top deck of a Pokepad, so action straight back to Dennis.
Oh no.
Jonathan a spectator in this game, unfortunately, as Dennis can continue to accumulate cards. There's a rare candy coming into the hand. There is Dreepy and Drakloak. Personally like to hold on to the Dreepy myself that little bit more, seeing as though you can open up the board space with your own Curse Blast if you want to, but the Drakloak is going to come to the hand regardless. There is the Dusclops coming into play. Now you can do the 50 damage Curse Blast into the active now to force up another Pokemon. And that's before, well, it's just going to be Itchy Pollen, so we're going to continue to be safe and secure here. And I don't see why not, honestly. Dennis, oh no.
Teal Mask and pass. We get a rare candy now. To be fair, Dennis doesn't have much go. Oh, I love that boss. Do we have a Dragapult though? Because boss
Not
means
yet.
you can bring up the Teal Mask Ogapon and then KO that and the Hoot Hoot for a lovely
There it is.
2-prize turn. There is the Dragapult of the second Recon Directive. Now, Dennis did hold back a little bit in game one. But I'm just saying, Dennis, if you can hear me, firstly, someone fix the headphones. But secondly, now is the time. Let's go aggro, baby. Let's do it.
Well, it looks like there's an agreement here. We're getting Dragapult into the equation. With Boss's Orders, it just seems so powerful. You could even bring up the Chikorita and then finish off this Hoot and still place the 1 damage counter on the other Teal Mask Ogapon.
That would be beautiful.
No, we're going to take the 3-prize KO by the looks of things. Take away a big engine piece, as well as one of the only 2 energy that Jonathan has in play.
Oh, and it is a Dusknoir on the bench. We saw this in game one, Joe. There's a Dusclops there as well, and that will help to fix the maths. You get the 4-prize KO. It's exactly like it was in game one. Jonathan is having deja vu, and not in the fun, kooky way, in the bad, I don't know if I'm going to win this matchup kind of way. Pheasant comes down onto the bench. We retreat Badoo, and now we're going to see this huge 4-prize Phantom Dive with a couple damage counters to spare.
My goodness, what a strong board position Dennis once again has found himself with. Once again, the patient play with Badoo, so effective, and can continue to threaten other Pokemon while he goes. That 1 extra damage counter on the Teal Mask Ogapon, so effective here, because now it just neutralizes Jonathan's only attacking option on this board. Because you simply can't punch into a Dragapult knowing that will get knocked out, so... There we go, 4 prize card swing for Dennis is very likely to be just 1 Phantom Dive away from winning this game. Jonathan with a pitiful board.
And there's a really cute little play there. There's 3 damage left on the Hoot Hoot. So if Jonathan attacks and doesn't take a KO, Dennis can actually Monkey Dory to KO the Hoot Hoot next turn. It doesn't feel like he needs to. It feels like he's probably in command anyway. Yeah. I'm just saying it's a nice little option he's opened up.
But at least Jonathan gets to play the game now. Itchy Pollen has no longer been in effect, so we can at least start to throw down some of these item cards. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see a cascade of actions coming on for Jonathan. These are things he would have loved to have been doing a few turns back, of course, but he still can try and make some combination happen, especially with that Jewel Seeker ability from Noctowl. Provided there's a Terrestrial EX Pokemon in play, we can cherry pick 2 trainer cards from the deck. So we have plenty more actions to go before that, because we're just holding on to a ton of item cards. But without the Regigigas, I still can't see an easy way to take a clean knockout on this Dragapult.
And that's the thing. If you could Regigigas here and combine that with an unfair stamp, what you could potentially do is put your opponent down to a 2-card hand with no Dragapult on the board. Maybe they stutter for a turn or 2, and that is going to be enough to take the win. But without Regigigas, like you say, I mean, well, how much damage? Oh, I'm going to have to make me do some maths here, Joe, but...
You thinking the Myriad Leaf Shower math?
I'm just thinking if we go like really over the top with Myriad Leaf Shower, so we've got what? It's essentially 330, so that's 11. So it's 10, so you need 8 energy, which is 4 doubled up with Meganium.
And we can only get 3 into play this turn.
We can only get 3 into play this turn.
I'm pretty sure. Well, with enough energy switch, we might be able to get there.
It is possible if we bench another Teal Mask Ogapon and then go energy and then 3 Teal Dance and 2 energy switch, and we'd also need to get the Meganium and the I think it is technically possible, but it would be a huge... I think we can do it. We just have to
But you also have to move out of the active position because that pesky 10 damage is so awkward. So you also need to move out of the active position and deal with your benched Teal Mask Ogopon. So you have to also weave in a switch. There's one copy of switch in the deck as well.
You don't have to switch out the active, but I think you're right. Not switching out the active is just asking your opponent to go Energy Dragapult win.
Yes, and that seems pretty awkward. There's already flipped the script on the board. There's already Recon Directive there. Let's all start off then with one Teal Dance, and we get the refund of the Grass Energy. So we get another bonus card here.
That's a Dawn we just hit, so that could go and get some... I mean, to be fair, that would, if we could get the Stadium, that would get a basic Teal Mask Ogopon, plus your Bayleaf, plus your Meganium. So actually, Dawn would be kind of cracked right now if we had the Stadium.
Well, two Teal Master in the discard pile as well, don't forget. We have to Night Stretcher one back.
We do. Now, we do have Noctowl in hand.
Yeah.
And we've got Dawn, and we've got one energy switch. We still need...
We're going active, Ross. It scares me so much.
Yeah.
Because the Dragapult can have such an easy response here.
I think you're right, Joe, but I see what Jonathan's doing, and I can't say I'm that angry because this is already a pretty absurd combo we're trying to pull off.
You're not wrong.
Trying to do it with a switch as well. So there we get Bug Catching set. It's hit the Meganium, and it's hit an energy. So now we can Noctowl. Presumably one of these has to... Well, this would presumably have to be Night Stretcher.
Night Stretcher Stadium?
Yeah, I think that's...
Or did we evolve Bayleaf last turn? No, that's this turn. So we have to get Stadium Night Stretcher.
We need Stadium Night Stretcher. I think that has to be.
So that's the combo. That's the knockout.
We would still need one more energy and an energy switch.
I'm pretty sure energy switch energy is in the hand. So
in
I
that
think we have the KO,
combo.
but it's only done with the 10 damage. That pesky 10 damage that Dennis set up on the previous turn is still going to mean his back's against the wall here.
But we didn't Recess Stamp yet, did we?
No.
Oh, without Recess Stamp, I like this so much less.
Yes. Good point.
Maybe you draw off this one card from Teal Mask Ogopon. Show me Unfair Stamp! Oh, that's not Unfair Stamp, that's Badoo.
Have we flipped the script yet either? Do we still have that option available to us? This has been a crazy turn, by the way.
It's not been, well, it's not flipped over Stazandipti, so yeah, okay. We really need Unfair Stamp. Now, the KO's actually on the board. It's not an Unfair Stamp. And the chances of they just need Energy Dragapult. It's a
Judge is something, and that's pretty decent, actually, because there's a lot of cards in Dennis's hand, so it's not quite the Unfair Stamp. Plus, we still have the option of drawing the Unfair Stamp from the Judge. Jonathan may have found the perfect turn response here.
And it's worth noting he never hit the switch.
Yeah.
So if he tried to get the combo going on a bench Teal Mask, it would have failed.
That's true.
I think you're right. I think this does leave vulnerable, but I think it's a necessary vulnerability. I mean, at least he's having a go, which is more than he got to do in game one.
This is more than a go. This is looking pretty promising now with the hand disruption. Let's see with Dennis. Ooh, already Dennis has got Psych Energy Ultra Ball.
Oh.
Don't worry about it. Oh, dear. Is there the Unfair Stamp?
No, there's no Unfair Stamp. And like you say, Dennis needs 2 cards to win. And this is going to be it. Dennis can literally just... Okay, we're going to put Badoo in the active first. We're going to take this a little bit slower. But in theory, this should be straightforward. We're going to have an Ultra Ball. Well, we're not going to do it yet.
Let's check the deck. Let's make sure we have the cards we need.
Yeah.
Buddy Poffin can search the deck for us. And there is a Dragapult.
Okay, he's literally just checking the desk for Dragapult.
Yep, exactly.
I don't think he needs 2, though. I think 1 will do.
Let's discard 2 Dreepy and get going, because here we are. There is the Dragapult coming back into play. The attachment of Psych Energy, and
we
that's
retreat
the game.
Badoo, we Phantom Dive, and we take the 2-0 victory, because that 10 damage on the Teal Mask Ogopon from Badoo earlier, that is going to be enough. Dennis takes this 2 games to 0 and shows us that maybe, actually, Dragapult was good all along.
Who saw that coming? Dragapult still flying high at the top tables. Let's see how it all played out. This was our game number 1, and don't get confused with game number 2, because they go very similarly. Itchy Pollen getting into the equation very early here, while Dennis had that slow build-up to get into the game, but then found this opportunity to use Curse Blast 2 times over, 1 with Dusknoir, 1 with Dusclops, and then suddenly it's a 4-prize swing turn with 1 Phantom Dive, and basically passing action over to Jonathan with no board whatsoever and saying, deal with this Dragapult if you can.
Absolutely, and there's no Knockdown, there's no Pheasantipity, there's nothing there that can really help. Pheasantipity does eventually come out, but it's too late. The combo doesn't go off. Dennis takes game 1 into game 2, and it looks startlingly similar. It's Badoo, it's Itchy Pollen, it's Jonathan. You know, we got a Hoot down, but Knockdown is just not coming out there. We then see the boss's orders onto that Teal Mask Ogapon, and now we're doing exactly what we did in game 1. It's Dusknoir and Dusclops onto the bench Teal Mask Ogapon, bringing that into range of the residual damage from Phantom Dive for a 4 prize KO with some other damage hanging around as well.
And that was what was so influential at the end of it all. Having the damage set on lots of those basic Pokemon is one thing, but that 10 damage floated onto Teal Mask Ogapon just made life so much more awkward for Jonathan. If he had been able to add that extra switch to the mix, that was a lot to ask for, like we said. He found a really great avenue to even attack this turn and get a meaningful KO, but the fact that there was no switch, and with Dennis with that prepped 1 damage counter, that was enough to close the game. Really impressive.
And the damage from Badoo over both those games actually became incredibly relevant. That little 10 poke, bringing from 210 down to 200 or from 70 down to 60, really made a massive difference in both game 1 and game 2 there. It's a little bit of a shame that we did not really see the Teal Mask deck coming off and doing its thing, but Para Dragapult on full display, and it turns out Badoo's still good.
Yeah, Badoo's still very, very powerful. It's all about those Pokemon search cards that you're shutting down. That's the crucial item card that you're denying. And yeah, it's so important to still have in the format. And that's the dream case scenario where the Dragapult had enough time to just build and build and build. And when it gets those 3 or 4 stage 1 and 2 Pokemon into play, it can do whatever it wants. It can pick apart a board, and that's exactly what we saw.
And that's the thing we saw in both games. It was actually your stage 2 Dragapult, stage 2 Dusknoir, stage 1 Dusclops, all working together on the same turn to take that double KO, and you bought yourself enough time. But even though you've given your opponent several turns to set up, you've not allowed them any access to items, so they can't set up.
And one big difference about the post-rotation build of Dragapult is that heavy use of rare candy. We got to see the candy Dusknoir for the faster action, and having 3 rare candy in the builds now, that allows this archetype to have that aggressive dimension to it when things aren't necessarily going as well. You can still springboard into these stage 2s when you have to. So things were all going to plan for Dennis, but the rare candies are in there just in case they're not going so swimmingly in other matchups.
Absolutely, and we did see that rare candy coming in clutch in that particular game. We saw the burst into Dusknoir especially. You know, Dragapult, you still often want to go through Dragapult so you get those recon directive on the way, but being able to rare candy Dusknoir on the same turn as Dusclops, get all that damage down. And like you say, that this was, you know, we've got like, I think 15% straight Dragapult, 10% Blaziken Dragapult, only 5% is Dusknoir Dragapult, and yet that's the one we're seeing sitting here at 7-0 right now.
Yeah, and Dennis had a fantastic display with the archetype. I want to hear why he's playing the Dusknoir build and how his day's going, because it's looking pretty good from up here.
Thank you so much for that, Joey. Yes, I am joined with the one and only Dennis, sitting on the perfect 7-0 record. My friend, how are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm so excited. Like, my mind is racing. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, it's amazing. Like, I couldn't imagine sitting here like only 2 days ago, right? Yeah, it's been wild. I'll just see how far it takes me, right?
Yeah, well, it's taking you pretty far already. So my first question is, what's going through your head when your opponent draw passes 3 times in a row?
Oh, I'm like, I felt really bad because it was his first time on stream as well. And I'm like, okay, I'm chilling. I can just wait and recon directive like for days and, and just sit it out and see how long I want to keep this going. At some point, he's going to draw out of it. So I was kind of trying to find the spot where to like lift off, basically. That's always the thing about this deck. It's been like this in the last format as well. You have to find your point where you're like flipping. You're like starting to put damage on board, pop your Dusknoirs or Dusclops, whatever, you know.
Yeah, that's something I actually want to draw attention to a little bit. We saw it twice in that best of 3, the sort of double Curse Blast, 4 prize turn. Is that a strategy you've been using a lot today?
Yeah, it really depends on the matchup. With like big basics, that's of course the thing I'm going for. Okay. I think against evolving decks, like in a mirror or something, I'll use the Dusclops a lot more because the ping's like there enough for that. Yeah, but I'm so happy I didn't prize Dusknoir. That's always really nice, something I check at the start all the time. So yeah, really lucky. I also drew it quite hot that season, that match. Yeah.
Okay, we love that. Now, I know there's something that we saw in that best of 3, and there's something that you want to talk about a little bit. That was that sneaky little rare candy. Why are we playing that then?
So with my deck, I think you want to go first for sure, and you want to have the evolutionary advantage. And with rare candy, I think it gives you so much more like potential to like hit like the right combination of cards. And this like archetype has such a broken draw engine. Like between lilies and pokepads and Dracloaks, you see so many cards, and you can filter them really well. So you can reach your candies as well for those pop-off turns. And I think that's kind of what I wanted to do. I didn't want to like play out the Dragapult mirror. I've done that enough in testing. I wanted to play fast games, and so far I've been ending my rounds early every time. I've never gone to time.
Okay, that's interesting actually. That's something else I wanted to draw attention to a little bit, because we saw on our sort of phase 1 metagame that your version of Dragapult, Dragapult Dusk, clops lines.
Yeah.
Is actually one of the least popular versions, Blaziken and the other one. What's made you want to play this version over those?
I think it's totally underrated. Like, I think the deck gives you so much pop-off potential, and I think it's one of the rarer decks in the format that you can still like go behind a bit and still have those pop-off turns, like you did back in the day with Counter Catch Iono, and I really like that deck. You can't do that anymore. But Boss Unfair Stem comes real close. And I think people are not playing Psyduck. People are playing Shaman in the deck. They're not really respecting the Dusknoirs. I don't think too many decks are even playing it besides the Jelly Dusknoir deck and Dragapult, like my variant. And yeah, I think it's an untapped market basically. So yeah, I played a lot of slow Dragapult mirrors in testing. I went 1-8, and I just didn't want to play that matchup anymore.
I think that's a fairly good reason then not to be playing this. So I got one more question for you then, my friend Dennis. Currently sitting 7-0.
Yeah.
Very good record, that.
Yeah.
A perfect record. What's your goal for this event?
I mean, my goal is always like, I'm of course trying to win it.
Yeah, let's go. That's what I was trying to get out of you.
Yeah, of course. I really want to win it. I've made day 2 twice this season actually, and yeah, just go for it all. I unluckily missed out on UIC, so I'm trying to like have my time in the sun today or like tomorrow.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're trying to catch up for missing the UIC with a 7-0 record, you're doing a fantastic job of doing that. Thank you so much for your time, Dennis, and good luck in the rest of your rounds.
Thank you.
But for now, one of our players to pick that we chose was Rune Hyman. So let's hear a little bit from him.
Hey there, champions in the making. If you want to become a Pokemon champion, one of the best things you can do is learn from those who've already done it. With that in mind, I'd like to introduce you to Rune Hjertemans.
That's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
Having fun is the most important part.
And Rune wins the North American International Championship.
Rune first discovered the Pokémon TCG at a very young age, seeing a relative with Pokémon cards and wanting some of his own. After one trip to a local game store and a few booster packs opened, Rune immediately discovered the competitive side of the game, making friends at his local league and started to go to tournaments with them. Rune very quickly started taking the junior division by storm, placing second at a couple of regionals and developing a friendly rivalry with fellow competitive player Kaya Lichtleitner. This success carried over into the seniors division, with a breakthrough performance at NAIC 2022, where he was able to take down his first major event. This had a huge impact on his confidence. Rune attributes his success to a multitude of factors, including taking lessons from areas where he struggled in the younger age divisions such as emotional regulation, and working on them as he continued his competitive journey. This has led him to develop a reputation for calm and methodical play. After his success in seniors, people were expecting big things from him in the Masters division. Rune was hyped for his first Masters season, but also felt that pressure of expectation based on his previous performances. Fortunately, he had nothing to worry about, as at the first European major of the 2026 season in Frankfurt, Rune took his first Masters Division title.
Go, we have a way to retreat. We do, and that means that Rune Hyman is going to defeat Tord Reklev 2-1 and become your Frankfurt Regional Champion, the first person in Europe to get a direct invite to the World Championship by winning a regional this season.
Rune didn't get there alone, however. Throughout his entire Pokémon TCG career, Rune has made many friends both locally and internationally, all of which he attributes to a big part of his continued success. When you hear him speak about his friends and rivals, it's not surprising that, in spite of all the achievements under his belt, Rune considers his true success to be those connections he's made during his time in the game, considering success to be just as much about seeing all his friends and teammates do well and enjoying a good dinner with them after the tournament, whether it be in celebration or commiseration. And the community, more than anything, is what keeps him coming back tournament after tournament. Rune wants to be remembered as the Belgian junior who loves the game and just wants to keep on playing for as long as he can, hopefully one day being able to claim the title of first ever Belgian World Champion. What about you? Do you have a dream? To be the very best like no one ever was? If you want to become a competitive Pokemon player, all you need to do is head over to pokemon.com/compete, where you can find out about events near and far and how to begin your own journey to become a champion.
Hey trainers, Joe Bernard here to break down the highest impact cards from the Mega Evolution expansion. Let's dive straight into the set's new mechanic, Mega Evolution. These powerful Mega EX Pokemon boast massive hit points, formidable attacks, and inspiring abilities. The trade-off? If knocked out, your opponent takes 3 prize cards. Seriously high risk, high reward. Before we get into some standout Megas, let's touch on a format-defining supporter. Lily's Determination joins Iono and Professor's Research as a premier consistency card. It shuffles your hand into the deck and draws 6, or 8 cards if you still have all of your prizes left. Setup decks definitely benefit the most here, as their go-to early game options only improve further, knowing that they can see a huge heap of cards to amass combos as they develop. But almost every deck can justify this inclusion when deck building, because it's such a huge amount of cards with no drawback. Fighting types are coming out swinging with a barrage of new inclusions. Fighting Gong is a flexible item that searches for either a fighting Pokemon or basic fighting energy. Great for smooth opening turns, and still useful later on to continue a flow of energy cards. Solrock and Lunatone work as a great 1-2 combo. Together, they create both an efficient single prize attacking option, putting early pressure on the board, and a low maintenance draw engine. It's not just the benefit of drawing cards here, because there are a number of archetypes that love to fuel the discard pile with energy, and not just fighting decks. Popular builds such as Ceruledge and Golden Go may call on this cosmic duo, as both decks welcome a surplus of energy and make great use of a single prize attacker. But consistency isn't fighting's only flex, as Premium Power Pro is an item boosting fighting's Pokemon's damage by 30. With up to 4 copies in the deck, fighting types can seriously pack a punch. Mega Lucario, for example, can pump up its Mega Brave attack from a base of 270 damage into knockouts with ease, making it far more devastating of a damage dealer. With KOs covered, we can also look to Mega Lucario's Aura Jab option, great for early knockouts whilst accelerating energy to other fighting types. Hariyama is a handy partner here, with Wild Press dealing a hefty 210 damage, a key number to tackle many bench-sitting engine Pokemon, and thanks to its Heave-Ho catcher ability, these Pokemon will find themselves in arm's reach instantly for easy uptrades during the game, provided we can accelerate with Lucario. With this new combination of cards all working together, fighting decks aren't just hitting harder, they're striking smarter too. If you're rooting for grass, then you're in luck, as we have Mega Venusaur, a mammoth EX Pokemon which can move around basic grass energy, making it an instant candidate for control, utilizing Wally's Compassion for easy heal, and calling upon Bulbasaur's trapping attack, which could easily lock down unsuspecting engine Pokemon which aren't that strong at attacking. Looking away from control, Venusaur could also branch out into a more aggressive deck, using Teal Mask Ogerpon EX as both energy accelerator and draw engine, providing Venusaur with ample energy to play with. perhaps made even easier with Meganium, with its wild growth ability turning all basic grass energy into 2 grass. With these stage 2s combined, Venusaur's jungle dump attack becomes much more efficient, or we could look to transform our Myriad Leaf Shower into an unbelievable Maelstrom. For those stage 2 skeptics, perhaps the Forest of Vitality will grow on you. It lets grass Pokemon evolve the turn they hit the board, and with Bug Catching Set already lending a hand, it should be a breeze to sprout multiple evolutions if you're playing with grass. From forests to gardens, we move on to the psychic support for the set. Mystery Garden seems tailor-made for the already prevalent Gardevoir archetype, which embraces extra energy discarding options and works wonders with extra draw power. Ralts and Curlier also offer extra stability in the early game, but Mega Gardevoir EX is the real star. The Overflowing Wishes attack floods the board with energy if your opening turns are slow, while Mega Symphonia scales damage by 50 for each psychic energy across your field. This scalable damage output allows Gardevoir to play defensively when needed. Using hand disruption and falling just shy of a knockout can allow for Monkey Dory to mop up damage on the next turn of the game, whilst we have a 360 hit point tank in the active position. Alternatively, we can simply overwhelm our opponent with a flurry of energy for massive knockouts to close the game. Basic Mega EX Pokemon also join the battle, and may be the most promising of all. Mega Kangaskhan's Run Errand ability makes it a low-maintenance draw engine, especially when combined with both Latias EX and Pecharunt EX. With careful maneuvering, a player can rotate in and out of Kangaskhan by pivoting into a Dark-type Pokemon, making Mega Absol the perfect partner thanks to its typing and treacherous attacks. Terminal Period can knock out a Pokemon with exactly 6 counters on it, an easy feat when using Adrenabrain after your mountainous Megas begin to take hits. Claw of Darkness adds a layer of control to the deck, allowing you to discard a card of your choice from your opponent's hand. This can remove key resources or limit their options for the next turn, both outcomes equally unfortunate for the opponent. This is just a small tease of what the new Mega Evolution set has in store. Let's get back to the action and keep an eye out for these new cards, combinations, and strategies.
Alright, Pokemon fans, you are perfectly placed for some post-rotation action here at Prague Regionals. We are currently in overtime, getting ready to head into our Swiss round 8. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Freya Pierce. How are we feeling? Has Prague lived up to everything you think it could be?
I think it absolutely has. Also, you want to talk about perfectly placed plushies there, just having a little bit of a cheeky time showing up here, there, and everywhere. Can't fool us.
Yeah, we see you, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Charmander creeping about if you're here at the venue. Be able to keep an eye on them. But yeah, Freya, we talked about this a little bit here. We are currently in overtime, and we recently had a new overtime rules, didn't we?
Yeah, so this is something that was introduced this season and then revised. So at the start of the season, there was this new sort of cap on overtime after the Swiss round was over, which was 10 minutes, also only 1 extra turn after overtime. Now it's been revised to 3 turns of extra time, like it was before, but still with a 15-minute overtime counter. If a match report is not reported in that, it's a double game loss.
Ooh.
So you definitely want to make sure that you finish those 3 turns of overtime in the 15 minutes, otherwise you'll both be walking away feeling very sorry for yourselves.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that, giving out double game losses, I can tell you that for free. So you want to be able to increase that pace of play at the end. I don't mind that change, actually.
No.
You know, incentivizing you to finish your rounds. So Freya, as we do get into the sort of business end of the tournament here, what do you think is going for our players' heads who are, you know, phase 2 in potential, I should say, for phase 2?
We're going to have like kind of 2 pools of people right now. The people who are already in phase 2, they are absolutely chilling right now. They're thinking to themselves, okay, I made it match points to make it to phase 2, so every win I get now is just another more likely, chance increaser of making my way into top cut. The players who are on their winning ends, they're feeling a little bit more nervous. They're thinking, I've only got, 1, 2, at this point, maybe 1 more round left to make it into that phase 2 contention, so they're feeling a little bit of the nerves more right now.
I could imagine they really are taking every round as it comes. But I believe Ross is down there on the floor with a player who is no stranger to phase 2s on beyond. Let's go hear from them.
I've been having a gander around here in Prague. I've been looking for a player who's been around a while and knows what they're doing when it comes to the old rotations. I found Rahul already. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Ross?
I'm doing very well indeed. Now, of course, Prague, big tournament, big event, first post-rotation. Did that impact your decision to come along this weekend?
Yeah, it did. I definitely wanted to kind of see what people are cooking. I think it's obviously a lot more chaotic, so it's fun to watch from home, but it's a lot more fun to be here and, you know, be a part of the chaos. Win or lose, it's always exciting to see how players adapt to the meta, how it shifts. When it's a new meta, new rotation, I think things change so rapidly day by day that it's really cool to see where people's heads are at.
I think that's very, very well put. So we have hit the rotation. Can you tell us what you were playing before we hit the rotation and then how rotation changed that?
Sure. Before rotation, I was kind of flip-flopping between a trio of Gardevoir EX, everyone knows, you know, Gardevoir. Absol was also one of my favorites, and then Terrabox was my comfort pick. So kind of a little bit of all flavors. Yeah. You could kind of get away with whatever. And then post-rotation, I actually had the good fortune to go play in Japan, and so I've been playing for a little bit. And so I brought Garchomp. I really like Garchomp because it kind of sets up every game if you get to play every game. Oh, yeah. It's not the most flashy, doesn't do anything crazy, no power turns, but I just wanted to be able to play every game was my logic. And so that's kind of what I ended up bringing today.
Well, you're interested, you brought us something interesting there, so I wanted to ask you about. You have had a chance to go and play in some of these huge Champions Leagues in Japan. They're in the future. Yep. Do you think that gives you a bit of an advantage when you come back to the European and North American regions?
Oh, definitely. I think I had a little bit of a read on what was going to happen, kind of the lines that people are trying to figure out while playing PTCG live or playing in person. Some of those newer lines take a little bit of time to kind of figure out. And I think one of the most unique things about this particular rotation compared to the last couple we've had is every deck, those last 5 card slots, give or take, no one knows what they're playing.
Nope.
Every Dragapult deck has 5 cards that are different from the next Dragapult deck next to you. The Blaziken deck has 5 cards that are different from the next guy next to you. So I have a little bit more of an idea, but I can't pinpoint, what's exactly going to happen.
No, I think you're absolutely right with that one. Well, you like me, you've been around a while. We've both been doing this for quite a while at this stage. You've seen your fair share of rotations. How do you think this rotation stacks up to ones we've had previously?
I think this is one of the more impactful ones we've had, just because the last couple years, the format has been relatively the same. So this is the first one where I think a lot of newer players are experiencing their first format with, I guess, bad cards is the best way to put it. After Lily's determination, every card past that is not good.
No,
so you have less options. The decks are almost too consistent in a way where if they play the game, they win the game because there's no comeback mechanics. And so it's one of those everyone just attacks. There's no tricks. There's nothing crazy. And it's one of those where it's not the worst rotation we've had. It's definitely one that I think is causing a lot of people pain because they're not used to it. And I think as we get more cards into the pool, it'll be interesting to see how the format changes, especially with the next deck set. We do have that red card coming, which is kind of cool. So I think it will be an ever-evolving meta where from tournament to tournament, we'll see a vastly different top 8 at each individual tournament because of how volatile the meta is.
I think it's very well put. This is why I love talking to people of your skill level who've been around as long as you have. You explained it beautifully there. This is a big rotation. Thank you very much for giving us your time today.
Yeah, anytime. Have fun, guys.
Don't go anywhere because there is so much more wonderful Pokemon action coming up faster than you think.
Ross is 100% right. There is more Pokemon action coming at you soon, faster than you think. But it's always nice to hear from a player, star-studded like Wolf already, who has been playing in Japan, as he did say, so has a chance to play these formats and then can sort of rewind time and come back and give it another look. Cynthia's Garchomp deck he's playing there, Freya. What's your thoughts on that one?
It's an interesting one because the fact that that's his takeaway, considering it's only up until recently, Cynthia's Garchomp hasn't had as much presence in Japan. Now it's time to creep up the rankings a little bit. So again, his future sight really coming into play here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Not one that, in the pre-rotation fight didn't cause a massive amount of noise, but now is, one of the more popular decks, let's say, as you did say, does very consistent, does get set up more times than not. And when you're in a format when there's not as much combat potential with the loss of Iron and counter catches, sometimes just getting in the game is all you need.
getting into the game, I mean, you can play an all basics deck to do that, but then if you're doing that with a stage 2 deck, your payoff is normally more versatile attacks for like less energy, or just be able to do more damage, or in the case of Gardevoir, just very low to the ground in general. You have a huge amount of HP, and then you can add on the Cynthia's power weights, and then all of a sudden you've got a humongous number of HP that most decks struggle to deal with.
Yep, that hit points gets, a little bit out of hand. But, Cynthia's Garchomp, a very cool deck. It's not a mega Pokemon, though, is it?
No, it's not.
It's not. And as we've been going through this weekend, we've had a bit of a community choices bracket playing out where we debate and you guys get to choose your favorite mega Pokemon. What is your favorite one to play? It looks like...
We were talking about this before, weren't we? Yeah, Frostlass beat Absol.
Viewers, what's going on in Mega Absol's regional champ, international champ? Fair enough, that is the choice you made.
Well, I mean, but this is the thing, where Mega Frostlass is probably doing more now, currently, because Turbo Energize isn't in the format anymore.
That is true.
Mega Absol is still around, but not in the same way right now. I think Mega Frostlass is probably the more relevant one, which is probably why it won.
That is a fantastic point, actually. So it looks like our next one that we will be duking it out will be Mega Kangaskhan EX versus Mega Lopunny EX. If you're watching on YouTube, get your phone out, get a new tab, get Twitch ready and watch on there, because there will be a Twitch poll where you will get to decide your favorite Mega Evolution between Mega Kangaskhan and Mega Lopunny.
Yeah, go over to Twitch and get ready to vote. Polls aren't quite open yet, but we're gonna make our arguments for each one, and then you guys at home can decide which one of us you agree with more, or you can just disregard what we say and vote with your own conscience.
Fair enough. Now, I have been told, Freya, that you can choose which one of the two you would like.
Oh,
wow, that's a lot of power right there. Wow, they're looking after you this weekend.
You know what? I'm actually, because this is one that I've played more, even though I think it might be the unfavored choice, I'm going to go with Mega Lopunny, actually. I'm staking my claim.
Okay, so, right. So you've chosen, and you can get started. The floor is yours in 3, 2, 1, go!
The name of the game is efficiency, and Mega Lopunny is maybe one of the most efficient damage dealers in the whole format right now. 1 energy, Gale Thrust, 230 damage if it moves from the bench to the active that turn. How many times have we seen this be a partner to so many different archetypes and just be a really efficient damage dealer at dealing with these lower HP 2 prizes? Also, the fact that with its second attack, it can punch through walls with a shred-like attack that can knock out anything, even if it has a protection ability from something like EXs or something that resists any kind of other thing. It's super strong attacker, and it's colorless, so it can split up into any archetype.
Yeah, you stopped well on that archetype, I'll give you that.
That was better.
I'll give you credit for that one. It's an interesting one. It's a good one.
Yeah.
It's a good one. I'll give you that. Very versatile, I'd say. Very efficient.
Yeah. But I mean, to be fair, I guess it's kind of something you could say about Mega Kangaskhan as well.
Maybe.
But here we go. So I am getting ready to count you in now. Mega Kangaskhan Shay in 3, 2, 1, go!
Right, Freya lied to you. The aim of the game is not efficiency. The aim of the game is drawing cards, and that is what Mega Kangaskhan does on a basic Pokemon. You get to draw 2 just for being inactive. We've seen Mega Kangaskhan played in so many decks. It's so efficient. We've seen it be a regional champion of all things. And do you know what the best thing is about Mega Kangaskhan, in my opinion? It doesn't just sit there and draw cards. Attach 3 energy to it. You can KO anything in the format. Just flip enough heads, KO anything, draw cards, Bouffalot makes
Your
it tanky.
errand is run.
Hey, I like that. I like that. I see what you did there. The errand was run. It really was. So, viewers, the power will be in your hands. Twitch poll will be open soon. You get to vote. What is your favorite Mega Pokemon EX card? Is it Mega Kangaskhan EX, or is it
Mega Lopunny EX? The choice is yours. Get ahead and go to twitch.tv/Pokémon TCG and get your votes in for what is your favorite out of those 2 Mega Evolution Pokemon EX.
Yep, the power will be in your hands, and whoever wins will advance into the semi-finals, where it will match the winner of the bottom bracket. Who will it be? Battle of the Clueless Megas.
I was just thinking that,
yeah.
Like, both versatile cards, but in different ways. One's a versatile draw engine, and the other one's a versatile attacker. So I guess it depends on what the folks at home may value out of those. I mean, Mega Kangaskhan is a little bit iconic, I gotta admit. So, and it has seen a lot of success already. But Mega Lopunny has gotten in there as well. It's been in a lot of different archetypes.
It has. It was that Cornerstone answer, when Cornerstone was having its fingers all over the format. It was a very good one at that. It just said, Gale Frost, discard pile, please. So,
although if you want to talk about stream highlight moments, Mega Kangaskhan is a little bit hard to beat. They just, flip those coins all day, do, again, a bajillion T damage to knock out anything.
Yeah, true. We saw Jogen do it in Milwaukee, right? I think he picked 2 heads there to KO. I can't remember what it was now, actually, but he KO'd something for 2 heads, and it was a big stream moment. So if you are watching on YouTube, do us a favor, open up a new tab, get your phone out, and vote on that Twitch poll for your favorite Mega Evolution Pokemon from those two. The winner will advance, where we will, by the end of this weekend, crown your favorite Mega Evolution EX Pokemon.
Have you had the chance to play with any Mega Evolution EX or just decks with Mega Evolution Pokemon in them yet?
Yeah, I've been playing with too many, to be honest.
Too many? Okay.
A little bit of Mega Sharpedo. Didn't make it to this one. I tried a double Mega Charizard EX deck. You had the X and the Y. Didn't quite work. I've settled a Mega Lucario. That's the one I have been playing the most. But Mega Electros, want to try that out. Tried a little bit of Mega Dragonite as well. Clearly, can you see the pattern? All the ones I've tried aren't here.
Apart from Lucario.
Apart from Lucario, yeah. I just seem to pick the ones, the underrepresented Megas, let's go with.
Actually, just earlier today, I pulled a Mega Attack Rare, Mega Electros from a Ascended Heroes pin collection.
So
the same pin that is right here on my lapel now.
There you go, there you go. Yeah, Mega Electros was an interesting one, because as soon as you realize that there is going to be one, you think, they've got to be careful, because that electric can accelerate energy. So, yeah.
Oh, word is in. Results are in for our vote.
Okay.
So let's see who won the Battle of the Colorless Megas. Yeah, yes! Mega Kangaskhan.
Look at that beat down! 73, I should say. 27. Come on.
Honestly, I think that one's kind of fair dues.
Yeah, you did set yourself up for an uphill battle there. But it could have.
I was just feeling generous, Shay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do take this very seriously, to be fair. So I love that I'm currently 2-0. But I was kind of terrified that this one might have panned out like the one above, where Mega Absol has, more accolades now, or back in the day, but isn't doing as much now. And I think Mega Lopunny, could have fallen into a similar vein, where Mega Kangaskhan, you haven't seen it as much in the post-rotation format.
I think the difference is actually Mega Kangaskhan is seeing more use post-rotation because it's being used as like a draw engine in Raging Bolt, for example. You just like send it up and draw 2 at the start of your turn.
True.
And meanwhile, Mega Lopunny, there is some talk about, Mega Lopunny Dust Noir deck going on, just kind of a low to the ground, but I think the Mega Kangaskhan has seen more tangible kind of post-rotation success in the online tournaments and such.
Yeah, I find it's a sort of interesting. It's a battle of like, I don't want to say basic, but like a basic card Mega Kangaskhan that just draws cards, hits big, versus a very tricky card in Mega Lopunny. Does a little bit of dancing around the active, you know what I mean? Goes through those walls. So yeah, Mega Kangaskhan will advance. Now, one thing I love to look at here at these events, especially going to be even more exciting now at Prague Regional because it's the new format, is our juniors and seniors meta game. And I believe we have them ready. Let's have a wow. This is our juniors with Alakazam as the most popular deck. Juniors, I love you. This is ridiculous.
15%. Having said that, though, you do the Dragapult maths. I see all 3 major Dragapult variants here, and that adds up to a very big percentage. I believe that adds up to, what, 27?
27, yep. Okay. So yeah, you could almost add up there everything else, and it wouldn't even come to that. It gets a little bit close there, but as it stands there, as the archetypes are represented, Alakazam is the most popular. But you're right, Dragapult EX, when you add up all those different variants, would be the most popular. Mega Lucario then, coming in there at 3rd, and the Tilmos, Ogerpon, Meganium there are coming in at 6%.
Yeah, so that's juniors. Let's look and see if that trend continues over into the seniors division. Not quite, it seems. Where's Alakazam?
Where's Alakazam? Where's everything else apart from Dragapult? The top 3 decks for a stunning 28%. Oh no, 38%, I should say. Wait, no. Yeah, 38%.
The 18 plus 10 plus 10 is 38.
I just said I but no, it can't be that high. But no, it is. Yeah. 38% of our seniors metagame here in Prague are announcing Phantom Dive as much as possible with Mega Lucario. Cynthia's Garchomp getting a look in here at 7%, as well as Team Rocket's Mewtwo, Spid Ops, all coming in at 7. So seniors is basically the Dragapult EX versus the world.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of a microcosm of the format in general, right? As we've seen it manifest in the Masters division as well, just even more so here. A lot of seniors thinking, you know what, this is just objectively the strongest deck, and I'm going to stake my claim on the best way to play it, but ultimately this is the way to go.
Yep, I think that's something you do see a lot more in this information era, as I like to call it, where the seniors really does follow the masters. I think we can actually have a look and see just how much this does trend. Let's have a look. Yeah, Dragapult EX, and then Dragapult Blaziken, and then yeah, so it's very similar. The main difference here in our masters being versus the rest is that unclassified coming in technically as the third most popular, and I think that might include some of the Megalopony, for example, could be in the mix there. But yeah, if you do get to the best of the rest as well, let's have a look. Dragapult Dustwall coming in at 5%, Enzoroark, Teal Mask, Ogerpon.
I think the biggest thing from what I can see specifically is just how much less popular Dragapult Dusknoir is compared to the other two variants. Like compared to juniors and seniors, where all three of them are like relatively close together, Dragapult Dusknoir has a big drop off compared to all the other Dragapult variants, and I think that kind of lends itself to what people are thinking Masters Division is the strongest way to play Dragapult, and whichever one of the two it is, straight or with Blaziken, it's definitely not Dusknoir.
I wonder if there's something to be said there, because juniors and seniors might have more of a comfort pick in Dragapult Dusknoir. They did play it in past form. I think, all you have to do is just swap out some of this for a bit of this, and, technically you are playing the same decks. I wonder, do you think that is something to be said for that?
Yeah, I think that could be part of it. Also, maybe in those divisions, there's some aspect of I want to just like win the game and not even give my opponent a chance. So, Dusknoir just, use that Curse Blast and take out something on the bench and not give my opponent a chance to get into the game. Whereas in the Masters Division, people are thinking I can do that and but without the Dusknoir, incorporate other cards into my deck that might give me a bit more of a sort of a subtle advantage that will carry me through to more sort of first round victories.
Yeah, it does make sense. We did see in our last feature match there, the Dusknoir lines can just instantly close the door on some games. Let's have a look at our standings though, coming into our last round of Swiss, and see how it's all panning out here. Julius Breinfeld had him on stream earlier playing at Festival. He's 7-0. Dennis, we just had on stream, was obviously 7-0. Who else do we Tord Redcliffe coming in there, that's 6 seed Freya.
A 6-0-1 playing Dragapult, I do believe. Piper Lapine also doing well over here at 10th place. Salvatore, who we just saw on stream, take down with Alakazam, doing very well at 6-1 as well. It's one of those where it's a mixture of new faces and perhaps unfamiliar ones.
Yeah, definitely some names that are, might not recognize immediately, but, these could be players that have practiced this format a lot and said, you know what, this is going to be my time now, so let's make a name for ourselves. So, yeah, got, players all the way down there to 6-1, all fantastic records. If you could tell me, Shay, you're going to end the Swiss with something X and 1 record, I'd be very happy with that.
I'm very happy indeed. I mean, X and 1, that puts you in very good contention to make it at least the asymmetrical cut, if not skipping the asymmetrical cut entirely, as long as you keep winning. You can afford one loss, maybe one tie. It's when you get beyond that, I think it get a little bit more iffy, then you're not sure if you're making it or not, but more wins equals more chances at getting up there in the higher seeds. And like we talked about earlier, higher seeding actually matters a lot more in this tournament now.
Yeah, because going into asymmetrical top cut, if you are the higher seed, you get to choose whether you go first or second, right? That is a monumental mammoth change.
Yeah, and it's a very big deal, and I'll be very curious to see how that pans out, because I believe this will be the first time where you're sort of incorporating and viewing that rule during a stream tournament, so I'm going to be very curious to see how that pans out.
Yeah, there's been quite a few changes to sort of top cut this season, right? Because you also get the open deck list now.
Yes, we do. I mean, that we've already seen play out a little bit in Birmingham, a few of the other ones, but that plays a big factor as well. It means you can't, like those sneaky tech cards that maybe you don't think about, you're very much aware of them because you see the list in front of you, and then oh, okay, I need to watch out for this, and this, and I can maybe do a kind of read play that I wouldn't be able to before because I have that information right in front of me.
Yeah, no, an absolutely monumental change. How much do you think that really does shake up, especially, we can sort of see seeding and you can sort of pick whether you go first, second. How much does, having a deck list available to you change how the matches could play out?
It really depends on the matchup. I think there's some matchups where you're not really as fussed about it because you kind of know what's going to be in the deck and there's not really many surprises. But sometimes you might be going up against a list that, say, it might be normally a favorable matchup for you, but they've teched for you specifically. They have like a one specific tech card or inclusion that turns it from an unfavorable matchup to then to a very favorable matchup. And if you have that awareness, maybe you can try to play around it, or maybe not. Maybe you see it and think, oh, I have no answer to this, and then you're in for a really, really bad time. And then, I mean, maybe the intimidation factor can go the other way. But either way, it cannot be overstated how much of an impact it makes.
It's one of them where even just knowledge of the tech card can change how you play. Let's say you're an Alakazam player, your opponent plays one copy of Zerosic Machinations. That could be prized for your opponent, but you have to constantly play around that threat, and it just really does change things. And it's a really interesting change. I think it's a change that I'm all for, and I'm very excited to see how it pans out. As we do say, we have had a couple of events with this now. But I think in a new format as well, where, you know, card counts aren't as cemented, you know, are you playing 1 Meowth or 2, for example? This could be an event where that really shakes things up.
Meowth counts are an interesting one because this is a card that's just come in, right?
Yeah.
When we think about supporter fetching ability cards that have been in play before, there's been a big variety in how many we can be played in terms of, we go all the way back to Tapu Lele GX, of course.
Yeah.
Tord Reklev taking down NAIC with 4 Tapu Lele GX in his deck. We've not really seen that with Meowth yet in the same way. And to be fair, partially that's because Tapu Lele GX was as good an attacker as it was a support Pokemon. Meowth, it can bring itself back to the hand, but it can't really do that in the same way. But I wonder if at some point we're going to see a deck which values the right supporter at the right time so much that we see a bunch of copies of Meowth so you can just do it over and over again.
Yeah, I actually went back and watched that NIC file not too long ago, and I remember in the interview he was basically saying, you know, why are we playing 4 Tapu Lele? And Tor basically said, well, if you assume that we use 1 or 2 to get set up and get in the game, at the end of the game, I can go Lele for Guzma, my opponent can't. It's like, well, I guess if you put it that simply, it kind of makes sense. So we'll be interested to see if that is how Meowth pans out as well.
And there is a translation to that here, right? You think about it the same way. Maybe if you want to play multiple Meowth, maybe my first one or my first and second one, fetch myself a Lily's Determination or a Crispin or something. And in late game, it searches you boss's orders to bring up the thing you need to win the game. So, yeah, I mean, something to think about.
That is definitely something to think about as a perfect... Remember, this is a post-rotation format. We also get the inclusion of perfect order into our format. As it stands now, maybe not the most impactful sets, which is how it pans out, but you got cards like Meowth, the telepathic energy. You know, these are all really important.
Meowth, I think were it not for Meowth, the consistency in this format would be really, really rough. It's already rough as it is compared to how it's been before, but Meowth is what enables an Ultra Ball to turn into a way back into the game. And I think I'm really glad it is this, because without that, I think we might be seeing a few more dead draw games on stream than we would like.
Yeah, no, 100%. The Meowth is a fantastic card. This is a fantastic addition. And one thing I want to keep an eye on is that sort of last bit of text on its ability saying you can't use more than one ability that says last ditch. You know, we haven't got any of them yet. But we might be getting some soon. No, they wouldn't put that for no reason, right?
No, I mean, you wouldn't think so. So again, something else to just keep in your noggin for the future.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting, you know. Prague Region is our first post-rotation format, and it's fun that we get to see it here in Europe as well. And to be honest with you, folks, I'm very excited to be taking you through it, and I'm very excited to be taking you through it with you, Fred.
So honestly, same here. Last time we were talking about this, last time we cast it together was what, Liverpool Regionals way back when?
Liverpool Regionals 2022.
That's when Shea was born. And it is so great to be back on desk with you, for real.
Yeah, 100%. Love to hear it. Glad to be here with you. But I believe our Swiss Round 8 feature match table is ready, so we can head down to the table and get started here. And we've got a fan favorite on the right there, Piper Lepine, fellow caster, a fellow terrific player who knows her way around the top tables and beyond. 2025 World's Top 8, Toronto Regional Champion, Baltimore Regional Champion, NAIC 2025 Top 8 as well.
Been on a tear for a while, and this last season was no exception. I did have the dubious honor of casting over her game where she did prize free Gimme Gore, which was unfortunately how she bowed out of Top 8.
Yeah.
But no such shenanigans here, we hope. Piper doing very, very well currently in Swiss Round 8 with a phenomenal record, but going to be up against Daniel, a newer face of the stream, so it would seem.
A newer face of the stream, but is eager to sort of done fantastically well so far, and would love to sort of try and catapult himself into phase 2 and beyond. On a fantastic job with that. Let's go start these prize cards. We have Unfair Stamp there for Daniel and for Piper, the Petulant EX Black Belt's training, and an End Zoroark as well.
1 Dreepy and 2 Buddy Puffin as well. Can't be feeling good for Daniel, especially if you're going first. Having said that, there's the one in his hand already, so it really doesn't matter. As the fist bump happens, Daniel will be going first, and thank goodness he did open with that Buddy Puffin, considering 2 other copies of it are prized.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll be able to get into the game. Daniel is kicking us off in our Swiss Round 8 feature match, and he is playing that Meganium Teal Mask Ogerpon EX archetype. I love this archetype.
No, he's playing Dragapult.
Oh, sorry, I have the wrong list open here. I am so sorry. He is playing Dragapult, the big, bad, scary deck of the format. That Phantom Diefrayer. I think Joe said, is it the best attack in the game? I think it could be.
I think I might have said that earlier as well.
You as well? I think everyone's saying that. 200 damage into the active, and then 6 damage counters on the bench. And worth noting, the drag cloak is so impactful as well, as we are going to see it getting taken off the Poképad with that recon directive.
Yeah, and I want to take a moment just to point out, I adore this art of Dreepy so much. The new Unforgettable Heroes, done by the same artist who did the special illustration where Dragapult EX and Prismatic Evolutions. It's a whole line.
Oh, that makes us like that. I like that a lot.
Absolutely adorable.
Is over to Piper, though, going to start her turn off there with the Poképad, who's playing that Enzoroark archetype. This deck is strong. Enzoroark has that trade ability, letting you discard 1 card from your hand to draw 2. So if you get 3 or 4 of those out, you're seeing an extra 6 to 8 cards a turn. We love that. And then it's attack. Night Joker lets you use any one of your End's Pokemon's attack as this attack. Now, before, we had to make use of End's Reshiram, 170 damage, or Powerful Rage that does 23 damage counter 1U. And the deck was already good at that point. However, Piper is playing some other End's Pokemon to keep an eye on. End's Darmanitan, Flame Body Cannon, 90 damage to the active, 90 to a bench. And then is obviously playing as well the End's Zekrom, which does a big, bad, scary 250 damage. And that is going to be the turn. Going to get out another Enzorua and a turn attachment to the active. Back over to Daniel.
Back over to Daniel, who does start off with a Dawn. This is a card that we don't always see in Dragapult, but it has been a choice of a tech choice, or rather a searching choice of favor in a few lists. Like we see in Alakazam, lets you grab a basic stage 1 and a stage 2. And in this situation, I think there's a very good, basic stage 1 and stage 2 to grab. A Buddy to item lock, a Dracloak to get yourself going with more recon directives, and then a Dragapult to attack with later. As we see, double Dracloak hit the field.
Wow, yeah, this is the illustration rare field right here.
Really is.
Yeah, this is nice. Now, one thing I want to draw attention to is that one, as we do see recon directive being used here, going to grab Poképad, is that Piper actually isn't playing the Reshiram. Isn't playing that, and that's a card we used to see a lot against Dragapult for that Powerful Rage. How do you think the omission of that changes matchup?
So, it's a bit of an interesting gamble in the sense that Dragapult is actually one of the matchups where that End's Reshiram is very relevant, because if you force a Dragapult to hit your Enzoroark in the active for 200, you're hitting back with Power Rage for 400. So Daniel doesn't necessarily know whether Piper is playing it or not. So he might play differently with that in mind. And so maybe just the mind games alone, Piper thinks just because the threat of it is potentially there, Daniel's going to play it differently enough, and I can kind of cheat a space in my list without it. But for now, it's going to be an Itchy Pollen hitting, of course, that's Enzoroark for weakness, but it doesn't. Oh, it doesn't matter, because look at that.
Wow. So 2 Enzoroark EX into the Lily's Determination for 8. Still has 2 uses of trade at a minimum available. So that means we're going to see 8 from the Lily's Determination and then another 4 from trade. Here we go. Night Joker will be live. We need to get some more Pokemon down. Oh, okay.
Dear.
We're in Trade Town then. We can't play those items. We need to find some Pokemon. Monkey Dory Fairs, that's not an End's Pokemon. 2 more. That Ultra Ball card. Uh-oh. I don't think... Well, I guess you can copy... Well, to be fair, you can copy Scratch, right? That does 30.
Yeah,
oh, no, it does 20, sorry.
Yeah, so not even worth doing, because that's just going to be damage that gets flung back with Monkey Dory.
It's just going to be the pass back over Freya. Itchy Pollen has bought Daniel a turn. This means Daniel can start to try and get in the driver's seat. Hasn't developed any energy yet, though, so we'll have to try and rely on some Crispin if he does want to announce Phantom Dive this turn.
Well, I mean, more Phantom Dive equals more winning, so I'm very sure if he can get there, he would very much like to. It's actually just going to go ahead and focus down on this Enzora, though. Just going to buy more time that way. Play it patient. Go for another Itchy Pollen. It seemed to be very effective last turn, so why not just do it again?
It really did. Does have 2 more copies of trade. Back over to Piper now, though. There's a Terramaka.
That's a very important find. You really want to be able to use that to kind of target down 2 Dracloak at the same time. But having said that, it's a little bit riskier playing it down now, considering that the Dracloak is already ready to go with an energy.
Here we go. The Cypher Maniac's code breaking, letting you put any 2 cards you like to the top of your deck. And when you're playing with Enzoroark, Cypher Maniac basically says, discard 1 card from your hand, grab any 2 cards you like from your deck.
Yeah,
you just trade straight into them.
So this is one of those cards where, like you've seen it used in Goldengo EX before, combine it with a draw 2 ability, and it essentially becomes search your deck for 2 cards. So that is exactly what Piper's going to do. Trade is going to draw into that Enzoroark and that Darmanitan. And 1 more trade for good measure. Just going to decide what wants to be discarded here. Going to go ahead and get rid of that Serendipity. That's often a liability against Dragapult. They often do, to bring it up, do 200, and then spread some damage to finish off the game. So I think it makes sense to kind kind of let go of it for now. But we do see that Darumaka hit the bench. Very important, I think.
That is very important. And a turn attachment to the active is over to Daniel now, that has bought himself a good few turns. Recon Directive 1 and 2. Ultra Ball Energy is going to take the Ultra Ball. Here comes another Recon Directive. Ultra Ball Lilies. Ultra Ball, he wants to be able to search the deck for those Pokemon. I think Dragapult EX is currently in hand, actually.
I mean, he grabbed an H-Go off the Dawn, right?
He doesn't have the Fire Energy, though.
Does he not? I thought he drew into it.
No, Psychic Energy.
Oh, no, you're right. Ooh. So that's the one thing he's missing, I guess, is now the time for a Crispin, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, could meow for it, but...
Well, it's already in hand. You can see that on there, yeah.
I apologize. It is... You know, I think my head thought that was a Golden Go. And if it was, there'd be problems, actually, so I shouldn't have thought that. But we are going to see Ultra Ball. No, Shaman?
Well, I mean, you have to grab this, right? Because otherwise, Darmanitan is going to wreak havoc on you. So absolutely a very heads-up choice there from Daniel, kind of prioritizing that bench protection.
Strong, because there is no reversal energy in the list. So we won't be able... Oh, it had the Crispin in hand. Okay. Wow, this is going to be a strong turn for Daniel. We'll be able to announce Phantom Dive. Is he going to punch into the active? He isn't to know that there is no Ends Reshiram threat, of course.
Yeah, but I mean, this is, I guess in his mind, he's thinking, this is a risk I have to take. And Piper is threatening it because there is still one bench slot left.
Yep.
But at this point, I just need to start, doing some kind of damage, because if I just don't attack, then I'm not really winning. So he's deciding, okay, it's going to be one of two things. Either this is going to go ahead and get, attached, and then it's going to be another Ichipollen, or he decides to switch into the attack. But I have a feeling if he was going to keep using Ichipollen, he wouldn't have evolved into that Dragapult straight away. Oh, no. Okay. I was wrong.
Okay.
Playing it very slow and very safe, just getting the Dragapult into play, just so that it's ready to go when relevant, but not wanting to do a bunch of damage straight away. And this is something that is probably influenced by the fact that Daniel doesn't know whether Piper is playing Reshiram or not.
Great point. Great point. Yeah, we're going to see trade number 2. And I guess looking at Piper's list, with the omission of Reshiram, but the addition of Black Belt's Training, Binding, Mochi, and Petrod, I wonder if her game plan is to just try and go over the top these big hit point Pokemon, 250 plus the Poison plus the Black Belt. Black Belt and Petrol are currently prized right now, unfortunately. So as well as the Binder Mochi, so the whole Poison extra boosting damage package is no longer available, and I think that really is going to make this game hard to navigate.
It is, but there is one benefit that Piper can make use of, which is still available, and that is that Monkey Dory, of course. With the Adrena Brain,
for sure.
This is the one answer to the slower strategy from the Dragapult deck. If they just use Ichipollen on you over and over again, you can use Monkey Dory to flick that damage right back, and that can either just take a KO on something like a Budu, or it can put something like a Dragapult into more range without having to rely on something like the Black Belt's Training or the Binding Mochi. But here we see Piper using Boss's orders, prioritizing targeting that Shaman, knowing how important it is to deal damage with Darmanitan to take the advantage in this matchup.
What's our attack? Are we attacking with Flare from Darumaka with the Adrena Brain?
That would do it. If you want to KO the Shaman, that's what you have to do. Adrena Brain 30 over, and then go ahead and do Flare.
Otherwise, how are we doing 30 though? We've only got 2 and a 1. So you can't move 30 over at once, right?
Well, I mean, so if Piper wanted to KO the Shaman, the answer would have been, Monkey Dory the free over, because she put it on the Monkey Dory instead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm with you. Yeah, I got you.
So this is a deliberate choice to not KO the Shaman here.
Okay, that makes sense. So we are just going to see the Night Joker into Flare combination. We don't hear that one too often.
Yeah, 50 damage, not quite enough to KO the Shaman, but maybe Piper thinking here, I don't want to take a KO just yet, so maybe I can force the damage onto either the Monkey Dory and the Shaman with a combination of the Flare and the Adrena Brain, and I force Daniel into a decision as to what he wants to prioritize for his own healing.
Yeah, I think that's right. And get some pretty cool maths, though, because if you mid-turn KO the Shaman, if you can manage that one, then the Flame Body Cannon into active then brings you into range of 250, KO a benched Draclo. That does work out quite nicely.
It's very heads up from Piper, and this is exactly why she's considered one of the best End Zoroark players in the game currently, knowing exactly how these maths plays out. And it's not like she's not faced Dragapult before. This is a matchup that she would have known a lot. Granted, the deck plays a bit differently, but it was still a thing post-rotation. So she's going to have all these numbers in mind. Oh, but we do see a Judge from Daniel.
Judge. Okay. This is a card that's picked up a lot of play with the omission of Ino from the format. Both players shuffle their hand away and draw 4. Worth noting, though, Daniel's used both his Recon Directive. So his hand's going to stay at this 4. Piper does have 3 copies of Trade available, so this is like a soft hand reset, I guess, because you immediately draw 6, but you know, is a little hurdle.
Well, I mean, something that I'm thinking about here is that this could be devastating against Daniel. If Daniel doesn't find a way to retreat the Shaman, right, with energy,
exactly what I was
Piper's
thinking.
items are back online, and suddenly she is off to the races.
Are we going to see an energy? No.
No, we don't.
Uh-oh. That is the turn Piper needed. Can maneuver some damage, of course, but that Shaman will get stuck there. Oh, it's just going to pass, actually. Okay. Piper, what can we do? Items are back online. Trade still online. Ends Castle online. There's a lot of things ready for Piper here. What can she do?
Oh, hold on a second.
Okay.
Piper is playing 2 Monkey Dory, not just 1. So even with the fact that there's not enough damage on the field, 1 more Monkey Dory down, 1 more Dark Energy, and you can KO the Shaman and still do the same body cannon as long as you can find the pieces.
You can. There is an Ultra Ball. The only problem with that player is that it does bench lock you, but that is such a, you know, a commanding way to get into the game. I would be a little bit scared because you wouldn't be able to bench Zekrom for a while, but that is definitely a line. She just plays Scoop Up Cyclone. Could you just say Monkey Dory twice if you join to that?
I mean, or either that or you do the Monkey Dory and then you're not bench locked because you can Scoop Up Cyclone to put down the Zekrom.
That as well. But I don't think we drew into any of that, so it is going to be... What is this? What's going on here? That's going to be that's going to be a scratch, is it?
Well, no, it's copying the first attack off of the Taramaka.
Is it combustion?
Rolling tackle for 20 damage.
We get there eventually.
Piper does not want to KO this Shaman right now. She wants to wait until she can do it, combining that with the Darmanitan. This is super heads up from Piper, the way that she's piloting Zoroark here.
And that Judge has come back to bite Daniel. Has got Recon Directive available this turn. Let's see, still hasn't got the energy. Oh, Night Stretcher, actually. I'm assuming there's energy in this cop. Oh, we paid retreat earlier, didn't we? Yeah, we did.
Yes.
Gonna opt for the fire. Okay. Gonna attach it.
I mean, you got to imagine there's a Crispin coming, right? Or some other way to retreat this Shaman.
Don't see it yet, you know. Don't see it yet. What are we going for here? Double Pokepad fail into a Lilies. Okay, what are we digging for here? We are bench locked, right? Yeah, so we can't use... Yeah, I'm not quite seeing the line. Daniel is currently 6-1 though, so he does know his way around the deck. What do you think we're going for here? Turn attachment already used.
Yeah. Oh, I'm genuinely struggling here a little bit because I don't really think there's a way for him to switch out here.
I don't think there is either.
Not with him having committed the energy attachment. You would have needed to do a Crispin if you wanted to like attack. Even if you wanted to attack with Budu, you had to at least attach the active.
Wait, Area 0 Latias.
Hello.
Area 0 Latias gets you there.
Area 0 Underdepths with the Dragapult being in play can have up to 8 Pokemon onto the bench, so now we'll have room for that Latias DX, and that can make that Shaman retreat for free.
Latias is weak to Dark, though. That is an easy KO. I mean, I guess in theory you're doing 250 anyway, but I mean, that does get you there. Area 0, plus we're going to see the Adrenaline Brain first.
Moving off of the Shaman, so 30 taken off, we'll go down to 40 damage and 40 HP left. 30 goes on to the... Oh, but...
Just a staging replacement. I'm going to get rid of Ends Castle. Is over to Piper. Trade number 1, trade number 2, and trade number 3. That's instant 6 cards extra. Ends PP up there in the hand. I think the Alpha's currently in the hand there as well.
Oh, this is such a big opening for Piper, though. I don't think Daniel knows about the second Monkey Dory. If you can get this second Monkey Dory set up, you deal with that Shaman, and you can have an absolutely devastating turn. Although, I think Piper might be a little bit short still. I think she would love nothing more than to be able to just, take this multi-prize turn.
Oh, mid-turn KO, potentially. Is she digging for something from the prize cards here?
Maybe she really just wants to be able to get double Monkey Dory down, ideally, whilst at the same time... maybe going for the Binding Mochi of the prizes, just knowing how many vital key pieces of damage boosting are prized so that she can go ahead and deal with a Dragapult EX at full HP.
Yeah.
You can tell she's agonizing over it. No, she's going to commit to it.
Mid-turn KO to take the MPP up. Not sure that's what she wanted, but that's what she got.
She has one in hand already. That's not really what she wants. Oh, hold on a second.
What are we going for here? Going to try and retreat lock something? We haven't played support yet, have we? No.
No, but this actually could be pretty good to buy some time still, because there is now with the vulnerability already in play, as it were, with the Area 0 and that's wasted, for Daniel to have that extra space for the Latias EX.
Fair enough. I see what you mean. Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you're feeling way less good about that because the Shaman's going to be stuck in the active and you can't retreat it anyway.
Yep. Great heads-up play there from Piper, pivoting, and here we go, Sigurd. Lily's determination as well. This has been a real chess match here. 25 minutes of action played, 1 prize card taken.
It's only been 15 so far.
15? I tell a lie, I can't do that. That's why Freya's there. Look after me. I've said this before, I'll say it again. There, we want to see the clutch. 20 damage, and your opponent cannot retreat.
So now there's been a potentially big missed opportunity here for Daniel to do a big attack. Although a second Monkey Dory established does help a lot. Sure, you can use Adrenaline Brain to move stuff over, but there's no way to get the Shaman out of the active in this deck.
Recon Directive for Boss's Orders, Boss's Orders. Boss's Orders goes to the hand. And another Boss's Orders as well. So 3 copies of Boss. Worth noting, he does play a full 4 copies, so... But yeah, double Monkey Dory developed. So sick. We're going to see Boss's Orders into Enzart without energy. Remember, En's Castle was replaced via the Area 0.
Yep, and going to go ahead and fully heal that Shaman. So that does help a lot in this instance. There's going to be no Monkey Dory chaos shenanigans back unless we see somehow 3 Monkey Dories in 1 turn, but that is definitely not going to be happening. Trade coming in, discarding the Ultra Ball, discarding another 2 cards, and then another one for good measure. There's that Scoop Up Cyclone. Could be another way to get that Enzark out of the active if Piper wants to burn it on that, but I don't know if she wants to or not.
I don't think you'd want to either. But we are going to see Adrenaline Brain bouncing that damage back. Well, 3, I should say. Trade number 3. What is that? That's a Zekrom. Yeah, play 2 copies.
Yeah, it's debating either the Zekrom or maybe the Lilies, because you have gotten past the point where the Lilies is the most effective, but maybe you still need some more draw power. Actually, just valuing all the cards currently in the hand.
Oh, scoop up Cyclone.
Going for it. Not wanting to discard anything in the hand and would rather trade away that Zorua for 2 more cards.
Got Drew into the Monkey Dory.
Okay, Drew into the Monkey Dory. But he's just going to go for the clutch again.
But then with the double Adrenaline Brain from Daniel, that damage is going to bounce straight back. But it's interesting. Ooh, Piper eyeing up the deck. She could be eyeing up a potential deck out victory, perhaps. There's a we're just playing musical chairs over here.
Sure seems that way, yeah.
How many Ends Castle does Piper play? 2 copies. Oh, 1's prized. Okay, so there is no Ends Castle available, so we're always going to see some Adrenaline Brain here.
Just clarifying what the what the move over was.
It can be confusing at the best of times, but it's going to be Adrenaline Brain, Boss's Orders, pass.
Okay.
So are both players eyeing up a potential cheeky deck out here? Because Piper does play as a Rosic, so that can rip some cards out of the hand.
There's definitely something to consider, but now is going to be a key decision here. Does Piper... No. Okay, answer the question already. Does Piper consider the double Adrenaline Brain here? No. It's opting to attach to the active instead.
Yeah.
So I think that both these players are thinking along these lines here in terms of...
I think so.
Do I actually just want to run my opponent out of resources in the deck and rely on that rather than doing attacks?
Because in case you don't know, as we are going to see the retreat into Ends PP up, then you recycle that energy. If your opponent starts their turn and they cannot draw a card for turn, you instantly win. So both players recognizing it's hard to maneuver these Pokemon in and out the active. So let's see who can keep doing it the most.
And Piper must be thinking here, I don't want to take out the Shaman, because if I do, I don't feel confident that I can win the damage race before Daniel does. So this is my way out to win instead.
And it's just a draw pass. Has Piper achieved her lock? This is interesting. Did not expect this. I did not expect this is how the game would pan out. Clutch. Remember, cannot retreat.
Can't retreat, and Daniel now has a choice to make in terms of the Adrenaline Brain, whether he wants to force the Shaman to be KO, but no, it's just going to move just enough damage to keep the Shaman around, whilst at the same time making it so that it can't be KO'd easily from something else.
Just a pass is over to Piper. I'm intrigued to see if this Zerosic's is going to come flying down. If you are going to go for a deck out victory condition, oh, here comes the double Monkey Dory thread that you alluded to earlier. So 6. It is going to be a KO on a Shaman, mid-turn KO.
So she decides that now is the time. She's putting it together. So double Adrenaline Brain onto the Shaman, and now Daniel has a key decision to make. What do I bring up here? And he's actually just going to decide to go for the
Flame Body Cannon turn. You can get rid of 2 Dracloak at the same time.
Well, you absolutely can, but I mean, you've enabled...
Oh, it is a Rosic!
Yeah, this actually...
Daniel has to discard just 3 cards in his hand.
No, hold on a second.
Okay.
You could have forced Piper to play a boss's orders to do this, but now...
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but giving it to her for free.
So now, but now you got the double Dracloak KO, and you also forced him to discard until he has 3 left in hand.
Strong turn. This was the turn that Piper was eyeing up. Goodness gracious, what a turn. Flame Body Cannon from Darmanitan does 90 to the active and 90 to a bench Pokemon. Now that Shaman's Flower Veil has been turned off, that is going to be live. Free retreat. Going to be Flame Body Cannon. KO, KO, double prize card. 3 prize card turn there for Piper. Is over to Daniel. What can he do?
Yeah, well, Piper does need to take some prize cards there, and there we go. Does fetch. I think it has all the pieces to put together a big KO on a Dragapult now. With the Monkey Dory moving the damage over, you don't need Black Belt's trading.
Yeah, because the Monkey Dory.
But the Petrunt is now out of the prizes, so this is the plan that Piper has. Just take out this Dragapult to finish the game. How does Daniel answer this as a question? It can't be unfair, Stan, because it's still in the prize cards.
The only problem with that play right now, Scuba Cyclone has been losing, and you are currently bench locked, so Daniel does have to KO something for you to do that.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's the...
Risky Ruins. Going to replace Area 0. 20 damage in play. But yeah, that is something I have to keep an eye on.
But I mean, you also know that it's going to be very hard for Daniel to attack this board in a way where he doesn't eventually open up a board space. He'd very much like to do that, but I mean, the Scuba Cyclone being burnt definitely does help a lot. It means that there's one less thing to worry about. It also means that he isn't worried about any other ace spec coming out either. So the Scuba Cyclone has been played. He knows that's what he's dealing with. So yeah, it really is on him to try and figure this out. I think benching the Blood Moon Ursa Luna is an interesting choice as well.
It is. I was just thinking that. Like, you know, that could be some clutch bait. I guess with so many prize cards being taken, you could start to announce Blood Moon just with a turn attachment, I guess. Hang on, he's drawing 6. How many cards are in that deck?
No, he's drawing 8 still.
He's drawing 8?
Yeah.
How many are left? Okay, I count that as maybe 2 or 3 maximum.
Yeah, no.
Oh, it is! Oh, he did! I was just thinking that didn't look like a lot of cards! Daniel has decked himself out via Lily's Determination, and Piper Lapine takes a sneaky little game 1 there, but was playing it fantastic, but Lily's Determination bit Daniel, and we're going on to a game 2.
Oh, like a head slap moment. Yeah, you play the Lilies, want to draw the cards, not realizing you deck yourself out doing it. Goodness me.
But I think that's a testament to Piper's game plan there, just making life so awkward, bringing stuff up, forcing resources. And we did allude to it, didn't we, in those sort of attrition turns, being like, deck out victory could be on the cards.
Just not quite, it didn't quite happen the way we thought it would. But yeah, what an absolute chess match this was. Absolutely right. This turn right here, where Piper finally decides to go for that Shaman, and then because Daniel promoted, the Dracloak was able to take that double KO whilst also firing off that Xerosix Machinations.
Yeah, that right there was a strong turn, removing double Dracloak, forcing your opponent to discard, and this Xerosic, one of the games, you didn't realize it at the time, but after playing that Lilies from Daniel, hasn't managed to take a prize card yet, the judges said, oh, you got to draw a little bit more there, and but yeah, that Xerosic turned out to be a game-winning Xerosic.
I think that's the first time I've seen it on stream, the fact that Lilies drew 8 instead of 6 be a bad thing instead of a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, it can come up, right? In theory, the theory is there. That's the exact game where drawing 8 can come back to bite you. And yeah, Piper Lapine, after that, you know, chess match, I'd like to say, did get herself the win.
She was so patient with it as well, because there were so many turns where she could have gone for that play, but she decided that that was the best moment to do it, and it ended up winning her the game, let's be real.
It did. It did. So, wow. Piper Lapine, one of the world's best players, definitely one of the world's best ends up, I can tell you that. Currently on a 6-1 record, 1 game up in our Swiss Round 8 feature match. Let's consult these prizes. Enzekra, Monkey Dory, Enzarua, and double Budu.
Oh dear.
Double Budu. Uh-oh, that's no good.
No itchy pollen in this business.
No, it's going to be attached. Oh, no, double. I thought it was going to be attached past there,
No, no. A phenomenal turn 1 start going first. Double Buddy Poppin, able to set up everything you could ever want. So gonna flood the board, I imagine, with Dreepy and maybe some other little support guys to help out as well.
Yeah, whichever ones are we thinking about, Freya?
Well, I mean, this is more of a, what you call like a straight variant of this deck, right? I think the main thing you want to get is Budu, but they're kind of hanging out in the prize card. So it's just going to be double Buddy Poppin for free Dreepy, and Piper's got to be thinking something's up right now.
Yeah, something's up. You often do that. The old Ultra Ball is guarding an Ultra Ball, and I think that is a Mega Lopunny full art. And what is this going to grab here for Piper? She gets to consult her prize. I think her prizes are definitely the better out of the 2.
No kidding. I mean, one ends at Crom, you play 2, Monkey Dory, you play 2, and Serrano, basically all the prizes that you have are multiples. And that Meowth isn't prized, so that can go ahead, last-ditch catch, grab that Lily's Determination, and she's off to a great turn 1.
She is, and she didn't to know that she's going to have to pay her items next turn. She didn't get to do that last game.
No.
So we'll be able to do that. Now, worth noting that Meowth is a pretty big liability, though. A 2-prize Pokemon with 170 hit points. But if it gets you in the game, it gets you in the game. Oh, yeah, got to pick that one up. Give that another little shuffle. Lily's Determination for 8 this time. We won't be losing the game because of it. That is a big full deck there. And if you're a Piper, all you want to see is just bench Pokemon right now. So let's have a look.
Oh, that.
Okay. Okay. We get a turn attachment. It's going to be the pass.
I think Piper's very fortunate in this instance that there's 2 Budu Prize, because otherwise that would have been a really horrendous Lily's Determination.
I do agree. Here's a Lily. It could be a world. Is there a world, Freya? When you look at your opponent's setup, you know you haven't got Budu, and you think, well, I'm going to attach a fire, Dragon Headbutt, and KO that Enzarua.
I mean, if you want to get Budu out of the prizes, yeah, I guess you could. I mean, if nothing else, just because it gets you ahead in the prize race a little bit. It doesn't feel amazing, but I imagine that's also why he didn't attach the Psychic Energy that was in his hand and just opted to go for the Lilies first.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I saw the Psychic get shuffled away. Are we going to see it? That's it, 8 this time. Here we go. Oh, careful. Here we go. Fire Energy Ultra.
Oh, no.
No. I guess you can Recon Directive into it, but not even any raw copies of Dracloak.
Has to Ultra Ball for one, and yeah, that can't be a good feeling.
No.
Can get rid of that Buddy Pop and not going to be much use for him here, but yeah, at least one Dracloak can come into play, and this is going to be a very good Recon Directive.
Yeah, it's gone for the bench. I don't think Izarn up a Dragon Headbutt them. If you were really feeling it, you'd evolve the active.
I mean, it is also a risk, right? Because if you commit 2 energy to the active and take a KO, all you need is like 1 energy and a Zekrom and a Zoroark, and all of a sudden you're getting KO'd right back, and you're completely behind an energy attachment.
Yeah, you're not removing any energy by doing that. So we are going to see the Dracloak hit the bench there for Daniel. Recon Directive will be live for him. Look at top 2.
See, what does he find?
Shaman.
Shaman and Ultra Ball. I mean, I think you got to take Ultra Ball here, right?
Yeah, that Shaman was a bit of a foil to your plan in the last game.
Yeah, knowing that, because the thing for the Shaman is that obviously it protects you from the Darmanitan, but it also becomes a big target for Yveltal's clutch retreat lock, which we saw basically one Piper that game combined with everything else.
Yeah, the second that Shaman came down, Piper said, get that in the active and keep it there. We are going to see another Dracloak coming down there after the Ultra Ball. Piper counting up cards already, checking the resources. Yeah, I think there's quite a few. Is it two Ultra Ball used, maybe 3? Gotta keep an eye on that. There's international promo Ultra Balls there for Daniel. Definitely loves his high rarity cards, as we can see here.
Yeah, goodness, we got the whole line of the illustration rare Dragapult going on. One more Recon Directive finds Monkey Dory, and there's a Moltres. Okay, not for this matchup for sure.
So it looks like you could see a Petty Grudge. Could see that.
I mean, you might as well, right? Or no, maybe no. You might not. It's not, you might as well, because that's more damage that Monkey Dory can move.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden, Piper is able to draw that other copy of Serrano and is off to the races with fetching her EX Pokemon.
Searching for 3 EX Pokemon. Serrano is only going to opt for 2 here. Could have got for a third just to deck Thin. Don't mind it. Thin is winning, of course. There we are going to get the C3 and Zoroark.
Yeah, I think she was debating whether the 30X should be either the Zoroark or something else like the Petrarch, but does side in this instance, more Zoroark is better, and we'll be able to fire off 2 trades, so there's going to be 4 more cards drawn. Really wants to see some more bench Pokemon. A Darumaka would be absolutely ideal here.
Darumaka would be terrifying if you're Daniel, thinking, oh no, not again. Here we are going to see 2 Evolution into the Zoroark. Trade. There's that Yveltal. Can come back with Night Stretcher, of course. Oh, there's the Darumaka.
Straight away finds it. And now it just needs to do the second trade, decide what to discard. It's going to be Lily. Scoop up Cyclone for good measure. There's a Serendipity EX. But yeah, you got to put down a Darumaka, right? And Daniel's not going to be happy to see that.
No, no, not again. Not this Flame Body Cannon.
I mean, it's even worse as well, because we just saw Daniel Ultra Ball away that Judge, so he can't even disrupt Piper's hand.
Yeah. Is over to Daniel, though. That will be the turn there for Piper. Oh, there. All Shaman's come back to the hand.
After going to the bottom from the Recon Directive.
I mean, you did see Yveltal get discarded. You might be thinking, I could be safe from Yveltal for now. There's Pokebag. Got 3 Dracloak down. Got the whole gang. A lot of reconnaissance being done here for Daniel. There'll be a 3rd use of Recon Directive.
Opting to evolve the bench one because there are 2 rare candy in Daniel's list. So if he can find one of them in a Dragapult, he could be doing a Phantom Dive this turn.
That would be interesting. He isn't to know that there's no Reshiram threat, so that would actually accelerate his win con. You also instant to know that Scoop Up Cyclone's in hand as well, though, so you would just... Okay, here we go.
Recon Directive finds his Dragapult, but
Has one in hand already, I
yeah,
think.
needed the rare candy and did not find it. So instead it's going to be Pokepad again for Dracloak number 4. Let's
wow.
go.
No, you said the key to Pokemon is efficiency earlier. Now, this is efficiency right here for Dracloak.
I'm not going to need this rare candy anymore.
Yeah, rare candy is functionally useless right now. I'll tell you that. But drawing cards is not useless.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, it feels so bad though, right? Because this would be such a great turn if you could just have 4 Dracloak out and then just retreat into Budu and Itchy Pollen.
Oh.
But they're both prized.
Budu wanted no part of that action after last game, getting mid-turn KO'd. Budu says, not today, Daniel.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, I'm out of it. You have to try. And Dracloak and Dragapult, you're the big boys. You guys can get involved. I'm sitting here in the prizes. We are going to see a Dragapult EX on the bench. Area 0. Okay.
I think just thinning cards out of the hand right before, I imagine there's going to be a bit of a interesting choice as to what gets played here. Yeah, going to make room for that Shaman, puts it down.
Not the Blood Moon, surely. Okay, yeah, we are going to see the Lily's Determination. This will be for a full 8 as well. We have not seen a turn attachment this turn, right? So we do have that, I believe.
There's only been one energy attached on Daniel's side this whole game, and that was that Psychic energy that was attached turn 1.
All the way back in turn 1. But that Flower Curtain Shaman has hit the bench again. I wonder if Piper's eyes lit up. Oh, go after that, or he's going to leave it. Let's see. 8 new trading cards there for Daniel.
Yeah, grateful to see it this time. And yeah, finally finds a fire energy, but definitely would have liked to see that sooner.
Got a whole host of Dragapult EX in that. Oh, not in the discard. Oh, yeah, in the discard pile. I thought he was put the whole line in the discard pile there. Oh, we're going to see the Jet Headbutt, I should say, for 70. That is safe, even if Reshiram was about.
Yeah, setting things up nicely for a potential Monkey Dory plus Phantom Dive KO later.
Oh, something has to get discarded here, right? Yeah, what's it going to be?
So Monkey
Dory off the stage and replacement, so Area 0 was no longer live. So you do have to discard 2. You have 5 cards on your bench for those at home.
Wisely preserving that Shaman with that threat of the Darumaka on the bench. Oh, Scoop Up Cyclone just to pick up the Meowth. Oh, that is very heads up from Piper.
That is. It means you can get a supporter card you like, or just remove it from play. Lily's Determination, I love that. If you can get away with using a Meowth and putting it back in the deck, that's a very effective Meowth. Lily's Determination. Okay, so with Shaman in play, Flame Body Cannon, not that great. Supporter being used, so we can't go for 250 and try and reach over the top.
Well, actually, you can. If you draw an Ends PP up, a Monkey Dory and a Dark Energy, and a Binding Mochi and a Petrarun, 290 plus the 30 for Monkey Dory will KO a Dragapult. It's a big combo.
Okay.
But it is actually still possible to reach for a KO.
Okay.
And you need the Zekrom as well. That's the other thing you need. But it is not impossible to reach for a KO here, which is bonkers to think about.
That is bonkers to think about. Okay, that Zekrom transforming the Enzoroark archetype. But here we go. Buddy Puff, I'm going to find that Enzora. There's going to be trade. I haven't used those yet, actually. Yeah. Dark Energy.
And there's a Pokepad, so that could find something, but going to decide to trade first and discard that Dark Energy, set things up. So just draws the Monkey Dory. Does she have all the pieces? Hold on a second. I see the Binding Mochi. If she has it out to a Petrarun EX, she actually has the KO here.
Ends PP up.
No, but I think she's just short of the Petrarun. Oh, that's so close.
I think you might be right, actually. Yeah, I don't see any way to find a Wow. That's terrifying.
Yeah, the Pokepad would have... No, you know what? Benching the Enzora means you're already committed to not doing it because you wouldn't have enough bench space because you need the Zekrom bench space and the Petrarun. So actually, with the Enzora, she was already committed to not doing that.
I mean, you still do a mighty big swing here if you like, though.
I mean, 250 damage could set things up very nicely for like a follow-up KO later, especially if you're able to deal with the Shaman. You can do a future follow-up, maybe with a Flame Body Cannon. But is it just going to be, just 250? But not before doing, of course, a Adrenabrain with Monkey Dory just to heal up this benched Zoroark a little bit. And he's going to go ahead and, go for that now.
So I think it's going to be a Rampaging Thunder. Let's have a look.
No, it's a Shred.
Okay.
So Piper doing this, recognizing this means the next turn she can follow up with a Rampaging Thunder and won't be vulnerable to the downside of Zekrom, which is, of course, you can't attack next turn if you use Rampaging Thunder.
Yep, I think that's exactly right. Okay, Rare Candy could have done with that a few turns ago. Recon Directive use number 2 for Daniel. Unfair Stamp.
Not going to be much use now, but good to have in the hand for later, of course.
Yeah. Rescue Stretcher, Fire Energy, I believe those two options were. Okay, gonna take the Fire Energy. Still need a Psychic to announce Phantom Dive. It does have that in hand. Okay. Boss's orders.
Gonna go ahead and target the Zora, just try and go for some extra prizes. You could also just Jet Headbutt this if you really wanted to.
You could.
If you want to put the energy somewhere else. But I imagine you're gonna want to spread some damage with Phantom Dive, right? Because you know that Monkey Dory is already gonna do its thing.
So we're gonna essentially, what was that? Adrenabrain into the active and a Jet Headbutt, I believe.
Yeah, it was. It was
okay.
So doing that to kind of prevent double Monkey Dory shenanigans. Now that Daniel knows that Piper plays 2 of them, so it's only going to be 4 damage counts to work with. Trade number 1 coming in does find another Ultra Ball. Looks like that Rainbow Giovanni Boss's orders.
Nice.
And that is going to be trade number 2, discarding that Zoroark, which you would have loved to evolve, but of course with that and Zora going down, not an option. Finds 2 more cards. That's going to be
nice Stretcher
and a Cypher Maniac's code breaking.
Well, it might have been Ends PP up actually in the Cypher Maniac. I apologise. Hard to tell with these full arts. Oh, it is a nice Stretcher. I like the first time. There's the Binding Mochi.
She has the Ultra Ball, so she has the out to the Petulant. That does mean that 250 plus the 70. She actually doesn't even need to poison the thing to KO. It's actually we're able to just KO with the active. Yeah, that's going to be enough.
Big rampaging thunder for the KO there for Piper, taking the first prize cards here in our Swiss round 8 feature match here. This is game 2. If you are just joining us, Piper did win game 1 via a deck out victory, and Daniel's going to try his hardest to try and pull off a reverse sweep here. But has got his back up against the wall.
Yeah, want to point out something very important here. Piper intentionally chose not to move this damage off of this Zoroark here. Wants to leave that in play so that, combined with this Binding Mochi, this Zoroark can go ahead and take a knockout, like we were talking about earlier, without Black Belt's training. The 30 with the Adrenabrain plus the Binding Mochi poison, that'll be 320, and that'll knock out a Dragapult clean.
There we go. Heads up play there from Piper. We are going to see the unfair stamp being played there from Daniel. Worth noting, Piper has, I say only, got 2 and Zoroark in play. Normally they'd love to get 3 or 4, so this unfair stamp, could be a little bit more devastating than normal. Wow, we haven't even got enough energy to be doing it a lot here, to be honest.
I mean, this unfair stamp really needs to find a Crispin if you want to do that. There is one in hand.
Has got it actually. Wow, okay.
So that is exactly what Daniel needed to find. So unfair stamp plus Crispin to get a hand disruption plus Phantom Dive going. It's pretty much exactly what you wanted. But will it be enough, I guess, is the question.
Yes. It's not like massively convincing, is it? I mean, the way he's playing makes me think he's definitely trying to plan out a few turns ahead. Turn attachment, Recon Directive first. How many Psychic does he play?
I mean, normally you see 4 of each, or maybe it's 3-2-3, so 3 Psychic, 3 Fire, and 2 Dark. No energy in the prize card, so that won't be a worry. Oh, good, he finds that Boss's orders.
Oh, big turn there.
So Jet Headbutt comes in, and that's going to soften that up for a nice KO later on. But if Piper's able to find the pieces to put together this KO, I think the Serrano is going to get there. You just retreat and then Binding Mochi. If you have 1 more energy, you can use Petron Subjugating Chains and then do the combo with the Monkey Dory to take the KO.
I think you might be right. There is the Petron. There is a Meowth. There's a Pheasant Dippy. Such a deck for 3 EXs.
Piper's
subjugating chains off the Petron.
Just is 1 energy away from doing this. So he's fitting out the cards now so she can find the energy and then she can pull this off. The combo is you retreat into the other Zoroark or whatever else, and then you use the subjugating chains to bring up the Zoroark with the Binding Mochi and combined with Monkey Dory. That will do it. She finds the Dark Energy.
Here we go. This is the combination. So retreat first for 3 thanks to Ends Castle. Subjugating change back into the active. That Zoroark is poisoned. Binding Mochi, extra 40 damage plus a Monkey Dory Adrenabrain. That is a big KO. Rampaging Thunder. Piper Lapine takes another massive 1-hit KO on a Dragapult EX. Daniel is reeling. How can he get back into this game?
Finds the perfect wombo combo to take out the Dragapult EX, and a stunning display of the power of not only Zoroark, of course, but Zekrom as well. Just how much has changed this deck. And okay, Daniel does respond to another Crispin though. That does mean he will be able to take the knockout on this Zoroark.
Wait. There's not a fire energy in that. Oh, there is. Okay. I didn't see that fire energy there. Whoa. That got a little bit close there, flying a little bit too close to the sun. But yeah, so he can respond. 60, 80. That is a KO as well, right?
Yeah, it is.
It is. Okay. I mean, that is the best you can ask for if you're Daniel. I mean, looking at Piper's ball, thanks to that Ends Castle that does preserve 2 energy. So we'll be able to attack with another one.
Yeah, it's about as ideal as you can ask for from Daniel. And the key here is going to be, where does Daniel place the damage from this Phantom Dive? You need to do Phantom Dive to take knockout. Risky Ruins comes in. That's going to make things a little bit more disruptive for Piper.
It does.
Night Stretcher also comes in just to get that ready to go. Risky Ruins is going to already place 2 damage counters on it. So that's going to be a nice little setup for later. And then with the Monkey Dory, they're going to move across some damage. And then it's going to be Phantom Dive. Oh, hold on a second. I think that might I think that might cost him, you know, putting all the damage onto the Zoroark. There's Universe Richard KO with the
Black Belt's training! Rampaging Thunder again! Piper Lapine with all these damage modifiers, taking game 2 here in our Swiss round 7 feature match, advancing to the record of 7-1.
I mean, Piper beat me to it, cut me off, but I was just about to say, that was so risky that Daniel did that, because if you spread the Phantom Dive damage, then at least you force Piper to find a second Monkey Dory to be able to do that thing. But now with the Black Belt's training and combined with the Monkey Dory, you just need to do it once, and she just had it.
Yep, an extra 70 damage by Black Belt's training plus the Monkey Dory. What around that was? Let's consult this replay going all the way back here to game 1. This was an interesting one. This was a battle of attrition. All we saw was just, you know, musical chairs. This was a big flame body cannon turn, actually, where Piper was able to KO double Dracloak. Here we go, though.
Lily's determination for 8.
Lily was too determined, drawing too many cards, and that's how we got on to game 2, which is what we're watching here, Freya.
Yeah, game 2, and this really was just finding the combos at the right time. So Piper set up 3 2-prize knockouts, essentially. The first one, starting things off with a Shred, and then following it up with a Rampaging Thunder. And then for the next KO, able to find all the pieces to put it together with the Binding Mochi and the Petulant and the Monkey Dory to do 320 damage to take a 1-hit knockout. Just found it perfectly every single time.
She really did, and it was just chess again. This was a chess match. This was the beautiful Petulant plus Binding Mochi turn. That was enough for the KO. But here, after this KO and the Phantom Dive all onto that Enzora, all Piper had to do was play a Black Belt's training, Adrenabrain onto the active, and that was all she wrote. Rampaging Thunder was enough for that KO, and Piper advances to that 7-1 record.
Huge congratulations to Piper Lapine, doing more to my Castle Picks proud, I gotta say. I've been back in the end, and I mean, you know, in what better hands to do it? She's been playing this deck for so long, and I think she's kind of really showing why she is one of the leading players of the deck, along with Liam Hallenburton. I think if you think of Zoroark as an archetype, those are really the 2 players you think of most.
No, yep, you're 100% correct. She's one of the best pilots of it in the world, as you do say, and was able to navigate through. And honestly, sure, at the start of the game, we realized, oh, hang on, there's no Ends Risha, and this could make this matchup a little bit harder. Piper's saying, well, hold on now. I got Petulant, I got Binding Mochi, I got Black Belt's training, and I got Adrenabrain. Who needs Powerful Rage?
It's another way of just getting around that matchup again, especially focusing down on that, you know, that combo at the right time, and also playing it a little bit risky with that combo because she's playing low accounts of these. So really, she has to really masterfully navigate those earlier turns and set up 2-hit knockouts to then later finish things off in case of prizing, like she did there. She had to like work for it a little bit in those earlier turns.
Yep, incredibly patient play. Now, I believe we have a deep dive ready because there's something we want to draw attention to back in that best of 3. So talk us through this then, Fred.
Well, it's really this last turn here, and it's more of like a kind of, how to put it, something you really have to like bear in mind when you're doing these kind of tricky plays, when you're thinking, okay, I've got the KO here, but look at this. So the Night Stretcher comes in, brings back the Monkey Dory, and we see that, you know, he has the other Monkey Dory ready to go with the Dark Energy. So he decides to go ahead and move that damage over with Monkey Dory. That's fair enough, 2 is fine. But then his decision here, he takes the KO and he puts all of the damage onto this Zoroark, and this is really what made him come undone, because when he took this decision, if he decided to maybe spread the damage around a little bit, maybe, you know, put a sprinkling of like 1 or 2 damage on all these other Pokemon, he would not have been in this spot of bother, because he would have, like, it would have forced Piper to find another Monkey Dory and another Dark Energy to do it. But because of the fact that he put it all onto this Zoroark, just 1 Monkey Dory moving free over, plus the, you know, Black Belt's training, 290 plus 30, like we saw with the Binding Mochi, that's enough to take the KO.
Yep. And that's incredibly heads-up play. You can see the speed of which Piper was playing there. She realized, wait a minute, Adrenal Brain, Black Belt's training, Bellowing Thunder, I'm on phase 2.
And you have to think too, maybe if Daniel just thought about it a little bit more, just thought, maybe if I spread the damage around a little bit, it can force Piper to find more. Maybe wasn't even thinking about the Black Belt's training, thinking, oh, the binding Mochi is gone, this is not much of a worry for me. At the same time, maybe you thought, oh, if she has it, and I can't win anyway. So maybe that was going through his mind. But definitely if you're a Zoroark player or a Dragapult player, something very important to pay attention to and not to forget in terms of the way the maths works out with the Rampaging Thunder KO on Dragapult.
100%. If you are a budding Zoroark player, that's one you should go back and watch a good few times. And
a Dragapult player as well.
And a Dragapult player as well, to be fair, 100%, because there's an incredible heads-up play there from Piper. Been very patient, not getting too ahead of ourselves. We saw with the Shaman in game 1 was really determined to play this game out in her speed. I wonder what her game plan, how it would have panned out had it not been for the Lilies. Guess we'll never find out. But how about we hear from our round 8 feature match winner, Piper herself.
How about indeed? Thank you very much. I'm here with Piper Lepine, who, of course, just won. You're in great position for phase 2. You're in phase 2, but with a very good record to boot. How you feeling?
Feeling great. I mean, I was a little scared coming into the weekend with Zoroark. It's a bit of a weird deck now without Professor Turris Scenario, Ion, or Countercatcher, but 7-1 today, so feeling pretty good overall.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. So your deck selection, obviously the deck has changed a little bit post-rotation.
Yeah.
But the key parts of it are still there. How strong do you see this deck in the post-rotation world?
I think what's nice about Zoroark is with such a strong draw engine, it's really flexible in how you build it. So you have a lot of options in A-Spec, tech choices, attackers even, now that we have Zekrom. So the deck can be taken a lot of ways. So if a meta is built to be good against Zoroark, Zoroark can adapt to beat that meta. And overall, I think that's why Zoroark is so fun. I mean, you're just drawing cards and like outskilling your opponent a lot of the time, it feels.
We have a long history in Pokemon, of course, of drawing lots of cards is a very good thing. Now, you point out Zekrom there. You've thrown Reshiram out the car. Reshiram's gone.
Yeah.
That's not something everyone's doing. Can you talk us through the reason behind that?
Yeah, so one of the issues now is, like I just mentioned, no Professor Turris Scenario means you can't really fix your board at any point. The only way to do that is Area 0 and bumping your Area 0 or using Scuba Cyclone.
Oh, yes.
But then you're using your Scuba Cyclone on your Reshiram just to make some more board space when you kind of want to use it to pick up like 2 prize liabilities or if your opponent damages your Zoroark. So a lot of times people have to respect the Reshiram anyways and can't like attack into my Zoroark. And then if they choose not to respect the Reshiram and attack into my Zoroark, I can just Scuba Cyclone to heal it anyway. So I still am able to punish them. And in such a fast meta, when your opponent doesn't one-shot you, it feels like you're winning most of those times.
No, absolutely. And you might not have the comeback cards, but neither does your opponent anyway, so you're winning in that regard. Now, game 1, bit of a strange ending. Obviously, your opponent played the Lilies and it didn't go their way. Was that something you were working towards, or was that more of a nice bonus?
It was in the back of my mind. I saw them play the Lilies and I'm like, oh, they're going down to 2 cards. And then we realized they're at 6 prizes. So I'm like, when they played that Lilies, I was going to probably deck them out, but I think I was winning that game anyway. I was just super far ahead. I was at 2 prizes. My deck was like...
It was going well.
I could just draw my entire deck even if they stamped me that turn, so... or I think they might have been down stamp already. I don't know, but that game was super weird. I had a really good line where I was going to knock out their Shaman, boss up a Dracloak, and then Darmanitan both of them, but then I could never find my boss's orders over like a 2-turn sequence, so then I had to play the really weird Yveltal line, which looked really bad for a moment when they had 2 monkeys set up and I only had 1, but with the Scuba Cyclone, I was able to get the second monkey and get myself back into it.
I mean, yeah, it worked out perfectly in the end. Now, of course, you are a player, a very high-level player. You've got regionals under your belt. But you don't just play in regionals now. You cast them as well. You're part of the commentary team over in North America. How has that been, and has that changed your playing style at all, do you think?
It hasn't really affected my playing style, but it's been a really nice, like, mindset boost. Like, it's just kind of a break in a way. Like, I'm still at the tournament involved, talking about Pokemon, which obviously I love doing. It's been part of my life for so long. And... I don't know, it's a really fun experience. It's nice to not have the stress of competing tournament after tournament because, I mean, sometimes you just go to so many in a season and you can kind of get a little burnt out, and it's a nice way to kind of step back while still being involved with everyone.
And that sounds lovely. Now, we're talking a lot about these big regional events, but do you have a locals back home that you go to, that you frequent to try out some of your ideas?
Yeah, I go to a lot of locals in Toronto. We're lucky to have so many League Cups and League Challenges, and it's a great way to just like test my deck outside of the testing group Echo Chamber, because sometimes it's like you're playing against people that know your list, that have text for you potentially, and that doesn't really happen in locals as much. You get more of like a more tournament like environment rather than just that Echo Chamber like I mentioned.
Sounds good to me. Well, congratulations on your win. Good luck for the rest of Phase 2. And look, if we've got a player that's won regional championships and casted regionals championships, and they're telling you how much fun locals are, I think it's about time we all got down to locals. And the good news is, we can help with that.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
You got to get involved with your locals. You know, I don't care who you are. You have to get your locals. As Ross rightfully said, if Piper Lapina Caster, a regional champion, a world's top cut competitor, goes to locals, then you've got no reason not to. So here's how you do that. If you don't go already, I should say, get your phone out, scan that QR code, punch in where you live, and then the handy dandy event locator will tell you where your nearest locals are, and then you can get down there. And much like the person in the video, you can start announcing attacks and win some games.
So locals is a great fun time, but it's like something that can be it's kind of be a blessing and a curse in a sense. Like if you go to a locals and, oh, I don't know, say for example, you happen to live in Copenhagen and two of your locals are former world champion Magnus Pedersen and recent regional champion Nikolai Stiborg. Yeah. I mean, you're going to get a lot better a lot quickly if you want to, like, you know, last in the competition at your locals. But it's a great way to get better and to make new friends and have fun.
For sure. I always love using locals as my reason to, well, my place to test those homebrew decks. You know the deck, we've all been there. You know, when you're at home or you're at work or whatever, you think, oh, I don't know, I think that card could be good. So you quickly put together a list and you want to try out. Maybe it's worked quite well on live. The next step up then is to take it to a locals and see how it pans out. However, if I was at your locals, I don't think my decks would be lasting very long, that's for sure.
What locals do you go to currently?
So I have to travel to London for mine. So I go there, but I love it. Also go to one in Basingstoke as well. So I go to 2 a week where I can practice. And the thing is, I'm one of those, I just love playing, I don't want to say silly decks, but I'm a deck builder. I like taking, you know, more kooky strategies and trying my best to make them work. So locals for me is that place.
Yeah, and I mean, would you like to care to share with me and the class some of like the kooky strategies you've come up with over the years? I'm sure there'll be a lot of fun ideas in there.
Over the years, wow. There's a good few. I think my favorite was at the very first EUIC 2017, I should say, sorry. Pidgeot Jolteon. That was a deck, Pidgeot AX Jolteon, that I played a lot of locals at. I played at TCG at the time, maybe 500 games, and I did pilot that to a top 128 finish. I was one tie away from getting to day 2 of that. Yeah, so that's probably one of my favorites. Recently, before it was cool, I was playing Rockets Box a lot. I played a lot of Rockets Box before it was actually, you know, very good to play. What about yourself? What have you been cooking up recently?
I'm not as much of a cook as you, I've got to be honest. So like my practice has been more just playing all the different stuff that I know could be good and kind of seeing which one I gel with the most. And I'm not going to lie, my caster prediction for this weekend was Zenzorok. I haven't been playing that a fair bit, but I'm a big fan of Alakazam as well. Just something that, you know, draws a lot of cards and hits hard. I dig that a lot. The only thing I don't dig about it is how it's one of those archetypes that, unlike perhaps some other archetypes, is a lot easier to hard counter. And that's something that's been on my mind a little bit, because I'm not quite sure if maybe the approach is just ignore, kind of factor in that the hard counters are there and hope you dodge and weave, or whether there's some way to answer that.
Yeah, because if you've run into, you know, 4 rounds at a regional and they all play Zerosic twice on you, that's that. So, yeah, so keep an eye out for Alakazam. One other thing I want you to keep an eye on this weekend is our community choice bracket, where we are trying to work out what your favorite Mega Evolution EX card is. As you can already see, we've had Mega Lucario versus Starmie, we've had Mega Frostlass versus Mega Absol, we've had Mega Kangaskhan versus Mega Lopunny, and now it's time to round out our quarterfinals with Mega Diancie versus Mega Venusaur EX.
This is definitely more the sleeper pick bracket, I think. These are two which I definitely both have their own merit. They've both seen some play. I think maybe Diancie a little bit more than Venusaur, but there's definitely merit to both of them in the current format. But this is definitely going to be the kind of more unpredictable showdown, I would say.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. These are ones that you don't really think about too much when you consider, you know, your big Mega Evolution Pokemon, but they're both rather good. You know, they both have their use cases. They do it well. One of which has a lot more tournament success than the other, but I would argue one has a lot of potential.
Yeah, no, certainly.
Forward.
Mega Venusaur is one I've seen on the ladder a lot more on the Pokemon trading card game live for sure. But there's also murmurs about this new psychic focus deck. Henry Chow was talking about it with Mega Diancie and some other psychic-y things to have some fun with. And it's a pretty solid card overall.
It is. It really is a basic Pokemon. Now I've been told that I get to pick this time because you got to pick last time. So I think I'm not going to take the high ground. I'm going to take Mega Diancie. Okay, I'm going to take Mega Diancie. You've got yourself Mega Venus. And before we get started, let's quickly explain the format. We will both get 30 seconds to make our pitch to you as to why we think this is the best Mega card in that between the two. And then there will be a Twitch poll. So if you're watching on YouTube, get Twitch open on your phone or on your tab. So when the Twitch poll goes live, you at home, I'm talking to you, that's what you, get to vote on what the best one will be. And the winner will advance to the semi-finals.
And with that in mind, you have chosen Mega Diancie, right?
I have.
So I would like to cue in. So you're going to have 30 seconds as ever to make your argument. So let's kick things off in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. Mega Diancie is a basic Pokemon. Mega Venus was a stage 2. Very hard to get into play. Mega Diancie is a basic. It has that ability where it reduces damage by 30 every time it gets hit. However, it's a psychic type with a very good attack, Garland Ray. Discard up to 2 energy from this Pokemon. You do 120 for each one. 240 is a great number. Henry Chow was talking about it earlier. Mega Diancie has 1 regional, as 1 event. Mega Venusaur hasn't even come close to anything like that, and is currently still seeing play now. I'd be shocked to see a Mega Venusaur on this stream.
And done.
I would not be shocked to see a Diancie. A little bit naughty. He did it again. He did it again. He's done it again.
I didn't have a good stopping pun for that one, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
but,
fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay, you made your case for Mega Diancie, so I've got Mega Venusaur, huh?
You have.
Okay.
You have. Yeah, good luck to you. You might need it. Let's get you and the viewers ready. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go!
I'm going to give you one number, 380. That is how much HP Mega Venusaur has. Maybe, I think it is actually the biggest Pokemon HP ever printed on a Pokemon card, and there is not much that's going to be carrying that. As if that wasn't enough, you've got an amazing ability that lets you move your grass energy around the field, that has a lot of synergy with Teal Mask Ogre, which is also one of the best cards in the game currently, and you're doing 240 damage, which is going to be knocking out most basic EXs and anything else, so you're going to be hitting a bunch whilst tanking, and then you have Wally's Compassion to heal yourself as well. You're just
You did end that point quite nicely there, to be fair. What is compassion? Yeah, that is true.
Yes.
That is true. That is a good point. Most amount of hit points, I think, as a 380. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things I missed, to be fair, that I probably should have incorporated, but I'm not going to be cheeky and try to incorporate those now.
You're an honest person.
Too honest for my own good sometimes.
You are too honest for your own good. So, we've made our pitch. Mega Diancie, right choice, versus Mega Venusaur. Twitch poll will be opening, so if you're watching on YouTube, again, I implore you, get your phone out, just get a new sneaky new tab, get over on Twitch, so when the Twitch poll opens, you can vote, and the winner will be advancing to the semi-finals, and it could be crowned by the end of this weekend as your favorite Mega Evolution Pokemon.
You know, I'm going to be a little bit cheeky and point out, Diancie can't KO Venusaur. I'm just saying.
It can't.
I'm just saying.
Well, it can't even hit it twice.
But that's the same for Venusaur back to Diancie.
Well, there you go. It's a new point then, isn't it? Mine's the basics. Mine's the basics.
Touche.
No, I will be honest. Mega Venusaur was a deck I built for locals.
Was it now?
With Meganium, it was. It was. It didn't last long, but I did build it, so I've still got 4 copies in my bind. I got the full art one, where you got the little Venusaur in the corner. I love those. I love those. Are you a fan of those?
Honestly, all of the art that's been done for the Megas in general, I absolutely adore. I love what they're doing with the full arts, like the silhouettes of the previous lines, and also the new Mega Attack Res as well, where it's a throwback to 2016, which of course is an era very near and dear to my heart. So I really, really love what they've done with the Mega Evolution EX arts in general.
Yeah, we are sport for choice with our Mega Evolutions, aren't we? We're sport for choice on artworks, and we're sport for choice with, text on the cards. As we can see here with our community bracket, we have 8 here, and we could have picked a few more. A few more could have snuck in. We had to cap it at 8. So, yeah.
Yeah, again, get voting on Twitch if you want to vote for of course, the right answer, Mega Venusaur. Admittedly, Shay, backing up Mega Diancie, but having built Mega Venusaur, or you could just, go for Mega Diancie if you want to.
You could go for Mega Diancie, the objectively better card when it comes to tournament result. Mega Venusaur's fun, don't get me wrong, but if you're talking for complete competitive domination, I don't think people are going to dominate Mega Venusaur, let's be honest, but you could dominate with a Diancie, for sure. I mean, Henry Chow was talking about it earlier. Come on, now what else do we need?
What we need is to convince them.
True, true. I need you to vote. That's what we need. So yeah, get involved on that Twitch poll. not going to be open for much longer, and you will vote and it will advance to the final. Oh, the results are in. Come on, please. I need to go 3-0. I need to go 3-0.
Come on,
please.
cut me a break here.
Yeah, oh, that's a close one, no. That's a close one. Yeah, wow, Mega Nancy will advance to battle Mega Kangaskhan in the semi-finals there, but only with 54% of the vote. Mega Venusaur, a very respectable 46.
So I think this is the result of a kind of proven versus future potential, because
I
you know,
agree.
there's a lot of talk about, you know, grass stuff in general, and not everyone's playing Venusaur, but some people are talking about it. 380 HP is a lot, so I think that's why it was so close.
I agree. You know, I'll be honest. First of all, shake your hand. A very close, good debate there. You're right. We've seen a cornucopia of grass stuff on stream today. You know, we've got Arbeliever, we have Tilmask Ogapon, we've got Meganium, and it's not a crazy stretch to think you could do any of those plus Venusaur. Moving around the energy is very helpful in combination with Meganium. They're at all times too. So I think you're right. The future potential for Mega Venusaur is sky high. Could be argued that maybe Mega Dancing in combination with Gardevoir EX has had its time. It could be on the decline now.
Yeah, unless this kind of Henry Chow-touted new Psychic box deck takes off. Yeah, I think, again, that's where the future versus the past, you know, success discussion comes in. Although, speaking of predictions, we had some earlier, didn't we, Shay?
We did have some predictions. I tell you what, Venusaur weren't on them. Mine was, let's go, we'll do one each to start off with. My first one was Mega Lucario. This was a deck that I took to locals quite a lot, actually. As soon as it came out, I am enamored with Mega Lucario. That Mega Brave, 270 plus all the damage modifications, you know, maximum belt and or premium power pro can get you to basically where you can, anything you see on the screen here, Mega Brave can dispatch in one hit. And don't sleep on the energy acceleration potential of Aura Jab. But Freya, what did you pick?
Well, Tealmask Ogapon, I talked about it when I was talking about Mega Venusaur just now. I am standing by the fact that in a vacuum, I think it's the strongest card in the game currently. The fact that it's got the whole package of, like, you know, hitting well and hard, you know, good synergy with other things because it's a terrestrial Pokemon, energy acceleration plus draw power, and then the cherry on top, a great typing that hits a lot of meta-relevant stuff for weakness. Like, it's the whole package in a card.
It was really good in the pre-rotation format, and it's still good now. And it actually works really well with my second pick, Raging Bolt. Because I think in new formats, I always tend to see that the sort of old solved decks that are very low to the ground, have a very, you know, linear game plan, tend to do rather well. Like, while everyone else is experimenting, you're just there doing your thing. And I think Raging Bolt is the sort of biggest proponent of that. Bellowing Thunder does a lot of damage. And now with these new age lists, you get a little bit of Wellspring in the mix, a little bit more versatile. And that's why I picked that. And of course, Raging Bolt has amazing synergy with your pick, Tilmask Ogapon.
Yeah, it sure does. And then for my other pick, we just saw it on stream in the hands of Piper Lapine, and Zoroark, one of the best draw engine, like, built-in attacker and Pokemon in the game currently. Yep. Similar advantage, really, you think about it, to Tealmask Ogapon, just does more damage and is a little bit more versatile in what it does, and it also draws more cards as well, drawing 2 instead of 1. But I think there's I think Piper did my work for me, really, in that game.
She really did. She really did. Speaking of Piper, she is locked in a Phase 2 placement. Let's see what other players have locked themselves into Phase 2 here. Julius Breinfeld, we had him on stream earlier with that festival lead. Tord Redcliffe is doing really well at this event, you know, going under the radar. Who else have? Alexandro Cremasoli, a player who popularized and loves controlling decks in the past. Piper Lapine, who you just said. Magnus Pedersen, as you did say, you know, fantastic player as well. Ryuki Okada, who we had on stream at the start of the day, has been able to lock up a Phase 2 placement as well, Freya.
Yeah, there's a lot of really great players here. But again, like we were talking about earlier, a bit of a mixture of new faces and old hands here. So there's some names to recognize, but maybe we might see a new star emerge and become the hero of Prague Regionals.
I think it's definitely on the cards. You know, new format, new set. There's no reason we can't have a newer face champion here as well. It's all to play for. That's a good thing about Pokemon trading cards. Doesn't matter who you're playing against. It doesn't matter about your past. You can be anyone.
Well, you really can. And especially if you put in the work to do it. I think of Clément Courbois, you know, previous regionals in Lille, who basically came out of nowhere with Dragon Ball before it really took off as a deck and just put the work in and put in a really impressive second place finish. If you put in the work, you can do really well, even from a very early stage.
And you do see that tends to happen a lot more in these new formats where someone has really dedicated a lot more time than maybe the rest of the field. It can sometimes really show. So that's something I definitely want to keep an eye on here. Will we have a newer face take home the Prague Regional Championships? We'll find out very soon tomorrow.
So, round 8 of Swiss is now over.
Yeah.
We know who's going to make it through to Phase 2. phase 1 of the competition is over, but that doesn't mean that today's stream is over.
No, it definitely doesn't, because we actually get one sneaky round from phase 2 here as well, right?
Yeah, we absolutely do. So don't go anywhere, because you're not going to want to miss the first round of phase 2. What do you want to see?
What do I want to see? Great question. I loved Alakazam. We've had that on stream already. I'd love to see maybe some Raging Bolt, a bit of Mega Lucario, a little bit of a sleeper pick for me as well. What about you?
I mean, I want to see, more Alakazam for sure. I would love to see, maybe not today, but I would love to see Piper go even further. Just, great player, but again, favoring my caster prediction and what I would maybe even play this weekend. I'd like to see something that's not Dragapult do really well. Like, I think I'd like to kind of prove that, Dragapult is kind of the deck to beat, but it doesn't mean that you have to play it to win.
I think I agree. I would love to see that as well. So we've had a look at phase 2 players. Let's have a look at how the standings have panned out, so we can sort of see who will be catapulting themselves, hopefully, into a phase 2 and beyond. Wow, Dennis!
Ooh, hello!
Of course, we had him on stream. Well, we had him on stream last night, I should say. Advancing to the perfect 8-0 record. Wow, this is only his second ever phase 2, he said. So now he's going in there with that 8-0 record. Julius Breinfeld, 7-0-1. Tord Reklev, 7-0-1. Piper Lepine, 7-1. Salvatore had him on stream earlier with that Alakazam, 7-1. as well. Ryuki Okada 7-1. The only loss, I think, was on stream, so he could have been a little bit unlucky there on stream. And Ethan Wild, just came off Birmingham Regionals, then final there in Seville, and is currently doing very well here in Prague. And then Arnie also doing very well there at 7-1.
There's a very interesting development that I'm noticing here when I think about these names and what decks that they're playing.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the day, we talked about how it seems that Dragapult Dust Noir is the less favored Dragapult variant.
Okay.
It is by far, from what I'm scrolling through here, the most common variant at the top tables. It certainly seems that way. There's like a couple of just straight Dragapults and maybe 1 or 2 Blaziken, but I am seeing a lot of Dust Noir at the top tables.
I wonder if that's something to be said again. How I was sort of saying in newer formats, I tend to see lower to the ground Solve decks do well. Granted, Dragapult isn't low to the ground, but it is a deck that's been played a lot. People know the lines, people know how to play it. So it's almost like a comfort pick, right? While everyone else is going shiny new toy with Blaziken, perhaps. I'm thinking, well, you know what? Curse Blast is still good. Phantom Dive's still good. Monkey Dory's still good. There's no reason why I shouldn't use it again now.
Yeah, and I think there's something else that comes into it as well, which is because there's this awareness that a lot of people are not favoring Dust Noir, a lot of people are cutting Psyduck from their list, which is a counter to Dust Noir. So maybe these people are playing it again, thinking, actually, Dust Noir is going to be even stronger than usual because Psyduck won't be around as much.
That's a great point. I think that's what Dennis said in our winners interview, actually. He was saying, I haven't seen much Psyduck, so I've been able to announce Curse Blast whenever I want. It's kind of terrifying when you think about it. So maybe this could be the meta pick here, the Dragapult EX with the Curse Blast. While no one's respecting it, then it can just come in and sweep games away.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what Dragapult does, right? Again, Phantom Dive, maybe one of the strongest attacks ever printed on a Pokemon card. 200 to the active, and then 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench in any way you like. So if you just place the damage counters perfectly, you can set up multiple prize turns without even, you can wait to take knockouts so that you can avoid triggering something like Dipsy's Flip the Scripts. And really, if you're clever with it, you can basically devastate your opponent's board.
Yeah, like I said, Phantom Dive is definitely, I think, in my opinion, the strongest attack in the game, because you can win games sometimes just announcing that twice, right?
Yeah.
You just go like, Itchy Pollen, Phantom Dive, game 2. Like, it does it, and we see it quite often, right? Yeah. We're even seeing without the INO counter package, it's still being able to take games home. So even though I'm sure a lot of people might not like this, Dragapult is probably still the deck to beat.
And to be fair, with INO and Counter Catcher rotating, I think that was a big part of the argument for not playing Dust Squad anymore, because obviously the damage counters are good, but the fact that those cards are better, essentially you can play them proactively. When you use a Dust Noir, you make your opponent take a prize, and then suddenly the Counter Catcher is enabled, or the INO makes your opponent draw less cards. But what these people are saying is, hold on a second, the damage counter placement alone is strong enough and worth it. Yeah, sure, it means I don't get to proactively use the Counter Catcher, but if I'm wiping my opponent's board, it doesn't really matter.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Honestly, where you talk about that, I can see why you're here talking about the game. She knows her stuff. Now, viewers, if you've only ever interacted at Pokemon events via the stream and you haven't been here, in person, we're going to take a look at one of the most important places in the tournament venue. So, Joe, talk to us about the Hive.
And that just about wraps up our phase 1 of competition here in Prague, the first post-rotation tournament of the format. And I'm here in the hub, the main brain center of what's going on, the hive as it's known here in our tournaments, where we have plenty of our wonderful staff and our judges working out the tournament, making sure it all runs smoothly. I'm here with an expert judge here to talk about the phase 1 and 2 of competition, because we've transitioned from a really important phase with thousands of players and chopping down that group of players substantially.
Yes, that's correct. After 8 rounds of competition for this type of an event, which is around 1,400 masters, we cut down after the 8 rounds, all players who have 16 points or more advance to phase 2. That is usually about 25% of the players, and then we still play one more round today. So that means we do get a lot fewer players for the last round of the day.
Yeah, so there will still be one more round of action to watch today from the beginning of our phase 2, a little taste of what the day 2 action is going to look like. So you mentioned it's all strong records required. That's why whenever you're walking to the hive, it's always people with a smile on their face, because they're holding a match slip that means they've just won a game and they're putting themselves into that later stage of the tournament. And then what happens in that phase 2 of competition? It continues with Swiss rounds, doesn't it?
Yes, that's correct. We play, I think for this event is 4 more rounds of Swiss. That means 1 today, 3 more tomorrow, and then we cut to asymmetric top cut.
And then obviously we have a massive team behind us. How's it look like out on the floor for you judges working away for that transition from phase 1 to phase 2?
It dwindles down. Like we have a lot fewer players, which means players are a lot more focused, and they're playing for the big bucks, so they will be. You can feel the tenseness on the players. Like they are like really tense, especially the players that are 16 points, because every loss means they're out of contention for top cut.
Yeah, it really does get high stakes at that point of the tournament. And like you mentioned, top cut is then where we get to where it's single elimination games, isn't it?
That's right. Players with the same amount of points as 8th will advance to top cut, which means we could have up to 16 players total playing top cut. If we have that less than 16, whoever has the higher seed will get a bye for that first ASIM cut round.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that we have those higher records on ASIM, they also get to pick the coin flip as well, which is a new change coming in, which is a really excellent thing. It could give you the reason to keep playing that final round rather than having the intentional draw for the 1 additional point, which is a new element here. But yeah, that's what it's like. This is the hive. It's a hive of activity, as you'd expect, with all the judges making sure that everything is running smoothly and there's no hold-ups in the tournament and whatnot. So can't praise these guys enough for making it all tick along. It takes an army of people here to get it done. But that's what's happening right now as we're transitioning from phase 1 to phase 2. This is where it's going down.
Hey there, champions in the making. Freya Pierce here, bringing you a little refresher of the previous stop on our 2026 season European competitive circuit, Seville. As the last major in Europe before rotation, there was a lot of intrigue surrounding the metagame development in Seville. Ascended Heroes brought new developments to the previously established Big Four of metadecks. Charizard EX fell off slightly as Marnie's Grimmsnarl and Zoroark, bolstered by the new Zekrom, made their way into the top of the metagame breakdown. But could there be more surprises down the line? The answer was a resounding yes. A new build of Goldengo emerged, featuring Legacy Energy for prize denial over previously debated A-Spec choices Prime Catcher and Secret Box. This would be the only build of Goldengo to make its way to top 8, piloted by first-time Top Cup finisher Daniel Veres, as well as previous regional champion Christian Fontenot. One look at the rest of the top 8 and it became evident this wasn't the only surprise in store. Terrabox, Crustle, and yes, Festival Lead of all decks all made their way into the top 8. Oh, and who was piloting Festival Lead? None other than Ethan Wild, our most recent European regional champion in Birmingham just a few months ago. He wasn't the only repeat feature either. Ted Tobin, a new rising star fresh off his own top 8 finish at Birmingham, managed to make top 8 again in Seville. Hungry for his first win, he took down Caleb Barber's Terrabox and Daniel Veres' Legacy Energy take on Goldengo, only to be met with the most fearsome and perhaps unexpected of final bosses, Ethan Wild with Festival Lead. In Game 1, Ethan set up a wide board, but a heads-up knockout by Ted on a Goldeen whilst establishing item lock with Frillish's Oceanic Gloom, followed by a knockout on Dipplin, left Ethan with no Pokemon with Festival lead, prompting a quick concession into Game 2. In Game 2, the festival truly kicked off, with Ethan never missing a beat, or rather, a boom boom groove, picking apart Ted's board before finishing things off with an unexpected beat from Thwacky to knock out a Screamtail. So it all came down to Game 3, and it was truly down to the wire. Curlier took a KO on an Applin with Psyshock and help from Monkey Dory. Picnic Basket healed Ted's cleverly placed Adrenabrain damage on Ethan's side of the field. But with a Mind Bend setting up the perfect amount of damage to win next turn, Ethan saw the writing on the wall, conceded, and Ted Tobin took home the crown, giving Gardevoir EX one last victory before leaving the standard format. And with that, we say goodbye to G-Block. With a fresh new post-rotation format, there's never been a better time to get into the Pokemon trading card game, so make sure to go to pokemon.com/compete to discover all the different ways you can get involved with competitive play.
Phase 1 is over here in Prague, but we're having so much fun, we're not ready to leave yet. So we figured, I don't know, why not do the first round of Phase 2 so we can see some of the best players in the room having one more go before we finish. Myself, Ross Gilbert, joined by the lovely Joe Bernard for this final round of the stream today. Anything you want to see on stream today that we've yet to see?
Well, there are some archetypes that are still in that equation, but I do think we've had a good representation of the top tables. There's been a lot of Festival League, there's been a lot of Dragapult. I think that is what we are seeing towards the top tables. I think that's all very fair. Got to see some highlight reel moments from Alakazam, and there are a couple of players on 7-1 records with that archetype. I would like to have seen a little bit of Mega Lucario. I also think that Rocket's engine is something that feels primed and ready for this format.
Absolutely. Well, you might get your wish on that one quite soon, Joe. For me, I've got my pet decks of the format, Megastarmie, Okie Dokie. They've not come out to play yet today, and I've been looking at the standings, Joe. I'm not sure we're going to end up having them.
You're joking.
I might be left hanging on those two. I mean, the good news is we've had a lot of unfair stamp.
We have had a good amount of that. I feel like that argument is still ongoing for players, that the Scoop Up Cyclone has become much more of a talking point with the lack of Penny and Professor Turo's scenario. When you have no means of picking up these Pokemon, it becomes a niche in its own right. But so is unfair stamp. It's the single best disruption we have, and that's hard to look past.
No, absolutely. I think you've laid it out really nicely there. Because on the one hand, we've got unfair stamp to mitigate the fact that we've lost all of our disruption cards. And on the other hand, we've got Scoop Up Cyclone to mitigate the fact that we've lost all of our picking up Pokemon cards. But I know Piper, in the interview I had with her just after the previous round, she made a great case for Scoop Up Cyclone. Yeah. You know, laying out some of the uses that you can have there. And it is one of my favorite things about A-Specs, the fact they are limited to one of any type per deck really does make it such a crucial decision.
And this one shift of the rotation now means that Secret Box, that was such a staple in so many archetypes, is just far less usable right now. You have to opt for other options. Even things like Neo Up Energy shifting out of Dragapult. That's still in the format, but people have to play the unfair stamp so much more often. And I think that's a tale that's going to continue in the rotation meta, how the A-Specs sort of ebb and flow.
No, I think you're absolutely right. A-Spec choice is a big deal, but we've got our players at the table, and that is arguably a bigger deal right now. We need to have this last round of, well, the first round of Phase 2, the last round of the day. You know what I mean? We've got to get through this before we finish up today, and it looks like we've got Mateus against Alexandru. As always, please forgive any mispronunciations on our part.
And this is really intriguing. Both players yet to lose a game this weekend, or a set, I should say. So both on 6-0-2 records, quite high up there in the standings. And it is going to be that Team Rocket's archetype that we get to feature in this Phase 2, where the Team Rocket's archetype, using that Mewtwo and Team Rocket's Spidops, a really strong combination of cards, but really, I think the selling point here is all in that supporter package.
I love the Team Rocket supporter package. You've obviously got the Transceiver, which can let you search out whichever one you want. We got one that lets you go and grab 3 basic Pokemon, but you can do that turn 1 going first. We can go and search out any trainer. We've got essentially just a lot of different tricks. And then we've got an item card that will allow you to go and cherry pick whichever one of those you like, assuming you're not locked by Badoo, of course.
Yeah.
And apparently we got a Mew up there, which Bit of a controversial thing, you know, it's Mewtwo we're focusing on this round, but Mew still wants to get involved.
Why not? And I think one of the big selling points of the Team Rocket's archetype, actually a few selling points. You have the Team Rocket's Mimikyu, that can of course copy Phantom Dive from a Dragapult, and we're set up against Matesh, who is playing the Dragahawk Blaziken style archetype as we start to see some prize cards, but also there's Lily's Clefairy in the list for Alexandru, as well as that Repelling Veil ability from Team Rocket's Articuno. These are all weapons and defense mechanisms that the Rockets deck loves to employ in this matchup.
It is indeed. Well, we are off here. Round 1, phase 2. Alexandru against Matesh, and they are going to be starting off with one of those Team Rocket cards. It is, of course, Team Rocket's Proton. Yes, it's turn 1. Yes, they're going first, but you can still go and get free basic Team Rockets Pokemon, and they do go to your hand, not the bench.
Yeah, and that's ideal. It means we can start filtering out the deck. And of course, it is that special text where you can use it on the first turn. So Team Rockets definitely wants to be the deck going first. You get to ideally stash an extra attachment this turn as well. But already getting this Team Rockets Proton, getting the early access to 3 of these Pokemon that we're seeing grabbed immediately here is already a phenomenal opener here.
Now, one card we've not yet spoken about there is the Transceiver that we can use to go and get a supporter card for next turn. It's Team Rocket Spidops. Huge card. It's got the ability charging up that lets you attach a basic energy from your discard pile to this Pokemon. And the attack for 2 energy does 30 damage for each of your Rockets Pokemon in play, which with a full bench, that's 180. For 2 energy on a single prize Pokemon, you're hitting that Great Grass weakness we've highlighted already on the stream this weekend. And that is really at the heart of the deck. You do have Team Rocket's Mewtwo as a big beat stick Pokemon. We've got that Mimikyu you mentioned, which can go and copy Phantom Dive or any attack from a Terra Pokemon only. But it really does all stem from that Team Rocket Spidops.
And how about that for an opener, Ross? Already finding the Team Rocket's energy, the special energy card that allows us to essentially have a 2-for-1 effect here.
And 4 Team Rockets Tarantula. Like, I know I said that was an important card, but no mucking about from Mateus here. Just absolutely showing us. And that Team Rockets energy, which counts as a double energy. Don't be sleeping on that one.
It's going to be finding its way into the discard pile. This is all Mateus trying to prepare for the inevitable Itchy Pollen, because there's already the active position Budu, so we're lowering our hand size as much as possible, because we've just put an Ariana into our hand, which draws up to 8 cards if you only have Team Rocket's Pokemon in play. So Mateus has already set himself up really nicely for that turn number 2. The only thing lacking was any basic energy discard from that Ultra Ball, because then you can use the charging up ability you just mentioned, Ross, from Spidops so easily. But immediately, this is an amazing start from the Team Rocket side of things. Let's see how Alexandru can react, who's playing that combination of Dragapult and Blaziken. One of the big notes about Blaziken, not so much that it's hitting for weakness in this matchup, it's more the fact that it's not going to be hit for weakness via Lily's Clefairy, so it may be one of your more tanky options in this matchup.
It might, absolutely, and I do like that Blaziken. It's got that ability which attaches a basic energy from your discard to one of your Pokemon, very much like the Spidops. So we should be accelerating a bunch of energy. Now we get the Torchic down, and we get the Dreepy, and then it is a Lily's Determination. Shove your hand into your deck, draw yourself a new hand of 8 cards. Frankly, not too shabby. And then we're probably going to be ending on that Itchy Pollen. We're going to be turning off item cards. And like we've seen so much on stream this weekend, just trying to buy a turn or 2 to set up your stage 2 Pokemon.
And crucially, one of the things you'd love to disrupt is a searching card for a Team Rocket's Articuno or additional Spidops. If you can use this Itchy Pollen effectively to slow down Mateus, even if they're taking knockouts, as long as they're not protecting these vulnerable lower hit point Tarantula, that could still really work out for you. You still want to capitalize on these low 50 hit point Pokemon. And with this being a multiple stage 2 archetype, there are 2 copies of the rare candy in the list for Alexandru. So especially with this Buddy Buddy Poffin coming down, this is an amazing opening turn for both players, actually, as we see the 3rd Dreepy hit the bench as well from the Buddy Buddy Poffin. It means that both players are looking to have their ideal openers here, knowing that Ariana's sat in hand for Mateus, and now we have multiple Dreepy. As long as we can work towards that early rare candy, you can really oh wow, even the extra Torchic here. So not even concerned about any Giovanni combination from the opponent now. A really good turn.
This is just your perfect setup. You've got 3 Dreepy, 2 Torchic, Badu in the active. Now here is, of course, Team Rocket's Ariana. We knew that was coming. It was searched out with the Transceiver on the previous turn, knowing that he was going to be item locked. So you draw until 8 cards in hand. There are a few unplayable items.
No energy whatsoever. Even 1 grass energy would have been enough to get a knockout with Tarantula. The takedown attack does the 30 requisite damage. But no basic energy at all here.
Not even, well, no energy at all. Can't even use, I know Team Rocket's energy wouldn't be efficient.
No.
But it would still have got the KO. Nothing there. We see a Dracloak coming down. We see a Combuskin coming down. We've got a Recon Directive. You've got a choice between Meowth or Pheasant. Dipty, the perfect support Pokemon.
Yeah. 2 options. Both, well, first of all, we're going to pitch this additional Badu and the Lily's Clefairy EX. Not so useful in this matchup, but you can't hit any crucial weakness. So let's grab a second Dracloak and continue with our Recon Directive. Still going to hunt down some energy cards, and any supporter would do here. But already the first checkpoint has gone in favor of Alexandru, where there's still no Team Rocket's Articuno on the board. You're beginning to get your Dracloak online. You're hoping that you can at least get a decent amount of value in with your Phantom Dive before the Repelling Veil shuts down access to those basics.
Absolutely. Repelling Veil, of course, it stops effects of attacks done to your basic Team Rocket's Pokemon, and that would include dropping damage counters from Phantom Dive. Here comes Crispin. That's going to get you 2 energy. 1 gets attached to one of your Pokemon. 1 goes into your hand to then be attached to one of your Pokemon. And this is so crucial in a world where, you know, you said earlier, Neo Upper Energy, you can't really afford to play that anymore as your ace spec. But this is a good way to get both the energy on a Dragapult in 1 turn to start getting that Phantom Dive. Now, we could see a Phantom Dive if we see Rare Candy, but this is, okay, here's confirmation there will be no Phantom Dive.
Ooh, intriguing. Thinking about spreading the energy attachments versus just putting them both onto 1 Dracloak. I think with the large hand size, Alexandru is having to respect the fact that there could be a Team Rocket's Giovanni. So he's going to spread the energy over multiple Pokemon rather than committing to just 1, knowing, of course, that he's holding onto a Blaziken EX in his hand. So if either of these Dracloak are dealt with, you can then just use Blaziken EX to bring back that energy and come straight in with a Phantom Dive. Let's see action for Matej then, because one awkward, this is exactly one of the few issues with the Team Rocket's engine, is that the Ariana is not a shuffle and draw effect. It only draws up in cards. So in this instance, we're having to use a second Team Rocket's Proton during this game. You're normally like a one and done sort of effect with this supporter, but in this case, we're having to firstly find that Articuno in a timely fashion, but secondly, almost thin our deck to give ourselves better outs to start top decking towards Team Rocket's factories and just physical energy cards. That's the one elusive piece right now.
And this is the bonus of the cards going to hand rather than onto the bench. If you had to bench it, you'd only be able to search 1 here. At least you can search 3, bench 1, keep the other 2 in hand, like you say, thin out your deck a little bit. But you look at Matej's hand, we've got a couple of Team Rocket's Transceiver, which can't be played. You've got a bunch of supporters, but you haven't got any that are really going to get you out of this. You're lacking any kind of energy whatsoever. So you're just sitting there. Badu is doing absolutely what it wants to do with that Itchy Pollen. And again, there's no attack and just passing back.
Didn't bench the Articuno either, so a Phantom Dive could take out multiple Tarantula here.
That is surprising. I thought the Articuno was going to come down.
Yeah, and we are going to see some Recon directives start to come through. Risky Ruins versus Ultra Ball is intriguing. The hand size is so low, the Ultra Ball may not be live for a little bit. Risky Ruins can be a nice stadium bump to the Team Rocket's factory, kind of the only additional draw power the Team Rocket's archetype has. Ooh, and there's a Boss's Orders coming into the hand, Ross. This could be an even more devastating use of Phantom Dive this turn.
Yeah, we could potentially get a Spidops and a Tarantula. In fact, we could get a Spidops and... Oh, we couldn't quite get to. We could get closer. We get a lot of damage on the board is what I'm saying.
This is what I want to do. I want to punch this Mewtwo. The energy attachments on the Team Rocket's archetype, because we've lacked so many physical energy cards, just trying to hunt down this Mewtwo as quickly as possible, put it under pressure, definitely makes a lot of sense to me here. Because you don't want this to run away with the game. If there's a Mewtwo in play, it's difficult to deal with for a Dragapult. It can use Clefairy and start chaining knockouts, or it can use the Maximum Belt, the Ace Spec card, to jump up to 320 damage. So now that you get the initial hit on the Mewtwo, Matej still has to commit more energy to this one Pokemon, and then won't have a means of bouncing back with another Mewtwo.
I think you're absolutely right on that one. Now the Mewtwo's got 200 damage on, so it is very much in danger of being KO'd in the near future. We just saw the top deck of the Ace spec, that maximum belt, which isn't doing too much, but items are up now. But with had that Articuno come down last turn, then that Tarantula would have not been able to have those damage counters going on.
Well, I'm thinking now that because it's a Team Rocket's Archer, perhaps Mateusz was saying lesser of two evils. Let this prize go, let a Rocket's Pokemon get knocked out in order for you now to hand disrupt the Team Rocket's Archer.
Well, this is fun because not every deck, most decks don't have much hand disruption. Rocket is one of the few that does. It only works, like you say, if a Rocket Pokemon was KO'd last turn. So you can only play it in a Rocket's deck, but it's not far off an unfair stamp. Your opponent gets one extra card.
Yeah.
It's 5 for you, 3 for them rather than 5-2. But it is some nice disruption, so I think you might be right. Just essentially leave the Tarantula there, know it's going to get KO'd, but then open up this as an option. We finally have some energy, Joe.
It's not the flurry we needed alongside an Ultra Ball. Things would have been really crazy if there was a number of basic energy in addition to an Ultra Ball here, so that you could begin to charge up, but there's no means of discarding these energy. Even with the bug catching set coming down here, that's not really going to change the fortunes. Even with the maximum belt committed to our active Mewtwo this turn, we're not going to be able to reach onto this Dragapult EX, and already it's looking really precarious for Mateusz, who opted not to put the Team Rocket's Mimikyu into play this turn either before using the Team Rocket's Archer.
Well, I think he might have been going for Clefairy, because that would have allowed the KO.
That's true. That would have been the only means of getting it done.
That's what I would have left it open for, the Clefairy. But I think you're right. Mimikyu could have been a really good attacker in this situation. But either way, we are finally attacking with Mewtwo. 160. You can discard up to 2 energy from your benched Pokemon, dealing 60 more for each card discarded in this way. You have no energy on your bench Pokemon. Spidops did not do the whole charge in energy malarkey, so it is just 160. Had there been a Clefairy down, this would have been a clean KO, but there isn't. So it's not going great.
No, and any time you see a Dragapult withstand a hit, you know it's going to start really getting scary for the opponent. Now, even though there's the Team Rocket's Articuno in play, we can still take advantage of Phantom Dive damage counters onto those Spidops. Those Stage 1 Pokemon still can be targeted.
Yep.
So over a couple of turns, Phantom Dive, especially with Monkey Dory, if that can at some point get into the mix, that can still finish off some Spidops. So Alexandru already has a really nice 2-prize knockout established, and they can get to work on a Spidops as well.
Well, we're using a Poker Gear, a Poker pad. There we go. Don't know why that escaped me for a second. And Alexandru here, now he is, I was going to say, he was eyeing up a Dracloak. I think it's Monkey Dory time. It is a bit of a pain that you don't have the bench space, but soon as something goes down, I want Monkey Dory, and I want to be playing around with all of that energy.
Ooh, intriguing. Now that the maximum belt has been committed, you know that a Blaziken will tank a hit into everything from Mateusz's side of the board, because the only way you reach into those Dragapults is via Lily's Clefairy at this stage. When the maximum belt is dealt with, it gives you this opportunity to weave in Blaziken, knowing that it's going to stick around for an additional turn. So Alexandru having a really good idea here in terms of trying to make it even more difficult as the game progresses for one-hit knockouts.
Indeed, we see a recon directive. There's a boss's orders or a boss's orders. I don't know which one he's going to pick, but it looks like he's gone for the boss's orders over the boss's orders. And here we see the Blaziken. Don't need no Meowth, do need a Blaziken. And of course, Blaziken. Now we need energy in the discard, but that could go and get the second energy itself if we could discard an energy at some point.
I mean, we could retreat this turn if we wanted to.
Yeah, we
could just grab that energy. Equally, opening up your board space for Monkey Dory in the future may not be a bad idea.
No, absolutely not. Well, there is your Ultra Ball, so that can get an energy in the discard if you want it. There we go. So that is going to open up Blaziken to do its own charging. And for anyone keeping score, that means Blaziken has accelerated an energy here before Spidops ever has.
Doesn't feel great. Does not feel great when there's 3 or 4 of them available for Mateusz, and it's just a stage 2 line. Here comes Rare Candy Blaziken EX, actually.
Oh, wow.
So now 2 in play. And like we said, we want to open up the board space for our own Monkey Dory. So Alexandru is going to submit some prize cards here with Phantom Dive, 6 counters going straight onto 1 Spidops. This is essentially the only real way that you have to place these counters, because you're limited between 2 Spidops, and it only really makes sense to set 1 up completely to then finish it off with Monkey Dory. So no shenanigans, just 6 straight onto the Spidops makes the most sense here.
Well, we're down to 3 prizes remaining, so if you can KO a couple of smaller Pokemon or a Mewtwo, finish off that Spidops. But it does look like Mateus has gone, well, you know what? I might as well just attack with this one if I can. Here comes Team Rocket's Ariana, drawing until 8 cards in hand. Has drawn the energy needed to attach and attack with Spidops here. And then you can start charging the bench as well, because you finally have an energy in the discard.
Yeah, you love to see that. With the Mewtwo going down, you can at least power up this new active Pokemon. It will be able to Rocket Rush for a knockout with the amount of damage in play on this Dragapult. And also, finally, the Ultra Ball combination with these basic Grass Energy. This is something that's like hard to come together in the deck. That's why you see some bug catching sets in the equation. Just to try and give yourself better odds of having this exact combo. It's been the one thing really lacking from Mateus this entire series, really. Those basic energies have been so elusive, but finally we get to see some in the discard pile.
That means that we're going to be seeing a couple of charging up on the bench. We can attach, we got an attachment for turn as well, because there is still an energy there. Of course, the active can also use their ability. Now, here is Team Rocket's Factory. You have played a Team Rocket supporter, so let's draw 2 cards. It's an Ultra Ball and an energy. They're all coming out now. Oh, we actually could. Yeah, with Night Stretcher here as well. So, and we get the Mewtwo or anything else. We were looking for a big attack. It is Mewtwo.
It's awkward. Mewtwo has that high retreat cost. There is 1 energy switch within the deck, but you still need, you've already commit your manual attachment to your Spidops, as we see the triple charging up here. This Mewtwo is just kind of going to be a cheerleader for now. It is opened up the option for energy switch later, though.
Well, and of course, you do need, that is still 30 extra damage on the Spidops. Did you need it? So you're hitting 150 as it is.
Yeah, you had enough.
Yeah, we had plenty.
Exactly, yeah. But either way, that does put the Mewtwo in there to access some potential energy switch shenanigans. What was intriguing is that maybe with Mimikyu, with this vulnerable Budu at some point, you could have found a way towards a multi-prize turn, but that seems to be not on the table right now for Mateus. The board space has opened up for Alexandru, though, but there are no damage counters in play. So we've been mentioning this Monkey Dory. I think now is really the time to start getting it going, especially with that risky Ruins, like you say, Ross. That can really make things happen quite quickly. If we can make another Dragapult, we could possibly move the Spidops in the active. It's a lot to ask for here.
If you can move that Spidops to the bench, then we can get a nice double KO rolling here and really make life difficult for Mateus. Or we can just put a Pheasant Dipty down, draw a bunch of cards, and attack with Blaziken. That is also something that, is absolutely in the realms of possibility. Now, we are using Blaziken's ability here. We've now got 2 energy. And then we're using Blaziken on the bench. That's going to get an energy to a... Now, it doesn't have to be to itself like Spidops.
A single prize doesn't seem that powerful, but you know that Mateus could copy Dragapult later down the line to finish off that Budu and then a Pokemon all in one turn. And here it is, the boss's order. This is what I mentioned, the high... instead? Okay.
No, it is on the Mewtwo.
The high retreat cost of Mewtwo is so detrimental. When you're not able to attach for the turn, it can be so quickly punished, and straight away Blaziken comes in, swings for 200 damage, and puts a real pin on Mateus.
And he's going to be potentially going down to 1 prize card remaining next turn. If this Mewtwo doesn't get out the active, what are we playing in terms of switching?
Well, we have the Giovanni's, right? The Team Rocket's Giovanni is going to be the best way to do that. But what do you want to target? Do you take the Dracloak with Psych Energy out? I feel like that's really the only useful threat right now.
Yeah. I think that is what you want to go for. I think it gets you a prize. It takes an energy off the board. It's a potential, it's a Recon Directive down, a potential Dragapult down. So no, I think that is the play. And at least that would count as a switch. Of course, Giovanni, it's very much like Boss's Orders, but you also switch your active. So it's another trick these Team Rocket decks have. It acts as an extra switch.
Yeah, and it saves you so much space. And that's really what this archetype needs, because it's already quite a lot of moving pieces. So being able to skimp out on the actual switching spaces makes a lot of sense here. And also the Repelling Veil means that you're not worried about corner trapping effects anyway.
Nope.
On your basics at the least, and all of your stage 1s can attack. So you don't have to worry about any of those shenanigans. But here comes that Team Rocket's Giovanni pushing the Mewtwo to the bench. Do we have an attachment to this Mewtwo now? No, it's just another charging up. So he discarded the Grass Energy. I still wouldn't have minded energy onto the Mewtwo there, but I suppose it is at this point a very damaged Pokemon. Also, we didn't Ultra Ball to search out the Mimikyu. I keep mentioning it as an option, but it's not coming up just yet.
Not coming up. Well, right now, it's not a valid attacker because there is no Dragapult out. You're right. We could be picking up for the future. We're not yet. What we are doing is getting a KO on that Dracloak with the Spidops down to 3 prize cards remaining for Matus. We are tied here. Both players, 3 prizes taken, 3 prizes remaining, but it does feel like Alexandru is in a very nice position with this Blaziken, and honestly, from here on, there's an argument to just not go Dragapult. My Blaziken hit 200, you can copy my Dragapult with Mimikyu, let's just do this. And here, finally, Joe, it's your boy.
Monkeydory's finally made it onto the scene alongside the Risky Ruins. A great combination, as this can be a means of damaging your own Pokemon. We are going to see the retreat of Blaziken into Dracloak. So we might... Well, we are going for the Dragapult attack here, Ross. We can use double Seething Spirit here to get the Dragapult into the equation. It's with Boss's Orders, and that's why, because we can use Monkeydory and take a 3-prize swing with Phantom Dive.
And that is going to be all we need to finish off game 1. Mewtwo goes down, Spidops goes down. We have 6 prizes for Alexandru. We have game 1 for Alexandru. And phase 2 starting off very nicely. And stop me if you've heard this one before, but it's a win for Dragapult.
You're going to hear that a lot, so if our phase 1 has been anything to go by, I feel like phase 2 could be more of the same. Excellent scenes there from Alexandru. Really, really nicely played. Knowing when to go in with a Phantom Dive was really crucial, and I think had that little bit of slice of luck in the early stages where there was just a lack of grass energy for Mateusz, but it really allowed Alexandru to have a great board position here. Getting that pre-punch on Mewtwo, I feel like, is such a big deal for the Dragapult. It's such a nuisance to sit around on the board. 280 hit point basic is pretty unfair, especially when your own Phantom Dive can't place counters on it preemptively. So getting that early Boss's Orders was such a big deal.
And here we did see the big KO with Dragapult onto that Team Rocket's Mewtwo, and we saw exactly the same thing again. Boss's Orders, it was onto the Mewtwo, not on the Articuno, and that meant, and again, we could preemptively hit that, trap it in the active, you know, unless there's some kind of switch, and the switch did come.
Yeah.
Giovanni got Spidops in the active, but then Alexandru goes, nope, let's bring it straight back again. Monkeydory damage onto Team Rocket Spidops, bringing it into range of that Phantom Dive, and Mew looks pretty chuffed right now, Joe. Has the face of a happy Mew.
As you can see, there it is. But I think you've already seen the highs and lows of the Team Rockets archetype. I think we got to see that early flood of basic Pokemon from the turn 1 Proton going first, which is just so incredible. But then you see that every now and then you have these random droughts. You have a crazy energy drought of all things that really made life more awkward. And you have to go through this archetype in a weird way, in that you almost have to play it like a theme deck at times, assuming that you're not going to get much. Already warning signs, though, for Mateusz in game number 2, as there's 2 of the Team Rockets energy in those prize cards. Such a crucial element of the archetype.
Well, if you need Mewtwo, you're going to need that. We're rolling here in game 2, but Matus does not have anywhere near as good a turn 1. We got a Team Rockets Tarantula on the bench, Mimikyu in the active, and we just pass to Alexandru. And I hate to break it to you, but that Mimikyu is not going to be doing much for a turn or 2.
No, it's not ideal, but already that indicates that there's no Transceiver in the hand, and obviously no physical copies of the Team Rockets Proton. So that's going to be another objective for the Team Rockets archetype, to flood its board with Rockets Pokemon. Spidops requires it for its damage output. Mewtwo can't attack unless there's at least 4 Team Rockets Pokemon in play. So that's just another objective that Mateusz has to concern himself with. Whereas we've seen Alexandru get himself out of a bad rut by being able to grab that Meowth EX and convert his hand into Lily.
Yes, another thing we're going to see over and over again in this format. Turn 1, oh, my hand's bad. Meow for Lily's determination. Get yourself a new hand, shuffle draw, put your hand back in, draw a new hand of 8 cards, and that is going to give you everything. Hopefully, double buddy poffin, Joe.
Yeah, you said everything.
Apparently, I wasn't lying to you.
You were right. Oh, my goodness. And that means that you can establish Itchy Pollen once again here. We've already attached Psych Energy to our Torchic, so we can pivot into the Budu once again and really just stifle the options for Mateusz, who, although is reliant on a supporter to find a lot of their Pokemon, still plays those Ultra Ball to discard energy cards, still plays those Bug Catching set for additional reach, and now if ever we start to see draws into the Team Rockets Transceiver, those are no longer live either.
I mean, I'm looking at the list. 4 Ultra Ball, 4 Transceiver, 3 Bug Catching Set. Those are 11 cards that you are going to want next turn to try and draw out of this, and they are all going to be gone. That is far from ideal. Whereas for Alexandru, once again, you've got nearly your perfect board. You'd rather not have me out. You'd rather it was a second Torchic. That is the worst thing we can say, and it's Itchy Pollen. No items for you, Matus.
So many of those item cards are no longer usable, so it is just going to be a Lily's Determination getting a fresh 8-card hand on his own end here, as he has not yet taken any prize cards.
But it's not as good.
Oh, no.
When you can't play items at the end of it, the number of outs you're looking for is so much smaller. And now it's like, oh, I've hit Pro... Oh, no.
Yeah, your time is up. It's a little bit awkward, no doubt. And now we're just looking for physical copies of Pokemon. We need to find those physical energy, the physical Pokemon, because those searching options will not be live.
If you draw an item, you can't play it. If you draw a supporter, you can't play it. So you've got to draw exactly what you want, or it's not going to work. Can we get 3 Tarantula and an energy?
Well, we have a Spidops, and we have an energy. We could take the knockout with Takedown if we want to, but that leaves us so vulnerable. Stashing an energy for Rocket Rush next turn is still reasonable. Oh, but we might be getting aggressive here, Ross.
I like it, because the game's not going your way and you need your item cards back. Tarantula's going to do it. I'm a huge fan in the current Pokemon TCG. I love having a random basic that can hit 30 damage. So if your opponent is trying to block you with Badoo, you say no.
Yeah, you see it with Tarantula, you see it with Riolu. A couple of our really important basics in the metagame right now, they all share that common denominator. And I think that is definitely a big feature of why some of these archetypes are so solid, because they can have such a low maintenance means of dealing with Badoo to at least punish the opponent for trying to slow you down.
Well, we see a recon directive here coming from the Dracloak. We're looking at the top 2 cards. It's a Buddy Buddy Poffin and a Boss's Orders. Could use the Buddy Poffin to go and get something like a second Torchic if you like, but we saw how big Boss's Orders could be. So for the time being, it's going to be an Ultra Ball, getting rid of a Badoo.
Might just be some fodder here, honestly.
Yeah.
I think there's already the Combuskin in hand.
It is fodder.
This does have a 20 damage attack, and it is a fire type. So it can KO this Tarantula for just a 20 damage attack with weakness, thanks to the 10 damage Tarantula's done to itself.
Yep, Combuskin's Combustion, say that 10 times fast, will do 40 damage for the weakness. And because of the 10 damage from Badoo, which comes up more often than you'd think, that will be a KO on the Tarantula, leaving just 1 Mimikyu and nothing else. I want to see Combuskin's Combustion coming out.
No Pheasantipity. That would have been a way to fill up your board, but gain some additional cards. Will Alexandru go for the aggressive line? You do have a prize on the board if you want it. Thanks to our weakness. Instead, you may just want to load up energy on Dracloak. Maybe possibly give up on this Torchic, saying that you can still find your way towards Phantom Dive later.
Nah.
Here we go.
Let's do this. Come on, show me Combustion. We're doing a first...
or Itchy Pollen. That's also live. You can retreat now, then evolve up into Combuskin. Give yourself opportunity for multiple stage 2s next turn.
I mean, this is probably the better play. It just, I don't know. I've never seen Combuskin use Combustion on stream, and I would like to see it.
Yeah, if we'd saved a Buddy Buddy Poffin to get the additional Torchic, I would have liked it. But sacrificing your Combuskin and then having no energy in play would have been a little awkward. Here we are then. We finally have access to a Team Rocket's Proton, so we can go wide and crucially establish that Team Rocket's Articuno. So there's a big sigh of relief now with so many vulnerable low hit point basics on the board. They are now safeguarded against the Phantom Dive damage counter placement.
And at least you've got it before Phantom Dive. Phantom Dive never came out until the Articuno was there. Your Spidops will be vulnerable, but that's it. And it's another KO on Badoo using that Tarantula. There's now up to 3 damage counters, 2 for its own attack, 1 from Badoo's Itchy Pollen, but it's still chilling out there for a minute.
Ooh, and Alexandru already has access to Risky Ruins. If we can get some Monkey Dory in the equation, even that could take a knockout this turn. Failing that, it could be a pretty routine KO with a Blaziken, perhaps. We have a 3rd Recon Directive. What a powerful board that's been established. There's the Blaziken EX.
Nice.
Finally making its way into the hand, but I don't think we can launch an attack here, Ross, that's all that meaningful.
I don't think...
Boss's Orders and then just some dead cards in the hand.
You would need a Fire Energy in hand, or, well, you need an energy in hand. You can accelerate one with the ability. Oh, and that's why you're looking up. That Rescue Stretcher would have got the energy, but then you wouldn't have had the Blaziken.
So now you're just hoping to be a sponge in the active as Blaziken, perhaps.
think so. Really wanted both of those cards together would have done it.
That would have been great, yeah.
It's not how Recon Directive works.
Now Alexandru debating a stalling boss's orders. Also debating using this ability. I feel like you have to use Blaziken.
I agree.
Yeah, we're going to power it up for one attachment and then pass the action over. This is a big window of opportunity for Mateusz now.
He's got Spidops, I think, in hand, so he could put an attack in for at least kind of 150 as it stands, maybe build it up from there. Here comes Bug Catching set. Would love to see another Spidops here to evolve up. Oh, it's just a 1 energy and nothing else. Not a great hit off that.
Yeah, unlike a lot of our really focused Teal Mask Ogopon builds, there's not great odds of actually hitting from your bug catching set. A lot of the time, it's just to give yourself earlier access turn 1 so you don't whiff early attachments, or every now and then it combines a Vulturable. But with only 7 grass energy in the deck and then just your handful of spiders, you don't have that many opportunities to hit. So it's actually fairly often that you only see 1 target from this card.
Yeah, I've got significantly more tarantulas in my house than Mateusz has got in his deck. He's got a... mate, I'm at like 5 times that.
Ooh, here we go. It's going to be the retreats to free up the grass energy. So now we can bring up, with Team Rocket's Giovanni, the Meowth EX, charge up on Spidops, manually attach our grass energy to Mewtwo, and really pounce with a nice 2-prize knockout here.
Yeah, we had the Rocket's energy, so now we can go and hit Meowth. And yeah, nice and easy KO there. And that's 2 prizes. And this is a way that Mateusz was not able to do this in the previous game. We've KO'd the 2 Badoo. We've now KO'd a Meowth as well. Mateusz hasn't really KO'd anything remotely difficult and has 2 prize cards remaining.
Yeah, that is a terrifying position, especially because this Mewtwo, it's not going anywhere. It cannot be knocked out this turn.
Nope.
So if Mateusz can find a way towards his A-spec, that maximum belt, it could be all over. And as we know, there's Team Rocket's Petrol in the suite of Team Rocket supporters. So Alexandru really has to try and find a means of disruption right now.
Well, it's going to be a boss's orders, it looks like. That seems to be the disruption we've got, at least for the time being. But then changed his mind on that. We haven't seen it come down yet.
I don't see any hand disruption.
Nope.
That's already going to be a big issue. There's a manual... Is that the manual attachment? Oh,
no,
that's
the ability
for Blaziken. There's the manual Psychic Energy to Torchic.
And then, we're just
swinging into the Mewtwo. Yeah, hope that one turn your opponent doesn't have access to a Team Rocket's Transceiver. But there it is. Team Rocket's Transceiver will grab our Team Rocket's Petrol.
And that's going to go and get the A-spec, because that gets any trainer. And that means it got 160 plus 120 plus 50 is 330. And that is going to be enough to get the KO on that Blaziken.
As long as we have enough. Do we have enough grass energy in the discard pile here?
We need a spot.
Oh, we can manually attach.
Manually attach. Now we've got it, and now we see the fist bump. We did need those 2 basic energy on the bench, but we got there. But Tuesday's game 2, Joe, we're going to a game 3.
That was a completely different picture. Even though there was the pressure from Badoo that was so effective in that game number 1, Mateusz this time just said, well, I'm not doing much in the hand. Why don't I just start taking some prize cards and putting that pressure on? And that really did make a big difference here. Tarantula being so effective at just taking those early prize cards completely changes the complexion of the game.
Well, let's remind ourselves then about what we just saw over there in game 2. We saw this great setup from Alexandru while Mateusz is struggling. But what he could do was just KO both the Badoo, take those 2 early prizes, try and get rolling. But then we saw that Team Rocket's Giovanni onto the Meowth. Mewtwo goes into the active. It's a Gen 1 showdown, and I'm afraid Mewtwo was always going to win this one. And that was a big KO for 2 prizes, putting Mateusz down to just 2 prize cards remaining without ever having really done very much. And then Blaziken came up, put some damage, but all we needed was the A-spec, and you can either use Team Rocket's Petrel, or you can use Transceiver for Petrel, and that meant that there were just too many out. We hit it, and then we're going to a game 3. It feels like Mateusz has got options for big KOs in Lily's Clefairy onto Dragapult, or the A-spec onto Blaziken, but it's once per game. Oh, Joe, 4 of 7 energy prize.
Oh, that is really rough. We saw that in game number 1, energy was the big issue. Alexandru starts off with the Lily's Clefairy EX, has an energy, and is ultra pulling away at least a few supporter cards. So it's not a great opener, but we know he's at the very least holding on to some supporters for next turn. Interestingly enough, opted to go first here simply because of the threat of the Team Rocket's Proton.
Absolutely. There's no threat of a rare candy, though, because both of them are in the prize cards. So both players a little bit hard done by those prize cards. Oh, but 4 out of your 7 basic energy. That is unlikely. Game 3 is rolling here, and here we see a little look at the prize cards, and it's not looking great here.
No, we really need to scout out this opening hand, because if there's no early access to grass, it's only going to cascade into more and more difficulties here. Well, there's at least 1 grass energy in this hand, which can get us started. Leading out this Team Rocket's Mewtwo, not ideal. You would much prefer the Mewtwo or the Tarantula, the Articuno, I should say. But now that's going to force you to weave in a Team Rocket's Giovanni earlier on in the game than you would often like to.
It's not a great start all around. Well, the energy being prized, having a bad starting Pokemon, it's just looking not ideal. Well, there's a Team Rocket's factory. Go and draw a couple there. Of course, you've already used Proton to go and search your basics. There's a Mewtwo coming down. There is a Tarantula. There is a Tarantula.
This is great. This is a fantastic opener.
Your energy.
Mateusz.
Got an Ultra Ball as well for another Pokemon if you want it.
Yeah, discarding energy is so strong here. You want to give yourself access, especially with that Transceiver in hand. It gives you access to a Mewtwo Gust KO next turn. Could be huge. Opens up the door for the Spidops to be an attacker as well next turn. This really is doing a whole lot here. This is one of the key objectives of the Team Rocket's archetype. Dispatching these basic energy is so huge.
I'll tell you what, prizes, not good. Starting Pokemon, not good. But first turn, in spite of all of that, you got an energy in the discard, you got your double energy on Mewtwo, you've got a couple of basics down. It's not a bad start. We're over to Alexandru here, who is just going straight for Lily's Determination. Did not like that hand, so we got an energy on the Lily's Clefairy in the active. And actually, that Lily's Clefairy, it's useful for Mateusz. It's not very useful for Alexandru, but it is a Pokemon that will be very easily KO'd for 2 prizes, just like Meowth was last game.
But we did see Alexandru not put down Budu, so didn't want to retreat into a slower Itchy Pollen play. So maybe trying to eye up an attack with the Clefairy proactively and just sort of get what value you can from the Full Moon Rondo.
I mean, I don't mind that. If you've got to play with it, you might as well get as much use out of it as you possibly can. But we got 15 minutes on the clock. Keep an eye on that, because time could be an issue as we go. For now, we got 15 minutes. We're into game 3. What are you looking at, Joe?
The hand is a stinker, Ross. It's really, really poor.
Hey, don't mince your words, Joe. Tell us what you think.
A couple boss's orders. See a Stadium Bump now. Then the Torchic comes down, going to receive some damage counters. There's a Pheasantipity EX, I think, is the only saving grace from this entire hand. And possibly that's the reason why Budu is now coming into this active position.
I think you're right. You know, having that proactive Clefairy could be fun, but if you've got nothing else, slowing the game down with Budu, that's what Budu was made for, or grown for. I'll figure that one out later. Spidops comes down. We see another energy onto Mewtwo. That one is ready to go. And then a Lily's Determination for a fresh hand of 8 cards.
So Alexandru at least knows now that he won't be knocked out this turn, especially with the item lock. The only way you could do it would be a charging up energy switch combination now that our supporter has been played. So we know that there's going to be no pressure this turn, but that Mewtwo is looking oh so intimidating. You've had the opportunity to weave in a couple of energy attachments. There's already 1 grass energy in the discard pile as well. If you look to retreat Articuno on the next turn, if we can find something from this Lily, the Mewtwo variant is going to really have a good time here, as it's been a slower approach from Alexandru this game, lacking those Dracloak on turn 2.
Absolutely. It looks like we might have a Giovanni ready for next turn, but nothing here. We see another
some damage for
Tarantula.
Free. The risky Ruins coming in before using a Team Rocket's factory, so that Tarantula now might be set up in the long term. Spidops can be now Phantom Dived over 2 turns. As it is, it's just the evolution into Combuskin and the Itchy Pollen again. There's still nothing working for Alexandru in this game 3.
Well, there's the stadium, and here's what's really fun about the stadium. You can Giovanni here, bring that Combuskin up, but then you played a Team Rocket supporter, so you can draw 2 with a factory, so you're not giving up draw. You're getting a little bit in addition to your supporter. This Combusken is going to easily go down from the attack from Mewtwo. We see a Team Rocket's energy onto Spidops, setting that up to attack in the future. And that's a couple, you know, that's your first prize taken by Matus there. This is not too shabby.
At the very least, there's flipped the script to try and change the situation. And there it is. Lily's determination comes into the hand. So we can finally rid ourselves of this really awkward start for Alexandru. But he's going to be submitting a lot of prize cards. There might be a little moment here of pause, as there was I believe a card may have been flashed from the draw there. We'll get confirmation of that because it looks like players currently stopped. But okay, it is going to be confirmation. We're carrying on. Lily's determination, a fresh 8 cards for Alexandru here, who really has to start working towards some of these Drakloak. And now that Combusken's been taken out, you have to find a Torchic as well.
And it's worth noting that if you're having this slow start, one of the things you might do is try and use one of your 2 rare candy to get an attacker going up a little bit faster than you otherwise would. But they are both prized. No rare candy are available. So you do have to evolve up manually. There is no other gear available. So that is going to work in Matus's favor. And after a horrible game 1, is really seeming to be taking control of this matchup. 1 game 2 and putting themselves in a decent position. We got a Buddy Puffin being played. That final bed space is remaining open.
Yeah, I think there's Torchic in the hand. So this is going to be thrown away for now. Having a quick scout through that deck.
There's your
Torchic is going to come down. We don't have to damage it because it's a different stadium. There we go. We can manually attach somewhere before using an Itchy Pollen here. But we are once again in this position, Ross, where beginning to submit a lot of prize cards can be quite precarious.
And you know your opponent's playing a bunch of Team Rocket's Giovanni, so they can potentially hunt the energy. And with Team Rocket's Transceiver in hand, and just in the deck generally, you know it's a deck that's going to have Boss's Orders more easily, or that effect, that gusting effect, more easy than your average deck. Energy onto Spidops. Well, energy onto Tarantula, then energy onto Spidops. Do we even want to use it?
Just take the knockout. Continue to go ahead, bank those energy for Mewtwo to take away later. And once again, there are no Stage 1 Pokemon in play. The rare candies are in the prize cards. It's going to be another turn of no pressure from Alexandru. Flip the script can help out, but there's still going to be no pressure this turn, and you're going to be submitting another prize card.
And that's going to be a minimum of 3. Matu's going to have a minimum 3 prize cards taken. But the thing is, there's Team Rocket's Transceiver is available. So that's going to go and get yourself a Giovanni if you don't get it normally. And there's both Fezandipti and Clefairy. So Matus can play this entire game without ever having to worry about a Blaziken or a Dragapult.
Yeah, that's not an ideal situation. You want these Stage 2s to be up there, taking hits, getting its value as best it can. But the Mewtwo strategy can have that high damage output when it needs to, especially into Dragapult. That's just how the Rockets deck has been built. A Pokepad does get a second Drakloak at the very least for Alexandru. It's taken a while to get to this spot. We're finally getting towards our main engine and our main attacking lineup.
Goes and gets a Dreepy off that Recon Directive. Does have a Buddy Poffin, which could also have gotten the Dreepy if you're interested. That's eyeing up Badoo. Is that the only option there?
There is one more Dreepy in the deck as well.
Right at the top of the deck there. Okay.
Yeah, it's like you said, maybe at this point you want to use Itchy Pollen just so there's no access to the Transceiver for a turn. Really, that's all you can think of. And ultimately, you have to protect this Torchic. I think on the previous turn, had we attached an energy to Lily's Clefairy, we could have at least punched into the Mewtwo and tried to work towards a Blaziken this way, but it's all kind of a moot point without access to Combusken.
No,
we're just really lacking his energy. There are some Panic Crispin in the deck just in case you don't get your Stage 2 online.
Yep.
And I think we're going to try and judge to make that happen. A strong combination here. Alexandru is going to be submitting prize cards. That's definitely a concern, but you're limiting your opponent's hand in this spot and is likely to launch an Itchy Pollen to make it difficult for them to do much beyond just dealing with the Badoo.
Wow, hope for an Ariana if you're Matus, because actually with an Ariana, this can be, going down to a low hand size is great if you hit the Ariana off it, and you do have your factory as well. Oh, we didn't even hit a supporter. I didn't even hit a supporter. All we hit was a Transceiver. So if we do have an Itchy Pollen here, Matus, I mean, you can still attack with Mewtwo, but you're not going to be developing your board at all. That is not the hand you want against a Badoo.
At least we find an energy, so we can stash that onto Drakloak. It is simply going to be a retreat into Badoo here. Prod this Mewtwo once again. Action over to Mateusz, who can quite easily continue this prize race, but what else can he construct?
Well, right now, I mean, you don't need to construct anything right now, but you're right. It is always nice when you can continue just building up your board. For now, we got Mewtwo in the active. There's a second Spidops down. And yeah, that's just literally it. Evolve into Spidops, announce the attack, go down to 3 prize cards remaining. It is worth noting we've got 7 minutes left. We should have enough time to finish this off, but keep an eye on this one. Dracloak uses Recon Directive. It's a boss or an ace spec. You normally take the A-Spec when it's available.
Oh, for sure. You need this Dragapult to tank a hit here. And there's currently no A-Spec in play. There's no Lily's Clefairy EX in play. So you're really going to have to cross your fingers that this one Dragapult can do a lot of work. And the main way you can do that is by disrupting your opponent instantly.
Well, if you see a Lily's Clefairy, things are going to get hairy, but right now, it's 2 cards for Matus, 1 for turn. If you can play a supporter, you can use Factory for 2 more next turn, assuming that isn't bumped for something else in the meantime. So you do have a few outs here. Let's see what cards we're going to get from Matus. 2 cards off of this unfair stamp. Oh, tell me you're going to show us, man.
Well, first of all, we need to see Alexandru get access to a Psych Energy. We do have Night Stretcher for Combuskin.
I've got good news for Matus's hand. You know how I said Ariana was good? He hit Ariana.
Oh.
And Haryana. It just hit 2 of those.
Yeah.
That's all he's got in his hand.
That's pretty good. I mean, it's not guaranteed to hit what you want, but yeah, it is definitely a strong start. The Crispin for the supporter for the turn does grab our Psych Energy now. So that is at least resolved. And we can stash an energy onto a bench Dracloak.
Well, you're basically drawing until you've got 10 cards in hand. I think that's gonna help.
Oh, yeah.
You're right, it's not guaranteed, but I feel like it's going to help. Here is a Pokepad searching out a non-rule box Pokemon. No, it's not. It's just having a quick look. There is nothing there. Oh, it's a Monkey Dory. It was so quick, I nearly missed it. But it was a Monkey Dory we got grabbed there.
And 1 more Recon Directive, but the trap has been set. You're really crossing your fingers that this Dragapult can stick around for a turn. If that's the case, you can then pivot into your next Dragapult, ideally. Start using Monkey Dory to heal off your own Pokemon and start to disrupt this board that little bit more. So, Alexandru, definitely, it's taken a while to get to this position, but there's real potential that there's a survival here for the Dragapult EX. If it can hang on, this could be a massive turn. But as you said, Ross, there's already the Team Rocket's Ariana in the hand.
That's going to draw 6, and it's also going to activate the stadium to let you draw another 2. So we do, well, I mean, a Clefairy here would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, we need Clefairy or Ultra Ball. There's still the Team Rocket's factory to go, as you mentioned.
There's
2 more cards.
Haven't hit it yet. Oh, that's a bug-catching set. Clefairy is not much of a grass Pokemon. I think he might have whiffed it, you know, Joe.
Alexandru dodging bullets out here. It's exactly what he needed to have a way back into this game. Now, the good news for Mateusz is that punching this Dragapult can still be very relevant. You can use that Gemstone Mimicry later on to like finish it off if there's a second Dragapult established. So you're really locking Alexandru out of options still just by punching this Dragapult for 280 damage.
Complete whiff off bug catching set, no cards whatsoever, no grass Pokemon, no grass energy, no grass, nothing available. We see an energy going on to Spidops with the ability. I think it's for the ability.
Yep.
Either way, there's an energy on there. Which on the one, you've got lots of energy on the bench to fuel your Mewtwo, but there's no backup Mewtwo here, which is a little bit of a pain.
Is that a pass? Surely not.
I think it might have been a pass.
What? There's no damage counters, so
we didn't attack.
I'm very surprised by the outcome myself.
I mean, surely just like, I mean, retreat and attack with Spidops, if nothing else.
Well, here we are. We're seeing a Crispin come down. Going to grab a Darkness Energy out of the deck. We've already evolved into Blaziken EX.
Because if we've got a Monkey Dory, this is a free prize turn with the Spidops and the Mewtwo both going down.
Well, I mean, yeah, this changes everything. You were a turn ahead. You've given away that opportunity. Maybe in fear of Adrenabrain, but really you can't be that fearful. 3 prize cards to go. It is the Phantom Dive coming in. Mewtwo's going to go down for a little bit less value than expected.
We have 6 damage counters on the bench. Spidops there.
And Spidops will be set up. Both Spidops now will be set up for Phantom Dive in the future.
Yeah, numbers working perfectly. Well, the good news is you've got a Mimikyu in the active. Do we have a Team Rocket's energy to use? Not yet, we don't, no. We could go and do a bit of shuffle drawing here, a bit of disruption with Archer.
I think exactly that's what it's time for, as the hand isn't ideal. We're now going to scout the Lily's Clefairy.
Oh, and there's a really fun thing here, of course. So with Mimikyu, you copy the attack. Clefairy lets you hit for weakness, and you actually hit 400 to Dragapult and still get to hit 6 to the bench.
Yep, that's part of the reason why the Mimikyu is so powerful.
Pretty good.
Can we get there, though? It's only 5 cards from the Team Rocket's Archer and then an additional 2 from the Team Rocket's Factory. So let's roll the dice again. Can we access that Lily's Clefairy EX? Or failing that, some Ultra Ball would get the job done as well here. But now we also need to find a Team Rocket's Energy. These are difficult cards to find, seeing as though we've already gone down 3 of the Team Rocket's Energy, Ross.
Yeah, there's 1 left. Can we find it? It's not in the prizes, so there's good news. Do we have it? This is a huge... no.
We have Ultra Ball.
We do.
But we don't have the Team Rocket's Energy yet.
No. The Ultra Ball's nice. Still didn't hit it. Transceiver and a Grass Energy. Is there an Energy switch by any chance?
No, there's no basic Psych Energy in the deck whatsoever, just the Grass Energy. So we cannot copy.
So it has to be a Mewtwo. So now we retreat into Spidops.
But now we're going to lose 2 Spidops next turn.
And that's going to put Alexandria down to just 2 prize cards remaining. We get 15 damage counters down. We see Monkey Dory, and we see an Energy. So 3 of those are going to go straight back to the other side of the board.
And yeah, I mean, Alexandria trying to set himself up for a knockout here.
And you could even move 3 to Team Rocket's Mimikyu, and then you can Monkey Dory to finish it off next turn.
Not with the Articuno right now, but yeah. You just take out double Spidops this turn. That's all you do. You go down to 2 prize cards remaining.
Oh, no, I'm talking about double Adrenabrain onto the Mimikyu.
Oh, right, yeah, over 2 turns, that would be great.
Yeah, so you could do that this turn and next turn, and that would be 6 damage counters. So that's an option, but it just feels, again, just like you've probably already got it. I still want to do it, just to be clear. I still want to put this onto the Mimikyu. Come on, vindicate me, Alexandru.
There you go.
There we go.
It's the only place that makes sense. It does certainly make sense, and it's going to be a double prize knockout thanks to the boss's orders. She was in such a strong position, had an intriguing pass, and it's really changed the tide of this game.
Absolutely, and then now next turn, boss's orders, or really, honestly, you could just Monkey Dory and then attack.
Yeah, you have to knock out this Dragapult EX just to remove all damage from play.
Yes.
So that's essential. We absolutely have to find the Team Rocket's Energy here to get a knockout with our Mimikyu.
The good news is you no longer need the Lily's Clefairy. You can just do it with a Team Rocket's Energy. The maths will work out perfectly. But Dragapult up to 320. Once again, we use a Team Rocket's Transceiver to go for Team Rocket's Archer. So you can then use that to use Team Rocket's Factory. Draw an extra couple of cards to look for your Team Rocket's Energy. I feel like I'm saying Team Rocket a lot, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, all of the cards in the deck do say that. So it is inevitable. Bit of a mouthful, this deck. Second Mimikyu coming onto the board now. You can thin a little bit with Ultra Ball.
You have to get rid of the Dragapult here and then hope that your opponent Dragapults, if they get the Dragapult next turn. But see, even
they can just finish off the Spidops. Yeah, so you have to attack with Spidops this turn.
You have to attack with Spidops.
Can you get enough damage with Maximum Belt to still take a KO? You can, I believe. Yeah, there's 200 remaining hit points on the Dragapult EX, so now we have to find our Maximum Belt for a Spidops KO.
We're going for Clefairy here, but that's not even going to add damage with Spidops at this point. Doesn't even do the extra 30.
It again could be a thinning play.
Oh, yeah.
But we are shuffling up here.
So where are we from
Do we even
here?
have enough Team Rocket's Pokemon at this stage? Here comes the Team Rocket's Archer. The Team Rocket's Pokemon was knocked out last turn too, in fact. So it will be putting Alexandru down to just 3 cards.
Yep.
And it's 5 cards for Mateusz. Still looking now for that Maximum Belt, I believe, alongside another Team Rocket's Pokemon.
That's what we're going to need to go and get this KO. And then you just hope your opponent doesn't have Dragapults. If they do, it's still going to be...
Yes, there's Maximum Belt.
Okay.
And a Mewtwo, I believe.
So we're good then. And we draw 2 here, but we got an Articuno, so that's another one if you needed it. So now we can retreat into Spidops, get the KO with Spidops. Yep. I mean, it's still boss's orders Dragapult for the win. Brave Bangle, is that going to be enough?
No, because the Lily's Clefairy is not a Team Rocket's Pokemon.
So that's going to be
There's
what
200 remaining hit points on the active Dragapult EX.
That's 180.
Yeah, because the Mimikyu, you're so frequently thinking about Rocket Rush getting the KO.
No, that's only 180.
But this is 180.
KO.
It had to be the Maximum Belt A spec.
I don't understand. That doesn't seem right, Joe. They've discarded it. We got
No,
5
that's
Team Rocket's
not a
Pokemon.
KO.
That's 150 plus the Brave Bangle is 180, and there was 200 on there. Now it turns out we got Blaziken. It looks like Alexandru has taken this game regardless. 2 games to 1. Dragapult reigns again, and the resurgence of Team Rocket fell just a little bit too short. Mew looking ecstatic there on the table, but Alexandru takes this 2 games to 1.
What an intriguing series from both players. I think we got to see the highs and lows of Team Rocket's archetype there, no question about it.
Oh, yes.
Where you can see sometimes you don't have those guarantees with the deck. This was game number 1, the early Phantom Dive coming in proactively on Mewtwo EX. So vital. Such a difficult Pokemon to clear off the board. The fact that it then forced Matej to commit the A-Spec to then still not reach a knockout was critical here for Alexandru.
Absolutely it was, and Alexandru just setting up everything he needs. We get the KO on the Mewtwo. We then saw a boss's orders to go and set up a second Mewtwo. It was Mewtwo, not Articuno, and then we hit it for 200, and we are just setting ourselves up like Dragapult does so often for future turns and future KOs in a way that it seems like only Dragapult can. And then one more boss's orders just for good luck to finish off game 1.
Yeah, there's a reason why these Dragapult builds are going so high in the boss's orders count. There's 3 copies in Alexandru's deck with no counter catcher anymore. You have to play these physically high counts of the boss's orders to have them when you need them, but also constantly pivot your opponent's Pokemon around and rely on Dracloak for your draw instead.
Absolutely. Into game 2 then. We had a good setup from Alexandru, but Matos here really was doing it. It wasn't a big board setup, but it was Team Rocket's Tarantula taking what I like to call cheeky KOs.
Oh, yeah.
And then Team Rocket's Mewtwo taking out regular Meowth. He's not part of Team Rocket. But then it came down at the end to just everything you need with the A-Spec, big KO onto that Blaziken, and that evened us up at 1 game apiece.
Yeah, you can see exactly why Maximum Belt is the essential A-Spec of choice in the Mewtwo archetype to reach these big stage 2 EX Pokemon. And then we're getting into that game number 3. It was so awkward for Alexandru. Don't forget those prize cards. No rare candy available.
Nope.
In fact, took so long to find those Dracloak, but finally did so. It was able to punch into this Mewtwo. Matej had that big whiff from the Ariana plus the Team Rocket's factory, where had we had access to an Ultra Ball or a Clefairy or a Maximum Belt, we would have had a clean knockout there and really was running away with the game at that stage. But having missed, then chose not to damage a Dragapult, and that really gave Alexandru a lot of opportunities to carry on with this game.
Absolutely, it did. And then we saw this Blaziken coming up with just 2 prize cards remaining. We had the energy that we needed. We had the boss's orders onto that Lily's Clefairy, and that was enough to finish out the game.
Wow. Great scenes there from Dragapult. I know we're going to still be talking about it a lot throughout the weekend, but this really is just the premium deck of the game. There's a reason why it's 30% of our field out there for our players, because it still has that amazing flexibility to have comebacks, and that's a real factor and a feature of this format of how few archetypes can have that opportunity. In this case, it was stamp cross your fingers. Actually, it was a judge and cross your fingers, even more crossing of fingers required. But every now and then you get that bit of wiggle room, and Dragapult can really just run with it.
And having 320 HP and not having a weakness unless there's a Lily's Clefairy on the board means you can often tank a hit or 2. But while you're tanking that hit or 2, you're doing 200 to the active, you're dropping 6 damage counters wherever you like on the bench, and that's what you know what you're saying. You get comebacks here in a way that other decks aren't able to, and I think there's something there with this Team Rocket's deck. It wasn't their pre-rotation. Post-rotation, it's got hand disruption in a way that a lot of decks don't. It's got a lot of tricks, but we saw the highs and lows, and unfortunately in that game, just a couple more lows than highs, and that was all it took in the end.
It's just awkward in that it's high maintenance throughout the entire game. You need to have lots of Pokemon really early on, because if you don't use your Proton early, it gets pretty awkward. And then you also need to consistently find those special energy cards. You have no search for it, so you just have to get there, and it feels like you're always trying to dig for that extra piece. Even with a lot of draw power, sometimes it doesn't come together.
No, it does not come together. Some people out there are a bit worried about Team Rocket stealing their Pokemon, but I'll tell you one person who is not worried about Team Rocket, and that's Alexandru. Why don't we go and have a chat?
Stealing the game from Team Rocket instead. Alex, our round 9 feature match winner. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Hello. I'm feeling a bit shaky because I think there were pretty close games, but Game 3, I think I could have played a little bit better, but I also had 2 candy prize, so
So, I mean, Game 3 was interesting. I mean, one key moment I really wanted to talk about, when your opponent just passed instead of doing damage to the Dragapult, did that surprise you? I think it surprised us backstage because that kind of gave you the opportunity to make the comeback.
I had the Dragapult in the active, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I think it was the correct play to pass there because he would have given me Munkidori damage to work with, and that would have been almost game over for him.
Oh, so I guess then that makes sense. He was kind of worried about that and playing around that. But then you were still able to then find a big multi-prize turn. And really, even though he missed off the Ariana, right? That was a big miss. He drew a bunch of cards, but just didn't really find anything. Now, so you're playing Dragapult, right? And there's a big debate around what the best way to play Dragapult is currently. What made you go to Blaziken?
So I tried all 3 variants of Dragapult with Dusclops and just the straight one. But I found that the Duskull one is a bit of gamble because you need to hit certain pieces, and if all goes to plan, you always win the game. But most of the time, nothing goes to plan.
And of course, with the energy acceleration, right? I mean, I've seen, you look on the social media, there's a lot of people talking about, oh, I went X3 drop because of all the grass stuff. So I imagine Blaziken helps a lot against the grass stuff, right?
I hit 2 Arbolivas this game. One I tied because he drew Scoop Up Cyclone, and I couldn't win. And the other one I win because I can just set up Blaziken and switch between both of them, and he cannot do much.
So we were talking a little bit just before the interview. You were saying you've not been playing for very long, right? This is your first year playing the game?
Yeah, this is my first year, and this is actually my first regional.
This is your first, and you're already here in phase 2, winning on stream. That must be a good feeling, right?
Yeah, pretty good.
Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to, perhaps?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my mom, my friends that I came here with, Lorenzo, Young, Moemi, Jacopo, Yuri, and also a friend that couldn't come because he got hurt. It's Marco. And also to my local card shop, Gilda. It's the best. I always test there, and I have a lot of fun.
That's really awesome to hear. Thank you so much. Again, congratulations. Maybe we'll be seeing you more in day 2. Who knows?
Hopefully.
But that is going to be it for day 1. So why don't we bring all the casters in for a bit of a wrap-up of today's events?
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite.
Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, pero su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's home, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So
what's your favorite?
Since you're asking, Mamoswine. Mamoswine is my favorite. Also, Prague. Prague is my new favorite. We've been here all day. We have had 8 rounds of Swiss in phase 1. We have done our first round of phase 2. Have we all had a lovely day?
Yes. Of course, 100%. Yeah, seeing our post-rotation format is interesting because, going into it, we knew Dragapult would probably still be the best deck, and it kind of panned out that on stream, but we got to see a lot more fun stuff, so yeah, I think it's been very good.
And I feel like the game has just completely changed. Everything we commentated today, it felt so different from every game of Pokemon we've commentated over the last 3 or 4 years, let alone just last season, the rotation. So it really is a fresh look for the Pokemon trading card game.
I have loved it. I mean, I've commentated a lot of Pokemon over the past couple of years, and we were in that kind of, a lot of it was quite similar tournament to tournament. You cannot be saying that today. But let's have a look at the players who have had a particularly good day like us. These are the standings at the end of phase 1 going into the previous round. One player sitting there at 8-0.
Dennis, we did feature on stream, of course, and put on a dominant display and is looking to continue in that stead. Maybe we'll be seeing them in day 2 or maybe even top cuts if that carries on.
And somehow Tor dodged the stream. He's 7-0-1, unbeaten record, but hasn't quite been able to be featured, so I'm sure we'll get him in phase 2 of the competition tomorrow. And of course, shout out to Julius Brumfeld following their run earlier on in the day with Festival lead, still unbeaten. Got a really impressive tie against a Dragapult. I feel like they're going to have to continue to do well into that matchup because he's surrounded right now.
And speaking of Julius Brunfeld, he is still unbeaten. Yeah. I'm not repeating you, he won his last round. He's sitting there at 8-0-1, so I believe back up to our top seed. And yeah, when was the last time Tord had a good run and we didn't get him on stream? Don't worry, I'm sure we'll fix that tomorrow. So those are the players that are at the top of our standings, but why don't we have a sneaky little look at a bunch of other players who have made it into phase 2 here, in no particular order, just some players that we're happy for everyone that made phase 2. But these guys made it onto the list.
I mean, there's one name I really want to draw attention to, Alessandro Cremascoli. Now, normally known for playing Control, but is part of the Festival lead gang this weekend and has made day 2 with it. So not just the Italian stallion of Control, plenty of other capabilities in him as well.
I know, not too bad. Ryuki Okada, who we saw on stream early, has made it. Piper Lepine, who of course we've had on stream. A lot of players there that you should be fairly familiar with. Congratulations to all of those players and to everyone else that's made it into phase 2. But I know what everyone at home is thinking. One round of phase 2, it's not enough. We need more phase 2 action. When can we get involved in more phase 2 action? Well, I got wonderful news for you. Tomorrow, we are going to come back. We're going to have the rest of phase 2. We're going to have an asymmetrical top cut. We're going to have a top 8. We're going to have a top 4. We're going to have a top 2. That's the final. And then we're going to crown a champion. Those are the times in CEST and PDT. Shay, what can people do if they're not in one of those time zones?
You need to work out what the correct time is. I mean, Pokemon.com/broadcast puts it in your time zone, I believe, right?
Indeed, but also the internet has been invented, so I would recommend just using that to figure out what time you need to be there. And of course, don't forget Pokemon.com/broadcast, where you can find all the information about all the broadcasts, not just here, but I believe there's one coming up in LA in the not too distant future.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Really exciting to go back there, of course. I mean, California been a bit of a home for Pokemon recently, of course. So we have not just 1, but 2 World Championships back to back there. So going back to LA, going to be an exciting time.
We've had Anaheim. We're going to San Francisco soon. Why not stop off at LA on the way? And do make sure, of course, you are following all of our channels in the correct way. We've got X, we've got YouTube, we've got Facebook, we've got Instagram. We've got all of these lovely places where you can join in. Joe, what's the hashtag?
It's the hashtag #PlayPokemon, of course. There's no reason to not get involved. Like, we want to hear your stories, especially in post-rotation. Have you been stunned and surprised by some of the decks we've seen on stream? Is there an archetype that you're piloting and ironing out and enjoying this post-rotation metagame? We want to hear from you. We're going to try and show those decks more variety tomorrow as well. So we'd love to hear you get involved.
Just don't ask for Starmie, because apparently we can't have Starmie on stream this weekend. You all know it's not my fault. I have been trying. But with that, we have had our day 1 of action here. We've had the whole of phase 1, the first round of phase 2. So make sure you come back and join us tomorrow for more wonderful Pokemon action. But don't go anywhere just yet, because, well, you don't want to miss the highlights of day 1, do you? We'll see you tomorrow.